Chapter 1. The Malevolent Monarch. Yun Si Yuk. Before even opening his eyes, his instinctive right hand struck the ground, preparing him to leap into action. This was a perilous place, where life and death hung by a thread, and lingering was not an option. This was the first thought that crossed his mind upon awakening, a reflex honed to perfection by an exceptional assassin. At this moment, Jun Xie's thoughts lingered on the remnants of his previous slumber, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say temporarily suspended in the final fleeting thoughts of his past life. Jun Xie was an assassin, a particularly distinguished one at that. In the 5 years since he embarked on this path, he had achieved an unparalleled success rate of 100%. Thus, he ascended to the pinnacle of the assassin rankings, and the name Evil Monarch became synonymous with supremacy in the criminal underworld. Additionally, he held another remarkable distinction. His bounty had dominated the global reward list for an astounding 3 years. It was not that no one dared to take on the task, rather, no one possessed the capability to eliminate this near-mythical figure of legend. Many top-tier assassins had once attempted this mission, yet they all met their demise, while the Evil Monarch continued to thrive. A wealthy tycoon from country Y placed a staggering $10 million bounty on Jun Xie's head, and 2 renowned assassins, contemporaries of Jun Xie, accepted the contract but perished within 3 days. Following that, no one dared to undertake such a fatal assignment. Even as the bounty increased multiple times, fear kept them at bay. No matter how enticing the money may be, what value does it hold without life to enjoy it? The name Evil Monarch became an ominous taboo within the realm of bounties. Moreover, the name Evil Monarch instilled trepidation among the criminal factions of various nations. Many were aware of the existence of Evil Monarch, yet none knew what this king of assassins truly looked like, nor the nature of his character. Jun Xie's persona was indeed a reflection of his name. 1 word: malevolent. 2 words: very malevolent. 3 words: extremely malevolent. He had always been a solitary figure, never collaborating with others, nor did he possess a single friend. Furthermore, he scrutinized not only the buyers but also the targets when accepting contracts. Should he find a client distasteful, even with the promise of exorbitant payment to eliminate a defenseless beggar, he would unhesitatingly decline. Yet when he identified someone deserving of death, he would act decisively, subsequently demanding his fee at the doorstep of the victim's adversary, leaving them no choice but to comply. Often, these families had never engaged his services nor even heard of him. Legend has it that on one occasion, he eliminated a notorious human trafficker but could not find a victim's family. In desperation, he approached a young girl who had been abducted, soliciting a mere dime as payment, all the while asserting, "I have never undertaken a task without compensation, and I will not make an exception." Such a disposition left his mentors and fellow disciples utterly speechless. Legend has it that there was a time when he preemptively removed the tissues from the restroom. When his master needed them during a visit to the toilet, he requested a delivery of toilet paper, and in that moment he seized the opportunity to demand a service fee of $500,000, to which his master reluctantly acquiesced. For why his master yielded it was because on that day he had gathered all his fellow apprentices at the restroom door, accompanied by several enchanting ladies, for a rather peculiar exhibition. Yet he considered his greatest flaw to be his excessive compassion. A killer and a top-tier assassin with bloodstained hands, this declaration had once provoked scorn from many. Nevertheless, his self-proclaimed love did hold a modicum of truth. In his homeland, he could not abide the oppression of the poor by the wealthy, particularly the tyranny imposed by officials upon the common folk. Abroad, he detested any oppression faced by his compatriots. This patriotic fervor had undoubtedly led him into countless predicaments. Despite such a persona, he remained a highly sought-after individual for employment, as he not only possessed unparalleled marksmanship, but also an enigmatic mastery of martial arts. Whether with fists or blades, his skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, the foremost reason for his unparalleled demand was his impeccable completion rate of missions 100%. Though this achievement may not be unique in the annals of history, it was certainly unprecedented. He was undeniably the ultimate assassin within the realm of contract killers, and to this day, he stood as the only pinnacle figure among assassins with an unblemished record. However, beneath the veneer of this golden killer lay a quintessentially indignant soul. In the vast expanse of China, How could its treasures fall into the hands of the Americans during this peaceful era? Alone, he charged forth, arrogantly challenging nearly 100 American agents. Engaging in covert assassinations that escalated into a fierce confrontation, he eliminated over 70 adversaries before seizing the coveted treasure. By then, the American agents had been so thoroughly intimidated that if he wished to escape, he could have done so at his leisure, confident in his ability to do so. Yet, just as his hand made contact with the palm-sized, exquisite treasure, an extraordinarily bizarre incident occurred. Upon grasping the delicate tower, he suddenly felt a surge of paralysis coursing through his body, rendering him utterly immobile, unable even to blink. Unbeknownst to him, the blood flowing from his wound was continuously siphoned into that intricately crafted and ominous little tower. In his final moments, he recalled witnessing no fewer than 50 miniature grenades hurtling towards him, along with over 20 firearms unleashing torrents of gunfire. Despite possessing the prowess to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, he found himself tragically unable to move. The sensation was maddening. Who could have imagined that Jun Xie, having traversed life without rivals, would meet such a lamentable end? Yet, I do not consider myself to have suffered a loss. The number of corrupt officials, tyrants, and agents I have dispatched in my lifetime surely exceeds 1,000 enough to break even, worth it. While others depart this world with smiles, I descend into the abyss with a grin. In this lifetime, I have lived with fervor and grace, unburdened by guilt. Though I have taken many lives, each of those individuals was undoubtedly deserving of their fate. With that understanding, I harbor no regrets for my actions. Even if my path leads me to the depths of hell, what does it matter? Kill, 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 kill. Annihilate all that is vile, purging every sin. Even if I am deemed a loathsome assassin, what of it? In this vast world, who else could live so freely, so exuberantly, as I do? Ha ha ha. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jun Xie could not help but let out a triumphant laugh. Master, are you all right? A timid voice broke through, seemingly startled by his outburst. With a hint of tears in its tone, a small, icy hand gently brushed against his forehead. Am I in another body? Have I been reincarnated? Yet the memories of my past life remain vivid. Did I not drink the soup of oblivion? Or have I perhaps borrowed this corpse? Could it be that I have traversed time? Or have I merely attached myself to a new existence? Jun Xie stared blankly, unable to comprehend the situation before him, rooted to the spot in confusion. A startled cry erupted from a nearby girl of about 10, who trembled and scurried away, her large, beautiful eyes wide with panic, fixated on the nightmarish master before her. Her petite frame shook, her pallor deepening, resembling a quail struck by sheer terror. Another shriek pierced the air, this one chillingly high-pitched, and it escaped Jun Xie's own lips. He suddenly realized that his voice had taken on a sharp, feminine quality. Had he lost his manhood? This cannot be. I was terrified just moments ago, thinking I had been thrust into the body of a girl. Jun Xie wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Gathering his composure, he began to assess this new body. What a wretched state this fellow is in. His physique is exceedingly frail. How unfortunate! Jun Xie muttered to himself. However, it mattered not as long as my meridians remain intact. Given 3 to 7 years, I shall once again stand atop the world. With this resolve, Jun Xie recalled that he now found himself in a completely unfamiliar realm. This place bears no resemblance to the earth I once knew. Here, I am truly alone, devoid of any connections, ignorant of all that surrounds me. What customs govern this world? What does it hold? As these thoughts unfolded, even the cold-hearted killer and wicked lord found himself momentarily lost. Observing the antiquated furniture and bedding, adorned in garments utterly alien to his era, the initial exhilaration of being alive and having traversed realms began to fade, giving way to a tumult of confusion. It turns out, I truly can live once more. This initially exhilarating notion, as it surged forth, was swiftly accompanied by an overwhelming sense of loss and anguish, an unsettling feeling of being adrift, which made his nose tingle and his eyes burn with unshed tears, constricting his heart. Jun Xie self-deprecatingly curled his lips, teetering on the brink of shedding tears, a rarity in his almost tearless existence. The nostalgia for my homeland is insurmountable, and the yearning for my native soil is profound. I initially believed I could be nonchalant, that I could easily let go. However, When faced with the reality, everything became tangible, and I abruptly realized that I could not relinquish my TAC, truly cannot let go that I once thought I had no burdens in this world. Yet now, I've come to understand that my attachments are countless. Most importantly, on this unfamiliar land, I can no longer find that elusive sense of belonging, a sense of belonging. Deep down, I have always been an outsider. Jun Xie quietly closed his eyes, gently tilted his head. In the stillness of solitude, a solitary tear silently cascaded down. This was the first tear shed in 2 lifetimes. A man does not easily weep, only because the moment of sorrow has not yet arrived. Staring blankly at the youthful visage reflected in the bronze mirror, almost boyish in its appearance, with a slightly gaunt face, thin lips, and long eyebrows arching into his temples, giving his eyes an elongated and piercing quality. Jun Xie let out a bitter smile and murmured, "I must admit, this fellow is quite handsome, rather refined yet. Is it possible he appears a tad too effeminate, too delicate?" Reflecting upon his past life, it was one of great prestige and formidable presence. Although he was not particularly charming, his eyes were somewhat small and narrow, his nose a bit flat, and his overall appearance rather commonplace, was undeniably a quintessential man. Those pretty boys, while possessing some masculine traits, were looked down upon by him. Little did he expect that upon his transmigration, he would inhabit the body of a quintessential pretty boy, and a rather comely one at that. "Mate, did you bring me here?" His right hand gently touched a small pagoda-shaped pattern on his left wrist, resembling a tattoo. A hint of pride surfaced on Jun Xie's face. "Even though I have crossed over, this relic remains in the hands of a Chinese person, not falling into the grasp of foreigners. This pagoda-shaped symbol is precisely identical to the exquisite little tower that Jun Xie had fought so fiercely to seize. Although it is transformed into a small design on his hand, he is certain that this is indeed the little tower. He cannot articulate why, but there is an undeniable feeling within him, real and mystical. Upon seeing this sole emblem that offers solace from his past life, a tempest surged within Jun Xie's heart, leaving him uncertain of what to make of such emotions. Yet, his naturally composed demeanor kept his face devoid of any expression. Still, he maintained an air of indifference. Calm. Suddenly, the small tower design he had been lightly caressing emitted a hazy yellow light, and Jun Xie felt a sudden imbalance, as if his head were heavy while his feet felt light. He sensed that something had entered his mind, and then, quite abruptly, the pattern on his hand vanished. How peculiar! Shaking his head, Jun Xie marveled at the strangeness of it all. This object had transformed from a palm-sized tower into a tattoo on his body, only to mysteriously disappear. Could it truly be one of those legendary treasures of the immortals? "Master, the old gentleman requests your presence." Just as Jun Xie was about to explore the new thoughts swirling in his mind, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "Request my presence?" Jun Xie raised an eyebrow. "For what purpose? Why should I comply merely because that old man demands it? Does he take me for his grandson?" The thought lingered unspoken, as he recalled that indeed, the old man was his grandfather, or at least the grandfather of this body. "I do not know," the young girl replied, her voice trembling as she cast a fearful glance at him before lowering her head. Her long eyelashes fluttered anxiously, and her small frame shifted from one foot to the other, poised to flee at a moment's notice. Chapter 2. Jun Xie, currently 16 years of age, stands as the sole legitimate heir of the Jun family from the Heavenly Fragrance Empire. Belonging to the younger generation, he is a notorious scion of extravagance, indulging in a life of leisure, and serves as a bane to those around him, a quintessential parasite devoid of any value in existence. This succinctly encapsulates the nature of Jun Xie's newly assumed identity in this unfamiliar realm. "It is no wonder that I have traversed into your world. My moniker, Evil Jun, is Jun Xie, while you bear the name Mo Xie. Are we not fated to clash? Such a twist of fate is hardly unjust. The grandfather of this debauched youth, Jun Tian, is the Duke of the Blood Orchid, a paramount figure in the military establishment. His father, Jun Wuhui, once a celebrated general of the empire, perished on the battlefield a decade ago, while his mother succumbed to despair 9 years past. Both of his elder brothers, Jun Mou and Jun Mo Cho, heroically fell in a great war 3 years prior. An uncle, Jun Wuyi, also suffered grievous injuries in the same conflict, surviving yet rendered paralyzed from the waist down. This once mighty lineage, renowned for its loyalty and valor, now teeters on the brink of extinction, with Jun Mo as the last remaining scion. Yet, by some divine intervention, his body still belongs to the Jun family. Should Jun Xie father a son in the future, he would, in theory, continue the bloodline of the Jun family, which might be considered a modicum of grace bestowed upon them by fate. Since destiny has decreed thus, and in light of our shared surname, I shall reluctantly undertake the burden of living a life on your behalf. Jun Xie grinned, shrugging his shoulders, for I truly wish to avoid this. What a shattered vessel. What a tarnished reputation. How much scorn must I endure? As he pushed open the door, Jun Xie stepped outside, greeted by a cascade of sunlight. He paused for a moment, sighing. The sun remains the same, yet I am no longer who I once was. Jun Mo is perpetually distinct from Jun Xie, but my heart still beats with the essence of evil Jun. What does it matter, this otherworldly existence? Two maidservants stood at the entrance, bowing respectfully. Good day, young master, they greeted. Jun Xie nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze drifting towards four other maidservants engaged in various tasks nearby, and he could not help but shake his head. Look at those around me. Other young masters are accompanied by enchanting beauties, while I am flanked by matrons of considerable age. The sole flicker of allure lies in a young girl of 11 or 12. This arrangement seems to be the design of my formidable grandfather. As all these maidservants possess a singular trait, robust health and strength, their limbs resembling sturdy poles. What are they up to? Raising his chin, Jun Xie inquired about the distant maidservants. Jun Xie strolled over, and indeed, a splendid sight unfolded. On the trellis hung 7 or 8 bird cages, each housing lively birds of various colors, flitting about with exuberance. Not far away, several large dogs lay with their tongues lolling, their ample bodies sprawled out. In the distance, the clear chirping of crickets emanated from a few small bamboo tubes, suggesting they were a rare and combative breed. Indeed, the original young master had a remarkably diverse array of interests. Nearby, in a cage, there were even 2 vividly colored venomous snakes, hissing and flicking their tongues. Disgusted by the sight, Jun Xie furrowed his brow and thought, I must find someone to sell these creatures. Those that cannot be sold should be discarded. If not, they should be killed for their meat. They do not belong here to repulse people. This is a place for living, not a zoo. A collective silence ensued. After traversing a garden, passing several pavilions, crossing a playground, and circling a large fish pond, Jun Xie walked along a tree-lined path for nearly half an hour before finally arriving at the residence of the esteemed Old Master Jun. It was then that he realized his dwelling was situated to the north, while that of Old Master Jun was to the south, separated by a distance of 5 or 6 miles if measured in a straight line. It appeared that his family was indeed quite substantial, if his memory served him correctly. This was the capital of the nation, and aside from the imperial palace, there were few families that could boast such a vast estate spanning dozens of acres. Old Master Jun sat behind his desk. Although he had surpassed 60 years of age, his hair remained dark and glossy, lending him the appearance of a man in his 40s. His square, dignified face was etched with a sense of helplessness as he watched his grandson saunter in with an air of lethargy, almost unable to contain his rising irritation. Jun Tian, the venerable elder, hailed from humble beginnings and had risen to prominence in his youth, commanding respect and fear throughout the land, renowned for his exceptional martial and literary prowess. He was one of the few Tianquan-level experts in the Tianxiang Empire, characterized by his calm demeanor and resolute character, rarely displaying his emotions. The very notion of rising from poverty to become a general at such a young age is a rarity. It is no small feat for a child of humble origins to attain such a position. Jun Tian ascended from a lowly peasant to the illustrious Duke of Blood Orchid in less than 40 years. While it is often said that circumstances create heroes, such tales are indeed scarce throughout the annals of history. This journey alone is a source of pride. Yet, upon encountering his remaining grandson, he was filled with nothing but helplessness and frustration, lamenting the fact that, given their family's noble lineage and strict governance, such a disappointment could emerge. This young man lacks both literary and martial prowess. The moment he picks up a book, he becomes befuddled, and upon hearing about trainings, he scampers away faster than a rabbit. While the offspring of others are either already illustrious with talent or have successfully embarked on their journey of cultivation, achieving at least the 5th rank, my own precious grandson has driven away 5 tutors in succession and has barely managed to cultivate to a meager 3rd rank. Such a disappointing individual, yet he excels in the vices of indulgence and debauchery, displaying a remarkable talent in these pursuits. It is disheartening to realize that. Despite a lifetime of heroism, I have such a grandson. With a weary sigh, the old gentleman reminisced about how things might have been if his son and the other two grandsons were still alive. He couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. If they were all present, would this lone seedling have been nurtured into such a state? When he received the news of his son's regrettable demise, he held back tears, priding himself as a renowned general with a heroic son. Even when faced with the loss of his grandsons on the battlefield, he stifled his sorrow, confident that his son was a hero and his grandsons brave. However, after enduring the lifelong burden of disability, for the first time, tears fell from his eyes, yet a flicker of relief remained. He still had one grandson left, ensuring the continuation of the Jun family line. Yet now, it appears that this last grandson is nothing but a rascal, a hopeless case incapable of being salvaged. What can I do? I heard you fell out of bed last night, and even fainted. Is that true? Suppressing his emotions, Ling Tian inquired blandly. Huh. Xia lifted his head, feeling both puzzled and somewhat relieved. If asked about other matters, he could easily deflect with the remnants of his memories. But this particular incident eluded him. Moreover, this matter was a significant source of confusion for Xia. Upon awakening, he found no unusual conditions in this body. So how did he traverse into this realm? Only now, from the old gentleman's questioning, did he vaguely infer that this fellow had indeed fallen out of bed while sleeping. Truly a reckless individual. To die from falling out of bed while asleep. Xia felt a genuine admiration for such a remarkable character, one deserving of reverence. Huh? What do you mean, huh? The old gentleman slammed the table in frustration, his anger flaring at Xia's languid demeanor. This reckless fool. Oblivious to the dark schemes plotted against him. If it weren't for my prior precautions, you would have already met the king of hell. Why can't you show some ambition? It turns out that the lad was indeed targeted. Xia discreetly smirked, thinking to himself that the old gentleman's so-called precautions were hardly effective, as his grandson had already reincarnated under his protection. Noticing his silence, the old gentleman felt a twinge of surprise. Given this fellow's lackadaisical nature, how could he be so quiet? In the past, upon hearing that someone had plotted against him, he would have jumped up in outrage. Yet now, he appeared indifferent, even exuding an air of coldness. Am I mistaken? Lord Jun could hardly believe that such a frigid demeanor would manifest in his disappointing grandson. Chapter 3. You are indifferent, the assassin. That was a distant memory, yet it remained one of the most cherished recollections. You, scoundrel. Old Master Jun, filled with indignation, raised his hand to strike, but as the palm approached, he hesitated, letting out a long sigh, his gaze filled with complexity. You. Go ahead. Is this the first time this brat has defied me? How dare he refuse me today? And so resolutely at that? Xia bowed respectfully, then straightened and turned to leave. Oh, and one more thing, you must no longer pursue Princess Lingming. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. It must cease here. In old Master Jun's voice, there was an indescribable sense of despondency and a hint of disheartenment. In recent years, while the Jun family appeared to wield immense power, essentially standing at the pinnacle of authority, they faced a critical flaw, an absence of capable successors. The only heir of the third generation was the wayward Jun Xie. Although old Master Jun seemed to be in the prime of life, his mentality was far older. Keenly aware of the world's realities, he understood that should he depart from this world one day, the Jun family might swiftly be erased from existence. Given Jun Xie's current state, this possibility seemed almost a foregone conclusion, even a visibly impending outcome. Thus, Ling Tian, with great reluctance, approached the emperor with a proposal for Jun Xie to marry the emperor's most beloved Princess Lingming. Should this union be realized, even in death, Xie would have the protection of his own influence in the title of a royal consort, ensuring the continuation of the Jun family line, as long as he did not stray too far from propriety. Therefore, this marriage proposal was born out of desperation. The emperor, well aware of his old comrade's intentions, was indeed moved by the suggestion. However, upon further investigation into Jun Xie's actions, coupled with Princess Lingming's adamant refusal, he deliberated for a long time before ultimately declining. Brother Jun, it is not that I, as your younger brother, am unwilling to grant you face. Rather, I am a father myself. How could I bestow my beloved daughter upon? Alas. The emperor's unfinished words left Ling Tian gasping for breath. As a father? Considering his daughter? If this were 10 years ago, during the zenith of the Jun family's power, even if Xie had been 100 times more wayward, had I proposed the marriage, would you not have rejoiced? The warmth of human sentiment is as transient as water. This was the grievance within old Master Jun's heart. "Ah, I see." Junxue paused at the doorway, speaking softly. His tone was devoid of surprise or joy, as bland as a bowl of plain water, before he stepped out. Ever since old Master Jun hinted at this matter, Jun Imosia had taken to identifying himself as the suitor of Princess Ling Ming, persistently pestering her to the point of annoyance. Yet, upon witnessing his grandson's indifferent demeanor, old Master Jun was rather taken aback. Whether Junxie had been furious, desperate, or even resorted to a verbal onslaught, the old man would not have been surprised. It was this calmness that left Jun Jiantian utterly astonished. After a fall, why has his temperament changed? Lord Jun, stroking his beard, gazed contemplatively at the retreating figure of Junxie, his eyes deep with thought. After a long silence, Jun Jiantian clapped his hands and declared, "Dispatch several skilled individuals to vigilantly guard the young master day and night. There must be no further missteps. Should any foolhardy soul dare to act recklessly again, they shall be dealt with on the spot, without hesitation. Such occurrences may happen once, but never again." "How can I, Jun Jiantian, permit harm to befall my grandson?" A glint of cold light flickered in the old lord's eyes. In the vast, empty hall, it seemed as though Lord Jun was conversing with the air, when suddenly, a faint and ethereal voice echoed from an unknown source. "Understood." Junxie stepped out into the morning sun, the gentle rays illuminating his somewhat pallid face. He strolled towards his modest courtyard, indifferent to the respectful bows of the servants around him, lost in his own thoughts. What constitutes a killer? As the name implies, a killer is one who takes lives. A hand stained with blood. It is essential to remember this black character. Killers have always been elusive, emerging from the intangible and vanishing into the void. What defines a successful killer? If a killer can live until their own demise without anyone ever discovering that their hands are drenched in blood, then they are indeed a successful killer. So, what qualifies one as a competent superkiller? A competent killer is one who can conceal their true self in any circumstance. Among scholars, they become a literati. Among artists, they are a creator. Among ruffians, they assume the role of a rogue. With nobility, they transform into a gentleman. With lecherous individuals, they become a libertine. And among heroes, they stand as a paragon. Only then can one be deemed a qualified and successful killer. Merely knowing how to kill amounts to nothing more than being a butcher. Killing solely to achieve one's aims, even if successful each time, can at most be considered the mark of an excellent assassin. Killing, in itself, is an art. As a killer, one must forever cherish and uphold the elegance of this art. Suddenly, a cold voice interjected, "Incorrect. You are not the second-generation heir. I am the second-generation heir, while you are the third-generation heir." Chapter 4. The second generation and the third generation. Suddenly, a cold voice declared, "Wrong. You are not the second generation, I am. You, however, are the third generation." Before Junxie stood a wheelchair, upon which sat a lean man in his 30s. Reclining at an angle, a thick satin blanket covered his legs, and his eyes, a mixture of murkiness and clarity, gazed at him with a hint of amusement. His eyebrows, sharp as swords, slanted towards his temples, exuding an inexplicable chill and an aura of deadly determination. His eyes, akin to those of a hawk, sparkled with fierce intensity, and within their depths lingered a barely perceptible disdain, though it was undeniably evident. Were he not disabled, this man would undoubtedly be a gallant figure, standing tall and proud, a true hero of iron and steel. The lingering aura of authority etched upon his brow suggested he had once been a decisive general, commanding vast armies with unwavering resolve. Third uncle? Junxie halted, staring at his third uncle Jun Wui, who sat regally in the wheelchair. In Jun Imosie's original memories, this third uncle was merely a useless recluse, confined to a wheelchair, living off scraps of existence, utterly devoid of purpose. Yet, at this moment, Junxie sensed an unsettling familiarity emanating from his uncle, a chilling essence that sent shivers down his spine, killing intent. It was a lethal aura potent enough to stir even Junxie's emotions. Such a unique sharpness could only belong to a battle-hardened warrior, forged from the depths of blood and chaos, much like an extraordinary sword whose brilliance could never be obscured, even if it lay broken and sheathed. Throughout Junxie's life, he had encountered only a handful of individuals of such caliber, each a significant figure wielding substantial military power. In truth, such iron-willed warriors were the very types Junxie had admired most in his past life. Even Jun Laoi, his own grandfather, belonged to this elite echelon. Yet as the years passed, the elder had gradually attained a serene state of humility, concealing his true prowess. Junxie, having spent little time with him, had momentarily overlooked this. However, Jun Wui had not yet reached such a state of concealment. He resembled a sharp sword, its edge still radiating an undeniable aura of ferocity, though it required Jun Xie's discerning eye to recognize it. Ordinary individuals, like Jun Xie, would be utterly oblivious to it. Though the extraordinary sword lay idle in its scabbard, its silent presence still echoed with a low, dragon-like roar in the stillness of the night, revealing an innate thirst for blood. How rare it is for you to still call me third uncle. Jun Wui lifted his head, his profound gaze laced with a hint of mockery as he regarded his sole nephew. Xie, are you truly interested in becoming the second generation? After speaking, he suddenly sighed, questioning his own curiosity and conversing with someone he deemed utterly ineffectual. Jun Xie studied him intently, focusing on his uncle's frail waist and legs, before breaking into a smile. Third uncle, you jest. You are the genuine second generation, while I am merely a third generation at best. I would be thoroughly content to be a peaceful and joyful third generation. What has prompted this shift in tone from this lad today, though laced with barbs? The words bore no trace of the former arrogance. To the unexpected response of Jun Xie, Jun Wui's eyes widened, a sharp glimmer flashing within them, akin to a brilliant bolt of lightning cleaving through the shrouded night sky. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, shaking his head as he remarked, "Do you comprehend the distinction between the second and third generation heirs? Oh, is there truly a difference? Aren't they all merely living off the fruits of others' labor?" Jun Xie raised an eyebrow, his words tinged with sarcasm. Observing the tempestuous glint in Jun Wui's eyes, Jun Xie felt a profound sense of regret for such a valiant man to languish in despair. A fleeting shadow of bitterness and unwillingness crossed Jun Wui's gaze before it vanished, his dry hand resting upon his injured leg. He raised his head and declared, "Such a statement is gravely erroneous. There exists a vast chasm between them. The second generation heir enjoys the world built by their forebears, reaping the rewards without difficulty. As long as one possesses the ability to consume, survival is assured, accompanied by a life of affluence and comfort. However, the so-called third generation heir is not merely a reference to the third generation, but rather to those who inherit from the third lineage. This signifies that while the grandfather's generation established the foundation, a rupture occurred in the parental line. Thus, one becomes the third generation heir. If your father were still alive, both you and I would be second generation heirs, the only difference being that I trace my lineage from your grandfather, while you do so from your father. This distinction is significant. But your grandfather is now aged, and thus even if you aspire to be a third generation heir, the time you can claim that title is likely to be fleeting. Furthermore, aside from your grandfather, there are no other great trees under which you may find shade. Consequently, your life as a third generation heir is bound to be fraught with challenges. To be a worthy third generation heir, one must possess both skill and cunning. Thus, I, as a second generation heir, find myself somewhat more fortunate than you, a third generation heir." Jun Wui spoke with the intent of countering Jun Xie's earlier remark about living off others, yet as he continued, a sense of melancholy welled within him. Was the illustrious Jun family truly destined for such an end? Once a formidable force that commanded respect across nations, had they now been reduced to this? With both elder brothers perishing on the battlefield and his own disability, what remained of the Jun lineage? The only glimmer of hope, his two nephews, had also met their demise, their remains lost to time. The bloodline of the Jun family dwindled down to this one seemingly inept Jun Xie. Suddenly, Jun Wui's interest waned, leaving him in a state of listlessness, and he found himself lacking the desire to speak further. Jun Xie remained silent for a moment before breaking into a smile, saying, "In truth, I could also assume the role of the second generation heir." He understood Jun Wui's sentiments. His purpose in eliciting such remarks was to convey his subsequent thoughts. Jun Wui cleared his throat and, with a mix of curiosity and lethargy, inquired, "Oh, if you, my third uncle, were to be my great tree, providing shade, would I not then still be able to live as a second generation heir?" Jun Xie replied with a smile, but a flicker of anger flashed in Jun Wui's eyes as he gravely responded, "Xie, are you mocking your third uncle once again?" Jun Xie scrutinized him and suddenly inquired, "Do you still possess any sensation in your legs?" "No." Jun Wui turned his head away, increasingly vexed by his nephew. He was well aware of his own aversion to discussions regarding his disability, yet Jun Xie persisted in broaching the subject, first indirectly and now directly. Such a descendant, lacking respect for his elders, was indeed more of a burden than a blessing. "Was your spine fractured?" "No." Jun Wui's anger flared. "You fool! If my spine were shattered, could I possibly have survived to this day?" "So, It means, uncle, that your meridians are merely damaged? Have you been subjected to underhanded tactics? Junxie's eyes sparkled with realization. It appeared that his meridians had been severed or insidiously eroded, leading to atrophy. If that were indeed the case, as long as his vital energy remained intact, there was still a glimmer of hope. With his medical expertise, he believed he could offer salvation. After all, he was of the same bloodline in this life. But what truly moved Junxie was the indomitable spirit of this iron-blooded man. Junxie felt that, given his capabilities, such a valiant warrior deserved to rise again, irrespective of whether he was his uncle or not. Gazing at him, Junxie spoke slowly. I have heard that you were injured on the battlefield, but to employ such treachery in combat is far more challenging than simply taking a life. Why would this happen? Is it possible that an old rival has deliberately ensnared you, reducing you to this half-alive state? His words struck a nerve. Junwui clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead pulsating as he gasped for breath, struggling to contain his agitation before coldly retorting, "What does this have to do with you?" Realizing he had hit the mark, Junxie smiled with satisfaction, leaned closer to the wheelchair, and conspiratorially asked, "Uncle, do you wish for revenge? In my current state, what talk of vengeance can there be?" A hint of color flushed Junwui's gaunt face, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light. After a long pause, he sighed despondently. "Now, I am but a useless man." Junxie smiled gently and said, "What if I possess the ability to help you stand once more?" This proclamation resonated like thunder. Chapter 5: A Glimmer of Hope. Although Junxie's words were uttered softly, they resonated in Junwui's ears like a thunderclap on a clear day. Suddenly, Junwui's eyes widened, and a hazy yellow light enveloped his body, majestic and imposing, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld him. An extraordinary aura emanated from him as he grasped Junxie's arm with urgency, exclaiming, "Emocia, do you truly possess a method to heal me?" It seemed that during the years of his convalescence, Junwui had never ceased his cultivation of the mysterious energy techniques. The yellow light was clear evidence that he had attained the rank of a geomancer. Although still in the initial stages, considering his age, this achievement was indeed remarkable. In the entirety of Tianxiang City, there were only a handful of geomancers. For Junwui to reach this level at the mere age of 30 was nothing short of extraordinary talent. Moreover, given the severe deficiencies in his lower meridians, had those flaws not existed, his prowess would undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. Junxie's arm creaked under the strain of Junwui's formidable strength. Yet his expression remained calm, as if the pain were but a distant sensation. With a smile, he replied, "The hope is slim, but it is worth a try." Realizing his grip, Junwui abruptly released Junxie, glancing at his own hand with a sudden look of confusion. "You feel no pain? Why do you not cry out?" "Pain?" Junxie replied nonchalantly. "Does calling out alleviate it? If it could, I would certainly scream, but alas, it cannot." Taken aback by Junxie's serene demeanor, Junwui stared deeply at him, then burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, I find myself beginning to believe that you may indeed possess the ability to heal me." This nephew seemed to have changed in ways that were striking. Junwui thought to himself, as he gradually calmed his emotions, declaring earnestly, "Very well, Emocia, I will place my trust in you this once." Clenching his fist slowly, Junwui continued, "Even if it fails, I shall accept it." One unspoken thought lingered. Even if you were to deceive me, I would still accept it. A glimmer of hope is certainly better than none at all. In these years, have you not sought medical assistance, dear uncle? Junxie inquired, puzzled. After a thorough examination of Junwui, he found the situation to be quite dire. The meridians in his lower back were entirely blocked, and it appeared that some malevolent substance was gradually eroding the energy pathways within his body. Had he not taken good care of himself, his muscles would have long since atrophied, leaving him utterly incapacitated, with no hope of recovery. However, for such an affliction, one might expect that a skilled physician could at least provide some insight, even if not a perfect remedy. Indeed, almost all renowned doctors from the Empire have come to examine him. I find myself ensnared by malevolent forces that have sealed my meridians, further afflicted by a mysterious and lethal poison that renders me unable to live or die. Junwui lamented, "My father has made numerous attempts, yet he has been unable to unravel that insidious sealing technique. As for the nameless poison, it is beyond remedy. The only recourse lies in expelling it with the utmost strength of profound energy. This may be the sole method that could restore me." "But why?" Junxie began to inquire, only to fall silent. The one who orchestrated my downfall had already attained the status of a celestial master a decade ago. To break his seal, and expel the poison would require the full might of a supreme master. Such formidable beings are akin to mythical entities, rarely seen in the light of day. Moreover, after treating my affliction, the supreme master would suffer a significant loss of power due to the poison, and would never regain it. Junwei smiled bitterly. Which supreme master would make such a tremendous sacrifice for me? To reach the level of a supreme master is akin to scaling the heavens. Who would willingly sacrifice half of their cultivation for another? What a cruel twist. To know there is a glimmer of hope, yet feel utterly hopeless. Jun Xie shook his head, sighing. It seems this individual harbors an extraordinary vendetta against you. To torment you with such insidious methods. His intent is likely to leave you with no path to survival and no peace in death. Pausing for a moment, he unexpectedly asked, is that person an enemy of the Jun family? The illness afflicting my third uncle has lingered in my thoughts day and night. Jun Xie wiped the sweat from his brow and confessed, I stumbled upon a remedy that is quite effective and wish to give it a try. Third uncle, please refrain from speaking of those unorthodox methods. To be honest, I hope for your swift recovery for my own sake, as I wish to live comfortably under your protection as a second-generation heir. That is my straightforward nature. You rascal, Junwei chided with a laugh. But his expression turned solemn as he declared, Xie, regardless of the outcome, my third uncle is indebted to you. His words resonated with conviction. The reason for allowing Junwei to slowly recover using various methods was primarily an excuse from Jun Xie, for he still possessed no internal strength whatsoever. The acupuncture technique with golden needles necessitated exceptional internal cultivation. Junwei's eyes sparkled as he discerned the confidence in Jun Xie's words, smiling, Xie. Despite your mere third-grade profound energy cultivation, which hardly surpasses that of an ordinary person, you withstood my grip. Not a trace of color faded from your face. Such endurance is not typical of a mere second-generation heir. Although my earlier grip was not executed with full force, the grasp of a master of the Earth Realm is not something an ordinary person could endure. Even a master of the Golden Realm might falter, yet Jun Xie, who evidently possesses only third-grade profound energy, remarkably withstood it without even employing his meager energy to resist. The extent of the pain endured is something Junwei is acutely aware of, yet he withstands this grasp without a change in expression, completely unprepared for it. Such fortitude. What a pity. Observing Jun Xie, Junwei lets out a long sigh. Regrettably, Jun Xie's age has already advanced, and even with his capacity for endurance, the prospect of mastering advanced mystical energy in this lifetime is bleak. Otherwise, given his resilience, it is quite possible that the Jun family could have produced a formidable expert. Chapter 6. Mysterious Energy. Third uncle, regarding your ailment, it is imperative that those who assist you with full-body massages are individuals you can trust. It is best to keep this under wraps for now. Should matters take a turn for the worse, it would not bode well for our family's reputation. Jun Xie cautioned with a sense of gravity. Even if I were to recover, you know I wouldn't divulge it. Junwei chuckled. I am no fool. Are you worried it might bring you trouble? Besides, if you can alleviate my pain, it would be an extraordinary asset for the Jun family, wouldn't you agree? I am not oblivious to that fact. Such a clever little rascal. You even had to bring my face into it, Junwei said with a hearty laugh, playfully pinching his nephew's cheek. Suddenly he paused, reflecting on how long it had been since he had shared such intimate moments with his beloved nephew. Or perhaps, it was precisely because they had not been close for so long that their reunion felt so foreign. Beneath all these years of frivolous appearances, was there truly another side concealed within? Watching Jun Xie's retreating figure, Junwei felt a flicker of anticipation. He hoped for the healing of his wounds. And even more so, he yearned to discover whether his nephew truly possessed another facet to his character. Third uncle, you must have reached the earth profound level by now. Haven to you? Jun Xie remarked with a playful smirk. Thieving eyes. Junwei chuckled, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. I have only just entered this realm this year, and it remains unstable. Modesty, Jun Xie scoffed. But what lies above the earth profound? Junwei's expression turned serious as he replied. Mysterious energy is categorized into 9 grades. Above the 9th grade are the silver, gold, and jade ranks. Beyond this, we have earth profound, heaven profound, and the supreme divine profound. Indeed, third uncle, I understand. Jun Xie replied with a serene smile. In high spirits, Junwei began to recite melodiously. Silver profound begins, gold profound arises, jade profound blooms like wishes fulfilled. Beneath the 9 profound are but mere ants. Earth profound cracks, heaven profound is void, the supreme divine profound is formless and shadowless. once entering the 9 heavens. One transforms into a dragon. This is the song of the mysterious energy S ranks. Only upon reaching silver profound does one truly commence. And Yujun gazed at Junxie with warmth in his eyes. You shall find your own path, my boy. It is not necessary for a man to wield a sword with his own hands. Junxie smiled gently. I understand. I generally do not take lives. He silently added, unless it comes at a cost, I will not kill without reason. However, there is one condition. Do not provoke me. The reason for entering this domain was that the previous Jun Sanxiao's mind was far too muddled. Aside from indulgence in pleasures and vices, there existed little else of substance. Even if Jun Xie wished to glean any useful information, it was quite a challenge. Hence, he needed time to untangle the chaos within his mind, at the very least to clarify what lay within the muddled thoughts of the former Jun Sanxiao. Even if little of value remained, it was crucial for understanding the entirety of the Jun family. Once Jun Xie entered the library, he did not emerge for an entire day. Master, after the young master left your presence, he merely conversed with third master in the courtyard for a while. It seemed that third master appeared exceedingly pleased. It is a rare sight to see him so joyful in recent years. In Jun Zhantian's study, an elderly man was bowing before him, reporting on Jun Xie's whereabouts. Jun Zhantian's expression, usually inscrutable, was momentarily filled with astonishment. The relationship between the uncle and nephew had been fraught with animosity for years. Their encounters were marked by mutual sarcasm, each viewing the other with disdain. How could they possibly be engaged in cheerful conversation today? It was astonishing, almost bizarre, that the third master was actually in high spirits. What could they be discussing? Jun Zhantian took a sip of tea and casually inquired. Synergy? Jun Zhantian scoffed. How could that be? The mere fact that they have not come to blows during their prolonged interactions is a monumental blessing. How could they possibly find common ground? Yet, the matter was indeed true. Master, after the young master and the third master parted ways, he went directly to the library and has yet to emerge. The library is seldom visited, which suggests nothing of particular concern. Rather, it is the young master and the third master conversing amiably that is truly remarkable. I felt it imperative to report this to you at once. You did well, Jun Zhantian replied, but the lad went to the library? His beard quivered, and his eyes widened. Are you certain you did not misstate? That little rascal actually went to the library? Instead of places like the Orchid Pavilion or Fragrant Pavilion. The elder nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is the library. Without a doubt, master. Reading. Jun Zhantian exclaimed in shock, inadvertently tugging at his own beard, still oblivious to his actions, and grinning as he said, he is truly reading. Yes, master. After a moment's contemplation, Jun Zhantian waved his hand dismissively. Reading is a good thing. Let us not disturb him for the time being. Once he departs, bring me the books he has perused. I wish to see what he is up to. He is not searching for something, is he? Well, even if he is, it matters not. The lad has grown up. There is nothing to be overly concerned about. In my day, cough cough, Lao Peng, ensure that no one disturbs that boy. Yes, master. As evening fell and the lamps were lit, the steward, Lao Peng, collected the books Jun Xie had read, astonishingly bringing back dozens. Jun Zhantian placed each volume on the table, furrowing his brow. Chronicles of the Xian continent, Observations of the continent, Geography of the continent, Heroes of the age. Illustrated Flora and Fauna, on Continental Warfare, The Art of War in Xinxian. Jun Zhantian spent the entire night poring over the tomes his grandson had read. His expression a blend of confusion and delight. He sighed and exhaled frequently, shaking and nodding his head, likely exhausting a lifetime's worth of expressions within that single night. Chapter 7. The exquisite Hongjun Tower. In the ensuing days, Jun Xie remained a recluse, rising each morning to hasten to the library, where he would immerse himself for the entirety of the day. Without fail, every tome he perused would be dutifully transported by the elder Jun for further analysis, resulting in nods, shakes of the head, sighs, and gasps, an endless array of expressions that seemed inexhaustible. Moreover, the servants of the Jun household soon discerned yet another peculiar habit of their young master. While he would seclude himself within the library by day, he harbored a peculiar fondness for sitting in the darkest corners of the courtyard at night, where light dared not intrude. Truly, it was uncanny. Nonetheless, the servants paid it little mind, for compared to the young master's previous antics, his current behavior was a significant improvement. On this particular night, Jun Xie once again found himself seated beneath a flowering tree, reveling in the dense, impenetrable darkness of the night. An unexpected sense of safety enveloped him. Yes, safety. For Junxie, once the sovereign assassin traversing the world, the most secure refuge was the Shroud of Night. Only the darkness could be his most dependable ally from his past life. Gazing up at the starlit sky, Junxie was struck by a peculiar sensation, as if he were ensnared in a dream. In the past few days, he had perused a plethora of texts related to this world, gaining a modicum of understanding about the continent. Yet, the more he learned, the more perplexed he became. With a groan, he buried his head between his knees, clutching the back of his head with both hands, tortured by the thought, why? Why not in some ancient era of China? If that were the case, how many advantageous resources could I exploit, even if I did not actively alter the course of history? My prophetic abilities could allow me to navigate significant historical events to evade calamity and seek fortune. What manner of place is the Xian continent? Golden Xian, Silver Xian, Earthly Xian, Celestial Xian, Qi. I curse the heavens. Why isn't it the inner strength of the martial arts? The only constants, perhaps, are the eternally unchanging sun and moon and the tender haze of night, which still offers Junxie a semblance of familiarity with his homeland of Huaxia. Junxie's countenance hardened like stone, the muscles at his jaw taut with anguish, igniting an impulse to curse the heavens above. Suddenly, at that very moment, overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, he was beset by a violent headache. Even with his extraordinary endurance, he could no longer bear the pain, letting out a muffled groan as the ground beneath him spun wildly. Through his eyes, the entire world appeared to spiral uncontrollably, the once hazy night transformed into a chaotic, swirling mist, rendering reality itself fleeting and elusive. Junxie gasped for breath, gritting his teeth so fiercely that blood seeped from his lips, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Yet, he resolutely stifled any sound, determined not to utter even the faintest cry. Alone in this unfamiliar world, all suffering must be borne by himself. In this strange land, I cannot rely on anyone, nor will I depend on anyone. Kill, 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 kill. With my lethal skills, I carve a bloody path, shattering the heavens and the earth. Kill, kill, kill. In a moment of hazy contemplation, Junxie sensed a distant glimmer emerging within his consciousness, a light that, though far away, gradually drew near, becoming increasingly luminous, expansive, and distinct. Ultimately, it transformed into a resplendent, multicolored pagoda, swirling incessantly within his mind, each rotation emitting a gentle, sacred white light. His body had long succumbed to numbness. His limbs felt paralyzed, and his awareness was slowly fading, yet his eyes, now blood-red, remained fixed upon the sky, the ground, in this unfamiliar world, unwavering and unblinking. Time slipped away unnoticed until a sudden chill swept through, awakening Junxie from his reverie. The early autumn night was indeed quite cold, he mused. Jolted into awareness, I feel the cold, which means I still possess sensation. I have not. He sprang to his feet. Realizing that his body was drenched in cold sweat, his garments soaked multiple times, rendering him uncomfortably damp. Strangely, a sense of rebirth surged within him. Awakening in the body of Junxie, inheriting this unclaimed flesh, could be described as a form of transmigration or soul attachment. Junxie remained simply Junxie. Yet after this harrowing ordeal, he had genuinely fused with this corporeal form, becoming the true master of Junxie. No longer preoccupied with the disarray of his attire, Junxie's first action was to sit cross-legged, close his eyes, and delve deep into the sea of thoughts, seeking understanding. He had already discerned that the immense suffering stemmed entirely from the small pagoda that had merged with his being. Thus, Junxie concluded that the pagoda must harbor extraordinary qualities. If it were merely a fusion with the body, the experience would not have been so agonizing. There had to be more to this enigma, for that small pagoda had become his sole anchor of existence. Without comprehending this matter, Junxie knew he would never find peace. Junxie distinctly felt within his consciousness, as if witnessing with his own eyes, a beautifully shaped pagoda adorned with radiant, colorful lights hovering above the sea of his awareness, slowly revolving. He clearly sensed that with each rotation of the pagoda, his vital energy flowed in a clockwise manner. An endless cycle of renewal. I wonder if I might observe it up close. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the pagoda gradually expanding. Suddenly, the grand door of the first level swung open, releasing a dense white mist that enveloped his entire consciousness in an instant. The mist was so thick it almost felt tangible. Taking a deep breath, Junxie experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort, an indescribable bliss that filled his very soul with a joy that felt almost song-like. As he glanced around, he realized he had unknowingly arrived at the threshold of the pagoda, where three faint, ancient characters hovered above, Hongjun Pagoda. Junjie stepped inside, where an emptiness pervaded the space, only to be filled by a dense, almost tangible white mist. Suddenly, the mist began to swirl, gradually revealing two grand characters, Linglong Nine-Tiered Pagoda, the supreme art of all time. As the mist churned with increasing urgency, an indistinct incantation emerged within Junjie's consciousness. Momentarily taken aback, he found himself besieged by a torrent of characters and symbols, violently swirling before his eyes, and then, as if force-fed, they surged into his awareness like a speeding train crashing into a humble cottage. Strangely, after this tumult, an eerie silence ensued. In an instant, Junjie felt dizzy, his head threatening to explode, and he stumbled to the ground. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself still lying on the damp, cold earth. Yet his mind was vividly illuminated with a cultivation technique, accompanied by a diagram of human meridians and various bodily movements. Heavenly creation technique, Junjie murmured, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes, and his fists clenched tightly in anticipation. My brothers are formidable. In just a day, we have ascended from the 15th to the 8th position. I am exceptionally grateful. Thank you. I am immensely proud. My brothers and sisters are indeed the strongest. Let us continue our relentless pursuit onward. Aha. I extend my gratitude to the authors who have generously supported me. Ingnian Zhaofei, Skinshin Lu, Jinsan's alternate account, Jilua, and Daqin Xiaobing. And to my brothers and sisters such as Weiyuan No Shui, Bookfriend 146999605, Linling Wuer, Fanjian Jin Lin, Mengdong Deshanyan, and AI Zaichen Yushur for their contributions. Thank you all. Fengling will strive diligently. Please stay tuned during the launch of the new book. If the essence falls short, I shall make it up to my brothers and sisters next week, so please do not take offense. Chapter 8. The Art of Creation. Jun Xie realized that by sheer serendipity, he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. The art of creation was shrouded in mystery, and its effects were bound to be remarkable. The exquisite nine-tiered pagoda must surely be an incredible treasure, even if Jun Xie were to be utterly ignorant. He had heard of the legendary Hongjun Laozu from Chinese mythology. It was said that this divine being was the master of the three revered deities, Taishang Daojun, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tok Tian Jiaozhu, truly a figure of immense stature. Given that this tower bore the name of Hongjun, how could it possibly be lacking in merit? Jun Xie could hardly contain his eagerness to commence his practice of the art of creation, yet he managed to exercise restraint. This allowed him the time to examine his own body, which left him utterly astounded. A layer of thick, dark, and repugnant substance enveloped his skin, emitting a nauseating stench that was both overwhelming and astonishing in its thickness. A term from the realm of legends suddenly flashed through Jun Xie's mind. Washing the sutras and draining the marrow? Could it be that he had endured such torment only to expel all the impurities from his body? Overwhelmed with joy, Jun Xie felt a surge of elation. Had he known that such an effect would ensue, he would have willingly endured even more pain. In truth, for someone of Jun Xie's disposition, as long as his strength could be enhanced, what was a bit of suffering? Even if the pain was excruciating, it was of little consequence. With excitement, Jun Xie rose to his feet, suppressing the foul odor emanating from his body, and dashed to the pond beside his home, leaping into the water with a splash. Suddenly, multiple voices called out in unison, "Who goes there?" Jun Xie replied with a huff, "It is I. The young master wishes to bathe. No one is permitted to disturb me." "Oh, it is merely the young master," they murmured, falling silent. In the study, the elder Jun furrowed his brow. "What is that noise?" The butler, old Pang, quickly stepped outside, then returned and bowed. "It is the young master. He has jumped into the falling moon lake for a bath." "A bath? Jumping into the lake at this hour?" The elder Jun's nostrils flared in indignation, his voice nearly cracking with fury as he roared, "This scoundrel!" He stormed off to bed, his hopes for his grandson's reform utterly dashed, leaving him with a sense of suffocating discomfort. Such is life. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The elder Jun felt an overwhelming urge to drag that wayward grandson back and give him a sound thrashing, hoping to instill in him an understanding of why the flowers bloom so vividly. Meanwhile, Jun Xie floated serenely on the water's surface, his body laid back, supported only by the gentle movements of his hands and feet to keep him afloat, and he could not help but feel a profound sense of contentment. Having thoroughly washed away the thick layers of grime, Jun Xie felt as though he had emerged from a cesspool, invigorated and renewed. The only regret lingered in the fact that, although he had truly integrated with his physical form, his cultivation remained far from the level necessary for introspection, let alone comparison with his past life. However, the remarkable expulsion of bodily impurities suggested that his physical condition would undoubtedly astonish him. With these thoughts, a faint smile crept upon Junxie's lips. In the distance, the guards gazed in awe at the young master, floating effortlessly upon the water's surface, unable to sink. They widened their eyes in disbelief, pondering the nature of the extraordinary technique he had mastered. How could he remain suspended on the water? By the standards of elemental energy cultivation, only someone at the Jade Xian realm could achieve such a feat. After a while, Junxie quickly made his way to shore. While he felt refreshingly cleansed, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of weakness. After all, the previous incarnation of Junsan Xiao had nearly reduced this body to a mere shell. Now, following such an intense purification and the unification of spirit and essence, the fact that Junxie had not fainted was a testament to his extraordinary willpower. In any realm, strength reigns supreme. One may lack influence, yet one must never be devoid of personal power. Even in his past life, Junxie had not felt such an urgent desire for strength as he did now. Alone in this world, he believed that the only source of true security lay in his formidable prowess, sufficient to command the life and death of all beings. At present, Junxie was confident he had unlocked another treasure, the mysterious tower, which represented his greatest reliance in this life. He firmly believed that such an enigmatic structure contained more than just the single technique of the opening of heaven and creation. There must be other capabilities waiting for him to gradually unearth. Moreover, the technique known as the primordial supreme art instilled a profound sense of confidence within him. Such a mystical practice could not be commonplace. The flow of energy ignited, illuminating the vastness. Intentions soared to the heavens, stepping upon celestial springs. The universe lay within his grasp, his heart a treasure mountain, the spirit refined through 9 trials, never falling into the yellow springs. As he practiced the technique, he was unexpectedly met with no sensations, nor any hint of energy perception. Yet, Junxie remained undeterred, repeating the process while maintaining unwavering focus on his spiritual core. Time slipped by unnoticed as he diligently followed the instructions of the opening of heaven and creation, completing no less than 200 cycles, yet still met with silence. His meridians remained shrouded in stagnant energy, and prolonged meditation caused his legs to grow numb. Despite the purification, the physical vessel's capacity had yet to be fully developed. Even his mind felt foggy, teetering on the brink of fainting. Taking a deep breath, Junxie resolved to maintain clarity of thought. Channeling fierce determination within, I refuse to believe that I cannot cultivate energy perception. In terms of wickedness, I am the foremost. Who can outmatch me, the evil monarch? I will not succumb to this fate. I reject any form of malevolence. Yet all malevolence must heed my command. I am the evil monarch. I am the sovereign of all that is wicked. Once again, he entered the protracted cycle of breath and energy. After a long while, Junxie felt as though his body had become utterly unresponsive, his muscles nearly rigid. He had been circulating his internal energy along the pathways of the Kaitian creation technique for no less than 300 cycles, yet still felt nothing. With closed eyes, he forced himself to endure the fatigue, his mind consumed by a singular, stubborn conviction. One more cycle, once more at last. After an indeterminate passage of time, Junxie suddenly sensed a faint tremor at the crown of his head, a subtle warmth coursing through him. Within his meridians, a sliver of sensation emerged, delicate as a gossamer thread. Had he not been entirely focused, he might have missed it altogether. This breath was indeed as fine as a filament, nearly imperceptible, yet its essence was extraordinarily tangible. Such a subtle energy was peculiar. For a novice, an internal cultivation would not typically experience such solidity. However, in his muddled state, Junxie remained blissfully unaware of this fact. As this slender yet remarkably real sensation manifested, a small, resplendent pagoda of vibrant hues began to levitate slowly within the sea of his consciousness. It spun gracefully in midair, and with each rotation, a dense plume of white mist erupted forth. This mist, drifting languidly, unveiled countless strands of white vapor that were imperceptible to the naked eye, which then gradually seeped into Junxie's skin and coursed through his meridians. Chapter 9. Cleansing the essence and refining the marrow. At this moment, Junxie remained as oblivious as ever, devoid of surprise or joy, continuing to cultivate, as if entirely unaware of his surroundings. It must be said that while the heavenly creation technique is undeniably profound and considered the pinnacle of ancient martial arts, the path of cultivation is inherently contrary to the natural order, demanding a deep examination of one's character. The initial practice of this technique is notoriously difficult. It requires immense perseverance and an indomitable spirit, as well as fortuitous opportunities. Thus, throughout history, even when individuals have had the chance to cultivate this heavenly creation technique, those who achieve success are exceedingly rare. Imagine if an individual of ordinary resolve were to attempt this. They would likely abandon their efforts after running a few cycles without any results, for such monotony is intolerable to most. Furthermore, if one's spirit is even slightly weakened, they would be unable to endure the process. A prodigy like Jun Xie, capable of running hundreds or even thousands of cycles without prior experience in cultivation, is truly unique. Even if someone possesses the requisite perseverance, they may become ensnared by madness due to insufficient mental fortitude during the practice. Beyond character, Jun Xie's own fortune plays a significant role. The Hongjun Tower represents his greatest blessing. Without such auspicious protection, he would have no hope of entering the practice. Additionally, as a soul that has traversed realms, Jun Xie's consciousness is naturally robust. With the assistance of the Hongjun Tower and the merging of his spirit with the body of Jun Moyan, his awareness becomes even more formidable. All these factors contributed to his unprecedented breakthrough in a single night. This accomplishment is not only unparalleled, but perhaps will remain unmatched for eternity. The area above his Baihui point began to pulse increasingly intensely, eventually establishing a rhythmic beat, growing warmer as Jun Xie's pale visage gradually turned a deep crimson. Remarkably, he maintained this position until the early hours of dawn. Jun Xie distinctly felt the subtle energy flowing within him, lively like fine threads, gradually coalescing into a singular strand. Yet, his eyes remained closed, indicating that all these occurrences transpired within his consciousness. This was the first challenge of the heavenly creation technique, achieving a tranquil heart. Although Jun Xie seemingly saw these extraordinary phenomena, he steadfastly reminded himself that he was cultivating with closed eyes. This meant he should not have been able to see anything. Yet, paradoxically, he did. What did this signify? It revealed that all of this was but an illusion. Thus, Jun Xie remained unfazed, diligently maintaining his clarity of mind as he continued his cultivation, unperturbed by external distractions. Suddenly, like a bomb detonating within his mind, a tremendous explosion erupted, causing his body to tremble. He felt as if he had lost all weight, his spirit drifting aimlessly. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, which shot forth, only to faint shortly thereafter. This blood, upon splattering onto the pristine white sheets, exhibited a bizarrely dark hue, resembling solidified coals, as it did not flow and appeared eerily like a block of pitch-black carbon. As Jun Xie lay unconscious on the ground, his body began to twitch involuntarily, with dark, viscous liquid seeping slowly from his skin, gradually soaking his delicate white robe and staining it. This was the true essence of cleansing the marrow. The earlier impurities that had oozed from his body merely purged the majority of toxins from his skin and muscles, while what was now being expelled was truly rooted within his bones. The thick, dark clots of blood he had coughed up were the remnants of impurities from his internal organs, the most difficult toxins for the human body to eliminate. In the realm of cultivation, Jun Xie's current condition could be described as a state of transcendence. He was breaking free from the shackles of his mortal flesh and officially stepping into the ranks of the cultivators. This transformation was not due to any special constitution or the strength of his spiritual power. There was another significant reason, namely, the ethereal mist that surrounded him, which was the purest essence of the natural world. However, Jun Xie remained oblivious to this fact. In his previous life, although he was a martial arts master, he had never ventured into the realm of cultivation, and he considered the notion of becoming an immortal to be sheer nonsense. Therefore, even as he recognized the changes occurring within him, he merely believed himself to be experiencing a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Upon awakening once more, he found himself submerged in a large wooden tub, enveloped by warm water, while two soft little hands diligently scrubbed his body. As he opened his eyes, he noticed that the young maid, Kuer, had her hair dampened with sweat, her face flushed from the steam, and was breathlessly cleaning him with a soft cloth. Her small lips were pursed tightly, and her expression was one of distress, as if she were on the verge of tears. Her lovely eyes deliberately averted their gaze, only glancing down when she needed to change her position to wash him, quickly shifting her eyes away once more. A sudden gasp escaped Kuer's lips as she dropped the towel and retreated a considerable distance, trembling as she looked at Jun Xie, her eyes filled with panic. "Why will you have awakened?" With a resigned sigh, Jun Xie replied, "If I had not awakened, would it be a ghost speaking to you?" "A ghost?" "Ah," Kuer exclaimed, And Jun Xie suddenly realized he could distinctly see the fine hairs on her face standing on end. Her little face as pale as if she had truly seen a ghost. He couldn't help but sigh. Stop your screaming. Even if it were a ghost, it would merely be the color of your face right now. Your performance is quite commendable. With a loud bang, the door burst open, and a burly figure strode in. Xie, you have awakened? What has happened? It was none other than the venerable Jun Tian, accompanied by several guards. The elder's voice was filled with fury, having already berated the 36 guards assigned to protect Jun Xie. Yesterday's incident had been an unfortunate accident, and to have another occurrence today was utterly unacceptable. The elder's anger was palpable, reaching a boiling point. Does my Jun family appear to be so easily bullied? It seems that I must assert my authority. If everyone begins to take note of my grandson, how can we continue our lives in peace? The old man mistook Jun Xie as fainting as an assassination attempt by enemies. This week, while we remain exposed, my brothers have proven to be the mightiest. They have remarkably propelled the evil lord to the forefront of the new book rankings. Thank you. Dear brothers and sisters, your strength inspires me to dream. I suddenly feel that taking another step or two is not too far-fetched, is it? Let us all strive a little harder and surge forward. What do you say? Next week, there will be recommendations and more updates to come. I extend my gratitude to Love at Dawn for the generous support, and to Dark Mage, who tirelessly contributes, and to Candy, who is 10% sweeter. I am but a pure-hearted soul, a fool, a member of the Frontline Legion, and to my fellow readers. Thank you for your support. Brothers, you are formidable. Sisters, you are formidable. Chapter 10. The old man's fury. The venerable Lord Jun could never have anticipated that the peculiar events of the evening were a result of his grandson acquiring an immense fortune, rather than any assassination attempt. Instead, his thoughts wandered to other possibilities. Upon hearing that Jun Xie had ventured into the moonlit lake for a midnight bath, he was incensed and retired to bed. To his surprise, just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, he was jolted awake by a cacophony of chaos. Upon inquiry, he discovered that yet another problem had arisen with Jun Xie, igniting a fire of rage within him. I am perfectly fine, truly. Jun Xie instinctively exclaimed as he clutched a towel to cover himself, his face flushed with embarrassment, completely nude in the water. He was suddenly confronted by a dozen burly men, all towering over him with unabashed scrutiny. Despite Jun Xie's thick skin and stable composure, he found it challenging to endure the situation. What are you covering up? What modesty do you possess before your grandfather? Do you not remember the times when I would cradle you in one arm while playfully pinching you with the other? The words of Jun Tian nearly rendered Jun Xie faint with humiliation. Behind him, several robust guards were stifling laughter, their faces reddening as they gasped for breath. A few of them stole glances towards the area Jun Xie was attempting to shield, exchanging knowing looks, their expressions revealing a mischievous eagerness, as if they were eager to compare. Who was responsible for this? Jun Tian's countenance darkened, icy and foreboding, a glimmer of murderous intent lurking beneath. Jun Xie was momentarily bewildered, but quickly feigned shame and lowered his head. I didn't see clearly. I just fell. You useless wretch. Lord Jun scolded vehemently, his tone laced with disappointment. After scrutinizing his grandson and confirming that he was unharmed, his interest in observing his naked grandson waned. With a disdainful huff, he thought to himself how his grandson's physique lacked the refinement of a martial lineage, appearing even whiter than that of young maidens. Sighing in resignation, he advised, "Take good care of yourself." He then turned to leave, followed by his entourage of guards. Only then did Jun Xie exhale in relief, removing the towel from his waist. Drenched in cold sweat, the following day, Duke Jun Tian erupted in a tempest of fury within the emperor's golden hall, pointing fingers at various royal relatives and high officials, vociferously berating them. His emotions were unrestrained, as he declared that should anyone attempt to assassinate his only grandson again, each family would owe a life before any further discussion could ensue. The once silent old marshal, upon unleashing his wrath, rendered the court silent. Even the reigning emperor spoke in hushed tones to placate him. Yet, there were those who lacked discernment, the father-in-law of the crown prince, the recently elevated imperial censor Songshi, who, emboldened by the crown princess backing and unfamiliar with the duke, dared to challenge Jun Tian. He even went so far as to report him to the emperor, only to be met with a resounding slap that left him with a bruised face and 2 missing teeth. The crown prince, attempting to mediate, found himself unceremoniously kicked in the abdomen by the duke, rolling away like a gourd. In an instant, no one dared to move. Ultimately, it was His Majesty the Emperor who intervened, smoothing over the situation and personally guaranteeing the safety of the third young master Jun in the future. Jun Zhantian, filled with indignation, left in a huff. As he departed, he cast a sweeping glance at the supporters of the various princes, leaving them trembling like noodles. The old duke had not asserted his authority for a decade. Yet, in a single moment of fury, he caused the entire court to tremble in fear. It was astonishing that even a prince dared to lay hands on another. What was there left to fear? Only the emperor, watching Jun Zhantian's retreating figure, sighed deeply from the heart. Though Jun Zhantian exhibited great ferocity today, the emperor understood that the last remaining third young master of the Jun family had utterly disappointed the old man. Reflecting on Jun Zhantian's previous request to marry Princess Ling Ming, it now appeared that this was his final attempt to preserve the Jun family's bloodline. Regrettably, the emperor had coldly refused him at that time. Had Jun Moxi shown even a modicum of promise, Jun Zhantian would not have erupted with such fury in the Golden Hall. The reason for his uncontrolled outburst today stemmed from the old man's realization that the Jun family had no future in sight. Jun Zhantian had made countless enemies both domestically and abroad. Should he depart this world, none of his enemies would spare his descendants. Thus, the old man was now determined to take a stance of unwavering strength. Anyone who dared to threaten the Jun family or his grandson would face his wrath. After all, the Jun family had already fallen. Why should he continue to endure humiliation? Was it possible that the once illustrious Jun family, once the protectors of the Tianqiang Empire, could simply decline into oblivion? The emperor sighed, suddenly overwhelmed with profound regret. Perhaps, in those years, he should not have. Witnessing the old duke's formidable presence, the military's former subordinates were all animated, and those who had previously harbored ulterior motives abandoned their plans. Even the eldest prince, who had been publicly humiliated, felt no further resentment. His grievances were directed solely towards his father-in-law, who had acted foolishly and brought shame upon himself. Did he not see that the old man had become half-mad? Of course, many still felt discontent. Could this old man truly live forever? Once he took his last breath, the Jun family would be extinguished. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced. In the Tianqiang Empire, no faction dared to openly oppose the old duke while he was still alive. Only the Grand Minister and First Assistant, Li Shang, observed silently, not uttering a word. Yet, after the departure of the old duke, he discreetly furrowed his brow before a smile crept onto his face. It seemed that Jun Zhantian was quite protective of his ineffectual grandson. If this were the case, then Jun Moxi was indeed Jun Zhantian's Achilles heel. Such a weakness was remarkably easy to exploit. When an individual has a conspicuous flaw, no matter how powerful or well-established they are, they cease to be formidable. In an unnoticed corner, Grand Minister Li exchanged a knowing glance with the general of the palace guards, Meng Ruf, each revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, within the chambers of the Jun family, Jun Xie found himself behind closed doors. With the door shut, Kuer blushed with embarrassment and turned to flee. Junyi quickly donned his clothes and approached Kuer with a smile, saying, "Open your eyes, it's all right now." Kuer slowly moved her hands apart just enough to peek through, and upon discovering that Junyi had indeed dressed, she felt a surge of relief and lowered her hands, her delicate face flushed with a charming hue. Junyi found the little girl irresistibly adorable and couldn't help but reach out, gently patting her head. Kuer was startled and looked up only to find warmth radiating from Junya's eyes, resembling a big brother gazing fondly at his little sister. For reasons unknown, a sense of calm washed over her, and she thought, the young master seems rather pleasing to the eye today. However, just as that thought crossed her mind, she was taken aback. How could I think such a thing? He is still that lecherous rogue, the prodigal son. I will not allow him to tarnish my innocence. If he were to force himself upon me, death would be the only outcome. With a stubborn resolve, she instinctively took a step back, her face set with vigilance. The narrative invites readers to immerse themselves in the latest, most thrilling serialized works available at the original platform. Chapter 11. A Transcendent Transformation. Jun Xie, having lived 2 lifetimes, was once a top assassin who had witnessed the world's suffering. In an instant, he discerned the thoughts of the young girl beside him and could not help but lament the failure of the original owner of this body, who was so disdained even by her personal mate. With a sigh, he remarked, "You need not attend to me any longer. You may leave." Kuer bowed slightly, thinking to herself that as long as she kept her distance, he would be incapable of any wrongdoing. Moreover, given his recent injuries and weakened state, he could not possibly catch her. Thus, she withdrew. Approaching the window, Jun Xie inhaled deeply, allowing the flow of energy within him to circulate as he conducted a self-examination. Upon awakening, he had already sensed a remarkable change in himself compared to just a few days prior, though he had lacked the time to investigate further. Now, as he focused, he was astounded. His vision had notably improved, allowing him to see great distances. Even the legs of an ant scuttling on the ground within 3 zhang were visible to him. The world around him appeared transformed, with trees and grass exuding vibrant vitality. As the sun began to rise, Jun Xie gazed at the nascent orb of light, feeling no discomfort from its brightness, but rather warmth radiating from it. His ears were attuned to the sounds of small insects rustling in the grass nearby, even catching the faint vibrations of earthworms beneath the soil, leaving him in awe of the wonders of this world. He recalled that in his previous life, when he had advanced to the innate realm, such extraordinary sensations were only felt during the moment of breakthrough, and even then, he had not experienced the profound unity with all things and the cosmos that he now felt. Overcome with joy, he wondered if he had, in just one night, attained the innate realm once more. Was this not astonishingly swift? However, as he focused on the energy within, he found it still to be weak, albeit more connected than before. This energy might suffice for mundane tasks, but it was far from adequate for combat. If he had truly reached the innate realm, it would not be so feeble. Yet, pondering this further, he realized that such remarkable effects could only arise from the extraordinary nature of the Kaidian Jiaohua technique. While slightly disappointed, his spirits soared at the thought. Rolling up his sleeves, Jun Xie could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Was this truly the arm of a grown man? The skin was pristine and delicate, surpassing even that of a young maiden. He hurried to the bronze mirror, only to find that he was resigned to his fate. His face remained the same, yet it had become noticeably fairer and more refined. Such a visage was precisely the type he had disdainfully regarded in his past life. A delicate young man, a strikingly pale face, seemingly frail. Truly, it was as if he had encountered a ghost. Chuckling to himself, Jun Xie mused that his arrival in this other world was already akin to an encounter with the supernatural. Thus, what was so strange about further peculiar occurrences? Yet, after a night of practice and purification, he should have gleaned some insight into the Kaidian Jiaohua technique. Why then? Did his physical constitution remain so weak? Upon a fleeting thought, he once again examined his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that, if merely judging by outward appearances, he seemed exceedingly frail. Yet, in reality, the resilience among his muscular tissues was remarkable. Even in his past life, he would have been hard-pressed to compare. The quality of his skeletal structure and meridians had also ascended to an exceptionally high standard. Truly, his current physique could be described as a rare gift from the heavens. Undoubtedly an optimal vessel for his future martial endeavors. Moreover, in his present guise, no one would dare believe that the owner of such a seemingly frail body could be an unparalleled assassin, an exquisite natural disguise. This realization only fueled Jun Xie's enthusiasm to continue his training, eager to restore his original prowess. In the ensuing month, an extraordinary event unfolded within the Jun residence. Leaving everyone incredulous, the notorious young master Jun Mo Xie, known for his lavish debauchery, had not ventured outside for over a month to engage in his usual reckless escapades. He refrained from visiting brothels, from cockfighting or dog racing, and even abstained from violence and arson. Even while at home, he exhibited remarkable decorum, either remaining in his small courtyard or retreating to the library, without once harassing a servant girl. He had even become unusually amiable towards all the household staff. Such transformations rendered the entire estate awestruck. It was as if the sun had risen from the west, or perhaps from the south or the north, certainly not from the east. Oh, heavens and earth, you have finally opened your eyes. The third young master Jun has shown signs of reformation. Observing his grandson's transformation, Jun Zhantian, the patriarch, felt a deep sense of relief. This lad seems to be exhibiting signs of turning over a new leaf, doesn't he? Throughout the month, Jun Xie had finally made significant progress in mastering the first level of the heavenly creation technique, solidifying his realm somewhat, while gaining a deeper understanding of this so-called mystical continent. Although he still could not compare himself to the so-called historians, he had undoubtedly ascended to the level of an expert or professor compared to his former self. To say he was now worlds apart from his past would not be an exaggeration. The only source of discontent for Jun Xie was the seven-colored, nine-tiered Hongjun Tower in his mind. After a whole month, he remained stuck on the first tier. Countless attempts to unlock the second tier had been made. Each time he felt a slight enhancement in his power, he would endeavor to try once more, only to be met with excruciating pain akin to 1,000 needles piercing him simultaneously. This agony left him restless. If the first tier of the heavenly creation technique yielded such miraculous results, what treasures might the second and third tiers hold? Yet, entry remained elusive. What to do when progress was stalled? Endless attempts proved futile. Even Junsuke's tenacity began to wane. Ultimately, he came to the realization that attempting to unlock the second tier in a normal state was impossible. It seemed that, akin to the first tier, one must await the right opportunity, whether intentional or unintentional, to gain entry. If that moment did not arrive, all his efforts would be in vain, regardless of how many times he tried. Thus, he resolved to diligently continue his training. Certainly, Junsuke has familiarized himself with the ancestral energy, discovering that the essence of this world's energy closely resembles the internal cultivation practices of his past life. However, it leans more towards a type akin to combat energy, representing a cultivation method that straddles the line between the two. Notably, with each advancement in rank, this energy undergoes a qualitative transformation, resulting in subtle changes in hue, reminiscent of the 5 poisons technique he encountered in his previous life. Yet, it is assuredly devoid of any toxicity. Possessing the heavenly creation technique, Junsuke holds little regard for this so-called energy. Nevertheless, to maintain appearances, he engaged in a symbolic practice, managing to elevate himself to the 4th rank. He deemed this sufficient and ceased further cultivation. In the Xian continent, the energy ranges from 1st to 9th rank, followed by higher tiers such as silver, gold, jade, earth, sky, and finally, the supreme divine grade. The 1st to 3rd ranks are characterized by shades of red, from bright to pale. The 4th to 6th ranks exhibit purples, ranging from deep to light. The 7th to 9th ranks are denoted by black, transitioning through various dark shades. Silver is represented by silver, gold by gold, jade by green, earth by yellow, sky by blue, and the supreme divine grade is colorless. Advancing through each rank of energy is an arduous endeavor, accompanied by considerable pain, reminiscent of the rigors of inner strength cultivation, akin to the cleansing of marrow and essence. Currently, Junsuke is capable of producing a pale purple 4th rank energy, a rather disheartening achievement for a scion of a noble family. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed friends and supporters within the community, including those who have generously contributed. Your support during this initial phase of my new work is deeply appreciated. Please bear with me as the updates may be sparse this week due to a lack of recommendations. Expect a surge in frequency next week as I strive for a strong debut on the new book rankings. Thank you for your unwavering support. Chapter 12. The Loss of Young Master Tang's Wife Junsuke narrated a tale of a mermaid, which moved the little girl to tears that flowed like a river bursting its banks. She sobbed throughout the day. From that moment on, Junsuke vowed never to recount tragic stories about women again. The tears were overwhelming. Young Master Tang has arrived. Just as Junsuke was engrossed in the tale of the Monkey King trapped in the 8 trigrams furnace, the little girl beside him, her chin resting in her hands, listened intently, her small hands twisting together in anxious anticipation for the fate of the great sage. Suddenly, a guard rushed in to report. Young Master Tang? Junsuke looked up in astonishment and quickly recalled his memories of the person. Please allow him in. In the distance, a rotund figure rolled into the courtyard, calling out in a pitiful voice, Third Young Master, Mosie, help me. This is dire. Junsuke stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, struggling to comprehend that a rolling ball of flesh could indeed speak. As the figure approached, Junsuke realized it was a person, a man devoid of a neck. At least not one discernible to Junsuke's keen eyes. He had broad and thick shoulders, short and stout arms, and a round head that tapered down in a streamlined fashion. His legs, barely a foot long, were thick enough to be embraced. As he walked, his ample flesh undulated like the surging waves of the Yangtze River. In summary, he resembled anything but a human, except perhaps a bamboo pole. Despite the short distance from the gate to where he stood, he was already panting and wiping sweat from his brow, clearly exhausted. This individual was none other than Tang Yuan, the eldest son of the Tang family, renowned in Tianxiang City, rivaling the Jun family. Indeed, he resembles you, albeit on a larger scale, Junsuke mused. Young Master Tang, what has happened? What could possibly compel you to cry for help? Who has dared to offend you? Junsuke asked, stifling a chuckle at the sight of his friend, a close companion of Jun Mosie. 150,000 taels of silver. Tang Yuan lamented, causing Junsuke to gasp in shock. How could you lose such an amount? Where did you acquire so much money? Tang Yuan sighed deeply. On the first day, I was actually winning. I won a total of 50,000 taels. If you weren't allowed to win, would you have continued gambling? What on earth were you betting on? You are truly audacious. Jun Xie glared at him. Tang Yuan dared not retort, mumbling, last month, you lost 100,000 taels too. I merely lost a little more than you, yet you. What good does that do? Jun Xie interjected. I mean, it's merely 150,000 taels of silver. You, young Master Tang, are not incapable of absorbing such a loss. Is it necessary to come to me for help? Suddenly, Jun Xie realized that these individuals could not be judged by ordinary standards. They were quintessential spendthrifts. Even your father would not resort to violence over a mere 150,000 taels. After all, you have lost similar amounts before. What do you mean? Jun Xie felt an unsettling sensation creeping in. I couldn't help it. I was completely dazed at that moment. Besides, somehow, I became confused and Tang Yuan stuttered. So you continued to gamble? What were you betting on this time? You possess numerous valuable items, yet there remains nothing worth 100 or 80,000. Jun Xie, being exceedingly experienced, particularly understands the psyche of gamblers. It is evident that this rotund fellow has wagered the very things he ought not to have, for otherwise, he would not be in such a frantic state. Indeed, at that moment, I found myself devoid of anything of significant worth, in a fit of desperation. I wagered my fiancée. Tang Yuan lamented with a sorrowful visage, his expression resembling that of one contemplating self-destruction. She is my fiancée whom I have yet to marry. Ah? Kura gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, filled with incredulity and a hint of disdain. In her heart, she grumbled. It took so much for the young master to improve, and now these dubious friends have returned. What? You wagered your fiancée? Did you even bring her along for such a venture? Jun Xie nearly toppled from his chair, overwhelmed by shock. It was utterly inconceivable. Tang Yuan's betrothed was not merely a fiancée. She was the daughter of Sun Qinghe, the Vice Minister of Justice, a lady of refined upbringing and noble lineage. Should this news circulate, it would become a monumental embarrassment. The son of the Minister of Revenue gambling away the daughter of the Vice Minister of Justice. If this were to spread, the elder Tang would surely extract every ounce of fat from this rotund fellow and send him to the heavens. I did not take her with me. Tang Yuan was on the verge of tears, but I wrote an IOU, pledging her for 1,000,000 taels. In black and white, with my seal affixed. Fool. You are nothing but a fool. The daughter of a Vice Minister of Justice. The daughter-in-law of the Minister of Revenue. This is a matter that concerns the reputation and future of two prominent families. And you merely pledged her for 1,000,000 taels. Jun Xie, in his fury, began to laugh. You even affixed your seal. And where is that 1,000,000 taels? Lost. I lost it all. Tang Yuan collapsed onto the ground, weeping inconsolably, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. They said if I do not present 150,000 taels within 3 hours, the money shall be forfeit. And I shall lose not only the money but also my life, with the IOU made public. What the hell? Jun Xie was left speechless. How could it be 150,000 taels? Wasn't it 1,000,000 taels? This is merely a condition granting me 3 hours grace. Tang Yuan, with tears and snot streaming down his face, pleaded, Third young master, you must save me. I am utterly at my wit's end. How can I save you? What can I do? I do not possess such wealth. Jun Xie resolutely rejected the notion. Incredulous, how could he possibly support such a gambler? Not only did he lack the means, but he would also never lend a single coin. You need not use silver. Tang Yuan suddenly perked up, his small eyes blinking with hope, saying, Li Feng and Ming Haizhou have proposed a condition. They stated that since you haven't visited in a while, if I bring you to gamble with them a few rounds, they will return the IOU to me. I possess such influence. Jun Xie shook his head. Considering the past misdeeds of this debauched youth, he likely would not excel in the gambling den either, and as for his reputation, it was probably at an all-time low. Recently, 2 rather embarrassing incidents transpired. 3 days ago, I posted the group number beneath the book's introduction. But after 2 days of no one joining, I found it rather perplexing. Upon investigation, I discovered that I had mistakenly written 1 digit incorrectly. I promptly rectified the error and waited another day, yet still, no one joined the group. A kind reader, Candy Sweet, commented that the group was refusing entry. In haste, I checked the settings, only to realize I had configured it incorrectly. Oh dear, I nearly lost my mind over that group number. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have supported me, including the generous patrons, the elusive Dream, Heart of the Sea, and the countless readers who have contributed. Some have even supported me for the 3rd or 4th time. For this, I express my sincere appreciation. Chapter 13. Who is scheming against me indeed? The third young master. Tang Yuan grasped his hand, and Junxie immediately felt as if his hand were enveloped in a layer of grease. They indeed said that as long as the third young master made an appearance, they would promptly hand over the IOU, and all would be resolved. Oh, did they truly say such a thing? Junxie inquired, his brow furrowing as a shadow flickered across his eyes. He had begun to sense something amiss. Why did the narrative seem to twist? Originally, it was this rotund fellow who had lost his wife, yet somehow, all the blame was shifting onto him. It appeared that there was a hidden intricacy at play, with him as the target. This was undoubtedly a trap. To speak of the former Jun Mosia, with his notoriously hot temper, upon hearing of his brother's mistreatment, he would have erupted in fury. Then, upon receiving such flattery, he would have been swept away in arrogance, oblivious to the danger, and would have marched right into the meticulously laid trap. If they had the cunning to manipulate this rotund man, dealing with the previous Jun Wuxia would pose no challenge. If this was indeed a scheme aimed at Jun Mosia, then the architect of this plot possessed an intimate understanding of Jun Mosia's character. No. It seemed that targeting Jun Mosia was merely a superficial layer. No one would concoct such schemes against a harmless scion. Their true intention must be to ensnare the venerable Jun patriarch, and perhaps there were others orchestrating this from behind the scenes. After all, the Jun family was not one to be trifled with lightly. Junxie scrutinized the rotund figure before him, contemplating the role this man played in this scheme. Was he friend or foe? Observing Tang Yuan's almost pitiful demeanor, Junxie reached a silent conclusion. If this man was not merely feigning ignorance, then he was undeniably a fool of the highest order. Conversely, if this was an act, he must be a master thespian, a dangerously concealed figure of great peril. To go or not to go? Junxie swiftly made his decision. Such an enticing affair could not be overlooked. With his gambling prowess, could he possibly lose? Furthermore, if he refrained from attending, how could he discern who sought to undermine him? Junxie had never been one to permit his enemies to lurk in the shadows. He preferred to unearth and eliminate them. That was his steadfast approach. Channeling his inner energy, Junxie allowed a smile to grace his lips. Even in gambling, he would not be defeated. Cheating would be exceedingly simple with his capabilities. How many silver notes do we have? He inquired as he turned to Ku-er. Upon hearing Junxie use the term Ku-er felt a surge of bashful joy, a sweet warmth flooding her heart. Blushing, she replied. Since the last time the master curtailed the young master's expenses, there are currently 120,000 silver notes in the young master's treasury. 30,000 gold notes, 300 taels of gold, 100 ingots of silver, and some loose change. That will suffice. There is no need for so much. As Jian Kuo continued to count meticulously, Junxie quickly intervened, fearing that this stubborn girl might enumerate the exact number of copper coins remaining. Withdraw 50,000 taels in banknotes and prepare an additional 10 or so taels in small silver coins, he instructed. Is that all? Tang Yuan nearly leaped from his seat, his face a mask of desperation. Brother, this barely covers the interest. Are you trying to drive me to my demise? I implore you. Fatty, did you not just say that once I present your IOU, everything would be settled? We are going to gamble, not to distribute wealth. Junxie retorted. Why bring so much? It would only be a burden. Do you not have faith in my unparalleled gambling skills? Your unparalleled gambling skills? Tang Yuan's eyes widened comically, a feat not easily accomplished given the roundness of his face. He almost broke into laughter, but his dread and frustration held him back. Internally, he scoffed. Your so-called unparalleled skills seem to have never resulted in a victory. If anything, your claim to be unmatched in gambling aligns perfectly with your consistent losses. Junxie chuckled, leapt onto his horse, and shot a sidelong glance at Tang Yuan. Yet, I see no sign of fear in you today. Tang Yuan sprang onto his horse, causing the steed to let out a long, startled neigh, nearly collapsing under the sudden weight. The horse, perplexed, seemed to ponder. I have carried many, even armored generals, with ease. Why is this human so heavy today? Almost faltering. The horse struggled to regain its footing. Junxie could not contain his laughter as he squeezed his legs, urging his horse forward. Behind him, 8 burly guards, each armed with swords and daggers, followed closely. Tang Yuan's mount also struggled to keep pace, snorting loudly as it caught up. Before long, they had exited the East Wind Street, and, not far ahead, lay a tavern, the Fragrant Tower. This establishment belonged to the Li family, and behind it was a large, vacant courtyard, what Tang Yuan referred to as the Hall of 1,000 Gold. This locale was discreetly situated, a favored haunt for young nobles to squander their fortunes. Anything conceivable could be wagered within its walls. Just as Junxie was about to spur his horse onward, a group of individuals emerged from the roadside. The foremost two were young maidens, one of whom was storming ahead, visibly irate, exclaiming, "Stop following me. It's utterly infuriating." The other was jogging behind, attempting to soothe her. Following them were 8 expressionless guards, resembling the entourage of some affluent young lady. Junxie cast a glance at the angry girl, who was pouting yet undeniably beautiful. Seeing him gaze at her, she spat in annoyance and, with her hands on her hips, admonished, "What are you staring at, you lecher?" In her moment of irritation, the sight of Junxie, the notorious playboy, only fueled her desire to vent her frustration upon him. Chapter 14. The unyielding Xiao. The young lady bit her lip and glared at him. "Umph, I find your face quite familiar, you scoundrel." "Junsan Xiao. What trickery are you attempting today? Are you trying to feign a first encounter? Ah, so we truly are acquainted?" Junxie quickly recalled the information about this headstrong girl from his memory, and a sheepish smile crept onto his face as he awkwardly remarked, "What a coincidence. It seems we are indeed familiar with each other, Miss Dugu. Is that what you call fate? What nonsense." The young lady's eyes widened as she stared at Junxie, a fierce glint gradually emerging within them. "Junxie, have you not suffered enough from our last encounter? Today, since I am in a foul mood, I can personally assist you in loosening your bones." Junxie was taken aback, suddenly recalling that this Dugu Xiao was the very person he feared the most. It seemed he had once done something that led to her giving him a thorough beating, leaving him bedridden for nearly a month. "Stand still." Dugu Xiao raised her chin defiantly, looking down at Junxie with an air of superiority. "Where are you headed? Surely not to engage in mischief again? Let me tell you, Junxie, now that you've crossed paths with me, you shall not undertake any wicked deeds. Behave, and I may allow you to leave after I am appeased." Tang Yuan was drenched in sweat, stamping his feet in distress, lamenting inwardly. "Junsan Xiao. This young lady is someone we should avoid. Why would you provoke her? No matter how beautiful she is, it cannot compare to the value of your own life." Gazing into the young lady's bright eyes, albeit with a haughty demeanor, Junxie suddenly conceived an idea and feigned timidity. "Miss Dugu, the place we are going. Well, it's rather inappropriate for a young lady. Are you going to visit a brothel?" Remarkably audacious, she spoke such words without hesitation. Dugu Xiao snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the two. "You shameless rascals. Who said we are going to a brothel? Do you think everyone shares your depraved thoughts?" Junxie instantly adopted a look of indignation, as if wronged. "We are merely going to Qianning to engage in a bit of gambling." "Ah?" He seemed to realize he had misspoken and hurriedly fell silent. "Qianning? Gambling?" Upon hearing the first part of Junxie's words, her anger flared again. But upon hearing the latter half, Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with interest. She then squinted playfully, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth as she grinned. "I have never been there. Take me along." Her tone was commanding, leaving no room for dissent. One could not help but admire the remarkable leaps in logic that women could make. "My lady," the girl beside her, clearly her devoted maid, timidly tugged at her sleeve, attempting to dissuade her. This was entirely reasonable, as the destination of the two notorious rascals was likely not a respectable place. And how could their esteemed young lady associate with such individuals? Dugu Xiao, however, paid no heed and exclaimed excitedly, "Rest assured. My two brothers speak of Qianning every day. It must be a special place. This time, I shall go and see for myself." With a firm grip, she seized Junxie's ear and exclaimed, "Take me there at once. If you do, I shall spare you today." Junxie, though easily capable of evading her grasp, chose not to. Instead, he grimaced and allowed her to lead him forward by his ear. Behind him, 8 guards exchanged wry smiles and shared a glance before following suit. They found a certain camaraderie with the 8 guards accompanying Donggu Xiaoi, for their circumstances were quite similar. Trailing after the extravagant Junxie left them feeling quite frustrated. Following Donggu Xiaoi would not necessarily yield a better experience, and all of them felt a collective sense of indignation, thus it was easy to find common ground. Tang Yuan sighed deeply, pondering how a fierce tigress had emerged from nowhere. What if she accidentally stumbled upon my promissory note? He shuddered at the thought. This lady had the means to spread news throughout the imperial capital within half a day, and within 2 days, the entire nation would be aware. In that case, I might as well choose a swift demise. The group arrived at the fragrant pavilion, moving through halls and courtyards until they reached the expansive rear courtyard. Impatient, Tang Yuan rushed in, calling out, "Jun Sanshao has arrived. Quickly return that thing to me." Just then, a triumphant laughter echoed as 6 young men appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Before they could utter a word, they caught sight of Donggu Xiaoyi, twisting Jun Xie's ear, causing their expressions to change dramatically, turning as pale as ash. Currently, the 2 major factions maintaining neutrality among the princes were the Donggu and the Jun families, both holding significant and unparalleled positions in both the court and the military. Miss Donggu Xiaoyi was the sole cherished daughter of the Donggu family, which boasted 7 sons and only this one daughter, making her exceedingly precious. Having been indulged since childhood, she was a gifted youth, despite her tender age. She had already achieved considerable prowess in her cultivation of xuanqi and was renowned for her strong sense of justice in Tianxiang City, where she was dubbed the bane of extravagance. Today, even the 8 young masters present, including Junxie, had all suffered at her hands. Moreover, the patriarch of the Donggu family, Donggu Xiaodian, was a superlative xuanqi master, reportedly having attained the heavenly level of cultivation. He was the only one capable of directly challenging Jun Zhantian of the Jun family, holding a position of equal stature as a Grand Duke of the Empire. As for Donggu Xiaoyi's father, Donggu Wudi, along with her 3 uncles, were currently serving as Grand Generals of the Empire, while her 7 brothers occupied prominent positions within the military, truly a family of overwhelming power, surpassing even the Jun family in influence. This week, the book was released for 6 days, garnering 3,500 collections, and ascended to the 2nd position on the new book chart. I am exceedingly pleased with this achievement. I take great pride in having such a formidable support system of brothers and sisters. After a week of honing my skills, I now feel an invigorated fighting spirit. Starting from 2 o'clock this afternoon, we will receive a significant recommendation, and the official battle for the new book chart will commence at midnight. While there are many esteemed authors competing, I remain confident. With my brothers and sisters by my side, we shall carve a path through the competition. Let us surge forward. At this juncture, I implore my brothers and sisters to shower me with recommendation votes after midnight. Whether the villainous lord becomes a dragon or a mere insect rests upon your shoulders. I firmly believe that my brothers and sisters will not let me down. Chapter 15. In the Hall of Wealth, it is rather unfortunate that the members of the illustrious Dugu family, from the eldest to the youngest, share a rather unseemly trait, an extreme propensity for favoritism. This is particularly evident in Donggu Xiaoyi's father, Donggu Wudi, whose protectiveness reaches an unreasonable level, earning him the reputation of being the most obstinate figure in the empire. Should anyone dare to offend his daughter, Donggu Wudi would not hesitate to mobilize an army for retribution. Who would dare provoke such an unbridled force capable of summoning troops at will? Jun Moxie, under the protection of his esteemed grandfather, dares to confront Donggu Xiaoyi, not because his grandfather cannot contend with General Donggu Wudi, but rather because if the elder were to demand an explanation, Donggu's grandfather would undoubtedly rise to the occasion, as the general's fierce protectiveness is a trait passed down from his own father. Thus, in Jun Moxie's recollection, the individuals he fears most are, firstly, his grandfather Jun Zhantian, and secondly, Donggu Xiaoyi. In truth, the former merely lectures him and refrains from any real punishment, whereas falling into the hands of this young lady would certainly result in a severe beating, and what's more, it would be entirely unwarranted. A person of such formidable stature, whom even Jun Moxie cannot confront, is certainly beyond the reach of other young ruffians. And now, this little princess of the Donggu family has unexpectedly arrived here. What can I do? Jun Xie tilted his head, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating the delicate hand still twisting at his ear. Look at my predicament. What can be done? If any of you have objections, feel free to issue your own eviction order. Just don't lay the blame on me. What? Are you not welcoming me? Does this lady lack wealth? Donggu Xiaoyi shot a glance with her phoenix eyes, dramatically brandishing her purse filled with coins, her eyebrows arching in delight. I have plenty of silver. The group of young ruffians trembled in fear, their composure crumbling. Yes, you possess ample silver, but the question remains, who dares to win it from you? Should anyone succeed in winning your silver, your father would undoubtedly arrive the next day with an army to reclaim what is owed. And if Donggu's grandfather took a fancy to our abode, then, would we even be allowed to live? Tang Yuan, indifferent to their thoughts, was ablaze with urgency. Enough of this nonsense. Return my belongings at once. Jun Sanshao has arrived and cannot be turned away. This is what you promised me. A man of honor must keep his word. Without integrity, what place do we have in this world? Even Jun Xie, usually composed, felt his composure nearly falter upon hearing the last words of the rotund figure. With your character and conduct, you dare to call yourself a man of honor? Do not tarnish the very essence of that title. Among the 6 youths, one with a composed demeanor was named Li Feng, the grandson of the esteemed Grand Tutor Li Shang. Flanking him were his brothers, Li Jin and Li Lin, the slender youth standing beside him. Sporting a pair of delicate mustaches and possessing a profound gaze, was Meng Haizhou, the eldest son of the Minister of Personnel, Meng Jianghu, a man of considerable talent. Behind him stood 2 others, named Meng Liang and Meng Fei, both members of the Meng family. Li Feng, with a beaming smile, declared, "The esteemed Dugu Miss graces us with her presence. We are honored to welcome you. Please, do come in." With a playful tilt of her head, she declared, "Serve Miss Dugu well. Should she be dissatisfied, I shall have your skins." Turning back, her expression transformed into one of joviality as she exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Haizhou, saying, "Now that young Master Jun San has arrived, this just must come to an end. Look at how anxious young Master Tang is. He's practically sweating. A man of honor, born between heaven and earth, should not speak lightly of his word. Let us return that item to him first." Junyi observed coldly, a smirk curling in his heart. While Tang Yuan was indeed fearful, these 2 did not appear entirely unrestrained. Even if Tang Yuan had not summoned him, they would never dare recklessly unveil Tang Yuan's IOU. For such an act would undoubtedly provoke a fierce backlash from both the Tang and Sun families, leading to an enmity that could only end in mutual destruction. Thus, while this matter seemed grand, upon deeper contemplation, it was hardly insurmountable. Their true focus lay predominantly upon him. What could possibly cause young Master Tang such urgency? Pray, let me see it, for I am eager to behold. Dugu Xiaoyi, evidently unwilling to remain in the shadows, was consumed by curiosity. Upon witnessing Tang Yuan clutch a note with a look of immense relief, her interest piqued, and she extended her delicate hand. Tang Yuan's expression soured. In a flash, he shoved the note into his mouth, chewed hastily, and swallowed, feigning innocence as he savored the taste. Remarkably, his neck stretched like a giraffe's, despite his considerable girth. "Die, you glutton! How dare you toy with me? Truly audacious." Dugu Xiaoyi fumed, leaping forward to seize Tang Yuan's collar, effortlessly lifting his nearly 400-pound frame, and bellowed, "Spit it out at once." The remaining 7, including Junyi, watched in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and suppressed anxiety as they swallowed hard, their faces paling. Junyi raised an eyebrow, casting a discreet glance at Meng Haizhou, pondering that this individual, capable of concocting such a seamless explanation in a mere moment and delivering it with unwavering composure, was indeed no ordinary character. To be candid, in that fleeting instant, he had nearly resolved to discreetly intervene and compel the glutton to regurgitate the note, thereby unleashing chaos through Dugu Xiaoyi's hands. However, despite Tang Yuan's shortcomings, he remained a steadfast friend of Jun Moxie, and Junyi was confident that he could easily put the current ruffians in their place. Thus, he reluctantly dismissed the thought. Yet, should it come to that, Dugu Xiaoyi regarded the others with a skeptical gaze, prompting the young nobles to nod in agreement. Indeed, that's just the way of it. Only then did she release Tang Yuan, who, having been nearly choked, coughed repeatedly, desperate to avoid expelling the note. "Esteemed guests, please enter." Li Feng, the master of this estate, proclaimed with a demeanor of solemn hospitality. Jun Xie chuckled mischievously, adopting an air of arrogant swagger as he strode confidently into the room. With a sharp thud, he seated himself in an imposing armchair, crossing his legs in a casual manner, swaying them back and forth. In this posture, he epitomized the quintessential rogue, embodying a typical libertine demeanor. Dugu Xiaoyi frowned deeply, finding his behavior exceedingly displeasing, almost compelled to give him a couple of kicks. "You all have been yearning for me, haven't you? Well, coincidentally, I have also been longing for your wealth," Jun Xie remarked with a sly grin, inviting them to play however they wished. Chapter 16. Li Yuran, the second update of the day. Indeed, the third young master of the Jun family was remarkably straightforward. Meng Haizhou raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, you are worthy of the Jun family's legacy, exuding an aura of grandeur akin to that of the esteemed old master." This statement, though seemingly complimentary, was laden with sarcasm. The original Jun Mo might not have discerned the underlying mockery. As he spoke, Meng Haizhou cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yuan. "Just now, we were merely indulging in a game of dice with the esteemed young Master Tang, but he could hardly keep up. How about we settle this through another round of dice?" I wonder if the third young master possesses the courage for it. Tang Yuan's face flushed crimson, and he huffed a few times but remained silent. Dice? Jun Xie mused. Is this what we are betting on? Do they think this young master would fear a mere game? He sighed inwardly. Another attempt to provoke. If it were the original Jun Xie, it would be unusual for him to be led by the nose like this. I too shall partake, exclaimed Du Xiaoyi, her enthusiasm palpable. Meng Haizhou immediately felt overwhelmed. Bring forth tea for our distinguished guests, Li Feng urgently called out. A few cups of tea were promptly served, each placed before the guests. Tang Yuan raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he said, Third young master, I rely entirely on you to avenge my grievances. Jun Xie let out a boisterous laugh, lifting his cup, yet his peripheral vision swiftly scanned the faces of those present. In that moment, he keenly sensed that both Li Feng and Meng Haizhou were secretly pleased. This puzzled him. Lowering his gaze, he scrutinized the tea, bringing it close to his nose to inhale its scent, exclaiming, Is it truly acceptable to serve such inferior tea? The quality is utterly lacking. He slammed the cup onto the table. From the very first whiff, Jun Xie discerned the heavy scent of hallucinogenic herbs within the tea. This peculiar aroma bore resemblance to that of opium, likely yielding similar effects. While it might not pose a serious threat to one's health, it could surely impair one's mental faculties. Observing Meng Haizhou's vividly colored attire, adorned with a chaotic pattern that struck one as peculiar, he noted that there was an odd fragrance about him, which when combined with the scent of the hallucinogenic herbs, stirred a sense of unease. It appeared that the tea, the clothing, and the fragrance were all suspect. Moreover, they were interconnected, suggesting the presence of an exceedingly powerful alchemist behind these individuals. No wonder Tang Yuan had previously wagered even his wife and lost. It all made sense now. In contrast, the tea in Du Xiaoyi's hand was crystal clear and devoid of any anomalies, clearly untainted by any substances. After all, the Du family was not one to be trifled with. Quickly, replace the third young master's cup with a better one, Li Feng said, maintaining an air of calm. Noticing that Jun Xie had not yet drunk, he devised another plan. Why go through such trouble? We are here to gamble, not to sip tea. If I truly wanted tea, I wouldn't have come here, Jun Xie said lazily. This cup will suffice. No need for a replacement. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Let us begin swiftly. I can hardly wait. Li Feng, Meng Haizhou, and the others all wore expressions of delight, saying, as the third young master wishes. With that, they commanded the servants to lead the way, and the group entered a vast, empty hall. In the chamber, apart from a grand stone table and several dozen chairs, there was nothing else. Along the way, no other souls were encountered. It seemed that the establishment had temporarily closed its doors in order to contend with Jun Xie. As Jun Xie walked, he suddenly sneezed, inadvertently showering Tang Yuan with droplets, leaving his robe dampened. Tang Yuan let out a startled cry and hurriedly wiped himself. Jun Xie rubbed his nose, spat disdainfully, and muttered to himself, How peculiar! Why do I feel so drowsy and sneezy? Li Feng and Meng Haizhou exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of delight. The effects of the medicine are already taking hold. Ha ha. In the Taisher mansion, Grand Minister Li Sheng reclined languidly on a soft couch, half-closed eyes savoring the melodious and enchanting voice of the songstress before the curtain. With a smile, he inquired, Why have the matters been entrusted to the likes of Li Feng and Li Zhan, those inept fellows? If they truly botched this, would we not be missing a golden opportunity? The young scion of the Jun family is hardly to be feared. Yet the formidable elder Jun behind him is an entirely different matter, a troublesome adversary should he become aware. While his words bore a hint of reproach, his tone remained light and carefree. Though framed as a question, his demeanor exuded confidence and assurance in the individual opposite him. Seated across from him was a strikingly handsome young man clad in a light robe, with rosy lips, white teeth, and refined features, exuding a graceful and noble air. He sat with the poise of a mountain, each movement deliberate and unhurried, revealing an elegant demeanor. Upon hearing the query, he smiled softly and replied with an even tone, Grandfather has always been meticulous in his actions. I admire that. However, Jun Xie is merely a thoroughgoing wastrel. To deploy heavyweight figures against such a person would be to overestimate him. Even if one scheme fails, given his nature, opportunities will undoubtedly arise again. There is no need for undue concern. Moreover, mingling esteemed individuals with such a lowly scion would only lead to discord and risk exposure, jeopardizing our grand designs. While Jun Xie may be a wastrel, he harbors a sense of superiority. Employing cunning and lofty individuals against him would likely result in a miscalculation. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Though Li Feng and Li Jun may be unworthy, they can resonate with Jun Mo's ilk. Thus, everyone has their role to play. Employing a wastrel to deal with a wastrel, especially one as dim-witted as Jun Mo's. Using them as the main players may yield unexpectedly favorable results. Should we engage our core strength against someone like Jun Mo's, he might not take it well. Moreover, haha, he chuckled lightly, leaving the rest of his thoughts unspoken, yet understood by all. Why wield a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Masters ought to contend with masters. High-quality steel must be employed where it counts. Forcing top-tier experts to deal with unarmed commoners would not only diminish the task's perceived ease, but also evoke a sense of insult. If one were to play exquisite melodies before a butcher, not only would the performer feel utterly constrained, even the butcher would be left fidgeting uncomfortably or on the verge of slumber. Indeed, how true. Li Shang gazed appreciatively at his eldest grandson, Li Yuran, affirming his assertions. And the more he observed this grandchild, the more satisfaction he felt. As the leading figure of the younger generation in the Li family, Long's son Yuran exhibited an unmistakable aura of leadership in both his demeanor and discourse, truly impeccable. His intellect and strategic acumen positioned him as a remarkable choice. And even his cultivation in the mysterious arts marked him as a prodigy among prodigies, having ascended to the realm of Gold Xian Master by the tender age of 25. Such a rapid advancement is indeed unparalleled throughout the entire Tianxiang kingdom. What is even more admirable is Li Yuran's composed temperament. He remains neither arrogant nor impetuous, embodying a humility that allows him to excel in clandestine scheming and planning. At such a young age, he has already begun to display the attributes of a master strategist, capable of orchestrating outcomes from afar, qualities that even his former self could not match. It is evident that if the Li family is to soar to new heights, the hopes for the next generation rest squarely upon Li Yuran's shoulders. With a grandson of such caliber, he feels a profound sense of pride. Li Yuran's greatest virtue lies in his refusal to underestimate anyone. He evaluates matters and individuals with impartiality. Even when discussing someone like Jun Moxie, whom many would dismiss as inferior, Li Yuran maintains a tone of indifference, devoid of disdain, offering merely a straightforward critique. Such an individual, regardless of the context, stands as an exemplar among men. But what if? Li Yuran furrowed his brow, recalibrating all his plans in an instant, and resolutely shook his head. There will be no what-ifs. Moreover, with Meng Haizhou observing closely, though he may not be a significant figure, dealing with Jun Moxie would pose no challenge. Jun Moxie cannot escape my grasp, and if he were to escape, Li Shang regarded this notion as a mere jest. Escape? After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chuckled, and Li Yuran, gazing leisurely outside, remarked, then he would no longer be Jun Moxie. Chapter 17. Fortune smiles upon us indeed. It is undeniable that Li Yuran's design has astutely targeted Jun Mo's character, covering all aspects with remarkable precision, almost to the point of perfection. However, fate plays its tricks, and this flawless arrangement possesses a peculiar flaw. Had their target been Jun Mo's, success would have been an assured outcome. Yet, at present, Jun Mo's has transformed into Jun Xie. Will the plan still proceed smoothly? In the Qianjin Hall, the customary habit of the third young master prevailed. Should the stakes begin at 1,000 taels, or perhaps a bit more? As everyone settled around the table, Li Feng chuckled. 1,000 taels to start. Duga Xiaoyi exclaimed in shock, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Are you all betting such a large sum? Although she was the sole jewel of the Dugu family, her daily expenses were meticulously arranged, so her financial outlays seldom exceeded buying a few pieces of gold and silver jewelry. Carrying a mere 100 to 180 taels was already considerable for her. She could hardly fathom that, upon arriving here, the stakes would be set at 1,000 taels. The total in her purse barely amounted to 11 taels. In truth, this was rather conventional. 1,000 taels of silver would weigh at least several tens of pounds. Even the most ostentatious nouveau riche would not carry around such a hefty sum. For this world still acknowledges the existence of silver notes. 1,000 taels? How long will this take? I certainly do not possess that much time. Let us be decisive. Each bet starts at 10,000 taels, without an upper limit. This shall suffice. Jun Xie chuckled heartily. I have plenty of silver. Such a trivial amount is of no consequence. Indeed, our third young master is refreshingly straightforward. I do enjoy this game of dice. Everyone relies on their luck, A fair and equitable affair, Meng Haizhou laughed. Enough talk, let's get on with it. Will we bet high or low, or guess some points? Junxie appeared somewhat impatient. Observant individuals would note that his eyes seemed tinged with red, indicating the onset of the drug's effects. The opportunity was drawing near. Meng Haizhou discreetly observed Junxie's eyes and suggested, "Let us keep it simple and bet on high or low, shall we?" Junxie nodded in agreement. "Very well. To ensure fairness, all participants must present sufficient silver notes, taking turns to roll the dice. The player with the highest score assumes the role of the banker. Depending on the number of participants, if there were 7 players, there would be 7 rounds of dice. If 6, then 6 rounds. After concluding this round, the final round would determine who wins and who becomes the banker." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, 5 individuals, Junxie, Meng Haizhou, Meng Fei, Li Feng, and Li Zhen, joined the gambling table. Tang Yuan, devoid of any silver, could only watch from the sidelines. Dugu Xiaoyi approached with great fervor, but her funds were insufficient. With inadequate silver, even the mightiest figures would show no mercy, relegating her to mere onlooker status. Her charming face flushed with anger, clearly feeling a loss of face. As Junxie contemplated, how could he not take advantage of such a formidable support? He remarked, "Miss Dugong, being a lady, naturally cannot engage in our frivolities. In my opinion, it would be preferable for Miss Dugong to take on the guise of Piaohong." "What is Piaohong?" Dugong Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent. Then for the first round, I shall wager 5 taels." Junxie burst into laughter, exclaiming, "A beauty's wager surely brings fortune. Victory is undoubtedly mine." Li Feng and the others sneered at him, each thinking, "Laugh now, but soon you shall weep." The dice were cast, leaving only Junxie to roll. Currently, Meng Haizhou had the highest score, boasting a total of 16 points with a 6 and 2 5s. In terms of 3 dice, this was quite a substantial score. Unless one rolled an ancestral leopard with 18 points, only a 17 could surpass him. The faces of Li Feng and his companions gleamed with confidence. As long as Meng Haizhou remained the banker, they were assured of a continuous winning streak that would leave Junxie stripped of his dignity. They aimed to let him lose until he became overly invested, thus facilitating their premeditated scheme. Junxie weighed the 3 jade dice in his hand, his expression a playful smirk, yet inwardly he cursed vehemently. It was one thing to manipulate the tea, to tamper with the dice was quite another. Clearly, something had been inserted within them, making their weight unpredictable. It was evident that the substance was not lead, for that would create an imbalance. Rather, it must be a fluid material like mercury, allowing for a capricious outcome that could only be mastered by one familiar with its intricacies. The average person, even if aware of the deception, would be powerless to act. With a gentle breath, Junxie flicked his wrist, and the 3 dice clattered into the dice cup, producing a melodious sound as they collided. At the same time, his right hand rested on the table. A slender stream of energy, as fine as a needle, emanated from his fingertips and extended into the cup. The crowd collectively held their breath, eyes widened in anticipation. The 3 dice rolled several times before coming to a halt. This is impossible," Li Zhen exclaimed incredulously, his face a mask of despair. The others on Meng Haizhou's side released disappointed sighs, while only Tang Yuan clapped loudly, dancing with joy and laughter. 2 dice showed 6 points, and 1 showed 5, totaling 17. Just a single point higher than Meng Haizhou's maximum score. The hopes of Meng Haizhou's group were dashed, and they stared in astonishment. Junxie had indeed struck an extraordinary stroke of luck today. Junxie exclaimed joyfully, "Haha, Miss Dugong truly possesses fortune, bringing me prosperity. It seems the heavens align with my desires. Today, I shall conquer all." He then closed the dice cup, shaking it in his hands, urging, "Place your bets. Place your bets, hurry." He appeared eager and impatient. With a resounding thud, Junxie slammed the dice cup onto the stone table, then, releasing it, gently placed one hand on the edge of the table, his expression tense. Yet, his internal energy had already seeped to the bottom of the cup, poised and ready. Thank you to Qingyun, Yijian Feng's Songlong, and the shadow behind the light. Nice 123, Foolish One, and several brothers and sisters for their generous support. Gratitude to Boss Wushan Yunyun for the endorsement. Chapter 18. A fortuitous when Li Feng and the others turned their gaze towards Meng Haizhou, who was renowned among them for his unparalleled gambling skills and had a notable proficiency in listening to the dice. Particularly, these were special dice of his own making, which instilled him with great confidence. Everyone was filled with a fervent desire to see Junxie swiftly deplete his funds. Suddenly, Meng Haizhou's eyes, which had been closed, snapped open, and with an air of assuredness, he declared, "Big." He then placed a wager of 50,000 taels on the outcome of a big roll. Li Feng and the others eagerly followed suit, all betting on big, their expressions brimming with anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Tang Yuan was taken aback upon witnessing this. He knew that Jun Xie had only brought 50,000 taels. Should he lose, it would render him incapable of covering this round, which posed a dire predicament. With a surge of internal energy, the dice rolled silently and swiftly, as Jun Xie leisurely called out, "Once a bet is placed, there's no turning back, now." As the lid was lifted, 3 dice revealed 1 dice showing 2 pips and 2 dice showing 1 pip, totaling a mere 4 pips small. Meng Haizhou's complexion drastically shifted. How could this be? He was certain he had heard at least 1 dice showing 6 pips, a 9/10 chance for a win, yet the outcome revealed no 6s. Had he mistakenly heard a 1 as a 6? Jun Xie, with unabashed confidence, collected the silver notes from those present, first handing 10 taels to Du Gu Xiaoyi, then producing a 1,000-tael note, saying, "Miss Du Gu, congratulations on your fortune. Thank you for your luck. In addition to the winnings, here's an extra 1,000 taels for you." Du Gu Xiaoyi, clutching the silver note, couldn't help but beam with delight, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, with a camaraderie akin to a brotherly bond. She patted Jun Xie's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. For the next round, I'm betting it all on you." She completely forgot that the individual before her was someone she deeply detested, a notorious wastrel. However, in the subsequent rounds, Jun Xie continued to triumph effortlessly, amassing an impressive stack of winnings that soared to over 3 million taels, while Du Gu Xiaoyi had won a total of 20,000 taels. In stark contrast, the faces of the Li and Ming brothers turned ashen. You cheated. You were swindling." Li Jun rose, his face flushed with anger. He had wagered the most heavily, and his once substantial 70,000 taels had dwindled to a pitiful few notes. His finger accusingly pointed at Jun Xie, his countenance crimson with rage. Not only was Li Jun incensed, but even Meng Haizhou found himself increasingly perplexed. How could he be consistently wrong in his guesses? Meanwhile, Jun Xie appeared more and more bewildered, yet somehow, as if possessed by the spirit of fortune, he continued to win without fail. A few fortunate rolls might be explainable, but the sheer volume of coincidences was utterly incomprehensible. Leave if you can't afford to play. If you can't handle the loss, then do not gamble, Jun Xie disdainfully remarked, not even sparing Li Jun a glance, his nose in the air. To catch a thief, one must catch the goods. To catch adulterers, one must catch them in the act. Which of your eyes has witnessed me cheating? Miss Du Gu, a seasoned expert, is seated right beside me. Have I performed any tricks? Li Jun glared at him with a ferocity that suggested he might devour him whole, yet the presence of Du Gu Xiaoyi, coupled with their own guilty consciences, rendered him speechless. Du Gu Xiaoyi, though lacking a comprehensive understanding of the intricate rules, was far from the expert that Jun Xie claimed her to be. Nevertheless, she had placed her bets on Jun Xie, and after a few rounds, she had already amassed a fortune of 20,000 taels. In her moment of elation, she could not help but pout. How dull. Winning brings laughter. Yet you rush to summon reinforcements. Losing leads to accusations of deceit. The Li family truly has the audacity. I am right beside Jun, and all he does is roll the dice. How could one possibly cheat? What does it mean to mark the cards? Who is summoning reinforcements? Li Jun felt a twinge of insecurity. Pointing at Tang Yuan, Du Gu Xiaoyi declared, he went to fetch Jun Xie. If it weren't for the need for reinforcements, it would indeed be strange. Besides, in such a lively game, the notoriously gambling Tang Xiao merely observes, which indicates that you all have already cleaned him out. He has no silver left to wager. Do you really think I, your lady, am foolish? The crowd was taken aback, astonished that this typically fiery and spirited little pepper possessed such astute reasoning. In the Taisher mansion, a guard reported, young master, Jun Xie has entered the Qianjin Hall, but he is accompanied by Miss Du Gu Xiaoyi of the Du Gu family. Du Gu Xiaoyi? How could she possibly be at Qianjin Hall? Li Yuran furrowed her brow, intrigued. It appears unplanned. They fortuitously encountered each other on the way. Miss Du Gu even scolded Jun Xie before ultimately compelling him to take her to Qianjin Hall. The guard, concealed in the shadows, had witnessed the entire exchange clearly. Though there was no premeditation, circumstances had changed. Jun Xie, this lad truly had remarkable luck. Li Yuran inhaled deeply and remarked with a faint smile. In that case, you must immediately inform Li Feng, Li Jun, and Meng Haizhou that today's plans are cancelled. Let them find a reason to withdraw. Even if they incur some losses, it is of no consequence. We must arrange another meeting with Jun Mosia. Go. Yes. The guard replied, hastily departing. Li Yuran smiled serenely, her mind racing with the thought of whether Jun Mosia had intentionally brought Du Guxiao along. Yet, upon reflection, she found the notion absurd. With Jun Mosia's dim-witted nature, how could he possibly possess such cunning? It seemed this fellow's fortune was indeed exceptional today. Little did Li Yuran know, it was already too late. At that moment, the stakes had escalated beyond what could be resolved with mere losses. Within the Qianjin Hall, following Li Zhan's protests, the betting rules had been altered 3 times consecutively. Jun Xie brazenly taunted, infuriating the 6 young scions to the point of fury. Their sharp tongues were no match for his tenacity as he managed to win them all, leaving them with twisted expressions and empty pockets. In high spirits, Jun Xie joyfully divided the spoils with the beaming Du Guxiao, completely oblivious to the stunned faces of the other players across the table, who sat in a daze as they watched him flamboyantly count stacks of silver notes, nearly causing them to seethe with frustration. That is all ours. Seizing an opportune moment when Jun Xie was momentarily distracted, Du Guxiao swiftly snatched a handful of silver banknotes, estimating there to be at least 100,000 taels, and with unparalleled swiftness, tucked them into her ample bosom. With a playful tone, she remarked, Jun Mosia, your victory this time is entirely due to my auspicious presence beside you. If I take a little more, surely you won't mind? Having pocketed it yourself. If I were to snatch it away, it would be considered quite rogue of me. How could I possibly object? He replied, a wry smile touching his lips. If it weren't for Miss Dugu enhancing my fortune, how could I have achieved such a remarkable triumph? It is only fitting. Du Guxiao's eyes sparkled with mischief, her little tiger teeth peeking through as she inquired, then, may I grab another handful? Jun Xie shot her a startled glance. Dear lady, you have already claimed your share of the wager. I have accepted my winnings as well. One cannot be so shameless. With a melodious laugh, she retorted, oh, I was merely teasing you. It's just a trifling sum. I was amused by your frugality. Du Guxiao beamed with delight, feeling that her outing today was truly fortuitous. Not only had she indulged in her gambling whims, but she had also garnered such a bountiful profit. With her own bets and the recent haul combined, her net gain approached 200,000 taels. What sheer joy! Trifling sum? Several 100,000 taels is merely a small sum? A nearby portly man, eager to partake in the spoils, hesitated, casting longing glances at Jun Xie, who remained oblivious to his presence. Overwhelmed by frustration, he lamented to himself, how can I, as a man, resort to such petty theft like a girl? Why am I not a little girl? Chapter 19. The end of the game you cannot leave. Li Jin and his companions were indeed anxious. At this moment, everyone, including Meng Haizhou, found themselves in a state of utter confusion, unable to comprehend how they had lost. And so utterly at that. Each of them possessed gambling skills superior to Jun Magia, yet despite their combined efforts, they had still lost everything. Furthermore, it was evident that Jun Magia had ingested a hallucinogen, and the dice had been tampered with by them. Meng Haizhou had even sprinkled a particular fragrance on himself, one that could cloud the minds of those who had consumed the hallucinogen, rendering them unwittingly susceptible to his influence. Yet, even under these circumstances, the 4 of them had still ended up in tatters. How could this be explained? Was it merely that Jun Magia's luck was exceptionally good? However, the results of each round were only slightly better than theirs. Such coincidences could not be attributed to mere fortune. If he were cheating, how could he possibly do so? A person who had consumed a hallucinogen and possessed poor gambling skills could not possibly cheat. This was absurd. The meticulously crafted plan had begun smoothly with Tang Yuan's dice. Yet they had waited in vain for the arrival of Jun Magia, only to find that before their plans could even be executed, they had already lost everything. What was left to be said about their plans? Li Yuran's gentle visage, in the eyes of these individuals, was far more terrifying than the grin of a devil. For even when Li Yuran issued commands for extermination, his expression remained affable and warm. He was in existence more devilish than any demon. I wish to gamble with you again. I still have funds. With a loud thud, Meng Haizhou removed the jade pendant from his waist and tossed it onto the table. Wait, Meng Haizhou shouted, his eyes glaring at Li Zhan and the others. Bring forth whatever you can. Du Guxiao appeared momentarily dazed. She was aware of the origins of Tang Yuan's sword and jade pendant. Being exceptionally astute, she quickly deduced that the stakes of this gambling match were anything but simple. Yet, she felt no fear and had no intention of distancing herself. Such an intriguing spectacle was far too entertaining. As Jun Magia stole a glance at the jade pendants and sword, a sly smile crept upon his lips. These are no ordinary items. What do you say, young Master Ming? Jun Majia's words left everyone present in sheer astonishment, including Tang Yuan and Dugu Xiaoi, who were utterly blindsided. Just moments ago, Tang Yuan had displayed unrestrained joy, only to now be left with a forlorn expression. Ming Haizhou's complexion turned ashen. He understood Jun Majia's implication all too well. It was precisely this understanding that rendered him uncertain of his next steps. If the sword and jade pendant were to be lost to Jun Majia today, what would happen if Tang Yuan came back tomorrow with silver to reclaim them? Would he simply let the matter rest after incurring such a significant loss? Given his vengeful nature, if he were to arrive for a redemption but Ming Haizhou was unable to provide the items, it would undoubtedly lead to calamity. At that point, any excuse for conflict would only serve to expose their own faults. However, with a sudden resolve, I thought, if I cannot overcome this challenge before me, what does the future matter? Moreover, I may not necessarily face defeat. As for young Master Tang, we have our own means to address that matter. This should not trouble you, young Master Jun. Besides, it is uncertain whether young Master Jun possesses the ability to secure a victory. Ming Haizhou pushed all the jade pendants, luminous pearls, and treasured swords forward onto the table, gritting his teeth, and spoke candidly. Young Master Jun, this is the jade rui bestowed by His Majesty. And this is the treasured sword of my esteemed uncle, while this luminous pearl was given to Li Feng by Grand Master Li. All of these are priceless treasures. I believe if appraised, they would be worth no less than 10 million taels, given the current amount of silver you possess. It seems you may fall short. However, if you are willing to wager, I can permit you to use an alternative stake. What do you propose I use as a wager? Surely you do not expect me to pay my debts with flesh. Do you have an unmarried sister at home whom you wish to offer me as a bride? Yet, I have heard no mention of a sister. Junxie tilted his head, digging at his ear. Dugu Xiaoi could not suppress a chuckle, but quickly composed herself. Delivering a sharp kick to him from beneath the table, Junxie grimaced in response. Ming Haizhou's veins throbbed with suppressed rage, nearly causing him to spit blood. Yet he held his composure. Young Master Jun, this is no jest. The terms of the wager are straightforward. Should I lose, everything here shall naturally belong to you. Conversely, if fortune favors me with a win, you must grant me one request. Will you undertake a task for me? What a ridiculous notion. Junxie thought to himself that they must have endured considerable stress up to this point. He could not help but chuckle inwardly. Yet he shook his head in refusal. If you expect me to take my own life, would I do so? If you seek my entire family fortune, would I comply? Your terms are truly preposterous. Do you take me for a fool? Such a bargain. Then what harm is there in wagering? Junxie readily agreed. What are the terms of the bet? Let us gamble on the dice. A look of desperate determination crossed Ming Haizhou's face. Embodying the essence of a classic gambler, he appeared somewhat menacing. Just the two of us shall wager. We will compare our rolls, with no house advantage. Whoever rolls higher wins. Jun Mosie, do you dare? Ha! Do you think I fear you, a defeated foe? Let us gamble on the dice. Do you believe you can best me? A jest. Junxie displayed a boisterous and reckless demeanor, as if he were ready to soar into the heavens. And had it not been for the burden below, he might have indeed floated away. Chapter 20. You truly are the god of gambling legion, Li Feng. And the others felt a surge of excitement as they recognized Ming Haizhou's exceptional skill in dice throwing. He rarely faced defeat. The dice were, after all, prepared by him. If it were merely a two-person wager, it would be unimaginable for Ming Haizhou to lose. The onlookers were acutely aware of Jun Mosie's gambling prowess. And although they were uncertain of the luck he had experienced earlier, facing Ming Haizhou one-on-one left him with little hope. Who will go first? Jun Mosie asked, casually swinging his legs, still feeling the pain from being kicked by Dugu Xiaoi moments ago. I will, Ming Haizhou declared, seizing the dice in his hand, weighing them carefully. He sought to calm the turmoil within his chest, closing his eyes and murmuring incantations, as if beseeching some unseen force. This roll of the dice represented the entirety of their fortunes. The consequences of a loss were too dire to contemplate. Jun Mosie sighed, his fingers gently tapping the table. He leaned towards Dugu Xiaoi and whispered, do you think he might invoke the spirits of his ancestors for assistance? The atmosphere feels strangely eerie, as if something is amiss. He rolled up his sleeves dramatically, exclaiming, look, I have goosebumps. Dugu Xiaoi, realizing the oddity of the situation, burst into laughter, her previous seriousness dissolving as she found Jun Mosie unexpectedly entertaining. Meanwhile, Li Feng and the others glared at Jun Mosie. Believing he was deliberately disrupting Ming Haizhou's concentration, Jun Mosie and Tang Yuan met their gazes defiantly. After a prolonged moment, Meng Haizhou let out a loud shout, flicking his wrist to reveal a series of crisp sounds as 3 dice tumbled into the cup, spinning vigorously. 6, 6, 6. Li Feng and the others shouted in a frenzy, their excitement palpable, the atmosphere akin to that of a bustling casino filled with hundreds. The first die came to a halt, revealing a 6. The second die followed suit, also landing on 6. Li Feng and his companions rejoiced. Though the third die continued to spin, the crowd felt victory was assured, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they shouted even louder. 6, 6, 6. If all 3 dice showed 6s, Jun Moxie would face a nearly certain defeat, unless he too rolled 3 6s to tie, which was no small feat. The last die gradually slowed, poised to stop. The color revealed itself. Astonishingly, it was yet another 6. Even Meng Haizhou exhaled in relief. Today, he had indeed performed exceptionally well. It was already fortunate to roll 2 6s, and now victory seemed inevitable. In that instant, the room fell silent. Li Feng, Legion, Meng Haizhou, and others gazed with eager anticipation, but their expressions of ecstatic joy abruptly froze. Yet, the eyes of the 6 individuals turned crimson. And the younger Li Lin and Ming Fei, with their mouths agape, were on the verge of tears. 3 dice lay quietly within the shaker, one showing 1, another 2. And the last 3. If Meng Haizhou were the banker, according to the rules of gambling, he would incur a total loss this round. This meant he would lose regardless of what others had wagered. It's over. Meng Haizhou closed his eyes and fainted. The remaining 5 stood frozen in despair, their gazes vacant as they stared at the 3 dice within the shaker, overwhelmed with a desire to weep openly. Wow. Huh. Tang Yuan jumped high, defying the imagination of how such a corpulent figure could leap so. Overjoyed, he seized Jun Xie's shoulder, exclaiming, "Third young master, your luck today is simply beyond remedy. The god of wealth has graced us with his presence." What god of wealth? It was evidently the arrival of the gambling god. The tide had turned in my favor. Jun Xie, still trembling from the earlier shock, remarked, "No wonder Brother Meng prepared for so long. It seems he was aiming for such a high-stakes maneuver. Truly admirable." He clicked his tongue in admiration. Such skill is nothing short of extraordinary. It's as if you can will the outcome at will. You are indeed a master of the game. What do you mean it's now my turn? Third young master, you need not roll again. You have already won. He rolled a 1, 2, and 3, total loss. Tang Yuan jumped once more, causing his ample flesh to ripple dramatically before settling down. Nonsense. You haven't won yet. This round does not distinguish between banker and player. Li Feng shouted hoarsely, his eyes aflame with anger. What if you also roll a 1, 2, and 3? Do you really think that's a possibility? Tang Yuan cast a disdainful glance at him, incredulous that such a foolish question had been posed. How could I have lost to such simpletons? Indeed, Jun Xie chuckled heartily. Then allow me to showcase my unrivaled gambling skills for your amusement. Someone, quickly call for young Master Ming to rise. What if he claims he didn't TC the cheat afterward? Seeing is believing, he said earnestly. Damn, why is this guy so astute today? Li Feng and the others exchanged glances, realizing their last hope had vanished. Dugu Xiaoyi, relishing the unfolding drama, cheerfully chimed in, he has awakened yet? No worries, I'll give him a few kicks, and he'll surely wake up. In truth, Meng Haizhou, who lay on the ground, had long been awake, merely pretending to be unconscious. He intended to have Jun Xie roll the dice first. Then the others would immediately concede his victory and collect the dice. Afterwards, Meng Haizhou would rise and feign ignorance, claiming he had seen it, thus rendering it invalid and demanding a redo. He had even prepared his defense. You were gambling with me, not with them. They may say you won, but I didn't see it. If I didn't see it, it certainly doesn't count. However, little did he expect Jun Xie to see through his ruse. If Dugu Xiaoyi were to kick him a few times, heaven forbid, before he could make a move, Tang Yuan delivered a swift kick to Meng Haizhou's side. Stop playing dead, get up already. One day's resentment was purged with that kick. Meng Haizhou let out a painful exclamation and sat up, only to find Jun Xie, Tang Yuan, and Dugu Xiaoyi smiling at him. Rising with an air of disgrace, Meng Haizhou's face was clouded with dejection, his eyes brimming with malice. Were it not for Dugu Xiaoyi's presence today, he might have succumbed to the impulse of forcibly imprisoning Jun Xie. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached the door, and a figure rushed in, young Master Ming, young Master Li. Suddenly, the words caught in his throat. The newcomer was none other than the guard dispatched to deliver a message, but upon witnessing the expressions on Li Feng and the others' faces, even a pig would have sensed the significant turn of events. Yet, none could have anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. Take a good look. Jun Xie gleefully seized the dice, casting a glance at Meng Haizhou. The faces of Meng Haizhou and the 6 others turned ashen as they watched Jun Xie's performance, their teeth grinding audibly in frustration. We struck it rich. Jun Xie laughed heartily as he exited, a guard trailing behind him carrying a large bundle. After Jun Xie and his companions departed, one of the cups used for tea among the crowd was conspicuously missing. However, in their collective despondence, the group of young aristocrats failed to notice the absence. Chapter 21. A triumphant return. Dugu Xiaoyi trailed behind Zhengxi, her eyes fixated on the large package held by the guard. Initially, she believed her earnings for the day were quite substantial. However, in the final round, Zhengxi had won an astonishing array of treasures, many of which transcended monetary value. This left Dugu Xiaoyi, who often felt financially constrained, feeling a sense of inequity. Why should such a carefree wastrel be so fortunate as to amass such riches, while she, ever obedient and compliant, received nothing? Her mind raced with thoughts. What scheme could she devise to extract something from this fellow? Yet, would it not be unbecoming of a young lady to voice such a desire? Curse be Jun Mo Xie for not voluntarily offering her a few items. Tang Yuan, grinning widely, seemed to resemble the Buddha as he strode with vigor, exuding an infectious energy. Third young master, you have truly impressed me today. Ha ha ha. Witnessing those fellows lose so thoroughly filled my heart with indescribable joy. Brother, about that sword and jade pendant, shouldn't they be coming my way? Coming your way? Zhengxi halted in surprise, looking at Tang Yuan with incredulity. What are you talking about? Why should they be yours? Why indeed? Tang Yuan was momentarily speechless. Stammering, could it be, you do not intend to return them to me? Return them to you? Zhengxi's expression grew even more perplexed. What do I owe you that warrants a return? What on earth are you saying? Tang Yuan finally realized that, despite Zhengxi's resounding victory, his own predicament remained unresolved. The thought of his father's menacing visage sent a shiver down his spine. Truly a good brother. Tang Yuan, having narrowly escaped calamity, was overwhelmed with joy, forgetting to consider that he had lost everything and could expect no benefits. He leaped up and embraced Zhengxi, not anticipating that his weight would be too much for Zhengxi's current physique to bear, and with a thud, they both collapsed to the ground. Tang Yuan, a veritable heavyweight, pinned Zhengxi down, and all that could be seen was a jiggling mass of flesh, obscuring even the corner of Zhengxi's garments. Dugu Xiaoyi erupted into laughter, covering her mouth. The two of them were indeed a source of endless amusement. The others hurriedly helped Tang Yuan to his feet, while Zhengxi, nearly suffocated beneath the weight, could scarcely draw breath. He was immensely frustrated. How is it that I have been pinned down by a man? This is ridiculous. Fatty Tang, I am exceedingly displeased. I have decided to raise the price. That sword and jade pendant shall not be sold for less than 1,000,000 taels of silver. I'll hold them for you until tomorrow. If you come the day after, it will be 150,000 taels. As Zhengxi rose, he was overwhelmed by the lingering scent of fatty meat in his nostrils, nearly gagging as he spoke those words. What? Tang Yuan cried out in despair. The group, a lively procession, emerged onto the street and came to an abrupt halt in unison. To the east lies the direction of the Jun and Tang families, while to the west is the path to the Dugu family. As the moment of parting approached, Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly felt an inexplicable and peculiar sensation stirring within her heart. Observing Jun Moxi's mischievous grin, she mused to herself. Although Jun Moxi possesses a notorious reputation as a complete wastrel, it is rather amusing to tease him from time to time. With this thought in mind, Dugu Xiaoyi called out, Jun Moxi, will you come when my grandfather celebrates his birthday? Jun Moxi was momentarily taken aback and replied, if my family encourages me to attend, then I shall certainly go. But what if your family forbids you? Dugu Xiaoyi bit her lip. Then naturally, I would not go, he retorted, perplexed. Why would I go if I am not permitted? Am I seeking trouble? Jun Moxi felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. The once mighty assassin was now being bullied by a mere girl. When would this body meet his expectations? He desperately concealed his face, exclaiming, I will go. Certainly, I will go. That is more like it. You are wise to comply. Be sure to prepare a birthday gift that surpasses what you've won today. Dugu Xiaoyi glared at him fiercely, her bright eyes lingering on the large bundle before she turned away, smiling sweetly. She rubbed her wrist, let out a playful hum, and, with her hands clasped behind her back and chin held high, pranced away like a proud little deer. It seemed she still intended to extract more from Jun Moxi. Nevertheless, her demeanor had markedly improved compared to before. Though in Dugu Xiao's heart, Jun Moxie remained a worthless wastrel. Tang Yuan instantly flushed with embarrassment. Observing Tang Yuan, Jun Moxie's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Tang Yuan, it is one thing for you to act recklessly, but this time, you nearly brought about my demise. Do you comprehend the gravity of today's events? What? I nearly killed you. Tang Yuan was left dumbfounded, never having anticipated Jun Moxie's shocking declaration. Do you genuinely believe your luck is so abysmal? Are you truly that foolish? To lose silver, then a sword, and then a jade pendant? And to be so foolish as to wager your fiancé as well? Tang Yuan, ask yourself, are you really that dim-witted? Even if you are, have you considered the dire consequences? The reputations of our two great families could be utterly ruined. Can you bear such a burden? Did you not feel that something was amiss? Brothers and sisters, let us unite and build our strength, for together we can achieve great feats. Let our Jun Moxie charge forth. Chapter 22. Gentle Guidance. Jian Xie glared fiercely at Tang Yuan, his gaze penetrating like daggers into Tang's very soul. Do you truly believe you possess such audacity? Yet, absurdly, such a thing has transpired at your hands. Why? Am I truly so despicable? No, that cannot be. Though I am no paragon of virtue and often indulge in reckless behavior, there are still matters I comprehend. What occurred today is something I would rather perish than undertake. Yet, here I am, having committed an act far more egregious and humiliating than I ever deemed possible. Such actions are enough to bring disgrace upon my entire lineage, to render myself eternally mired in shame. But why did I succumb to such folly? In a moment, Tang Yuan's mind was engulfed in chaos, nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. Before you entered, was Meng Haizhou also clad in this attire? Jian Xie inquired. His eyes sharp, yet a devilish smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Yes, but what of it? Is there an issue? Tang Yuan responded, bewildered. Did you detect a peculiar fragrance emanating from Meng Haizhou? Quite delightful, is it not? Jian Xie pressed on. Yes, it seems rather distinctive, indeed, Tang Yuan replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Upon your entry, did they not serve you a cup of tea, just as they did for me today? Jian Xie continued his relentless interrogation. Yes, that is correct. What of it? What of it? Humph. Jian Xie scoffed coldly. It is merely the commencement of your irrevocable downfall. Tang Yuan was not a fool. Upon digesting Jian Xie's words, he leapt up in shock, his face a tableau of disbelief. Are you suggesting that the tea was indeed tainted? Is it merely the tea? Jian Xie sneered. The garments of Meng Haizhou, that fragrance, the tea, all are suspect. A group of gamblers gathering together. And they must first partake of tea? What kind of absurdity is this? You, with your dull wit, have yet to perceive such an obvious flaw? But you drank it as well. Why are you unharmed? Tang Yuan still appeared perplexed. Do you recall that I sneezed after consuming the tea, just before my entry? Jian Xie's expression was enigmatic, a blend of mirth and mockery. I even managed to dampen your clothing, did I not? Ordinary individuals might merely expel a few droplets upon sneezing, yet I drenched a significant portion of your garments. Did that not raise any suspicion in your mind? Jian Xie tilted his head, scrutinizing him. Ah, now I see, Tang Yuan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, only to be followed by another wave of confusion. But how could you know all of this so clearly? Jian Xie rubbed his nose, begrudgingly admitting, well, I have previously engaged in similar antics myself. Do you understand? With a mixture of amusement and exasperation, Jian Xie cautioned him that your reputation may be tarnished. The tale of your lost wife is likely to be disseminated far and wide. You ought to ponder your next course of action. Indeed, what should I do? Upon the mention of this matter, Tang Yuan was immediately engulfed in a state of confusion, bereft of any notion. Fool. At that time, they wagered my promise. Not a specific sum of silver. There lies a significant distinction. Would I acquiesce to their demands? How foolish. After all that has been said, do you still not comprehend? What are you waiting for? Jun Xie chuckled mischievously. By the way, allow me to present you with another item. With a flick of his wrist, Jun Xie conjured a teacup from his bosom, and most astonishingly, a few droplets of water clung to the bottom of the cup. This was indeed their cup laced with a hallucinogenic substance. I inadvertently seized this prize. Jun Xie chuckled again. It seems there's still a bit left. Haraha. Truly remarkable. The third young master is indeed exceptional. Amidst a chorus of flattery, the hefty Tang cautiously accepted the cup, akin to a wild horse that had just received a grievous wound, retreating in a hasty manner. You wish to plot against me? Then I shall first turn the tables on you. Jun Xie watched with delight as Tang's retreating figure kicked up a cloud of dust, feeling an unusual sense of pride. Given the lineage of Tang and his father-in-law, it would undoubtedly be an uproarious affair between the Li and Meng families this time, wouldn't it? Jun Xie was already prepared, with a small stool in hand, to witness the spectacle unfold, had it not been for the unexpected participation of Dugu Xiaoyi in this wager. And Jun Moxie transforming into Jun Xie, the ultimate outcome would have inevitably been altered, even though he harbored no fear. To break the impasse would likely expose his true strength, rendering him the target of public scorn. That would be a grave miscalculation. Although his apparent rivals were merely a few ruffians, behind these scoundrels stood the foremost families of the capital. Without the family's endorsement, would these individuals dare to administer drugs to Tang Yuan and Jun Xie and act with such brazen impudence? It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. One must recognize that while Jun Moxie himself epitomized the archetype of a carefree scion, he was backed by Old Master Jun and the Jun family. Though currently, the Old Master was the sole pillar of the family, the friliest camel is still larger than a horse. Nearly one-third of the military leaders hailed from under Old Master Jun's command. It could be asserted that as long as Old Master Jun remained, these individuals would serve as a formidable support for this wayward young master. For, whether they liked it or not, they bore the Jun mark upon them. Should a crisis arise, it would undoubtedly provoke a tempest that could shake the very foundations of the court. If the Jun family were to falter, these individuals would also face dire consequences. Inevitably scattered like monkeys when the tree falls, suppressed by rival factions, and unable to regain their footing. However, as long as the Jun family persisted, these people would have a steadfast anchor, capable of uniting against external adversaries, whether they be domestic political foes or foreign threats. Thus, the Jun family must not encounter any calamity. Consequently, should Jun Moxie find himself in peril, these individuals would not remain passive bystanders. Although each one may harbor disdain for this young scion in their hearts, when the time to act arises, one can trust that none would hesitate. The same holds true for the Tang family. While the Tang family's influence may not rival that of the Jun family, they are certainly formidable within the capital. Should the Tang and Jun families unite, even the currently dominant Dugu family would have to retreat in deference. Certainly, this does not imply that the Jun family is significantly inferior to the Dugu family. At the height of its power, the Jun family once overshadowed the Dugu family, maintaining this dominance for a full 7 years. However, in the present day, the Jun family has seen a decline in talent, while the Dugu family has burgeoned, with new talents emerging rapidly like mushrooms after rain. In this regard, the Dugu family boasts a far more abundant reserve of talent compared to the Jun family. Thus, the Dugu family is currently brimming with potential. At least from an outsider's perspective, it undoubtedly appears to possess greater promise than the Jun family. Yet, as long as the patriarch of the Jun family remains, it stands unwavering. Even the imperial power must tread carefully when considering any actions against the Jun family. One might even say, it dares not. However, at this moment, both the Li family and the Meng family have simultaneously targeted Tang Yuan and Jun Xie. This situation is rather unusual indeed. Extremely unusual. When events deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. Yes, the assailants this time are merely a few young scions. Genuine and unrefined rascals. Even if they were to escalate matters, in the grand scheme of things, it would merely be a case of a few children misbehaving, resulting in laughter and a swift resolution, with no one truly taking it to heart. Yet, conversely, what if they were to succeed? Chapter 23. The Tang family's reaction. Jun Xie clearly surmised that if they succeeded today, both Tang Yuan and he would be completely under the control of their adversaries. The Tang family was not overly concerned, as there were other heirs, but for the Jun family, he was the sole descendant, uniquely irreplaceable. Although it was merely one request, placed in the hands of the reckless Jun Moxie, one could only wonder what calamity might ensue. More likely than not, he would cause chaos without even realizing it, reveling in his own folly. After all, his grandfather would clean up the mess for him. If, at that point, the conflict became overt and the adversaries held incriminating evidence against him, even if the old man were to sever ties for the greater good, how would those generals decide? Even a hint of hesitation could yield immeasurable consequences. Jun Xie felt an urgent need to recharge. His past experiences, while abundant, rendered him acutely aware of his current inadequacies. Primarily, his lack of political sensitivity, a trait he sorely lacked in his former life as an assassin. If he were to continue as a lone wolf assassin in this life, it would not matter. However, if he aspired to establish himself within this grand family and protect those he cherished from harm. Maintaining stability in this intricate landscape required an acute political awareness. Anything less would be mere folly. To the north lay the domains of the Li and Ming families, among others. Observing Tang Wanli's face, dark as the bottom of a pot, and his brows knitted in fury, Jun's grandfather felt a secret delight. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a tempestuous outburst from this usually affable elder. The normally genial Tang was visibly incensed, and regardless of the target of his ire, this spectacle promised to be quite entertaining. Little did he know that the architect of this drama was none other than his most irksome grandson, Jun Mosia. Intrigued, Jun's grandfather inquired, "Tang, where are you off to in such a hurry? Has someone absconded with your granddaughter-in-law? You appear quite flustered." He intended this as mere jest, unaware that Tang Wanli's anger was indeed sparked by this very issue. Left standing in bewilderment, Jun's grandfather pondered the implications of Tang Wanli's words, which seemed to berate him repeatedly, cloaked in ambiguity. After a prolonged silence, he spat out, "What have the Li and Ming families done to offend you? Nevertheless, your uproar suits me just fine. As the saying goes, a dog biting a dog, it's just a tussle of fur." Thus, there was little room for further deduction. Under Tang Wanli's pressing inquiry, Tang Yuan squeezed out tears and recounted the events in detail. It was evident. The father and son of the Tang family erupted in rage. Upon seeing the teacup Tang Yuan presented, with remnants of the potion still clinging to it, a family apothecary was summoned, who promptly confirmed the veracity of Tang Yuan's claims. How malicious were the Li and Ming families? This is clearly an attempt to tarnish the Tang family's reputation. How can old Master Tang, who has always valued family honor, possibly endure this? In a fit of rage, he seized the plump form of Tang Yuan and delivered a flurry of slaps before casting him to the ground, commanding him to lead the way to the Li and Ming families to seek justice. Although old Master Tang is older than old Master Jun, a venerable elder of 3 dynasties, he has remained secluded in recent years, not having ventured outside for quite some time. Yet, this time, he emerged with an imposing presence, surrounded by a throng, exuding an air of formidable wrath. It seems that the Li and Ming families are destined for chaos upon his arrival. Upon closer inspection, old Master Jun was taken aback. Among the treasures were 3 exquisite jade pendants, luminous and radiant, clearly not ordinary items. However, what truly astonished him was the inscription upon them. In the year X, month X, celebrating the first birthday of grandson Feng, and in the year X, month X, celebrating the first birthday of grandson Shen. Were these not family jade pendants reserved for the direct descendants of the Li family? They served as emblems of the Li family's status. Moreover, the names Feng and Zhen belonged to 2 grandsons of the esteemed Li Taishe. How on earth did these treasures come to be in Moske's possession? Could it be that this rascal had ventured out solely to commit robbery? Old Master Jun stroked his beard, his gaze wavering with uncertainty. Examining further, a muffled grunt escaped him, as he inadvertently tugged at his beard too forcefully. Losing a strand, those 2 jade rui were unmistakably royal possessions. Additionally, there was a family jade pendant from the Ming family, along with a luminous pearl. And that, where did all these items come from? As he uttered this question, the old man's face twitched, already bracing himself to clean up Jun's mess. If these items were indeed the spoils of robbery, it would spell significant trouble. It was ironic that he had just mocked Tang Wanli, unaware that he was about to face such a monumental dilemma within his own household. Old Master Jun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 24. The distress of Lord Jun as he walked along the path. Jun Zhantian found himself in a state of perplexity, unable to comprehend the actions of his grandson over the past month. What was he truly attempting to accomplish? What on earth was he doing? The old servant was uncertain, yet it appeared that the young master was indeed acting in a commendable manner. Old Pang seemed equally bewildered. But as long as he did not have to tidy up the mess created by Jun Moxie, it could be considered a blessing. If he truly possessed such a fervent interest in literature, what if I were to send him to the Wenqing Academy? An idea suddenly struck the elder, filled with a dreamlike aspiration. Wenqing Academy was the pinnacle of scholarly pursuit, a sanctuary for the most erudite individuals. With both teachers and students combined, it boasted merely 1,000 souls, an infinitesimal fraction of the billions residing in the Tianxiang Empire. This implied that only those of impeccable family background and extraordinary talent were deemed worthy of studying there. Graduates would invariably be recruited by the state, provided they met the rigorous criteria for graduation. However, attaining such qualifications required arduous study, even for the most renowned scholars. It could be said that Wenqing Academy was the illustrious path for scholars across the land. regardless of one's elevated status, be it a princess or a prince. Without genuine talent and scholarly merit, entry into Wenxing Academy was utterly unattainable, or exceedingly difficult. Could Jun Moxie, with his current disposition, truly gain admission to such a prestigious institution? All those who entered had to endure years of diligent study, having established their reputations as eminent scholars. And did you genuinely believe that your uneducated grandson, after merely a month of reading, could gain entry? Of course. Old Pang hesitated to express this sentiment outright and continued to speak subtly. The venerable scholars at Wenxing Academy are exceedingly traditional. Should the master venture there personally, he might encounter resistance. Ahem, I believe it is prudent to deliberate further and reconsider. Alas, the most lamentable aspect was the boy's ineptitude in harnessing his spiritual energy. Were he to enter the Xinyu Academy, that would indeed be ideal. As the Jun family had a long-standing legacy in military leadership, to produce a mere ineffectual scholar would truly be incongruous. Jun Zhantian recognized the complexity of this matter. He recalled that when the second prince sought admission to Wenxing Academy, even the emperor had faced the scholar's disdain before he could gain entry. His own relationship with that ineffectual fellow was far from amicable, making the prospect even more daunting. Moreover, considering Moxie's temperament, Old Pang, what path should I chart for Moxie in the future? Lord Jun sighed repeatedly today, pondering. If I were to lead him towards literature, it is evident he lacks the aptitude. Should I direct him towards martial pursuits, he possesses no talent whatsoever and is incapable of enduring hardship, rendering him unworthy of cultivation. And if I were to steer him towards commerce, I fear he might squander even my own coffin. Must I truly allow him to languish in idleness? What vexes me most is this insincere consolation. Now you have adopted it as well. Jun Tian furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of impatience. Old Pang, this is unlike you. The Panglai who once single-handedly charged through tens of thousands on the battlefield is not the same as the man before me now. Old Pang offered a wry smile. I never wished to express it this way, but what other way is there for me to speak? Should I bluntly state that your grandchildren will have their own fortunes, and you should not fret? Everyone knows your grandson is akin to a piece of mud that cannot be propped up. No matter how much you worry or arrange a safety net, he will still manage to ruin everything. Would you prefer I say that? You might as well draw your sword against me then. However, there is a way to protect the young master and alleviate your concerns, Old Pang suddenly recalled. What method? Speak quickly. Jun Tian, taken aback, had intended merely to vent today but was surprised by Old Pang's suggestion. Implementing this method may present some challenges. Old Pang hesitated. It involves acquiring a young, high-level mystical beast, specifically one of grade 8 or above, and then nurturing it at any cost. Stop. Stop. Jun Tian interrupted forcefully before Old Pang could finish. Old Pang, are you speaking in dreams? Do you truly believe that is feasible? Old Pang stared blankly for a moment, then dejectedly replied, It is impossible. Since you know it is impossible, why utter such nonsense? Jun Tian sighed heavily. Mystical beasts are unique entities from the Xian continent, with each high-level beast possessing formidable abilities. Legends say that any grade 8 mystical beast can contend with the Tian Xian level master without faltering. Even stronger, grade 9 offensive mystical beasts can rival the might of supreme divine masters without yielding. Mystical beasts below grade 4 are merely wild animals, exhibiting slightly greater destructive power than ordinary beasts. It is only from grade 5 onwards that they might possess special abilities, yet grade 5 and 6 beasts offer little utility, especially the younglings. Notably, adult mystical beasts cannot be tamed, while young beasts require decades, if not centuries, to mature. By the time a young beast grows to adulthood, one may have aged significantly, rendering it less useful. Moreover, grade 5 and 6 mystical beasts are at best equivalent to silver-level masters, making them relatively inexpensive and easier to procure. In contrast, grade 7 and above mystical beasts represent a substantial qualitative leap, possessing intelligence comparable to humans. Beyond their innate skills, they also exhibit a unique capability that simplifies the nurturing of young beasts. Awakening from a refreshing slumber, I found myself surprisingly revitalized. The frustrations of yesterday having vanished into thin air, it struck me as somewhat comical. Having been wronged, I was punishing myself. How foolish. Fear not, my brothers. Ling will not falter. The data may have been withheld, but we shall surge forth once more. Suddenly, a song comes to mind, Through the Rain of Bullets, which contains the lines, Let us charge forth, comrades and brothers, this is our land. Let us surge ahead, comrades and brothers, vowing to plant the red flag upon the battlefield. Chapter 25, Strategy within the bodies of mystical beasts of level 3 and above. A crystal known as the Xiandan naturally forms. Those of level 7 and above possess a unique ability, allowing them to absorb the energy contained within the Xiandan of other creatures, thereby accelerating their own rapid growth. Consequently, juvenile mystical beasts of level 7 and above are exceedingly rare. Their mere appearance commands exorbitant prices. As for juvenile mystical beasts of level 8 and above, they are, indeed, a legend, priceless and unattainable. In the past several decades, no one has been reported to possess a juvenile mystical beast of such a caliber. These advanced mystical beasts primarily inhabit the depths of the heavenly punishment forest, a perilous realm that even supreme experts dare not venture into. The heavenly punishment forest sprawls vast and boundless, encompassing nearly a quarter of an entire continent. The periphery is teeming with weaker mystical beasts and ordinary wildlife. But the deeper one delves, the more treacherous it becomes. Should one encounter an advanced mystical beast, if unable to defeat it, the best course is to flee. The forest serves as a paradise for such formidable creatures, rendering pursuit impossible. Those lacking sufficient strength may face dire consequences, potentially not returning alive. To acquire a juvenile beast of level 8, a minimum of 3 experts of the heavenly Xian level must unite to defeat at least 2 adult level 8 mystical beasts, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Furthermore, the defenses of these mystical beasts surpass those of ordinary heavenly Xian experts. Moreover, should one encounter not just 2 but a whole pack, even the most revered supreme experts risk their lives in such scenarios. Among the elite, once one reaches the heavenly Xian level, they are often figures of great renown and status, enjoying wealth and luxury without need for such perilous ventures. Thus, Lord Jun found himself bemused by this suggestion. He decided to visit the library to discern what his grandson was up to, as he had sensed an unusual air about him in recent days. The two ambled leisurely toward the library. Upon arrival, they found themselves disappointed. The young master had left the library an hour prior, and his whereabouts were unknown. As reported innocently by the guards, they exchanged glances, perplexed. Just as Elder Tang Wanjun was rallying a contingent to seek justice for his grandson from the Li and Ming families, Elder Jun Zhantian was troubled by his own grandson's affairs. In the grand courtyard of the Li family, Li Yuran stood gracefully beneath a peony tree, his tall figure draped in a pristine white robe. His remarkably handsome face bore a subtle smile, his gaze deeply focused on the tempestuous clouds swirling in the sky. Remaining silent for a long while, a gentle breeze swept through, causing his robes to flutter, rendering him a figure of ethereal elegance, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Such poise was indeed rare, a true gem among the ordinary, inspiring spontaneous admiration in those who beheld him. Before him stood Li Feng and the Lijian brothers, rigid and upright. Though the autumn breeze should have been most pleasant, beads of sweat adorned their brows. They dared not even wipe them away, allowing the droplets to trickle down to their noses, their temples, and into their eyes, causing unbearable discomfort. Yet they refrained from even blinking. At this juncture, further words would be futile. It was best to let it rest. Perhaps this time, Jun Moxie was merely fortunate. As for you, Li Yuran's voice trailed off, causing the three to tremble simultaneously. Though they belonged to the same generation of the Li family, they appeared to be utterly terrified of the gentle youth before them. This young man had never been seen to lose his temper. Yet every encounter left them feeling a chilling breeze emanating from their very bones. You shall each receive 40 family penalties with an additional deduction of half a year's allowance. Li Yuran stated with a gentle smile, his demeanor graceful and ethereal, his gaze fixed on the horizon, eyes shimmering like gentle spring waters. Starting tomorrow, you must fulfill your duties. Do you understand? Receiving 40 penalties would not lead to broken bones, but it would certainly leave them bruised and battered. Yet, the punishment was undeniably severe, devoid of any compassion, especially considering that these three were his close cousins. Nonetheless, Li Yuran delivered his decree with an untroubled tone and serene expression, as if he were dealing not with his relatives, but with 3 inconsequential dogs. Surprisingly, the 3 felt as if they had received a reprieve, repeatedly expressing their gratitude, as if this punishment were an extraordinary leniency, trivial in nature. Yes, Jun Moxie. Heh, Li Yuran replied softly, a tranquil smile gracing his lips. Now go. Upon hearing those words, the 3 dared to shift their stances, obediently departing, each wearing an expression of immense relief. Bring forth the next. Li Yuran softly clapped his hands, and in an instant, 2 men clad in black appeared silently at his side, bowing to heed his command. Yes, they responded respectfully. Before they could turn away, a man in blue hurriedly approached. Panting as he reached a distance of about 10 steps from Li Yuran, he slowed his pace, struggling to regulate his breath, his face flushed. Finally controlling his heavy breathing, he addressed Li Yuran. Sir, the old lord of the Tang family, Tang Wanli, along with young Master Tang and over 100 men, is advancing swiftly towards our Li family, exuding a formidable presence. Li Yuran's lips curled into a slight smile as he suddenly turned to inquire, among the individuals brought by the old lord, is there anyone we have been keeping an eye on? Indeed, the man in blue replied without hesitation. There are three. Three, that is sufficient. A mysterious smile flickered across Li Yuran's face as he gazed skyward at the rolling dark clouds. The once gentle autumn breeze now carried a hint of chill. With a soft sigh, he murmured to himself, barely audible, rain is imminent, and with the Tang family deploying their elite forces, perhaps this presents a fortuitous opportunity. Raising his head, a hint of gravity flickered in his gaze, and his voice grew slightly urgent. Immediately inform Qingxue to seize this opportunity while the Tang family is vulnerable and retrieve that item I mentioned before. Success is imperative. Failure is not an option, for this chance is singular. He then glanced at the sky and added, tell him he has the afternoon to execute this. Instruct him to employ those individuals who have remained unseen. Regardless of the outcome, not a trace must be left behind. Understood, replied another figure clad in black, darting away with haste. Chapter 26. 5 medicinal herbs. Go ahead, I understand. This time, you have performed commendably. Li Yuran spoke gently, gazing at the man in the green attire. The man immediately felt a surge of excitement and clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, thank you, my lord. I take my leave. It seemed that such praise, however modest, was the highest commendation he could receive. Li Yuran's expression remained as tranquil as water, and he nodded slightly. The man in green lowered his head, retreating 10 steps before turning to stride away. Only then did he dare to exhale the breath he had been holding. In the presence of this young master, he had not even dared to breathe heavily. Inform my esteemed grandfather, who is currently in the palace discussing matters with his majesty, that Tang Wanli has arrived with many skilled individuals at the Li residence. However, there is no need for concern, while the visitors may not come with good intentions. They also present a remarkable opportunity. Every situation has its merits and drawbacks. It is merely a matter of whether one can seize the moment. Li Yuran smiled faintly, his dark hair billowing lightly in the wind. From the shadows, a figure acknowledged with a soft reply, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps as the individual departed swiftly. Although Jun Mo Siem managed to evade capture this time, allowing the Jun family to remain unscathed, if Lord Tang were to unleash the Ming family upon them, it would undoubtedly leave the Ming family in a state of utter disarray. If at this moment, my grandfather were to orchestrate matters well, pitting the Ming and Tang families against one another could effectively draw the Ming family into our fold, or even bring them under our control. The Jun family has but one descendant, Jun Mo Siem, making him easy to deal with. Yet, the Dugu family remains untouched. For now, they must not be provoked. Li Yuran sighed softly, extending his hand. His long, slender fingers were pale and delicate, dry and immaculate. As if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the peony tree before him, he gently plucked a leaf, gazing tenderly at it in his palm. Yet, even so, this is still quite splendid, at least quite intriguing. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoed like thunder, approaching the great gate. Upon uttering these words, he flicked his fingers, and with a flash of golden light, the green leaf in his hand soared forth, silently embedding itself into the trunk of the peony tree. At the moment the leaf was released, a bolt of lightning suddenly illuminated the sky, dark clouds rolling ominously overhead. A fierce wind began to howl. As the lightning flickered, Li Yuran's white robe danced in the tempest, his tall figure seemed to stir, and in an instant, he appeared to vanish from the courtyard. Where had Jun Xie gone? He had ventured to a place the old master Jun would never have imagined. The old master was certain that Jun Xie would never set foot in this location again. For it was here that Jun Mo Xie had once endured 2 thorough beatings, each rendering him bedridden for half a month. These 2 thrashings were the only instances of physical violence he had ever experienced since his birth. The place in question was none other than the courtyard of Jun Mo Xie's third uncle, Jun Wei, a man whose life was consumed by military affairs. Jun Wei had situated his residence as close as possible to the Jun family as training grounds. Jun Wei sat serenely in his wheelchair, observing the guards of the Jun family practicing in the courtyard through a thicket of flowers. A myriad of emotions flickered across his gaze, and that long-lost ambition seemed to awaken once more. Jun Xie crouched before him, channeling his inner power through his hands, gently manipulating Jun Wui's legs, which were oblivious to sensation. He meticulously examined every inch of sinew, every pathway of energy, and even the tiniest muscle. A month prior, Jun Xie had lacked the mastery of inner strength necessary for treatment, rendering him powerless to even assess the situation. However, now he possessed inner energy, reputed to be the supreme art of creation, the Kaitian Jiahua Gong. Thus, he felt compelled to conduct a thorough examination once again, ensuring absolute certainty before determining the course of treatment. After a prolonged period, Jun Xie, drenched in sweat, ceased his efforts and stood, a glimmer of joy lighting his eyes. How is it? Jun Wui's sharply defined features appeared unconcerned, and although his tone was calm, his clenched fists, with veins visibly bulging, betrayed the tumult within. Despite witnessing the happiness on Jun Xie's face, he struggled to believe that there was indeed hope for the restoration of his long-disabled legs. Jun Xie had become his nearly sole, final hope. He dared not inquire whether healing was possible, but only how it might be achieved. His yearning for an affirmative answer was palpable. The situation, while not entirely optimistic, did not warrant despair either. Jun Xie smiled, acknowledging that it would require effort. Yet he was confident that he could enable his uncle to stand once more. Excellent. Jun Wui could no longer conceal his elation, though a measure of skepticism lingered. After all, many renowned physicians had been powerless to aid him. How could his eccentric nephew, despite his peculiar conduct of late, possess such remarkable ability to restore him? Yet, in this moment, Jun Wui felt akin to a drowning man grasping for a straw. He would cling desperately to any hope, for even if his nephew were exaggerating, the worst outcome would merely be another disappointment. The myriad emotions swirling within Jun Sanyi were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Wait a moment. I will name a few herbs. Please arrange for someone to procure them, Jun Xie instructed. As long as these herbs are found, I believe your days of standing again are not far off. Very well. What are these herbs? Are any particularly rare? I shall immediately send someone to search. Jun Wui inquired urgently. Li Zhonghua, Tongxin Ko, Jia Ko, Duangshujing, and also, Finjing. Jun Xie recited the 5 herbs in one breath, using their names as known in this world. In the preceding days, he had thoroughly perused the medicinal texts in the library, as the names of the herbs he knew from his past life did not always correspond with those of this era. Fortunately, the library possessed a wealth of medical literature, containing all the materials he required. By meticulously comparing the illustrations of the herbs with their new names, he could easily identify them. I have heard of Tongxin Ko, Duan Zhonghua, and Duangshujing. But what are Jia Ko and Finjing? Jun Wui furrowed his brow and inquired, for he could be considered an expert due to prolonged illness, possessing considerable knowledge of medicine. Yet, he was entirely unfamiliar with these 2 herbs, which had been mentioned by Jun Xie, leaving him quite bewildered. Jun Xie smiled and produced a book from his bosom. It was an illustrated compendium of rare flora. Opening it before Jun Wui, he pointed out, "Behold, this is the 9-leaf grass, and this one is the burning scripture lotus. Among these herbs, aside from the burning scripture lotus, which is rather elusive, the others are quite commonplace, likely found in our medicinal repository or obtainable from the apothecaries in the city. When combined with my unique methodology, there exists a greater than 70% chance of curing Uncle San's ailment." Excellent. Jun Wui's gaze was riveted on the herbs depicted on the pages, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, his voice trembling with emotion. After a full decade, he finally felt that hope was once again within reach. Chapter 27. Show me your true skills, uncle. It is imperative that we take precautions. Should our pharmacy lack the necessary ingredients, we must refrain from sending a single individual to procure them. It would be prudent to dispatch several, with each person tasked with acquiring a specific item. And we must ensure that the purpose of these purchases remains a closely guarded secret. While others may not discern the potential combinations of these substances, we must remain vigilant against unforeseen consequences. Even if we successfully gather all required ingredients, they must pass my meticulous inspection before any concoction is attempted. Currently, our family, the Jun clan, finds itself in a steady decline, but should you recover, uncle, our circumstances would undoubtedly transform. I firmly believe that many within the capital wish for your continued incapacitation, hence, we must approach this matter with utmost caution. The moment you regain your strength, you shall become our clan's hidden ace. Uncle, I trust you comprehend my intentions. Indeed. Jun Wui gazed at his nephew with a heart full of pride. Monsieur, you have truly matured. Even if you were to never rise again, as long as the Jun family has you, I have faith that we shall not falter. Jun Wui understood these truths well, Yet it was the thoughtfulness and foresight of Junxie that filled him with delight. Junxie offered a dry smile, turning his gaze away. As the foremost assassin of my past life, it is rather amusing to be praised for maturing. How utterly embarrassing, he mused to himself. Thankful his uncle had said, Xia, you have grown, rather than Junxie, you have grown. Where would I hide my face then? If anyone from my previous life had known that someone spoke to the evil lord in such a manner, I wonder if they would choke on the spot. Xia, what do you think of our guard training? Listening to the distant shouts and observing the robust figures drenched in sweat, Junwui felt a long-lost thrill. Merely a display of superficial skills. Junxie, lost in thought, responded without hesitation, his tone laced with disdain. Superficial skills? Junwui chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. You claim that these guards, each possessing the energy of the 7th or 8th rank, are merely engaging in frivolous exercises? Xie, your words are audacious indeed. Is this even training? What efficacy does it possess? Junxie scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. These activities can hardly be deemed training. They are nothing more than a gathering of idle individuals attempting to enhance their physical fitness. Even that, I find, yields little result. I fail to see how what they practice could prove beneficial on the battlefield or inflict any substantial harm upon an adversary. To my eyes, they are no different from those who recklessly march to their demise. They are merely a group of people, oblivious to the world, squandering time and effort on futile endeavors. Nothing more. Marching to their demise? Wasting time. With an uncontainable arch of his brow, Junwui exclaimed, Yi, I understand your aversion to martial arts and your lack of appreciation for the significance of fundamental training, yet you must not belittle them in such a manner. Ignorance is not frightening, but to insult these soldiers with your ignorance is utterly unforgivable. Each of these guards is a seasoned warrior, having survived countless battles on the battlefield. Now, without conflict, they have come to serve in the Jun family. Each one of them is a formidable man. I shall consider your previous remarks as mere jest. But should you dare to insult them again, do not blame me for being unkind. This is no jest. As Junwui concluded, a chilling intensity emerged. And even Junxie, known for his composure, felt a tremor. His uncle, though physically impaired, retained an indomitable spirit. Should he recover, he would undoubtedly qualify as the best shield for himself. A jest. Perhaps my uncle might not appreciate it. But what I just stated is indeed the truth and certainly not a jest. Junxie raised his hands in feigned innocence. I do not mean to suggest they are useless, nor do I harbor any intention of insulting them. Any iron-blooded man returning from the battlefield deserves respect. Their training is undeniably rigorous and earnest, evident to all. Yet, rigorous and earnest training does not guarantee victory on the battlefield. It is commonplace for diligent training to lead to death when faced with real combat. When I say they are wasting their efforts, it is simply because their training is misguided. Misguided training? Anger still lingered on Junwui's face, yet he began to ponder. His nephew had changed remarkably from the past. Every word he uttered was precise, devoid of frivolity. Could it be? Take the current scenario as an example. Observe those two engaged in combat. Uncle, can you discern whether they are playing or truly grappling? They are holding back, yet wearing smiles on their faces. Is this what one would call training? Even a casual sparring session is not so trivial. It is merely play acting. Is this not just flashy moves without substance? Junxie pointed. Now look over there. Those few individuals lifting logs, drenched in sweat. Does it appear arduous? In truth, it achieves little. They have not even approached their limits. They possess such strength, and when they sweat, they still have plenty of energy left, yet they cease. This indicates that even with another decade of such training, their strength will not improve. The only outcome will be a slight increase in familiarity with certain movements. However, their inherent potential remains untapped, wasted entirely. Is this not a flagrant waste of time? Such individuals surviving on the battlefield is truly a stroke of luck. As for being labeled as warriors or heralded as heroes, that is merely an unexpected bonus. Junxie gazed coldly at these individuals from afar. Materials such as these are fit only for guarding the homes of ordinary families, with no greater purpose whatsoever. To my uncle, do I insult them? Junxie's words were undeniably harsh, yet surprisingly, Junwui did not respond with anger. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. With a mischievous smile, Junxie remarked, if my grandfather truly believed that relying on these individuals could safeguard the Jun family, then the family would have been obliterated countless times by now. Therefore, I am convinced that my grandfather possesses far more formidable forces. These individuals merely serve as a fade, although I have yet to encounter or verify their existence. I am confident they are real. As for the people before us, they are merely a distraction. Third uncle, please do not tell me that you hold an inflated regard for these mere decoys in your heart. At that moment, Junwui regarded Junxie with a peculiar gaze, and after a lengthy pause, he slowly responded, if these individuals were entrusted to your training, how could anything remarkable emerge from such an endeavor? Entrust them to me for training? I lack the inclination for such a task, Junxie retorted, wrinkling his nose at the thought. Enduring the stench of their sweat daily would be suffocating. The essence of a soldier is not synonymous with the odor of sweat. The spirit of the military is not born from mere proclamations, but is forged through battle. Push me forward, Junwui scoffed, deep in contemplation. A resolute expression etched upon his sharply defined features. Jun Emosia, let me witness your true prowess. I am utterly exhausted. It is time for rest. These past few days have truly left me with weary eyes. Chapter 28. Are they worthless? The two individuals arrived beside the playground, where Junwui cleared his throat and commanded, assemble the troops. Gather around me and form ranks. It was a military order. Although Junwui had not issued such a command in a decade, the moment the words left his lips, they resonated with an undeniable aura of decisiveness and authority. The sudden surge of hope rekindled within this once mighty general a sense of dominion over life and death. In a mere moment, 300 valiant guardians stood attentively before them. Observing the rugged faces, glistening with sweat, Junwui nodded in satisfaction, raised a hand, and pointed at Junxie, proclaiming, from this moment forth, all training shall be under the complete jurisdiction of the third young master. You are to obey unconditionally, no matter the task. Do you understand? His words elicited a stir among the crowd, leaving them momentarily speechless. Junwui's expression darkened with anger, yet he remained silent, merely gazing at Junxie. He had declared that from this moment, Junxie was the supreme authority here, thus endowing him with the power to command, regardless of the circumstances. These individuals were now under Junxie's purview. As for how Junxie would wield his authority, Junwui would not intervene. Should his nephew fail to navigate this challenge, it would serve as ample proof that his recent bravado was merely empty talk, extinguishing any hope he had for him. Junxie chuckled inwardly, stepping forward and speaking in a low tone. Earlier, I discussed your training with my third uncle. He inquired about your progress, whether you are elite or worthy warriors. Though his voice was soft, it successfully captured the attention of the 300 men, their eyes keenly fixed on Junxie, eager to hear his judgment. I must say, you are nothing but a bunch of wastrels. Aside from consuming food and squandering resources, you are merely a horde of leeches living off the bounty of others. If war were to erupt, and you were to find yourselves on the battlefield, you would perish in an instant. I have no doubt about this. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the breaths of the 300 warriors grew heavy. Their gazes fixed on Junxie, their faces flushing with indignation. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. One burly man stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury, and exclaimed, Third young master, what do you mean by this? Although we serve the Jun family as guards, we are seasoned soldiers who have survived countless battles. Even if you are our master, you have no right to insult us so carelessly. Insult you? No. The true insult comes from within yourselves. Do you think you are worthy of my scorn? Junxie smiled, extending a finger and gently waving it, saying, Are you feeling quite aggrieved? Do you wish to strike me? Very well. I grant you the opportunity. If you can refute my assertions, you are free to strike me, and my third uncle will not intervene. This is my first command. Another wave of uproar ensued. The cold voice of Junxie echoed once more. I ask you, you claim to have survived countless battles. Yet among those who entered the military at the same time as you, many have risen to the ranks of generals, and some even to higher officer positions, leaving behind the ordinary soldiers. This is an undeniable fact, is it not? The Han paused, hesitatingly nodding his head, pondering the validity of this viewpoint. In the chaos of battle, it is indeed common for soldiers to earn promotions through merit. Many of his former colleagues ascended to higher ranks due to their accomplishments, which seemed entirely normal. Why then did Junxie raise this point? But why have you not become generals? Because you lack the capability. Thus, compared to those individuals, you have already been eliminated once. Junxie gazed at them with an unyielding expression. Let me put it this way, among your contemporaries, I believe many possessed a level of profound energy that may have been inferior to yours at the time, or perhaps only slightly superior, with most being roughly on par with you. Is that not so? Yet, many among them broke through the 9th tier of profound energy during their military service, becoming true masters. Consequently, after the war, They were sought after by numerous families. Such occurrences are common, are they not? The crowd nodded in agreement. Their once fierce demeanor now diminished, and some even showed signs of shame in their eyes. Each tier advancement in profound energy is a formidable hurdle. The higher the level, the more challenging the ascent. Although the distinction between the 8th and 9th levels is merely one tier, the disparity feels as vast as heaven and earth. Many attain the 8th level early in life but remain stagnant, never reaching the elusive 9th tier, let alone ascending to the higher ranks of silver profound. Those below the 9th tier are akin to ants. This statement is not made lightly. They advanced, yet you did not. Thus, in comparison to these individuals, you have also faced elimination. Is there anyone who disagrees? Qingxue regarded them with disdain. The arena fell into silence, the crowd rendered speechless. After the war, many sought to leave the military, while some were recruited by clandestine state organizations or private militias, or reassigned to other armies. Such events are commonplace. As the crowd remained silent, the shame on their faces deepened. Among those chosen, you were conspicuously absent. This marks your 3rd elimination. Qingxue continued his relentless critique. Upon your arrival at the Jun family, who remembers how many individuals initially came? That would be a reduction of 200. So, what became of those 200? I know only that they were neither expelled nor deceased, but rather selected for more significant endeavors. Why were you not chosen? Because you were inferior to them. Clearly, here you face yet another elimination. Some began to breathe heavily, while others' eyes reddened, yet silence prevailed. Tell me, after being eliminated time and again, do you not consider yourselves to be worthless in your hearts? Qingxue turned his face aside, leaning his ear toward them, inquiring. However, within merely a day's time, we have caught up. Moreover, we have once again surged to the forefront of the classification clique rankings. This signifies the immense strength of our brethren, the followers of the Dark Lord. The gap with the leaders is now almost negligible. Do you not wish to see the Dark Lord ascend to the pinnacle? Let the votes pour in. Charge forth. Attack. Chapter 29. The pinnacle of provocation. Silence reigned, as no one dared to respond. All present were panting heavily, their faces flushed, as if blood had surged to their cheeks. An overwhelming sense of humiliation permeated their hearts, leaving them feeling utterly exposed. Why was it that others could achieve what they could not? Why could others break through barriers that remained insurmountable for them? Once comrades in the same trench, they now gazed down upon themselves, while they questioned why they could not look down upon others. Some might argue that those who have risen to greatness and become generals are merely fortunate. They might claim that those who have advanced in their cultivation possess innate talents superior to their own. They may lament that they were overlooked by others, attributing this to a lack of discernment. I tell you, such reasoning is but a flimsy excuse. Fortune? Why do you not seize it? To believe oneself to be inherently lacking is to accept the label of failure. To complain about others' lack of vision is the height of folly. If you were an employer, would you choose a useless individual over one of value? A collective silence fell, heavy with the weight of their labored breaths and reddened eyes. My words are not aimed at reopening old wounds, but rather to illuminate the fact that your lives have become too comfortable and you have lost your courage. As the saying goes, to learn from mistakes is to gain wisdom, and to know shame is to summon courage. Making mistakes is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is remaining oblivious to your errors while basking in self-satisfaction and arrogance. This is unforgivable, yet none among you have considered my words. Had you done so, you would not be here now. There are myriad motivations for human advancement, yet shame remains among the most potent. Do you wish to continue living as refuse? Do you wish to languish while merely waiting for death, guarding your homes? Do you wish to remain trampled underfoot, subjected to scorn? Do you wish to continue feeling small and humiliated by my words? With every utterance from Qingxue, a resounding cry of discontent erupted from the crowd. Initially chaotic, the response soon grew into a tidal wave of fervor, as all gathered summoned their strength to shout with abandon. Their voices straining as if to burst from their throats, their fervor surging to their very cores. Excellent. This signifies that there is still hope for you. That redemption is attainable. Qingxue paced a few steps, tilting his head suddenly. Is there anyone among you who wishes to speak? He strolled leisurely, exuding an air of calm. Even if we are deemed useless, we are still superior to those who merely exist as idle wastrels. Is that not so? Therefore, although you may be compelled by the orders of my uncle to heed my words, you harbor a modicum of disdain for me. Do you not? Many lifted their heads, their expressions revealing that, while they did not dare voice their thoughts, they harbored similar sentiments within. Regrettably, your thoughts are misguided, and profoundly so. Qingxue gestured dismissively. I am but a scion of privilege. while you are seasoned warriors forged in the crucible of battle. Yet today, I must declare that you cannot compare yourselves to me. Why is that? The answer is simple. I have a distinguished grandfather, a remarkable uncle, a commendable father, and two exceptional brothers. It is they who have sacrificed everything to forge the present glory of the Jun family. And you possess none of it. Even if I, Jun Moxie, am deemed a complete wastrel, even if I were to commit murder, there would be those to absolve me, those to stand in my defense. And this, too, you lack. Thus, you cannot compare yourselves to me. The laws of heaven are balanced. Only through sacrifice can one attain rewards. Even a wastrel must pay a price, a considerable one at that. Among the common folk, there are no debauched heirs, for they lack the inherent conditions. Their forebears have not paid the price. Hence they are devoid of even the derogatory terms associated with wastrels, and will forever remain so. Let us not speak of anything else, for a prime example stands before us. My grandfather, the venerable Ling Tian, rose from humble beginnings, dedicating himself to the military, shedding blood in countless battles, thereby establishing the present Jun family. Do you think that when my grandfather embarked on his journey, he was significantly stronger than you are now? The ascent of Ling Tian has become a legend within the Tianxiang Empire. Those present are undoubtedly more familiar with his life story than anyone else. At these words, their eyes ignited with fervent sparks. Some trembled with excitement, overwhelmed with emotion. Can we, too, have such a day? Enough said. I trust you grasp my meaning. You are fortunate to have survived the battlefield and to enjoy this tranquil life today, even engaging in training as a pastime. However, what you have sacrificed merely qualifies you to continue living your mundane existence. Nothing more. Suddenly, Junxie halted his steps, confronting them and articulating each word with precision. I ask you but one question. Do you wish to transcend your current realm and become top-tier warriors? Do you aspire to surpass those who have ventured further than you? Do you desire to undertake greater and more significant endeavors rather than merely guarding this home and continuing to drift through life? Moreover, Junxie smiled enigmatically. Do you wish for your descendants to live as carefree wastrels like me, rather than being oppressed? Have you considered that if you succeed one day, your achievements could provide your descendants with unimaginable advantages? Have you thought that such success could allow them to ascend to great heights with minimal effort? They could even join the ranks of illustrious families like the Jun, Li, or Dugu clans. The fate of your progeny could be transformed entirely by your singular efforts. The splendid vision conjured by Junxie stirred everyone, causing their breaths to quicken, fists to clench, veins to bulge, and their eyes to glimmer with fervor. Suddenly, amidst the silence, Junxie bellowed, "Do you desire it? Speak to me." Yes. 300 voices thundered in unison. The sound reverberated through the heavens. 300 heartfelt voices shouted together, as if shaking the very foundations of the world in that instant. Since you desire it, then heed my command now, and train according to my methods, with not a single complaint allowed. I shall ensure that your sacrifices yield the greatest rewards. Junxie gazed at them with a chilling demeanor. However, I implore all of you to remember one crucial point. During my training, it is highly probable that some may perish and others may suffer grievous injuries. This is the potential price you must be willing to pay. I offer you a moment to contemplate this. If you are prepared to accept my training, step forward. Those who are fearful, remain where you are. I caution you, until my training concludes, no one is permitted to withdraw, save for death itself. Therefore, you must make your choice here and now. I will count to 3. In the time it takes to count, decide. Junxie bellowed. 1. Before he could reach 2 or 3, all 300 individuals, not one missing, stepped forward in unison, their expressions resolute as they embraced their fate. The force of their movement stirred the dust, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Jun Wui observed from the side, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. Junxie's ability to galvanize their spirits was unparalleled. At this moment, even if he commanded them to march to their deaths, not a single brow would furrow in hesitation. Junxie had elevated their morale to its zenith, igniting the fierce blood of these seasoned warriors to its utmost limit. Even Junwui, typically the one to rally the troops, found himself ablaze with fervor upon hearing these words, his breath quickening, as if he were once again amidst the clamor of battle. Surrounded by the smoke of warfare, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood, the hauntingly majestic horn seemed to resonate deep within their souls, evoking a cold indifference befitting a death-defying army, yet igniting within the hearts of these men a searing fervor for battle, unrepentant in life or death. A bloodthirsty glimmer shone in the eyes of all 301 individuals at that moment. They felt, in their quest to rid themselves of humiliation, that to die was a worthy sacrifice. Unbeknownst to Junxie, today he was thrust into this role by Junwei, taking charge of their training, which would ultimately lead to the formation of a fearsome legion known throughout the land, the Reapers of Souls. This was the nascent embodiment of the 1st Battalion of the Evil Monarch, destined to traverse the world with unparalleled prowess. A force born from profound humiliation. What kind of resounding glory would it unleash? Chapter 30. Ruthlessness. Since everyone is willing, I shall now announce the training discipline. Junxie spoke coldly. I will say this only once. Should anyone violate any of these rules, there will be no exceptions and certainly no second chances. There will be no mercy. In my training, there are neither canes nor corporal punishment. Regret is a luxury we cannot afford. There are only 2 paths before you, life or death. Before all of you, there exist solely these 2 roads. From this moment until the conclusion of training, I am your supreme commander. During this period, you are permitted to heed only my commands. No one else. Remember, no one. Not even my 3rd uncle or my grandfather is exempt. Those who defy orders shall be executed. Those who fail to adhere to the scheduled training shall be executed. Those who dare voice their discontent shall be executed. Those who resist orders shall be executed. 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 The relentless repetition of the word executed reverberated with a palpable ferocity. Junxie's own eyes, reflecting the gravity of his words, became imbued with a chilling intensity. The 300 soldiers stood rigidly, their eyes wide and bodies taut. Each muscle coiled tightly, fearful of missing a single command. Junxie's fervor transformed these guards, these iron-willed men, into fearless warriors, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Junwei could envision the impact of such a stirring address on the battlefield. It would undoubtedly inspire all soldiers to charge towards death with unwavering courage and joyous resolve. Life and death would be of no consequence, nor would there be any regrets. With such leadership, how could they possibly be defeated? On the other side of the training ground, concealed in the shadows, old Master Jun's face flushed crimson, even with his usual composure. He felt a surge of blood rushing through him. Witnessing Junxie in action, his eyes widened, his beard trembled, and his fingers quivered slightly, betraying his profound excitement. Is this truly my wayward grandson? Did such words genuinely escape his lips? Such lofty aspirations, such indomitable spirit. Old Master Jun, overwhelmed, rubbed his eyes, only to shed tears of joy. This remarkable demeanor had not been seen in the Jun family for generations, especially after so many had shed blood on the battlefield. And he had long ceased to observe it in Jun Zhantian. Yet now it had resurfaced. Indeed, it was Junxie's current display that filled this elder with immense surprise and hope, leading Jun Zhantian to believe that there was still hope for the Jun family. Not just hope, but monumental hope. This grandson might very well restore the Jun family's former glory. No, it was not a possibility, it was a certainty. Heaven bless the Jun family. Convey my orders. From this moment forth, all matters pertaining to the young master, every word he utters and every action he takes, shall henceforth be classified as the highest level of confidentiality within the Jun family. A-level seal order. Those who violate it shall face execution without mercy. Their entire lineage shall be eradicated. Immediately eliminate the treachery of the other families we have already uncovered. For those affiliated with the royal family, find a way to dispatch them. Additionally, all specters are to be mobilized, closely monitoring both the interior and exterior of the Jun residence. Should any information be leaked, execute without mercy. Seizing this opportunity, let us ensure that nothing is overlooked. The tone of Jun Zhantian exuded an undeniable dominance and unwavering resolve. In this moment, old Peng felt a palpable aura of menace. He sensed the gravity with which Jun Zhantian regarded this matter. Should anyone dare to divulge it, Jun Zhantian would not hesitate to unleash a merciless onslaught. Unbeknownst to him, the reason behind his grandson's previous restraint remained a mystery. Yet he understood that such demeanor was not without purpose. There must be a reason, a motive. However, despite the pleasant surprise Junye's performance brought him today, the elder felt that his grandson had acted rather recklessly. Should such news circulate and fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, it would undoubtedly pique their interest in Junye. Whether this interest bore good or ill, the old gentleman wished to remain uninvolved. Thus, the wise elder's first course of action was to safeguard his grandson's reputation, issuing a stringent gag order, one of the highest caliber, threatening annihilation for any who dared to disclose it. In truth, there was no restraint. The reason lay simply in the fact that Xia was no longer Xia, but rather Junye, the king of assassins from another realm, the notorious evil sovereign. In the arena, Junye's commands reverberated. Now heed my call. You have 10 breaths to prepare. 300 individuals shall split into 2 large teams. Should you fail to do so within 10 breaths, all shall run 100 laps around the field. Begin. At his words, the ranks immediately descended into chaos, and within a brief span, they swiftly divided into 2 factions, each comprising 150 individuals. Excellent. 150 shall form a large team, divided into 5 middle teams, each containing 30 individuals, further split into 3 small teams. You have half a stick of incense to elect your respective team leaders, middle team leaders, and small team leaders by any means necessary. Remember, since you have chosen them yourselves, you must obey the commands of your leaders. Should anyone dare to defy orders, they shall be dealt with according to military law, execution. With that, Junyi disregarded their chatter and approached Junwei. Junwei regarded him silently, suddenly breaking into a smile, his eyes still brimming with astonishment. Emocia, your performance today has truly astonished your third uncle. Junyi touched his nose and chuckled. What do you think, third uncle? He asked no questions. Yet Junwei understood his intent. Adopting a solemn expression, he remarked, I initially sought to point out a few faults, yet I genuinely find none to criticize. If all our soldiers could undergo such training, how could we not conquer the world? Conquer the world. A dark line appeared on Junya's forehead. Third uncle, you flatter me. In this regard, our motivations differ fundamentally. You train soldiers fundamentally for the nation. I train them solely for the safety of our Jun family. In this aspect, there is indeed a stark difference. For the nation? For the Jun family? Junwei, once a fiercely loyal general to the country, had seen his fervor wane over a decade of idleness following such a tragic event at home. Junwei contemplated the arduous sacrifices made by his family for the kingdom of Tianxiang. His 2 elder brothers and 2 nephews had perished valiantly on the battlefield, while his own life was irrevocably shattered. Had these losses occurred in a fair confrontation with the enemy, he would have had no words of reproach. Yet, the circumstances surrounding these events were fraught with suspicion, and the kingdom remained disturbingly indifferent. His father, Jun Zhantian, had diligently pursued leads over the years, only for them to be conveniently severed each time. Junwei found it utterly implausible that no one was orchestrating these events behind the scenes. The kingdom's apathy towards this matter had left him utterly disheartened. A decade ago, had someone claimed that training troops was for the family's benefit rather than the nation's safety, the passionate Junwei would have been the first to denounce such treason. Now, however, such fervor had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of confusion. Was it truly worth it? Was it genuinely worthwhile? The Jun family stood as a towering figure, yet vulnerable amidst the tempest, while the kingdom teemed with hidden treachery, threatening their very existence. Was it not preferable to live as a carefree wastrel, waiting for death? Junxie sighed. Is this the reason you reveal your true nature? Junwei's keen eyes, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto Junxie. If our family were not in such perilous straits, would you still indulge in your reckless antics? I find it hard to believe that someone so young possesses such profound cunning. Chapter 31. Layers of pressure. Junxie felt somewhat speechless. Had he not traversed into this realm, it was certain that Jun Moxie would have continued his life of debauchery without a care, devoid of any profound schemes. In fact, had the Jun family remained prosperous, he feared he might have loyally embraced that same role of a dissipated youth, indulging in frivolities indefinitely. At most, he would occasionally venture forth to eliminate a few deserving villains. Even if such were the case, I would still choose to persist in my reckless antics. Junxie gazed at Junwei and chuckled. As long as Uncle San is well, with such a formidable figure to rely upon, I shall remain the original Jun Moxie. Who would dare to provoke me? Junwei smiled in return. Suit yourself. After all, I have seen through it all. You, my boy, will always evade misfortune. At this juncture, the 2 teams had completed the tasks assigned by Junxie. The respective captains, team leaders, squad leaders, stood at the forefront of their groups. Junxie turned and approached them, declaring, from this moment forth, you 2 teams shall be each other's greatest rivals. For now, I am not well acquainted with your individual circumstances, so I will not provide you with a new training regimen just yet. For the next 10 days, all training tasks shall proceed as originally planned. However, Junxie emphasized, each training session will now triple in intensity. Do you understand? A collective gasp echoed through the air. In 3 days, competitions would be held among the squads, with each middle team selecting 1 squad to represent them. In 5 days, the top squad from each middle team would compete in the team competition. In 7 days, the 2 teams would face off for supremacy. In the team competition, the team that loses shall see their captain stand upon the stage before the 300 members of both teams and slap himself in the face. Do you comprehend this? A profound silence followed. I shall ask once more. Do you understand? Jun Xia queried sternly. Understood. The crowd bellowed in unison. The two team captains would oversee the training, and regardless of how they designed it, Jun Xia demanded to witness the results of the competition 7 days hence. He was eager to see who would stand as the vanquished on the elevated platform, striking their own face in disgrace. Such competitions would be held monthly. Any captain who suffered 3 consecutive defeats would be forced to bare themselves and slap their own face on stage, accompanied by barking like a dog. At that time, I shall invite all in the estate to witness this spectacle. At present, I have no interest in knowing any of your names. All shall be revealed after 6 months. I have designated names for your 2 teams. Team 1, Remnant Sky. Team 2, Soul Devourer. However, only the strong may join. For now, you are unworthy of these titles. It all hinges on whether you can meet my expectations in half a year. If you succeed, I shall remember each of your names. If you fail, you will have already turned to mere heaps of bones. Naturally, that shall be the end of it. The newly appointed captains, having yet to savor the joys of promotion, were thrust into the depths of despair. With faces contorted in anguish, they led their teams away, resembling bitter gourds. Everyone has already made up their minds. Not only will they refrain from striking themselves, but they also wish to witness the spectacle of the opponent slapping their own face, ideally in a state of undress while barking like a dog. Ah, now that would be truly thrilling. As for the duel, who fears whom? It merely entails increasing the training intensity for these youngsters. If 3-fold is insufficient, then let it be 5-fold, and if 5-fold still falls short, let it escalate to 10-fold. They shall practice with relentless fervor. From this moment forth, the 300 guards of the Jun family shall formally embark on a life akin to purgatory. Outside the training grounds, Elder Jun exhaled deeply, gesturing lightly as he departed quietly with old Pang. Sir, should we summon the young master for questioning? What more is there to ask? Let him be, Elder Jun replied with a relaxed tone and a contented demeanor. Sir, why did the young master propose punishment only for the captain? Shouldn't the others be penalized as well? Haha, old Pang. If you were that captain and your troops suffered defeat while you were forced to slap your own face in front of everyone, perhaps even in a state of undress, how would you feel? Would you spare your squad leader? Similarly, after the captain faced the storm of reprimand, do you think he would treat his subordinates with any kindness? Thus, each rank bears the weight of responsibility, with each level heavier than the last. By the time it reaches the ordinary soldiers, it culminates in an unprecedented pressure akin to thunder. This is what it means to manage soldiers through soldiers, a novel yet superb approach to training. If Mo Xie could conceive such a strategy, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable general. Elder Jun felt a sense of gratification. Oh, I see. Old Pang pondered carefully. The young master's strategy is indeed quite cunning. Mo Xie. Hiki. Jun Zhanqin squinted, his aged face beaming with delight. Fortunately, His Majesty did not agree to that marriage proposal, otherwise I would have inadvertently hindered him. Jun Wui immediately began to arrange trusted personnel, assigning one for each of the 5 medicinal ingredients to seek them out. Although the Jun family possessed a substantial stock of medicines, the specific ones that Jun Xie required were rather rare and needed to be purchased from pharmacies. However, when he calmed his mind and practiced his techniques thoroughly, he discerned no abnormalities. He was left utterly perplexed. Could it be external influences? Yet, when Jun Xie devoted himself entirely to his practice, a faint white mist began to emerge in his mind, accompanying the energy flow he cultivated as it traversed his meridians. But its effects were not as potent as when it surged forth spontaneously. The third point of confusion for Jun Xie was the heavenly creation technique. Given its name and enigmatic origins, this technique was undoubtedly remarkable. However, since he began to sense his energy, the flow within his meridians remained merely a trickle. No matter how diligently he endeavored, he could not augment it even the slightest bit. Although this meager amount was indeed resilient and manageable, possessing sufficient quality, it consistently fell short in quantity. In comparison, if the internal energy of a previous life were to be likened to a finger's width coursing through the meridians, then the current stream of force would be no thicker than a single strand of hair. The disparity is undeniably vast, rendering any comparison nearly futile. However, in terms of quality, if the internal energy of a former existence was akin to a hemp rope, then the present flow of strength is, at the very least, comparable to the legendary celestial silk, impervious to any blade or sword, even in the most conservative estimation. Thus, both forms remain incomparable. Chapter 32. Nostalgia for the festival. Although this stream of energy was slender, It could be described as tenacious. However, Xia was not entirely satisfied. For this current only represented the nascent stage of his mastery, hardly capable of exerting significant power, while it might suffice for subtle manipulations or minor deceptions. It was utterly inadequate for a life-and-death struggle with drawn swords. Even though a single strand of celestial silkworm silk could indeed support a weight of 200 pounds, a remarkable feat, Xia still yearned for 100 or even 1,000. Or 10,000 strands of this silk woven into the most resilient cord to serve as his inner strength. Hence, to fully amplify this energy string, filling his meridians rather than allowing it to exist as a mere isolated thread, Xia realized he had an arduous journey ahead. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. If employed for covert schemes, it could indeed remain undetected. Closing his eyes, he contemplated the utility of this extraordinary force within his body, gradually entering a state of transcendence. At the Li residence, the formidable elder Tang Wanli arrived with great fervor, akin to a fist striking a pile of cotton. Li Yuran, the eldest grandson of the Li family, greeted him with warmth and courtesy, his demeanor so amiable that it rendered Tang's presence somewhat uncomfortable, leaving him unable to find any fault. Even though he felt a surge of anger, it dissipated beneath Li Yuran's gentle and serene smile. Yet, the pent-up frustration lingered. And after sipping tea, he slammed the cup down, shattering it into 8 pieces. Li Yuran maintained his gentle smile and said, "Bring forth another bowl of covered tea for the esteemed elder." He then added, with a slight shift in tone, "Why was there such negligence earlier? Hurry and fetch the finest cold smoked tea from my grandfather's room. I recall my grandfather mentioning that it is your favorite." With that, he lowered his stance once more, looking apologetically at Elder Tang. "Esteemed elder, I have taken the liberty to act on your behalf. I hope you do not take offense. If I have made any oversights, please do not hesitate to point them out, and I shall have the servants replace it immediately." Tang Wanli glared, opening his mouth as if a dog were trying to bite a hedgehog, unable to find a way to respond. After a considerable pause, he finally said, "Call forth those 3 wretches, Li Feng, Li Jin, and the others. I have words for them." Li Yuran's expression faltered. "It would indeed be a blessing for them to receive guidance from you, esteemed elder. However, it is unfortunate that they have erred and are currently undergoing punishment. Might I request that you postpone your inquiry until they have faced their reckoning?" The Tang family members were momentarily taken aback. A group of them proceeded to the Li family's discipline hall, where they beheld the battered and bloodied figures of Li Feng and the others, causing Tang Wanli's fury to subside somewhat. After merely inquiring a few questions, it soon became evident that the incident was orchestrated by the Meng family, particularly by Meng Haizhou, who harbored long-standing desires for Tang Yuan, the fiancée of the Tang family. The punishment meted out to Li Jin and his companions was, in all likelihood, a consequence of this affair. Instantly, the elder Tang's resentment towards the Li family diminished significantly, yet his ire towards the Meng family blazed fervently, escalating into a tempest of fury. Hastily exchanging pleasantries, the elder Tang mounted his steed and set off towards the Meng residence. Li Yuran graciously escorted him to the door, repeatedly apologizing for the inadequacies of his hospitality, bowing deeply in farewell as he watched the elder Tang's cavalry depart. Once he straightened, a fleeting, ethereal smile graced Li Yuran's face, yet a chilling glimmer flickered in his eyes before vanishing. With a subtle flourish of his white robe, he sauntered back into the estate, his movements exuding an air of detachment, devoid of any earthly concerns. As darkness enveloped the sky, a sudden clap of thunder heralded a torrential downpour, the rain intensifying until it merged the heavens and earth into a singular entity. Li Yuran's steps halted abruptly as he gazed at the curtain of rain above. Chuckling softly and shaking his head, murmuring, "It seems that Elder Tang shall linger at the Ming residence for a while longer." Kue, resting her chin on her hand, sat by the window, gazing blankly at the deluge outside, her expression slightly dazed. After concluding his training, Xia rose and approached her from behind, gently inquiring, "Kur, what are you pondering?" Startled, Kur turned her head, rising clumsily and bowing her head, "Young master, what are you thinking about?" Xia moved to a nearby chair, casually crossing his legs. He observed the little girl before him. Her delicate features were irresistibly charming, prompting him to tease her on numerous occasions. Witnessing her preoccupied demeanor now compelled him to express concern, as Kua felt Xia's gentle fingers combing through her hair. She remained silent, yet warmth enveloped her heart, akin to a little sister encountering her elder brother after a prolonged separation. Suddenly, the young master, who often scolded her, seemed to transform into her closest confidant. This shift was both startling and peculiar, prompting her to lean into Junxie's warmth, momentarily oblivious to the storm raging outside. After a while, Junxie tousled Ker's hair and said, "Rest well for a while. It would be best if you took a nap. I shall step out for a moment." "Young master, with such heavy rain, where are you headed?" Cool inquired with concern. "What if you fall ill from getting soaked? Allow me to fetch you some rain gear. It will be nothing to worry about." Junxie smiled faintly, his expression remaining indifferent. He casually picked up a straw hat and placed it atop his head before pushing open the door, his tall figure vanishing into the torrential downpour. Behind him, Kuer wore a face filled with worry. She could sense that her young master was engulfed in profound pain and unspeakable anguish at that moment. Similarly attuned to Junxie's inner turmoil, the Hongjun Tower in her mind swelled with white mist, spinning rapidly. The white vapor flowed swiftly through the meridians alongside Junxie's turbulent energy, seemingly striving to soothe the discontent and vexation within his heart. Chapter 33. The small tavern. Raindrops pattered incessantly upon the bamboo hut as Junxie hastily departed from the side entrance of the Jun residence, meandering down the street. The thoroughfare, once bustling with lively pedestrians, was now devoid of life, swallowed by the sudden downpour. Crowds sought refuge in the nearby shops, laughter and curses occasionally punctuating the air. The cacophony surrounding him, intertwined with the relentless rain, enveloped Junxie in a solitary reverie. He gazed at the curtain of rain cascading from the heavens, striking his hat with a rhythmic cadence, and felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and solitude welling up within him. What did it matter that he had once been the most formidable assassin in the world? Even if he had miraculously transcended death and traversed into another realm, what significance did it hold? Possessing the enigmatic Hongjun Tower and the opportunity to cultivate the mysterious technique of creation was of little consequence in the grand tapestry of existence. He remained but a mere speck, isolated and forlorn. The ancients were lost to him, and the future was shrouded in uncertainty. He pondered the vastness of the universe, tears streaming down his cheeks. With a bitter smile, he shook his head, contemplating that this verse truly deserved to be penned by him. In this foreign world, he was indeed a solitary figure, the only true descendant of Yin and Huang. As the rain intensified, splashes erupted upon the ground, and a mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering reality itself surreal. At that moment, the world seemed to fade into a hazy dream. The deluge around him fell silent, and Junxie sensed that he was alone, wandering through the tempestuous storm. He felt akin to a ghost, or perhaps he was merely wandering in a dream. Each step he took in the water reverberated far away, and the disorienting sensation of being adrift stirred within him a vulnerability he had long buried as a cold-blooded killer. Suddenly, darkness loomed ahead, and he realized he had unwittingly strayed from the main street into a narrow alley. Amidst the rain, a sign for an inn hung limply, resembling a desiccated fish, suspended by a bamboo pole, from which the aroma of wine wafted enticingly. How to dispel sorrow, if not with Dukong? To drown one's troubles? Only wine would suffice. After a brief hesitation, Junxie stepped into the tavern. Inside, the establishment was sparsely populated, with only 4 or 5 tables, all unoccupied. Given the torrential rain, business was naturally dismal, especially for such a secluded tavern. Yet, in a corner, sat another figure cloaked in a hat that obscured their face, silently indulging in their own drink. They appeared to revel in their solitude, yet an air of loneliness clung to them. Junxie ordered a couple of side dishes and a jug of wine, then retreated to a corner table, pouring himself a drink in silence, oblivious to the world around him. In the downpour, within the confines of the small tavern, he found himself alone. To this glass, I toast to those I have slain in my past life. Apologies, but you shall never have the chance for vengeance. He drained the cup in one gulp. This cup is dedicated to those I am destined to eliminate in this lifetime. I apologize, but your fate is sealed at my hands. Cheers. This cup is also for my esteemed master and junior disciples. May your endeavors be smooth, may you cease your actions soon, and may you live in peace and joy for the remainder of your days. This beverage, served at the modest tavern, is hardly remarkable, even somewhat insipid, which proves challenging for Junxie, who is accustomed to the finest wines. Yet, in this moment, he does not concern himself with the quality of the drink. Even if presented with the nectar of the Yaoqi, he would discern little flavor. The only sensations that linger are bitterness, acidity, and a profound sense of melancholy. In this unfamiliar realm, weakness and indulgence are permitted but once. Henceforth, the path of the evil sovereign shall unfold, a path of unyielding resolve. From this moment, I shall forge my illustrious reputation through the bones of the otherworldly and the blood of the seas. I, the evil sovereign of another world, stand alone in my uniqueness. Another cup downed, yet Junxie feels no hint of intoxication, merely pouring cup after cup, endlessly. Unbeknownst to him, his peculiar behavior starkly contrasts with his surroundings. As if amidst the vast universe, he exists in a realm apart, utterly severed from the tempestuous skies and earth. The solitude of his detached existence, the nonchalance with which he regards the swirling clouds, and the transcendent loneliness beautifully converge within him. In this moment, Junxie remains the enigmatic first assassin. Not merely a mortal named Mosia. In a nearby corner, the only other patron, who had merely cast a sidelong glance at Junxie upon his entrance, now gazes intently, captivated by his unperturbed demeanor as he drinks deeply, exuding an extraordinary grace that hints at his exceptional nature. Junxie has lost count of how many cups he has consumed, almost mechanically raising another, just as he prepares to down it in one swift motion. He is suddenly interrupted by a voice beside him. "Good sir, your capacity for drink is impressive. With the storm raging outside, it seems we are alone here. Since fate has brought us together, shall we share a drink?" Junxie looks up to see the other patron has removed his hat, revealing a square, dignified visage that commands respect even without anger. Yet, his gaze is gentle as he smiles warmly at Junxie. With a hearty laugh, Junxie removes his own hat, hanging it casually behind him, and replies, "The autumn winds and rains weigh heavily upon the heart. Yet to encounter each other in this humble establishment is indeed fortuitous. What harm is there in sharing a drink? Please." The man, taken aback by Junxie's youthfulness, pauses momentarily before responding with a smile. "In that case, it would be remiss not to oblige." He calls for the waiter to bring forth several dishes and 2 jars of wine, then takes a seat opposite Junxie, smiling as he inquires, "In the capital, individuals of such remarkable distinction are indeed rare. May I ask, to which esteemed lineage do you belong?" "Esteemed lineage?" Junxie scoffs lightly, dismissing the notion. "In this world, the drifting reeds bear no name. Do not inquire of me, for I am but a player in this earthly game. Do you believe that only those of noble descent can possess true elegance? May I inquire your honorable surname and name, young sir?" The man asks, downing a cup of wine as he regards Junxie with curiosity. The nonchalant elegance of Junxie piqued this individual's interest in his true identity. "I apologize. I had promised an update at midnight, but I unexpectedly fell asleep at my keyboard. It was only when I was jolted awake by the cold that I realized the time. Forgive me. As I deal with a runny nose and sneezes, I shall first prepare some ginger soup." Chapter 34. A misalignment of words in the vast expanse of the world. A wandering soul laments their fate. What necessity is there for prior acquaintance when a shared drink suffices to encapsulate our intent? Once the wine flows, we part ways, each indifferent to the other, for names are merely labels, and whether remembered or forgotten holds little significance. Junxie remains ensnared in his melancholic reverie, reluctant to disclose his true name. Yet, should he utter Jun Mosia, who could predict whether this gentleman would flee in disarray, drenched by the downpour? After all, the notoriety of a dandy in the capital carries considerable weight. Quickly, Junxie interjects. "You raise a cup, then another. I have yet to take my first sip. Surely, you do not seek merely an excuse to drink my wine?" The man pauses, then bursts into hearty laughter, downing his drink in one go. "Though this wine bears no name, it is indeed of fine quality, strong and spicy, the drink of a true man. Indeed, for the sake of this wine, I shall find any pretext to indulge further." "This wine? Considered good?" Junxie scoffs. "I dare say, my friend, you have yet to encounter truly fine wines. Such spirits are but rare encounters, consumed out of necessity rather than choice. If this be deemed good wine, then by sheer volume, the world must be overflowing with excellent vintages." The man's eyes gleam with interest. Though Song Laosan's establishment may be modest, its reputation for fine wine in the capital is well established. Those who appreciate good liquor yearn for it. Had it not rained today, this place would be brimming with patrons. As it stands, we are fortunate indeed to partake in such libations. You see, Song Laosan sells but 20 jars daily, 10 at noon and 10 in the evening. And he would not part with an extra jar for any reason. Should Song Laosan overhear your words, he might not take kindly to them. Ha ha ha. You possess a commendable spirit. In my current state of melancholy, you managed to elicit laughter from me. Junxie had no intention of smiling, yet found it increasingly difficult to suppress his amusement. How utterly ridiculous that such mediocre wine is considered limited in supply. The worst wine I have previously tasted would surely surpass this by 100-fold. This statement is not mere bravado, for this wine scarcely exceeds 20 degrees of alcohol content, and its quality is somewhat murky. To Jun Xie, who is accustomed to the finest of the world's drinks, this is indeed inferior. Even any modern connoisseur might hesitate to partake, given its unappealing appearance. The middle-aged man's expression darkens. Young brother, I once regarded you as a refined individual. How can you speak such reckless words? One may indulge in reckless eating, but words must carry weight. Know that I have sampled even the wines of the imperial palace. And compared to this, they are merely adorned with opulence but lack the punch and fervor to ignite a man's spirit. I find this wine to be an exceedingly rare gem in the realm of spirits. To claim that the worst wine you have ever tasted surpasses this by 100-fold is rather hurtful. Oh? Do you doubt my words? Jun Xie casts a sidelong glance at him. If you choose not to believe, so be it. I do not require your conviction. Ha ha ha. But let us drink. Let us drink. Ha ha ha. My good fellow, do you truly understand what it means to drink? Are you aware of what constitutes a true drinking experience? With a slight frown, the middle-aged man fell silent, already regretting his decision to come here. This young fellow was indeed quite audacious. Others approached him with goodwill, yet he showed no appreciation whatsoever. Furthermore, his words were laced with disdain. Even if he possessed some talent, he was merely a conceited braggart, unlikely to achieve greatness. Jun Xie snorted softly and remarked in a low voice. True drinking is about the sentiment or the ambience. It is not merely about pouring liquor down one's throat. That would be nothing but a waste of the precious grains used in brewing. Oh, the wine. How disheartening it is to realize that this world not only lacks fine wines, but also people who understand and appreciate it. Even fewer know how to drink, let alone savor or appreciate it. Throughout history, the wise and virtuous have often found themselves in solitude. Only the drinkers leave their names behind. Alas, in this vast expanse of heaven and earth, there is not a single true drinker. Such a profound sorrow. After downing a cup of wine, Jun Xie rose, casting his gaze to the boundless sky and laughing heartily, gazing across the endless stretch of land, amidst the countless sea of humanity. Not a single person is worthy to share a drink with me, nor is there a wine worthy of gracing my lips. How lamentable this world is. Ha ha ha. A true friend makes 1,000 cups seem few, yet with those who do not resonate with my thoughts, even a single word feels excessive. Poor wine breeds dull company. How could such drinking hold any charm? I shall take my leave. To think that such subpar wine is sold in limited quantities, how absurd. Jun Xie's heart brimmed with indignation, feeling as though he was playing a lute to a cow. How could such people, mere bumpkins, ever deserve to share a table with the likes of me? With a resounding clap, a silver ingot landed on the table, and Jun Xie, laughing boldly, strode out, plunging into the thick mist of rain, disappearing in an instant. The middle-aged man, despite his cultivated demeanor, was left seething with rage. How could this young man, so brash and arrogant, dare to belittle his esteemed wine? The very one he cherished most, reducing it to mere refuse? Did that not imply that he himself? Yet, he could not help but envy Jun Xie's carefree and audacious spirit, a wildness that bordered on the eccentric. When might he too indulge in life so freely? This capital city felt like an immense prison. Though somewhat arrogant, his spontaneity was, in truth, genuine. The wise and virtuous have always found solitude. Only the drinkers leave their names behind. What a splendid line. The middle-aged man pondered quietly, raising his cup and draining it in one go. Yet, he could not discern whether it was psychological or something else. But today, the once delectable wine was strangely hard to swallow. It is said that ancient poets could compose verses in 7 steps. I once thought that was mere flattery, yet upon witnessing this young man, I would assert that 7 steps to poetry would not be an exaggeration, especially the final couplet, which truly is remarkable. As he spoke, he began to softly recite. A true friend makes 1,000 cups seem few, yet with those who do not resonate with my thoughts, even a single word feels excessive. Indeed, this young man possesses a certain talent. Suddenly, the middle-aged man paused, then chuckled to himself. This fellow dares to imply I am not his confidant, that we do not share a connection. Ha ha. And he even insulted me on his way out, albeit indirectly. What a sour character. However, throughout the entire realm of Tianxiang, there has truly been no one, including my royal brother, who dared to reproach me to my face. This lad, however, has provided me with a taste of the unexpected. In the course of his life, Junyi has been the subject of countless labels, from murderous fiend to bloodthirsty demon. Yet the term sour scholar has never been ascribed to him. Junyi himself would never have imagined that a few disjointed lines of poetry, inspired by his surroundings, would be immortalized as sour scholar. Moreover, it is a roundabout way of insulting, a form of mockery that is anything but direct. If he were to insult someone, it would undoubtedly be with pointed accusations, never in such a roundabout manner. He would prefer to confront them openly, finding anything less than direct to be unsatisfactory. Chapter 35. An encounter in the rain song. Lao San, what has befallen you? Have you been so agitated by this young man? The middle-aged man, with a relaxed demeanor, lifted his wine jug and filled his cup, smiling as he said, "He is merely an impetuous youth, speaking without thought. You, with your usual grandeur, would not stoop to such pettiness. He may not appreciate your wine, but I certainly do. A connoisseur of the wine kingdom, is it not a pity?" The middle-aged man, known as the prince, expressed a hint of surprise. "Indeed, it is a pity." Song Lao San nodded affirmatively. The young lad's words revealed him to be a true aficionado of wine. He murmured, "To truly drink is to savor the emotions. It is to relish the essence. Simply pouring wine down one's throat does not equate to drinking. That is merely squandering the grains of brewing. To know how to drink, to appreciate wine, to admire it, missing out on such a kindred spirit in the realm of wine is truly the greatest regret of my life." Casting a sidelong glance, Song Lao San suddenly noticed that the hat that Junyi had previously placed behind him had vanished without a trace. A spark of insight flickered in his eyes, revealing a faint azure glimmer within his pupils. Such a pity, he mused, for the prince stood right behind him, utterly oblivious to the anomaly in Song Lao San's gaze. Earthly hues of yellow, celestial hues of blue. This scruffy man, who seemed solely devoted to brewing, was, in fact, a concealed master of the celestial realm. Beneath the supremacy of the divine, the celestial masters could be considered the pinnacle of the pyramid in the Xian continent. To think such a figure would humble himself in a remote little tavern. As Junyi stepped out of the tavern, he strolled leisurely, gradually regaining clarity of mind. Emerging from the previous state of transcendence, he found that his prior demeanor could almost be likened to that of the infamous evil monarch. That moment of madness epitomized the true nature of the evil monarch, who once looked down upon the world. Fearless of offending others, he spoke freely and acted on impulse. Undeterred by the multitude, even when the world cast aspersions upon him, the evil monarch would boldly confront 1,000 troops alone, living without restraint, heedless of others' feelings. If the world praised him, lauded him, exalted him to the heavens, he would accept it with composure, feeling justified. If the world disparaged him, condemned him, or held him in contempt, that too was entirely natural. This peculiar disposition was the very essence of his infamous title. However, having vented his emotions, the rational Junyi would not continue to embody the temperament of the evil monarch. He reigned in his aura, and with the torrential rain offering no suitable refuge, he naturally began to head home. Just as he was about to turn the corner ahead, Junyi suddenly paused, his steps slowing. For from around the corner came a low voice, barely audible amidst the downpour, which, had it not been for Junyi's heightened senses, would have gone unheard. The voice uttered, "At last, it's done. If it weren't for this torrential rain, I wouldn't have been able to touch that old fellow Tang's belongings. Truly, heaven's protection. Tang family?" A spark of realization ignited in Junyi's mind, instantly recalling the family of Tang Yuan. With a swift thought, he darted behind a protruding earthen wall, using the rain as cover to conceal himself. The earthen wall, though not particularly high under normal circumstances, could scarcely conceal a person. Yet, amidst the torrential downpour, where visibility was diminished to the point of obscurity, it provided an excellent cover. Slowly, he removed his conical hat, allowing the rain to drench him thoroughly from head to toe. The sound of raindrops striking the hat was distinctly different from those hitting the wall, compelling Junxie to exercise caution. The subtle variations in sound when rain fell upon a person versus a wall were trivial compared to the stark contrast presented by the hat. Amidst the heavy panting, a group of 5 or 6 individuals appeared to laboriously approach, entirely oblivious to the presence of others in such a deluge. One among them, carrying a parcel, rounded the corner and remarked, "This plan has been in the making for quite some time, yet we have faced numerous setbacks. At last, we brothers have succeeded. The chief will surely be overjoyed to hear this." Another, gasping for breath, responded, "Indeed, we have succeeded, but at a considerable cost. Who would have expected that 4 of the 6 experts from the Tang family would emerge, while the remaining members still detected irregularities in our secret infiltration? If it weren't for that mysterious figure diverting the remaining 2 experts, along with 14 brothers sacrificing themselves to cover our retreat, we might have." He suddenly fell into a fit of harsh coughing. "Yes, but Brother Wolf, your little brother from the Tang family escorted us in. If the Tang family investigates afterward, your little brother might not escape unscathed," one of them cautioned. Fear not. By the time they uncover our involvement, we'll have already made off with the reward and flown far away, living freely as we please. The world is vast, and how could the Tang family ever find us? As for my little brother, he likely vanished long ago. Why fret over him? That slippery fellow is of no concern. We should focus on our own survival. Indeed. They agreed, hastening their steps, drawing ever closer to Junxie. From his vantage point, Junxie discerned that among the 6, 4 were grievously injured, while the remaining 2 bore significant wounds, continuously bleeding as they progressed. 2 of them were seized by relentless coughing, each fit painting the ground with crimson, which was swiftly washed away by the rain. What had they taken from the Tang family that was of such paramount importance? Out of 20 who entered, only 6 had escaped, and 4 of them were severely wounded, yet they seemed oddly satisfied and proud. If the Tang family possessed something valuable, how could Tang Yuan possibly refrain from flaunting it? Suddenly, the most gravely injured among them trembled, halting his cough, and shouted, "Who goes there? Show yourself." His piercing gaze swept toward Junxie with the speed of lightning, his entire being suddenly aglow with silver light, having gathered his full energy, poised to unleash a devastating strike. This individual, despite his severe injuries, was indeed a formidable silver profound level expert, and he had detected Junxie's presence. Chapter 36. The Silver Xian Master. As the saying goes, from the initiation of Silver Xian to the ascent of Golden Xian, it signifies the commencement of a true path of strength once one's Xian energy transcends the 9th rank to reach Silver rank. In the realm of Xian, the methods of cultivating Xian energy are regrettably ubiquitous, with even the most ordinary soldiers in the military possessing a degree of Xian cultivation. Yet, the vast majority remain stagnated below the 9th rank, destined to make no further progress in their lifetime. This is precisely why Junie's scathing criticism of the Jun family guards went unchallenged. Over 80% of the 300 guards had already attained the 8th rank, with many reaching its pinnacle. However, none managed to ascend to the higher 9th rank, a mere step apart yet seeming like an insurmountable chasm. Between the 9th and Silver ranks lies an immense divide, utterly separating those on either side with a gulf akin to a vast abyss. The phrase below the 9th rank, mere ants, succinctly encapsulates the reality. The truly advanced techniques of Xian energy cultivation commence from the Silver rank, where distinctions become profoundly significant. The remaining 5 individuals, aside from the Silver Xian Master, had simultaneously reached their standstill, their 6 piercing gazes cutting through the downpour. Each of these 5 emanated a heavy, dark aura, astonishingly all having attained the pinnacle of the 9th rank. The leader, despite bearing severe injuries, radiated a brilliant silver light as he cultivated, clearly on the verge of reaching the golden rank. It was he who had discovered Junie. No wonder he could pilfer from the Tang family, strategically choosing the moment when their strength was at its weakest, infiltrating with 20 capable individuals, having carefully prepared the groundwork with foresight and internal support. Had they succeeded in their mission, the Tang family's power would have been terrifyingly formidable. Yet, in truth, only 6 of the 20 emerged. And if the 14 left behind were also of the 9th rank, the Tang family's strength would still be formidable. The relentless downpour continued to lash down, thick strands of rain and swirling mist rendering visibility nearly impossible, especially in the twilight of autumn. Junie felt a twinge of despair. His current strength was still woefully inadequate. Despite his utmost efforts to conceal his presence, he could not achieve the seamless invisibility he once possessed in his past life. It appeared that a fierce battle was unavoidable today. However, given his current capabilities, could he possibly prevail against these 6 masters? The prospect seemed utterly bleak. Even facing one of them, Junie knew he would be no match at all. Regrettably, having witnessed their nefarious deeds, retreating was no longer an option. They would surely seek to silence him to secure their own safety. To preserve his life, he must devise an alternative strategy. It was a bitter irony that the once revered king of assassins found himself ensnared in such dire circumstances today. As he pondered in a state of deep despondency, Junxie suddenly became aware of something of great significance. This revelation transformed his overwhelming gloom into a state of sheer joy, even excitement, to the point where he nearly burst into laughter. Although he faced 6 formidable opponents, each stronger than himself, an unwavering confidence of victory blossomed within him. Junxie's figure flickered amidst the misty rain, while the 6 adversaries sensed a presence before them, yet remained uncertain of the number of opponents they faced, unable to discern Junxie's form. Thus, they proceeded with utmost caution, reluctant to make any rash movements. After all, they had recently engaged in a fierce battle, suffering considerable losses, with several sustaining severe injuries. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. Conversely, for Junxie, The situation was as clear as day indeed. Even more so than in daylight. The heavenly creation technique was steeped in profound mystery, harboring intricate secrets. However, having practiced for just over a month, Junxia's understanding remained superficial, far from the point of attaining night vision. Yet, the six opponents, fearing detection, channeled their inner energy to its utmost limits. Their silvery and dark auras radiating brilliantly amidst the rain and fog. To Junxia's eyes, they appeared as six impeccable targets, vividly defined as colossal bullseyes. It was akin to a grand ship lost in the thick fog of the vast ocean, suddenly spotting a lighthouse ahead. This was precisely how Junxia felt. The brightness was such that even missiles could strike true. He had truly uncovered the most glaring flaw of this world's inner energy. It was simply too dazzling, rendering stealth impossible. To engage in combat necessitated the gathering of inner energy, but once accumulated, it would emit a radiant glow, especially before a master assassin like Junxia. These six individuals resembled six plump, unguarded pigs, boldly awaiting their slaughter. No wonder no one suspected him of cheating when he rolled the dice. Controlling the dice was a feat achievable by anyone above the 4th or 5th level of inner energy cultivation in this world. However, such manipulation inevitably resulted in visible anomalies. Unless one possessed the supreme divine energy, yet did the supreme divine energy require cheating in a gamble? The creator of the inner energy techniques was undoubtedly a genius. How could he have foreseen that I would traverse here and encounter such a situation? This technique was impeccably tailored for a killer like me. If these six individuals were indeed akin to pigs, then the inner energy before Junxia was but fodder. Just as pigs grow plump after consuming ample feed. They eagerly approached the butcher, proudly displaying their fattened forms, saying, "Look how plump I am. Go ahead and slaughter me. Strike where you find it pleasing." At this moment, Junxia's role was that of the butcher. Of course, butchering also requires skill. The pigs before him did not seem easy to slay. A moment's inattention could result in one of them charging at him unexpectedly. After all, the current physique of the butcher was still rather weak and could hardly withstand such an assault. With a deft flick of his wrist concealed beneath his long sleeves, he quietly drew forth 18 gold-tipped darts that had been hidden beneath his ribs, now resting silently in his palm. Junxia stood motionless, his eyes flashing with a long-forgotten bloodthirsty gleam. The energy of the open heaven creation technique surged forcefully, pouring into the golden throwing darts from his meridians. On this rainy autumn afternoon, amidst the dimness of the world, the king of assassins from another realm revealed his fangs for the first time in this unfamiliar world, showcasing his intricate and artistic methods of killing. Thud, thud, the sound of footsteps gradually grew louder as six individuals cautiously surrounded Junxia, treading carefully through the rain-soaked ground while maintaining an equal distance from one another. They could all sense that their opponent remained unyielding and resolute. This person must not be allowed to escape, regardless of who he was. He had to be eradicated. The thoughts of the six were unified. Amidst the torrential rain and mist, the figure opposite them seemed to stir, and then suddenly, 6 brilliant beams of yellow light pierced through the downpour, racing towards their throats with the swiftness of lightning. Junxia's unique internal energy caused the golden darts to radiate with an extraordinary brilliance after being infused with the energy, shining with an unparalleled intensity. At the moment the yellow light flared, a chill gripped the hearts of the six. Simultaneously, they felt their bodies stiffen with terror. One of them, eyes wide with fear, cried out in a voice nearly choked with despair, "Earth profound." What manner of individual could emit such dazzling yellow light? With such velocity and force? Only a master of the Earth profound rank could unleash such profound energy and brilliance. No other tier could possibly achieve this. Above the silver rank lies the gold rank, and above the gold rank is the jade rank. With the Earth profound being the pinnacle, the disparity was akin to that of heaven and earth. How could they possibly fight this battle? Silencing? No. It was they who would be silenced. Even if their opponent were merely an ordinary gold rank master, the six, in their prime, would struggle to contend, let alone facing an Earth profound expert at this moment when they were all severely wounded. Chapter 37. Murder and plunder. A sense of despair enveloped the six individuals. As if the heavens had abandoned them, they beheld the 6 dazzling beams of yellow light, yet failed to recognize that the figure before them posed no formidable pressure akin to that of a true master in the Earth profound realm. Nevertheless, the overwhelming dread that surged within them rendered them momentarily dazed, a fleeting lapse that irrevocably sealed their fates. Junxia had calculated this very moment, unleashing the golden darts imbued with his profound energy, dazzlingly bright, precisely to exploit their momentary confusion. An exceptional assassin excels in discerning the psyche of his adversaries. He foresaw that these six would be paralyzed by fear when confronted with an insurmountable foe. What Junxie sought was merely that brief interval of disarray. The injured silver tier cultivators suddenly found themselves face to face with a peak earth profound expert, and the terror that gripped their hearts was immense, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. As they were already being hunted, this feeling of utter hopelessness intensified. Junxie craved just this sliver of time. Had he opted for a direct assault? At least 3 among the 6 could have evaded his golden darts, for dispersing their power across 6 projectiles would inevitably lack the precision of a singular strike. Should even one of them escape, Junxie would face significant trouble. Though wounded, any one of them was beyond his current capabilities. The reason for the infallibility of the little leaf-flying dagger lay in its singularity. Each strike was executed with only 1 dart. Junxie's focus remained on the silver tier cultivator, who, despite his injuries, exerted the most pressure on him, and it was he who keenly sensed Junxie's presence. In the wake of the 6 radiant golden darts, 12 dark projectiles swiftly followed, yet the initial 6 had captivated their complete attention. A torrential downpour obscured their vision, and in their panic, they barely managed to evade the golden darts at the last moment, too fearful to wield their weapons for defense, lest they provoke the Earth Profound Master before them. Had the assailant truly been an Earth Profound Master, they would have perished before even perceiving the yellow light. Even the strongest among them, the silver tier cultivator, would have been no exception. Regrettably, in their state of alarm, they overlooked this critical fact. Though they dodged swiftly, 2 of them let out blood-curdling screams, unable to evade the golden darts, which quivered as they embedded themselves in the clavicle, blood gushing forth as they collapsed. The fallen believed themselves to be mortally wounded, struck by the thunderous blow of an earth-profound expert, feeling utterly helpless in their meager 9th rank state, save for awaiting death. Moreover, the location of the dart was perilously close to the throat. Yet they failed to realize that it had merely lodged in the clavicle without severing the trachea. Simultaneously, for muffled cries of agony pierced the air, followed by the 12 flying daggers, which struck either the throat or forehead of the remaining standing 4, each sustaining at least 2 injuries to vital areas. With disbelief etched across his face, he tightly grasped the hilt of the knife embedded in his throat and collapsed into the rain-soaked ground. The silver-tiered master, who had been so diligently cared for by Junxie, found himself in a state of utter despair as he struggled to evade his injuries. For flying daggers were deeply lodged in his body, buried to the hilt. They could never comprehend how, having evaded the most fearsome fatal blow, they were still struck in their vital points by the very daggers they thought they had escaped. Faced with these insignificant beings, a master of the Earth Profound realm should have refrained from further attacks after a missed strike. Yet why had he chosen to strike again? Why did he dare to launch a surprise assault on opponents beneath his station, and not just once, but multiple times? Had the current Earth Profound Masters lost all sense of dignity and decorum? Typically, those of the Earth Profound level carried themselves with great self-respect. When had they become so shameless? Without hesitation, the Earth Profound Master Junxie sprang into action, swiftly extracting a dagger from the forehead of a fallen foe. He did not pause, swiftly closing the distance to the 2 previously downed individuals, and with a deft twist of his wrist, plunged the dagger into the heart of one of them. Though they bore significant injuries, they were not immediately fatal. Despite their terror and disarray, they retained some combat capability. An enemy with any fighting spirit could not be spared, even if they were on the brink of death. The final moments of his past life served as a grave lesson for Junxie. The only threat posed by those who seem harmless is their very lifelessness. A murderous intent surged within him, and his expression hardened. As his hand poised with the dagger hovered above its target, his foot was already angled outward. The moment the dagger struck down, he began to move, releasing the weapon and turning towards the other adversary. With a swift twist of his waist, he lunged forward, using his hand as a blade to deliver a swift, diagonal cut to the other's throat. The series of movements was executed with breathtaking speed, leaving spectators in awe. As the first scream echoed, Junxie had already withdrawn the dagger from one victim's head, before the sound of the 4 lifeless bodies hitting the ground could fade. He had thrust the dagger into the heart of the surviving foe, while simultaneously striking the throat of the last remaining adversary. The man with the dagger in his heart made not a sound, succumbing instantly to death. In that fleeting moment, the crack of the last adversary's throat breaking coincided with the sound of 4 bodies collapsing to the ground. Only after this was completed did Junxie take a moment to catch his breath. Given the current state of his corporeal form, executing such complex maneuvers had proven exceedingly challenging. The former Jun Mo Xie had nearly exhausted this body's potential. Without the profound transformation he had undergone and a month of rigorous training and recovery, he would never have been able to accomplish the series of battles just witnessed. Yet, even so, the time had been too brief, a complete overextension of his capabilities. As his mind relaxed, he could no longer endure the backlash from the intense exertion. Pain coursed through him, as if every bone and sinew were on the verge of breaking, delivering an ache that penetrated deep into his very core. With a final gasp, the last individual expelled a jet of blood that splattered across Junxie's face. His body, resembling a golden ingot, arched as he gazed at Junxie with eyes filled with regret, hoarsely uttering, You are not. To face death at last, he finally came to a realization. This person before him was certainly not a master of Earth Profound. What a foolish mind. Junxie sighed, expressing his pity. If I were truly a master of Earth Profound, would I need to resort to ambushing a bunch of worthless trash like you? Initially, he still had breath left. Although certain of his demise, he could endure for a while longer, not destined to perish so abruptly. However, Junxie's words instantly extinguished his remaining spirit. At long last, having discovered a small pouch in the embrace of the silver-tiered expert, Junxie weighed it in his hands, then reached for the fallen hat nearby. Tucking it under his arm, in a few strides, he turned the corner, and the torrential rain fell behind him, creating a vast curtain that separated Junxie from the bloody scene, dividing them into two distinct worlds. Chapter 38, Pure Coincidence in the Heart of a Torrential Downpour. Vibrant crimson hues gradually dissipated, leaving behind 6 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. One corpse lay with wide-open eyes, glaring defiantly at the heavens, a visage filled with resentment. The rain poured down relentlessly, yet Junxie strolled forward with an air of nonchalance, unbothered by the deluge. The bloodstains that once marred his visage had been washed away, leaving only a dark brown patch, a remnant of the sanguine essence of 6 once vibrant men. It was the blood of a silver-rank master and 5 ninth-grade practitioners, each of whom stood no chance against Junxie's current prowess. As Junxie approached the gates of the Jun residence, a tall figure sliced through the curtain of rain, akin to a firework streaking across the sky. Upon reaching the street corner, the figure was taken aback by the sight of the 6 bodies sprawled in disarray. With a swift motion, the figure glided over, searching the bodies with a light touch, yet found nothing of interest. Rising with a countenance darkened to an extreme, the person wore a peculiar mask, obscuring their features, yet their movements exuded an effortless grace. They soared into the air, landing atop a large tree 5 zhang away, scanning the surroundings with keen observation, with agility that belied any hint of fatigue. The golden glint of their aura revealed them to be a gold-rank master. Their piercing gaze penetrated the rain-soaked atmosphere, meticulously surveying the vast expanse. Suddenly, they descended from the tree, encircling the 6 corpses in the torrential rain, then followed the trail of blood, advancing step by step. Remarkably, their pace exceeded that of an ordinary master sprinting at full capacity, heading directly in the direction Junxie had taken. How astute this individual was, discerning the correct path even amidst the relentless downpour. Who could this be? Such profound insight. The figure pondered quietly, gazing skyward, lost in contemplation. Who could have disrupted my plans? Who possessed the acumen to seize this opportunity with such precision? Who could fathom my schemes and anticipate my actions? This operation had been entirely spontaneous, even unbeknownst to the orchestrator, and the deluge itself had come unexpectedly. Thus, the fault did not lie on their end. But where could the flaw be? Could it be? The mysterious figure ruminated deeply, scrutinizing every detail, even casting suspicion upon those closest to them. This individual was known for their profound cunning, always maintaining control over every situation, calculating before acting, their vigilance reaching an unparalleled level. In light of today's events, they would never accept that such a coincidence could exist in this world. Hence, they had initially formed a fixed mindset, convinced that this must be the work of a certain individual or organization, a conspiracy aimed at themselves or their family. From this starting point, the truth diverges vastly from reality. This individual could never fathom that this incident was merely a coincidence, a most intriguing coincidence. All these occurrences are but mere happenstances. Only such a coincidence could signify the inevitable unfolding of events. Can the affairs of the world ever align with one's desires? Though Junyi coincidentally acquired what he desperately needed, he remained utterly unaware of its nature or purpose. Feeling troubled, Junyi wandered aimlessly through the streets, as if being drenched by the rain would somehow provide him solace. It was then, by sheer chance, that he encountered the scene before him, amidst a series of coincidences. Junie fortuitously stumbled upon a group of individuals who had stolen from the Tang family and had barely managed to escape, overhearing their conversation by happenstance. At present, Jun lacked the strength to confront them. He intended to simply pass by, for his feelings towards the Tang family were far from favorable. The loss of their possessions did not weigh on his mind, nor was it of any concern to him. Yet, unexpectedly, these wretched individuals, akin to lost dogs, noticed his presence. This left Junie with no option to retreat, especially since their prowess surpassed his own. Even if he wished to flee, that was no longer feasible. With no other recourse, Junie resorted to employing his skills in concealed weaponry, leveraging the fortuitous weather to his advantage. He devised a cunning plan and swiftly dispatched the group. Once they lay lifeless, Junie, naturally, did not hesitate to seize a few items for himself. Thus, this item of utmost significance to the mysterious individual inadvertently fell into Junie's possession amidst what seemed like an endless series of coincidences. Such an abundance of fortuity is almost supernatural. Even the heavens conspired by unleashing a torrential downpour to enhance the drama. One cannot help but consider it a twist of fate, or perhaps a serendipitous orchestration by the divine. As the mysterious figure prepared to depart, a cacophony of voices drew near. The Tang family's guards were mobilizing for a search in this direction. With a deep sigh, golden light flickered, and 6 successive sounds echoed as the heads of 6 men exploded, their true forms no longer discernible. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he vanished into the curtain of rain, leaving no trace behind. What a series of misfortunes! In a bid to drown his sorrows in drink, he encountered an unappreciative soul who mistook inferior wine for a rare vintage, a situation both pitiful and amusing. Seeking merely to enjoy the rain, he found himself embroiled in murder. Truly, luck was not on his side. Junie gazed skyward with a heavy heart, touched the small bundle in his possession, and stepped through the gates of the Jun family. Chapter 39. Guanqinghan. The torrential rain finally showed signs of easing, yet its intensity remained formidable. Junxie ambled along at a leisurely pace, leaving the servants who caught sight of him at the doors and windows in a state of astonishment, prompting a flurry of inquiries among them. What madness has seized this young master this time? However, compared to his previous reckless antics, this current episode of madness was somewhat more acceptable, albeit still peculiar. What could possibly compel him to venture out in such downpour? As he approached the garden, a haunting melody of a flute drifted through the curtain of rain, weaving a tapestry of lingering sorrow. The sound evoked an image of the flutist's profound melancholy and unvoiced grievances. At that moment, Junxie found that the music resonated with his own state of mind, compelling him to follow the sound. In the center of the garden, a pavilion housed a woman clad in pure white. Her back turned to Junxie as she sat alone upon a stone bench. Her shoulders were delicately sculpted, her hair gathered high like dark clouds, and her slender waist could be grasped with a mere hand. From this silhouette alone, one could discern her ethereal grace. Yet amidst the dreary autumn rain accompanied by the plaintive flute, she appeared all the more solitary and forlorn. Junxie stood quietly in the rain outside the pavilion, gently closing his eyes to savor the enchanting flute melody that resembled celestial music. His thoughts drifted, reminiscent of the melodies from his past life, particularly the poignant strains of Wang Ning Mei from Dream of the Red Chamber. Equally mournful, equally filled with sorrowful longing. He found himself intoxicated by the atmosphere. Amidst such wind and rain, for whom did the heartache resonate? In that fleeting moment, he sensed the essence of the woman before him. Her solitude mirrored his own, yet her desolation bore an added layer of helplessness. The autumn rain fell incessantly, and within the sorrowful flute notes, even the wind seemed to wail mournfully. Gradually, the flute's melody diminished, akin to a delicate thread swaying in the breeze, until it faded into silence. The woman in white remained motionless, gently lowering her jade flute with a soft sigh that vanished amidst the cacophony of wind and rain, exuding an air of helplessness. Junxie, moved by her lament, could not restrain a soft sigh of his own. Though his voice was faint, the woman was taken aback, abruptly turning to face him with surprise gleaming in her beautiful eyes, which quickly morphed into a flicker of disdain. "It is you. The flute's melody is exquisite," Junxie replied with a faint smile, stepping gracefully into the pavilion, causing a deluge of rainwater to soak the ground beneath him. "Sister-in-law, what brings you such refined leisure today?" The woman, with her enchanting countenance and graceful demeanor, bore an inherent aura of serene elegance. She was Guanqinghan, the esteemed sister-in-law of Jun Moxie and the wife of Jun Moyu, a celebrated daughter of the renowned Guan family and a distinguished talent in the realm of arts. Alas, the bones by the unyielding river remain. Yet the dreams are of a person lost within the depths of a secluded chamber. Upon receiving the devastating news, Guan Qinghan had fainted on the spot. And despite her family's protests, she resolutely took residence in the Jun household, adopting the identity of a widow to care for the elder. The esteemed Lord Jun has repeatedly suggested that there is no need for such formality, as they are not officially wed. Given Guo Qinghan's unparalleled lineage and beauty, what need is there for concern over a suitable match? He has even proposed that the Jun family relinquish the divorce decree and marriage annulment, granting Guo Qinghan her freedom. The entire Jun household, from the venerable Lord Jun to Jun Wui, down to the numerous stewards and servants, holds this young mistress in high esteem, showing her no sign of disrespect. The only source of discontent for Guo Qinghan within the Jun residence is her younger brother-in-law, Jun Moxie. This wayward scion, upon the arrival of his elegant and gracious sister-in-law, has become quite restless, displaying frivolous words and lewd behavior that have deeply irked Guo Qinghan. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she has taken it upon herself to teach him a stern lesson. This young lady, in addition to her literary talents, is also quite proficient in martial arts. Although she is yet to reach the silver tier, she has already attained the pinnacle of the 9th level, making it easy for her to handle Jun Moxie. However, this reckless youth remains unrepentant, aware that his beautiful sister-in-law would not resort to severe measures against him. He continues to cast furtive glances her way, leaving Guo Qinghan with no choice but to retreat to her room for extended periods. Today, as the heavy rain fell, it stirred the sorrow within her heart, leading her to the pavilion where she expressed her feelings through the flute. To her surprise, this scoundrel dared to venture into the rain to seek her out. Truly, he is blinded by infatuation. Does he not realize that my cultivation level far surpasses his? It would be a mere trifle to teach him a lesson, but I refrain from doing so to avoid disturbing the household and to spare the elder's feelings. Does he truly believe that I fear him? With Jun Xie's wisdom, he cannot be oblivious to this. Yet he admires the woman before him and understands the past shortcomings of Jun Moxie, which justifies the disdain others hold for him. His deep and unwavering affection for Guo Qinghan garners a measure of respect from him. The sound of the flute echoes the voice of her heart. The past is behind them, and it is best for the eldest sister-in-law to remain at ease. Everything shall pass. Jun Xie hesitated for a moment and offered his counsel. Guo Qinghan let out a slight snort, her delicate face frosted over, turning away from him and choosing to ignore his presence. This response took her by surprise. She had anticipated that this young man would once more attempt to cling to her. Yet she never expected him to utter a few sensible words and depart without further pursuit, disregarding even the torrential rain outside. As she watched Jun Xie's figure disappear into the downpour, Guo Qinghan parted her lips, hesitating to speak. However, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she suddenly realized that her brother-in-law was indeed different from before. Furthermore, he had not cast a single inappropriate glance in her direction, and his posture remained upright as he walked away, appearing remarkably composed even amidst the rain. Has he truly changed? Guo Qinghan scoffed inwardly, suspecting that the failure of his previous tactics has led him to adopt a facade of respectability to approach her now. Jun Moxie, do you think I would fall for your tricks? No matter how many different faces you present in my heart, you will always be that debauched and disgraceful wastrel. There will be no change whatsoever. You ran through this torrential rain just to exchange a few words with me? Who would believe such a tale? The more you act this way, the more it reveals the mischief in your heart. Can you truly be a paragon of virtue? Will anyone truly believe such a claim? The once vibrant visage of Guan Qinghan instantly turned as frigid as ice. However, this lad today exhibited no trace of awe in his gaze upon seeing me. Chapter 40. Mysterious Elixir. As Jun Xie walked, a sense of profound regret filled his heart. His sister-in-law, Guan Qinghan, was merely 21 years of age, the prime of her life, and an unparalleled beauty. Yet, she willingly remained a widow in the Jun family, a fate that seemed almost inconceivable in his previous life. Here, however, it appeared all too natural, embodying a significant tragedy, a lamentable squandering of potential. If only he could. A sudden thought struck Jun Xie, causing him to startle. This was not in keeping with his usual demeanor. While he might feel sympathy, such sordid thoughts were utterly foreign to him. Could it be that detestable Jun Xie? Even in a state of utter disarray, remnants of influence persisted. Jun Xie cursed inwardly. Upon entering the room, he scarcely acknowledged the greeting from the little girl, frowning as he sat down, reflecting on his actions since his arrival in this world. The more he pondered, the more disconcerting it became. Though he had experienced moments of youthful folly in his past life, They were merely FA aids to achieve his goals, nothing more than performances. Junsuke's nature had always been haughty, bordering on cold-hearted, at times even ruthless. Yet, since his arrival in this realm, he had unwittingly undergone such a transformation. Adopting the persona of Jun Mosia, the reckless scion, was indeed a practical guise and offered the best cover. However, he needed to remain cognizant of his true self. He must not allow the original character of Jun Mosia to dominate. Yet, he must also utilize this persona as a protective veneer. To maintain his essence while adapting to external circumstances, he resolved that deep within, he would always remain the cunning Junsuke. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder, and the cunning Lord treads upon this extraordinary world. With his resolve solidified, he felt an immediate sense of relief and was soon reminded of another matter. He retrieved the bundle he had carelessly acquired from his bosom, and a spark of intrigue ignited within him. This bundle contained something so valuable that it warranted the sacrifice of 20 skilled fighters to obtain it. Though the puppet master behind it remained unknown to him, Junsuke was aware that few dared to covet possessions of the tank family. Surely, if it were not of exceptional quality, no one would risk such peril to procure it. This thought piqued Junsuke's curiosity. What was initially intended to be returned to the Tang family now beckoned him to uncover its contents. Resolute in his intentions, he reached for the bundle and, with a swift motion, tore it open. Inside lay a small, square, flat wooden box exuding a faint fragrance, adorned with delicate golden patterns. The wood was unmistakably top-grade golden sandalwood, and remarkably, it had been hollowed from a solid block. The mere presence of this box was already of considerable worth. Upon opening the wooden box, a chilling aura immediately emanated from within. Nestled inside was a snow-white jade box, its surface icy to the touch, revealing itself to be exquisite cold jade. The hue and texture of this piece of cold jade were such that it alone was a treasure of unparalleled beauty. Junsuke gasped in astonishment. What could possibly be so precious as to warrant such a rare container? Carefully prying open the jade box, he discovered a round object enveloped in a layer of vibrantly colored beast skin, radiating an extraordinary luster. Unfamiliar with its significance, Junsuke felt no particular intrigue. However, had someone knowledgeable laid eyes upon it, they would likely be utterly astonished. This was the hide of a 9th-level mystical beast. It was nearly equivalent to an existence of supreme divine mystique. Just the golden silk sandalwood box, the exquisite cold jade, and the fur of the 9th-level mystical beast. Any one of these items was already worth a fortune. Yet, astonishingly, these 3 treasures merely served as external adornments. Holding the object wrapped in beast skin, Junsuke discerned it was roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. Upon unwrapping it, he could not help but feel a wave of disappointment. What lay before him was a bizarre artifact of a dark reddish hue, bordering on black, with a texture that was neither stone nor jade, and when squeezed, it exhibited a slight elasticity. Judging by its appearance, it was decidedly unremarkable. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, and he exclaimed, "A Xiandan?" Although he had never seen a Xiandan in its true form, Junsuke understood it to be a valuable item, as only mystical beasts of the 3rd tier and above could possibly condense a Xiandan within them. Given the power and influence of the Tang family, their decision to cherish and safeguard this Xiandan suggested it was no trivial matter, likely at least 7th tier or even higher. Unbeknownst to Junsuke, the Xiandan was procured at great cost by the esteemed Elder Tang Wanli from a pinnacle 9th-level mystical beast, the Golden Winged Tiger. It contained an immense reservoir of energy. For low-tier practitioners, it was nearly useless due to their inability to harness its power. However, once one's cultivation reached the Earth level, under specific conditions, it could be activated to draw upon the vast energy contained within the Xiandan for personal use. The extent of absorption was contingent upon one's innate talent. Yet, attaining the Earth level in mystical energy cultivation was immensely challenging. The Xiandan had the potential to elevate a novice Earth-level practitioner directly to the heavenly level. For those engaged in mystical energy cultivation, it was indeed a treasure of unfathomable worth. It had been previously mentioned that even attempting to slay an 8th-level mystical beast was an exceedingly arduous endeavor, let alone attempting to kill a pinnacle 9th-level beast for its Xiandan. Under ordinary circumstances, such an occurrence was virtually impossible. While a supreme divine mystique expert could defeat a 9th-level beast, the prospect of killing it was daunting. 2 such experts joining forces might not even succeed. The power and speed of a 9th-level mystical beast could only be described as terrifying. If one could not overpower them, escape was the only option, as no one could impede their flight. And when it came to a creature like the Golden Winged Tiger, capable of soaring through the skies, such thoughts were utterly futile. Tang Wanli, back in the day, inadvertently stumbled upon a severely injured supreme divine Xian expert, discovering that the individual possessed a rare Xian Dan. It took the sacrifice of dozens of individuals of jade and gold rank, as well as several Earth Xian masters, to secure this precious item. Regardless of how that supreme divine Xian expert acquired it, it would be an exaggeration to claim that this Xian Dan is singular in the world. However, it can be definitively asserted that there are no more than 3 such items globally. Li Yuren's urgent desire to obtain this Xian Dan stemmed from its critical importance to him. Yet, he could not have anticipated that, upon receiving this intelligence several years prior, he would meticulously orchestrate a plan, bribing individuals within the Tang residence, gradually establishing an insider presence, and painstakingly gathering information. It was only 3 months ago that he discovered the exact location of the item, but due to the Elder Tang's reclusive nature and the presence of 4 elite bodyguards, opportunities had been elusive. At last, a fortuitous chance arose. The Elder Tang ventured out, accompanied by 3 of his formidable protectors. Compounding this serendipity, a torrential downpour ensued, aligning the heavens, earth, and human efforts. A top-tier expert was dispatched to divert the remaining Tang household guardian, allowing 20 stealthy operatives to infiltrate. Ultimately, their endeavor bore fruit, albeit at the cost of 20 lives. Thus, achieving success at such a price seemed remarkably advantageous. Regrettably, just before the triumph was secured, they encountered Junxie. Years of meticulous planning, countless schemes, and intricate calculations all dissolved like a mirage. Li Yuren's heart was undoubtedly heavy with frustration at this moment. Chapter 41. The earthquake in the capital. At present, Junxie remained blissfully unaware that he possessed an extraordinary treasure of unparalleled significance. He was troubled, pondering how he could possibly explain to the Tang family the fortuitous manner in which this object had come into his possession. If he chose not to return it, he questioned its utility in his own life. Uncertain of its true nature and value, he contemplated for an extended period without arriving at a conclusion. Eventually, he carefully wrapped the mysterious elixir and placed it within a cold jade box, subsequently encasing it in a golden silk sandalwood box. He weighed it in his hand momentarily before casually setting it beside his pillow on the bed. After a moment's thought, he nudged it slightly and draped a piece of pillowcase over it. This action did not stem from a newfound awareness of the item's worth. Rather, Junxie had once heard that the fragrance of golden silk sandalwood was conducive to restful sleep. In the past, there were gentlemen who purchased boxes merely to retain their pearls, incurring laughter through the ages. Yet one might wonder whether Junxie's actions today could be deemed similarly foolish. As night descended and the torrential rain began to subside, old Master Tang, with his hair standing on end, was consumed by fury, his wrath palpable. Just as he was about to vent his anger, a family member rushed in, breathless and terrified, with news of a burglary at their residence. The old master felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, his blood rushing to his head. Here he was, seeking trouble elsewhere, only to discover that his own household had been ransacked. In a state of alarm, he hastily inquired whether the elixir had been stolen. Anything else could be addressed, but alas, his fears were confirmed. The precious elixir was indeed missing. The old man's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Since acquiring this treasure, Tang Wanli had been acutely aware of its immense value. He believed that with diligent cultivation, his descendants could elevate their mastery of the arcane arts to the earthly realm. Even if he had to humble himself, he could summon a few experts of the celestial realm, or even the esteemed supreme godly realm, to assist in utilizing this elixir and propel his lineage to greatness. With a celestial expert safeguarding the family, the Tang clan's prosperity would remain secure for as long as that expert lived. However, he himself was aging, and even with the elixir's enhancement, his lifespan was limited. Only by reaching the supreme godly realm could one hope to extend their life, a prospect he deemed unattainable, even with such a rare treasure. Yet, as fate would have it, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Among his 2 sons, one was utterly unremarkable, while the other displayed a talent for the literary arts over martial prowess. His cultivation had stagnated at the 9th level of arcane energy, failing to ascend even to the silver tier. While he navigated the bureaucratic landscape with relative ease, experiencing promotions akin to a series of fortunate shifts, the absence of a formidable protector left the family's fate precariously in the hands of others. Although both the literary and martial realms fell under the emperor's jurisdiction, the presence of a single celestial expert within the family would compel the emperor to tread carefully should he wish to act against them. Old Master Tang found himself in a predicament and thus had to settle for second best, placing his hopes upon his grandson. To his immense relief, he discovered that among this generation, several of his grandsons exhibited notable promise. Aside from the eldest, Tang Yuan, whose interests seemed to stray from the path of diligence. The other 3 grandsons were dedicated to the pursuit of strength and earnest in their cultivation of mystical energy. This brought great comfort to old Master Tang, as he harbored hopes that within a decade, one of his grandsons might attain the realm of earthly profoundness. With his own health still robust, he believed he could contribute another decade to the Tang family legacy. Of course, Tang Yuan's imprudent remarks came at a cost, resulting in 2 sharp kicks from the old man, sending him rolling like a ball. As for the several servants who had fled from the household, the bounty on their heads was doubled, as he vowed to uncover the mastermind behind their escape. Within a single day, the capital was thrown into turmoil. And 3 days later, the entire realm would tremble. Meanwhile, the Li family, led by Li Yuran, appeared to remain passive, adopting a facade of mere spectatorship. However, beneath this veneer, they were equally relentless. Li Yuran conducted meticulous interrogations of all individuals privy to the incident, employing severe torture on any who raised suspicion. He would rather wrongfully execute 1,000 than let a single culprit escape. It was imperative to unearth who was working against him. Within just 2 days, several individuals had succumbed to the unbearable torment. Simultaneously, the clandestine forces of the Li family commenced their operations, gathering intelligence far and wide. The capital was soon engulfed in a tempest of intrigue and hidden currents. Within the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, the cells became suddenly overcrowded. The vast resources of the Tang family were mobilized, creating an upheaval in the city that sent everyone into a state of alarm. With no news forthcoming, old Master Tang was consumed by anxiety, erupting in fury day after day. Li Yuran maintained his outward composure, yet his eyes concealed a chilling venom reminiscent of 2 lethal cobras, poised to strike, lightly claiming a life or, more severely, annihilating an entire family. However, the true beneficiary of these events, Junxie, remained blissfully unaware, languishing in leisure at home. That night, cradling a golden sandalwood in slumber, he marveled at its remarkable effect on his sleep. Oddly, his thoughts drifted towards his yet-to-be-married widow sister-in-law. Chapter 42. Purgatory. This does not imply that the Jun family's intelligence network is particularly insular. Rather, it is a matter of habit. They have long ceased to prepare any information for this esteemed individual. Furthermore, this gentleman has indeed been preoccupied of late, either delving into the secrets of the Linglong Hongjun Tower or overseeing the training of the guards in the residence. Astonishingly, he has even found time to engage in the fermentation of a considerable quantity of wine dregs. Consequently, it was not until several days later that Junyi became aware of the significant upheaval that had transpired in the capital. Of course, the Jun family's tranquility is attributable to another factor. Neither the Tang nor the Li families have ever cast a suspicious gaze toward them, let alone toward the profligate Junda. The Jun household comprises individuals of all ages, some elderly, some young, some disabled, and some reckless. Yet none possess the capacity to stand out in such a manner. Old Master Jun has always been forthright and honorable, a fact even his adversaries must concede, and thus would never engage in such nefarious deeds. As for Jun and Mosia, they even felt that to entertain such thoughts would be an affront to the 6 individuals who perished at the street corner. Who would believe that this seemingly frivolous young man, devoid of any merit, could possess the capability to slay a silver-tier master and 5 9th-level practitioners in one fell swoop? Nevertheless, not everyone in the Jun family has been idle. Thanks to the ample free time of the 3rd young master, he has managed to exhaust the guards to the point of near depletion over the course of just a few days. Yet, not a single guard voiced a complaint. The reason is simple. They felt embarrassed, truly embarrassed, and could not bring themselves to speak up. If the guards each felt as though they had shed a layer of skin, Junyi himself could be said to have lost 3 layers, if not more. During these days, his training was so intense that even the iron-willed Junyi could not help but be astounded. Each day, before dawn broke, Junyi would rise punctually from slumber. In a secluded corner of the courtyard he had arranged, a place where the winds converged, he would meditate and adjust his breathing. He chose not to practice indoors to be closer to the heavens and nature. The crisp morning air is truly a gift from the natural world. After an hour, he would bind weighted sandbags to his legs, arms, and wrists, commencing a series of foundational exercises: punching, jabbing, swinging, and hooking, kicking, front kicks, front thrusts, side kicks, side thrusts, and rear kicks. There was no respite or interval during this regimen. Upon completion, he would immediately transition to push-ups, sit-ups, planks, duck walks, frog jumps, leg stretches, shoulder hangs, and inverted hangs. By the end of this circuit, his entire body would be utterly devoid of sweat. The muscles throughout his physique would be pushed to their utmost limits. For an ordinary individual, enduring such a routine would surely leave them utterly exhausted. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After loosening his limbs, he would finally commence practicing a series of martial arts movements, executing each stance with meticulous precision. Even the mere practice of ornamental techniques would likely induce a profuse sweat, how much more so when adhering strictly to the standards. With each punch thrown, the energy flows from the tips of the toes to the heels, through the twisting of the ankles, the exertion of the calf muscles, the bending of the legs, the weight borne by the thighs, and finally, the waist transforms all this power into a single surge that travels through the shoulders, propelling the entire arm forward. This is a demonstration of total bodily strength, expelling every ounce of effort with each strike. A martial artist once remarked that one should not underestimate the simplicity of a punch or a kick. It is essential to understand that every movement demands the coordination of the entire body, with all muscles engaged to unleash the maximum potential. Some can deliver a punch powerful enough to end a life, while others may merely injure their own wrist, illustrating this very principle. The same applies to all other actions. Even executing a single perfect punch represents the essence of martial arts. The foundation of martial arts lies in the humble and ordinary practice, while its pinnacle remains equally simple, returning to the essence of truth. However, the difficulty level of this training merely marks the beginning of Qingxue's formal training for the day. The brutal night of combat instilled in him an urgent desire to enhance his strength. This body felt unbearably weak. After systematically training through all these techniques, Qingxue's family guard appeared before him, ready to commence their rigorous training, which belonged to them for the day. For every exercise proposed by Qingxue, he joined his troops, training alongside them, striving for completion. These training methods were derived from his previous life as a super assassin, and could be described as hellish in nature. It could even be said that one would prefer to descend into hell rather than endure such inhumane and grueling training. His brothers from the past had once circulated a saying, better to traverse the 9 halls of Yama than to endure a single day of training under Qingxue. This attests to the extremity of his training methods. Qingxue reminded himself with one resolute thought: to attain an invincible prowess, one must first cultivate an indomitable resilience and perseverance. Otherwise, it is futile. He understood that one must exert effort beyond what any individual could possibly give. For without such dedication, discussions of opportunities are meaningless. If one hopes to become a celestial being by merely waiting for divine intervention, such aspirations are but unrealistic fantasies. Even with the best fortune in the world and the most powerful treasures of the cosmos, without personal effort, one would still achieve nothing. A beggar, through hard work, could aspire to become a renowned general, while a general who does not strive may also find his name in history, but only in infamy. To trample upon others and the world itself, one must first conquer oneself. This is the bare minimum requirement. After completing his own rigorous training regimen, the guards ran 20 laps around the field, and Qingxue ensured he did not run 1 lap less than they. Every other exercise was conducted with equal intensity. Despite his current physical condition often causing him to lag behind, he steadfastly persevered through each form of training. As the first day of rigorous training came to a close, Qingxue found himself nearly exhausted to the point of mental fog. Yet, the indomitable pride of a gold medal assassin and the dignity of the evil lord sustained him, compelling him to persevere and complete the task at hand. Though this body had undergone a profound transformation, Qingxue knew he must swiftly cultivate its coordination to a state of flawless perfection. Only when every muscle and bone within his physique was harmoniously aligned could he meet his own initial, minimal standards. And from where does this mastery arise? From the sweat of hard work. Those who do not strive, even if fortune were to shower them with opportunities, would merely be crushed beneath the weight of those gifts, never tasting their sweetness. At present, although Qingxue possessed the exquisite Linglong Hongjun Tower and the creation of heaven and earth technique, mastery in both martial and spiritual realms necessitated a dual cultivation of both inner and outer strength. Without a robust physical form, even the most profound celestial techniques would be rendered to ashes. Initially, the 300 guards held a skeptical view of Qingxue's participation in the training, convinced that the young master was merely indulging in a fleeting whim. Witnessing his unsteady movements right from the start, they stifled their laughter, certain that he would not endure for long. Some even went so far as to establish wagers, betting on his imminent failure while they toiled away, drenched in sweat. Chapter 43. Strength forged in fire. Everyone believed that this young master would collapse at any moment, that a dandy of his sort could hardly endure such a hellish regimen. Some even wagered that he would give up within the duration of a single incense stick. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he began the ordeal swaying unsteadily, and by breakfast, though pale, he still persisted. Remarkably, he held on. This outcome left all in disbelief. Consequently, speculation arose regarding whether the young master would partake in the morning's training. The majority opined that the exertion had far surpassed the third young master's limits, and merely enduring until now was a feat in itself. This initial training session aimed to cultivate extreme dexterity in one's fingers. At first glance, it appeared deceptively simple. However, the difficulty was considerable, with steel needles densely packed. Any miscalculation in force or a momentary lapse in coordination could result in a needle piercing the flesh. The instant sting was enough to make anyone's hand tremble, and such a tremor could lead to several more needles embedding themselves. With a stern expression, Qingxue calmly inserted his hand, which had been trained rigorously throughout the morning. As the morning's training commenced, the guards were astonished to see Qingxue once again on the training ground. His fingers inexplicably bloodied and swollen, yet his complexion had improved significantly. Miraculously, he persevered through the morning, still swaying unsteadily. This result left all the guards utterly astounded. More than half still believed that the intensity of the training had exceeded the third young master's capacity, and it was remarkable that he had endured thus far. Surely he would not push himself further in the afternoon. However, the afternoon unfolded similarly. The guards were stirred by a competitive spirit. Could it be that their seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and weathered, were being outdone by a pampered young noble who had never known hardship? This notion propelled those who were already teetering on the brink of exhaustion into the depths of their own trials. As long as Qingxue did not relent, each guard held their breath, determined to push through to the end. The result was that all were left utterly fatigued, with Qingxue orchestrating the training. Junwui had no choice but to attend. He was keenly curious about how the morale of the team would be uplifted, yet after witnessing a day's worth of training, he felt a chill run down his spine. If his eyes were not deceiving him, the sun must have risen from the north today. How could this be? Was this truly his wayward nephew? The absurdity was beyond belief. By the end of the day, when Qingxue finally halted, the brawny and resilient guards lay exhausted on the ground, panting like weary dogs, sprawled out as if made of limp clay, gasping for breath. Out of over 300 men, scarcely a few had the strength to stand. The two captains were bent over, one gasping heavily, while the other rolled his eyes, vigorously rubbing his aching back. Qingxue's complexion was pallid, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet he stood upright, his piercing gaze fixed upon the disheveled throng before him. Suddenly, he bellowed, "All of you, stand up this instant. Within 3 breaths. Anyone who remains seated will be eliminated. Go off and end your miserable existence. You do not deserve to stand here. What face do you have to live when even I, the prodigal son, surpass you in worth?" Instantly, the crowd sprang to their feet like coiled springs, each gritting their teeth, swaying precariously. Dozens nearly succumbed to the ground again, only to be steadied by their companions. If they were truly outdone by the third young master, it would be utterly humiliating to live on. Qingxue, panting heavily, regarded them with a cold stare and growled, "Now, who among you dares to deny your own worthlessness? It has only been a day. And look at your sorry state. Even I, the wastrel, can endure this, yet you collapse. Do you not feel any shame lying there? Warriors of 100 battles? Bah!" The 300 brawny men bore expressions of chagrin, each unable to resist bowing their heads. Indeed, if even the young master they had often scorned could persist, what right did they have to falter? They had all witnessed Qingxue's training that day, for their own robust physiques to struggle so. It was unfathomable what he had endured. Yet, everyone understood that for the pampered third young master, the challenge was undoubtedly far greater than for them. In their eyes, respect and awe inescapably grew for Qingxue, who had no background in such endurance training, while they were seasoned veterans. He shot them a frigid glance before abruptly turning away, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. "If this happens again tomorrow, not a single one of the 300 will remain. Get out." The Jun family does not raise waste, especially not those who are less than a mere wastrel. As they watched Qingxue's retreating figure, the observant noted that his legs, indeed every muscle in his body, trembled slightly, a sign of having reached the absolute limits of fatigue, an uncontrollable reaction. Yet, he displayed not a hint of this fatigue upon his face. This sheer resilience surpassed that of anyone present. If a spoiled young master could withstand such an arduous regimen, could these seasoned soldiers dare to claim they could not endure as well? especially when they were subjected to the same intensity of training as the young master. How could they even voice their struggles? They could not afford to lose face. To complain would invite scorn from their peers, and even worse, disdain from the third young master. What life would remain for them then? However, were they to know that Qingxue was secretly burdened with 8 sandbags? What would their sentiments be? Would they truly feel ashamed to continue living? No one was aware that Qingxue bore wounds from the sandbags in at least a dozen places, blood oozing slowly, mingling with lymph. The true sum of his training that day was likely 3 times greater than that of these guards. This is indeed a rather terrifying figure. Were it not for the support of the heaven-opening transformation technique, given Qingxue's current physical condition, he would have already collapsed 10 times over. However, Qingxue's intention in this endeavor is to harness the extraordinary capabilities of the heaven-opening transformation technique, transcending life and death through rigorous training to shatter the limits of his own body. Although Jun Wui is unaware of the hidden weights Qingxue bears, the astonishing performance he displayed today is sufficient to move this once mighty general who commanded thousands of troops. As he gazes at the receding figure of Qingxue, Jun Wui is filled with boundless admiration, yet a hint of suspicion lingers in his heart. Could this truly be the real face of Xie? This seems rather harsh on oneself. Surely, there can be no unexpected consequences. To forge iron, one must first be strong oneself. I must clarify that from today until Friday. There will be 2 updates, one at midnight and another in the afternoon, with 3 updates on Saturday. The reason is evident. After 2 weeks of publication, while contemporaneous works have only reached around 70 to 80,000 words, we have already surpassed 110,000. With 3.5 weeks remaining until the official launch, it feels quite distant. I sincerely request your understanding, dear brothers and sisters. This is beyond my control. The only promise I can make is that once we launch, we will have a significant burst of updates for several days, allowing us all to revel in the experience together. Wishing everyone an enjoyable reading journey. I deeply apologize. I bow in humility. Chapter 44. A step further after completing his cleansing ritual and sending Kudra away, Qingxue stood bare, entering a profound state of meditation. He focused his mind on the spiritual platform, and the initial circuit of the creation technique began to flow gently. Mist surged rapidly into Qingxue's meridians, gradually mending his weary body. An increasing sensation of tingling enveloped him, particularly at his injuries, which felt as if 100 claws were scratching his heart. Qingxue fiercely restrained the urge to scratch, exerting every effort to control his thoughts and enter a state of cultivation, slowly drifting into a realm of forgetfulness. Unbeknownst to him, time flowed steadily. All the wounds on Qingxue's body gradually ceased to ooze, slowly solidifying into scars. Over time, these scars began to wrinkle, then harden, eventually flaking away like fine dust. At Qingxue's feet, a thin layer of skin debris accumulated, while the skin on his body regained its previous whiteness and smoothness. Now imbued with greater resilience, the taut muscles, strained from a day of intense training, gently quivered in a rhythmic manner, gradually exuding a glistening moisture. After this tremor, the muscles slowly relaxed, returning to the state of complete ease they had known before the training. Following a wave-like surge of soreness and tingling, he finally achieved total relaxation. In this meditative state, Qingxue remained oblivious to these changes. After enduring extreme fatigue, a tidal wave of relief surged within him, propelling his consciousness into an ethereal realm. Akin to a solitary soul gliding freely across an endless, tranquil sea, blissfully content, the sensation was reminiscent of ocean waves, rolling in one after another. In his mind, the resplendent, multicolored tower radiated an increasingly dense mist. A torrent of pure, ethereal energy flooded into Qingxue's body, cleansing every meridian, muscle, and sinew. He distinctly felt a slender thread of energy coursing through his meridians, gradually strengthening under the onslaught of spiritual energy. Though the change was subtle, it was indeed a continuous expansion. His mind felt extraordinarily light, devoid of fatigue. At that moment, his spirit seemed to harmonize with the peculiar tower in his consciousness, evoking a soothing sensation that even Qingxue's ironclad nerves could not resist. Regardless of the world, the moon remains gentle as water, its luminescence gracing the earth. Qingxue sighed softly, surprisingly discovering that his heart was devoid of excessive melancholy and solitude, as if the past had become a mere routine. The bright moon persisted, and the vast sky remained unchanged. Beneath the same sky, one might as well regard it as a mere relocation of the workplace. Upon meticulously examining his physique, Qingxue realized that the numerous wounds that had once adorned his body had not only healed but Astonishingly, the scars had vanished without a trace overnight. Moreover, his skin had become remarkably supple and smooth. Qingxue could hardly believe the formidable recuperative power of the heavenly creation technique. He had anticipated that such rigorous training would soon transform his skin into a bronzed visage reminiscent of his past life. However, while his physical attributes had improved at an exhilarating pace, his skin had paradoxically grown smoother with each session, an utter disappointment. Yet, amidst this misfortune, it was a blessing that his skin was evolving towards greater resilience. Should it become excessively tender, how could he possibly face the world? Once again, he summoned his internal energy, and to his delight, after a day of relentless training, the effects were indeed remarkable. The energy strands within him had nearly doubled in strength. If one were to liken the original flow to the thickness of a hair, it had now swelled to the girth of a bristle. Qingxue broke into a cold sweat. Such self-deprecating comparisons seemed almost masochistic. The velocity of his energy flow had also accelerated. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He had made significant progress in the first layer of the heavenly creation technique. An even greater surprise awaited him. He could now perceive his internal state. This was a feat achievable only by those who had reached the innate realm of martial cultivation. The heavenly creation technique was indeed wondrous. Although his current prowess fell far short of the standards of innate warriors from his previous life, he had nonetheless attained the ability of internal perception. It appeared that such extreme training, once he had thoroughly exhausted his physical stamina and subsequently resumed the heavenly creation technique, bore unexpectedly advantageous results. As he traced the meridians, Qingxue finally grasped the essence of the mysterious energy of this world. The so-called cultivation of mysterious energy was not vastly different from the training of internal energy. It could almost be regarded as a unique method of cultivating internal energy. While mysterious energy may not possess the enduring quality of internal power, its explosive force was significantly superior. Due to its immense potency, the concealment of this mystical force was relatively diminished, and naturally, its residual strength was also less substantial. The more profound one's mastery of mysterious energy, the more pronounced the external manifestations, which accounted for the myriad hues of its radiant energy. Interestingly, the method of cultivating mysterious energy closely mirrored that of internal energy, following a fixed meridian pathway. For instance, below the 9th rank, only a singular meridian was utilized. Whether through the 8 extraordinary meridians or the 12 regular meridians, a singular channel formed an internal circulation. Upon breaking into the silver rank, another meridian could be activated, thus creating a tributary while maintaining the internal cycle, albeit within a much broader scope than before. Perhaps this was due to the unique constitution of the people in this world, which explained the excruciating pain accompanying each advancement in mysterious energy, akin to a serpent shedding its skin. Indeed, forcibly breaking through a meridian was no easy ordeal. Henceforth, it follows that when one has thoroughly comprehended the 12 primary meridians and has harmoniously opened half of the 8 extraordinary vessels, one ascends to the realm of supreme divine mystique. However, it is imperative that within this harmonious state of the 8 extraordinary vessels, the Ren and Du meridians must be interconnected, for only then can one truly attain the supreme divine mystique. If one has indeed opened 4 of the 8 extraordinary vessels but has not included the Ren and Du meridians, it can only be regarded as a counterfeit supreme divine mystique. What is particularly astonishing to the unique Qingxue is that upon reaching the supreme divine mystique, he has indeed unblocked all 12 primary meridians, establishing the primary sanctum for cultivating mystical energy, with the Dantian remaining a reservoir of this energy. Yet, to achieve this pinnacle of existence in the world, one need only open 4 of the 8 extraordinary vessels, with the sole challenge being the Ren and Du meridians. Nevertheless, in the realm of martial arts, the so-called ultimate achievement of supreme divine mystique still leaves 4 meridians within the body unactivated. Thus, does this imply that beyond the supreme divine mystique, there exists an even higher realm? Chapter 45. Farewell to Tang Yuan. Is there a higher existence beyond the supreme divine profound? If we consider the theories of internal cultivation, the answer is undoubtedly affirmative. There must be a higher echelon of existence. However, this realm is distinctly different from our own. While the practices of internal energy and profound qi may seem parallel, the outcomes may not necessarily align, leading us to refrain from hasty conclusions. It is conceivable that in this peculiar world, the supreme divine profound is indeed the pinnacle of achievement. Nevertheless, given Qingxue's current understanding of profound qi, he remains unable to draw a definitive conclusion. Moreover, following his previous enlightenment and refinement, all of Junsuke's meridians have been unblocked, allowing him to reach the realm of innate masters with complete circulation through the 100 meridians. When judged solely by the state of his meridians, even the true supreme, divine, profound might pale in comparison. Yet, in terms of genuine strength, he falls significantly short. After all, he has only been in this world for a mere month, and to elevate himself from a state of utter inadequacy to his current physical prowess is truly an astonishing feat. This remarkable transformation is a testament to the extraordinary nature of the opening heaven creation technique. Were he to employ a conventional method, achieving even the most basic level of proficiency within a month would be nearly impossible. However, with the aid of the Linglong Hongjun Tower in conjunction with the opening heaven creation technique, all his meridians have been unlocked, akin to unveiling countless unfathomable treasure troves, awaiting Junsuke to fill them one by one. Considering Junsuke's current capabilities, if he were to engage in a life-and-death struggle, it is highly likely that an ordinary silver-grade practitioner would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. In the case of an assassination, the disparity becomes even more pronounced, as this is, after all, Junsuke's area of expertise. Yet, the unblocking of his meridians has granted Junsuke a rather peculiar ability. If he were to deliberately imitate a technique, provided he has the corresponding profound chi cultivation formula, he could replicate the extreme form of that technique at any moment. It must be noted, however, that this imitation is merely superficial, lacking the corresponding potency. Reflecting on this, Junsuke couldn't help but smile. It seems he has found yet another avenue for ostentation. The following day, Junsuke appeared once more at the training grounds, brimming with vitality, leaving everyone utterly astonished. The previous day's training had left even the strongest of the guards in considerable discomfort, with multiple sore spots still plaguing their bodies. Yet, this young master had arrived at the training field even earlier than them. After the grueling session the day before, nearly everyone had developed a fresh perspective on their third young master, even harboring a sense of admiration. However, most were convinced that he would not be able to return the next day, not only due to potential lack of will, but also because his slight frame could hardly withstand such exertion. Yet today, witnessing Junsuke's upright posture and piercing gaze akin to a sword, all felt a sense of bewilderment. Could this truly be the same young master who had once indulged in debauchery and lethargy? How had he managed to rise again? Junwei had arrived early at the training grounds, seated in his wheelchair, scrutinizing the scene before him. Junsuke's appearance was, in some ways, anticipated, yet still managed to surprise him. Yesterday, after the training session, Junsuke was acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation. Given his original physical constitution, it was indeed questionable whether he could bear the burden. Thus, it would be entirely understandable if Junsuke did not make an appearance today. He had anticipated that even if Junsuke were to show up, he would undoubtedly be exhausted, perhaps even in a rather disheveled state. The training yesterday was no easy feat, even for someone in peak physical condition. However, to his utter astonishment, Junsuke appeared to be in a far superior state compared to the burly men before him. Could it be that the training load was not as daunting as he had initially imagined? After another day of intense training, the guards were further astonished to discover that Junsuke's speed had noticeably increased compared to the previous day, while his steps still bore a hint of unsteadiness. He was no longer swaying as before. Indeed, he appeared significantly more composed than yesterday. The amazement did not cease there. In the subsequent days of training, Junsuke had completely caught up with the pace of the guards, even surpassing them in prowess. This remarkable reality left the group of bodyguards wide-eyed with disbelief. Such rapid enhancement of strength was something they had never witnessed before, let alone heard of. Yet, the example of their young master lay before their eyes, transforming the so-called myth into a living reality. If their delicate young master could achieve this, why could they, with their robust physiques, not do the same? This question reignited the fervor for training. The collective yearning for strength propelled the training into a feverish intensity, with nearly everyone gritting their teeth and training with the ferocity of wild beasts. Junsuke meticulously divided his 12 hours of the day, ensuring that not a single minute went to waste. On the third day, the old master learned of this development. He had once sneaked a look during training, feeling proud of his grandson's diligence, yet concerned that his grandson might be overexerting himself. Haste makes waste, he thought, which would not bode well. After that day, he did not reveal himself again, slipping away quietly. However, the steward, old Pang, distinctly sensed that the old master was quite pleased and in high spirits. In fact, when alone, the old master even hummed a little tune in his study and, remarkably, got drunk for the first time in ages, his face alight with joy. He then swayed to the memorial tablet of his deceased wife, murmuring words unknown for an entire night. He emerged the next day with a smile, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. At noon, atop the drunken immortal pavilion, the guards gathered around 2 tables. At a separate table were only 2 individuals, Junxie and Tang Yuan. Seated across from Junxie, Tang Yuan sighed deeply, his brow furrowed in worry. In recent days, he had endured considerable hardship, as old Master Tang had nearly squeezed half the excess fat out of his hefty frame. First came the house arrest, forbidding him from stepping outside, even for a moment. Subsequently, whenever the old master recalled the theft of the mysterious elixir, he would summon Tang Yuan forth, berating the rotund fellow with fervent indignation, delivering a few resounding slaps for good measure, and then dismissing him with a flourish. Such hospitality occurred with a frequency surpassing even that of daily meals, as if it were a ritual to be performed at whim. Tang Yuan had already suffered a considerable loss of face, nearly jeopardizing the prospect of his future marriage. His father-in-law had unleashed a torrent of invective upon him. His fiancée wept inconsolably, threatening to break off their engagement. It was hardly surprising. Given the circumstances, the near miss today left one to ponder the dire consequences had he truly lost her to another. His father, upon seeing him, would deliver a slap, followed by a frantic search for a stick. His mother, torn between attempting to restrain his father and her own trepidation, wore a perpetual frown that never seemed to ease. Each of his younger brothers would greet him with the same inquiry. Eldest brother, when shall we visit the Qianjin Hall again? We long to behold your grandeur. This would invariably be followed by a chorus of hearty laughter. Chapter 46. Indirect remarks. Certainly, the notions of fate and ease, ephemeral as clouds, are merely official rhetoric. The corpulent individual was shamelessly audacious, seemingly peeling the skin from one side of his face to affix it to the other, displaying a brazen demeanor. All the patrons upstairs glanced over with curiosity. Even the guards nearby turned their heads, feigning ignorance. To accompany such a master was, indeed, a matter of disgrace. Young Master Jun, although composed, could not help but cast a sidelong glance. The overweight man's tirade seemed to encompass even him, compelling him to feign ignorance while feeling a surge of indignation. Pray tell, what have you lost, my rotund friend? Your somber demeanor is such that it renders my wine undrinkable. Junxie frowned at the cup before him, genuinely unable to partake. Insults were tolerable, but even a man of his caliber could not endure this. The wine, though fragrant, was insipid, resembling mere water, devoid of any spirit, akin to swill, which truly vexed him. Were he to offer an assessment, he would liken the wine to a woman even more robust than Tang Yuan, dousing herself in an entire bottle of not only inferior but expired perfume. Upon encountering such a libation, Junxie couldn't help but reminisce about the wretched wine consumed on that stormy night at Old Song's modest establishment, which he had previously regarded as worthless. In retrospect, he found himself somewhat nostalgic. As the saying goes, comparisons can lead to demise. Although that wine had been difficult to swallow and could not hold a candle to the exquisite vintages of his past life, he now understood that the claim of its rarity in the capital was, in fact, accurate. The notion of brewing his own wine crystallized in his mind. It seemed he had forgotten the fermentation process. Calculating the days, he realized that the new wine might soon be ready. He resolved to hasten the brewing, not merely for profit, but for his own enjoyment. If he were to endure only this insipid swill, how could he possibly thrive? When his own wine was produced, it would be sold in limited quantities at a price of 10,000 taels per jar. Buy it if you wish, and if not, so be it. He could drink a bottle and observe another. If it proved undrinkable, he would pour it out for the pigs. Such a fate was utterly intolerable. Junxie pinched his nose and gulped down another cup of this wretched concoction, malicious thoughts swirling in his mind. With his temperament, should he become irate, it was not out of the realm of possibility that he might indeed feed exquisite wine to swine. Alas, Tang Yuan hesitated, his round, plump face, smooth as a fried egg, betraying a distorted expression. Third young master, my brother, I am truly suffering. Why must those scoundrels choose to besiege me? I curse their ancestors for generations. I shall not rest until I settle this score. And those wretched thieves, why must my grandfather blame me for their pilfering? I curse those rogues. As he grew more animated, recalling his grievances, Tang Yuan sprang to his feet, his substantial thigh crashing onto the chair he had vacated. causing waves of flesh to ripple across his body. With a fierce expression, he bellowed toward the heavens. Fortunately, the furnishings of the drunken immortal pavilion are sturdy enough to endure the weight of the corpulent figure. Junxie, however, is struggling to cope, painfully covering his face with his hands, yearning to flee from the embarrassment of being in the company of such a rotund individual. Suddenly, the entire third floor of the drunken immortal pavilion fell into an eerie silence. Everyone turned their heads to observe the quivering mass of flesh in agitation. Breathing heavily, Tang Yuan shifted his thigh, and without cleaning himself, plopped down heavily onto a chair, raising his cup to drink greedily. Third young master. What my family has lost this time is truly extraordinary. Tang Yuan's face contorted with distress. For the sake of this item, I have endured relentless torment over the past 4 or 5 days. The old master has chastised me at least a dozen times, and the elder has relentlessly beaten me with a heavy stick. You tell me, can I run fast like this? Just look at me. I've become so thin, he lamented, gesturing to his own body as he sat on the chair, his soft belly sagging down to conceal his knees. Indeed, he has lost considerable weight, Junxie reluctantly remarked, adding, given your emaciated state, you no longer have any wrinkles on your face. Tang Yuan spat in disdain. He intended to pique Junxie's appetite but was taken aback when Junxie did not press further, although it was an embarrassing matter. Tang Yuan had suffered greatly for this incident and naturally felt an overwhelming desire to confide. Otherwise, why would he shamelessly drag Junxie out? That was a mystical pill. A mystical pill, third young master. Tang Yuan leaned closer to Junxie's ear, whispering, moreover, it is the mystical pill of a pinnacle-level 9th grade mystical beast. This is a treasure of celestial proportions. Just a mystical pill? Junxie thought, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. I have one right here. Do you think it's just an ordinary 5th or 6th grade item? That thing in your possession cannot compare to mine. Tang Yuan scoffed, let me tell you. The one my family lost is the very top-tier 9th grade mystical pill. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause a stir across the realm. If a earthly mystical practitioner consumed the 9th grade mystical pill, they could leap from the initial stage of earthly mystical to the peak of heavenly mystical. If a mid-tier heavenly mystical practitioner took it, they could even ascend to the supreme divine mystical realm. Supreme divine mystical, third young master. Those are among the most formidable experts in the world. The corpulent Tang Yuan exaggeratedly gestured as if cradling the entire world. Is its efficacy truly that extraordinary? Junxie's heart raced, though he regarded him with skepticism. Are you boasting so grandly in front of me? If it had such potency, wouldn't the merchants of the world be selling it like mad? Who the hell is exaggerating? May their whole family perish. Tang Yuan, feeling deeply insulted, swore an oath, pounding his chest, his chubby face flushed red. Selling like mad? Do you think such a thing is plentiful in this world? If it weren't something exceedingly rare, would my family's old master have flown into such a rage? I truly have chosen the wrong person to confide my grievances to. In his excitement, the familiar phrase damn it hung on Tang Yuan's lips. Oh, I truly sympathize with you. Junxie let out a long sigh, casually mimicking a phrase. His mind swiftly calculated the implications. If this truly was an extraordinary treasure, it would be unwise to return it to the Tang family. This item, if it could forge a superlative warrior for his own clan, would surely be far more beneficial than allowing it to languish with the Tangs. Tang Yuan, his eyes reddened, grinned, realizing that over the past few days, only Junxie had been willing to listen to his grievances. In that moment, he felt a surge of emotion, wiping his nose vigorously and carelessly flicking it aside. Just as he was about to share some heartfelt words with Junxie, a voice erupted, sharp and filled with fury. Who the hell is throwing snot around? Step forward. I swear I will annihilate your entire lineage. The voice resonated with unparalleled exasperation. Chapter 47, a bloodshed caused by a blob of mucus. Who the hell is throwing mucus around? Step forward, I dare you. I will obliterate your entire lineage. A voice, sharp with fury, echoed, infused with unparalleled exasperation. Junxie turned to see a youth clad in a cerulean silk robe, his hair slicked back, standing at the staircase's entrance. With his left arm wrapped around a flamboyantly adorned woman, his face was twisted in anger. A large blob of yellowish mucus smeared across his right cheek, the handiwork of Tang Yuan, the notorious Fatty Tang. He was now in a flustered attempt to wipe it away. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Yuan had nonchalantly flicked his mucus towards the ground, which would typically never adhere to anyone, let alone land on their face. However, by sheer coincidence, At the precise moment Tang Yuan launched the blob, the young man, engrossed in his fondling of the lady, had just emerged onto the staircase, his head barely visible. The mucus soared through the air, and had he not turned his face just in time, it would have likely landed directly in his mouth. Junxie stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, and after a prolonged silence, he burst into laughter. As he chuckled, he shook his head in admiration. Fatty Tang, your aim is truly beyond repair. I am in awe. Tang Yuan, dumbfounded, managed a wry smile after a moment. It's not my aim that's at fault. Rather, this fellow's luck is astonishingly bad. Indeed, it was a valid point. Among the infamous rascals of Tianxiang City, both Tang Yuan and Junxie were well acquainted with most. Given this youth's flamboyant appearance and arrogant demeanor, it was evident he was a troublemaker. Yet he remained an unfamiliar face to them. Thus, he must be a nameless scoundrel among the local elite. At this moment, not only had this nameless scoundrel been splattered with mucus, but he had also provoked the ire of Jun Mo Xie and Tang Yuan, two notorious figures in the capital. His luck was undeniably abysmal, a true testament to misfortune. As the two conversed, the youth immediately turned his gaze towards them, releasing the woman from his grasp. With an aggressive stride, he approached, his face contorted in rage as he shouted at Tang Yuan. You fat bastard, are you seeking death? And you pretty boy, what are you laughing at? Junxie's expression darkened instantly. Initially, he intended to counsel Tang Yuan against violence, considering that the fault lay with Fatty Tang. Yet, upon hearing those words, he settled back down, thinking, let him get what he deserves. Tang Yuan was not one to shy away from confrontation, especially in a moment of deep frustration. The moment he heard the insult, his temper flared, and he sprang to his feet like a volleyball struck with force. With a resounding slap, his robust right hand, akin to a bear's paw, made intimate contact with the young man's left cheek. The youth, taken aback, could never have anticipated that Tang Yuan, already in the wrong, would retaliate without a moment's hesitation. Such brazen rascals were a rarity in this world. His body, already frail, could not evade the blow. He was struck solidly, twirling twice before collapsing onto the ground. Stars danced before his eyes, and as his head tilted and mouth opened, a few pristine teeth, accompanied by a foul-tasting blood, erupted forth with a splatter. Tang Yuan, with a menacing expression, lunged forward, his nearly 400-pound frame pinning the unfortunate soul beneath him. He unleashed a flurry of punches to the face, all the while cursing vehemently, Damn you! I'm in a foul mood, and you dare wail before me? I wipe my snot on you as a courtesy, yet you have the audacity to insult me. If I don't beat you to death today, I truly would be remiss for your insolence. With a sickening crack, the man's leg bone shattered under the weight of Tang Yuan. The youth emitted a soundless scream, his body convulsing, head tilting, before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Silence. Tang Yuan roared fiercely, his eyes menacing. The woman, startled, halted momentarily, only to then scream in sheer terror, scrambling down the stairs. A resounding crash followed, accompanied by a cry of agony as the unmistakable sound of her tumbling down the staircase echoed through the air. Enough. If it satisfies you, then let it be. If you continue, you may truly kill him. Junxie frowned, finding the day's events rather dreary. Even if he were to die, what of it? Trouble, who would dare confront me? Tang Yuan threw 2 more punches, breathing heavily as he rose, for beating someone is indeed a laborious task. And the young master was quite fatigued. With a disdainful glance, he proclaimed, in the entirety of the capital, there are few whom I, Tang Yuan, would hesitate to dispatch. This fellow indeed seemed to possess some significance. Junxie lifted his chin towards the outside, where hurried footsteps approached rapidly, indicating that a number of individuals were hastening towards them. The 2 ruffians are upstairs. Young Master Qin is also present. The woman's panicked voice resonated from below, followed by the unmistakable sound of weapons being drawn and the clanking of chains as the staircase reverberated underfoot. In an instant, 5 or 6 burly men, their faces stern, stood before the 2, casting their eyes upon the bloodied youth sprawled on the ground, their expressions darkening with fury. One among them bore a resemblance to the youth. With a square jaw and a bushy beard, his eyes ablaze with rage. He gestured sharply, What are you waiting for? Help the young master up and apprehend these audacious scoundrels. The 4 men complied with a grunt, stepping forward to take action. Beside them stood several individuals clad in constabulary attire, who, upon hearing the command, smiled ingratiatingly. Leader Qin, shall we handle this matter? We will surely. Nonsense. My son has been left in this state, and you expect me to entrust this to you? I will take both of these scoundrels with me. Not a single one shall escape. I shall see who dares to lay a hand on my son. Qin, who, within the confines of this drunken immortal building. The man erupted in fury. The constable, who had intended to curry favor, found himself unexpectedly rebuffed and stood there, his face a mask of embarrassment, rendered speechless. The man, who boldly proclaimed his thirst for vengeance, was none other than Qingxue, the leader of the North City gang among the 6 major factions of Tianxiang City. As for the youth sprawled on the ground, he was Qingxue's only son, Qin Xiaobao, a scion of questionable reputation. Your son is untouchable? Jun Xie regarded him with a cold stare, irked by his arrogance, and cleverly posed a trap. Then, may I ask, is it permissible for your son to harm others? Must we, the common folk, endure the tyranny of your precious offspring? While Qin Xiaobao indeed held a certain status as a notorious young rake, it was all relative. Today marked his day of misfortune, as he encountered the most prominent pair of rakes in the locality. Particularly at a moment when one of them was in dire need of an outlet for his pin-up fury. It was akin to a rabbit daring to provoke a tiger and a pack of starving wolves. Truly a case of fate playing tricks. Haraha. Who dares to lay a hand on my son? Qingxue. Whoever does, so shall face the annihilation of their entire family. Upon hearing Jun Xie refer to himself as a commoner, Qingxue felt a surge of confidence and glared menacingly at him. You pale face. Having reduced my son to this state, do you still wish to survive? Chapter 48. A fortuitous misunderstanding today marks the first update. Tang Yuan was seething with rage, ready to spring up and reveal his identity, when Jun Xie extended his hand to halt him. It was a matter that hardly required their personal intervention. Such a situation should be resolved by the 2 young masters themselves, as it would be beneath their dignity. Originally, this incident was instigated by Tang Yuan's own misstep. Had it not been for Qin Xiaobao's excessively harsh words, this matter would have been forgotten by now. However, upon hearing Qingxue's remarks, Jun Xie felt a surge of murderous intent. Jun Xie acted without regard for notions of good or evil. He followed his whims, relishing both grievances and favors alike. Just based on Qingxue's single utterance, Jun Xie resolved never to let the Beicheng gang off the hook. With such a father and son duo, one could only imagine the extent of their misdeeds. Jun Xie firmly believed that eliminating them would be a righteous act, akin to fulfilling a divine decree, and would earn him great merit. The leader of the Tang family's guards rose, followed by 3 others, all of whom radiated a silvery glow. The 4 silver-level experts stepped forward with somber expressions, their eyes sharp as blades. What does Qingxue think he is? Qingxue was taken aback. Immediately sensing the overwhelming pressure, his thoughts raced as he summoned his internal energy, causing golden light to flicker around him. He hastily abandoned his previous arrogance and replied cautiously. I am Qingxue, the leader of the Beicheng gang. May I ask who you are? A golden-level expert. As the leader of a gang, Qingxue was indeed no ordinary figure. Yet, within his heart, anxiety began to swell. The sight of the opposing force's strength revealed his remarkable ability to adapt. While he dismissed silver-level practitioners, the fact that these 2 individuals possessed 4 silver-level guardians was telling. What did this imply? Who exactly were they? Had his son once again provoked someone he ought not to have? While a golden-level practitioner was indeed qualified to lead a gang, Qingxue was also a notable figure in the urban underbelly of the capital. However, there were still many powerful individuals he could not afford to offend. After 3 days and nights, he had barely managed to preserve his life, but the cost of survival was becoming nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. Although he still did not know the identity of that mysterious young master, Qingxue was certain that he was one of the scions from the influential families in the city. The current aristocracy was beyond the reach of even golden-level or ordinary earth-level practitioners. This individual before him exuded an even more formidable presence than that enigmatic young master. Furthermore, the handsome young man in front of him appeared even more striking than the mysterious noble. Was he destined to trip over the same stone twice? The eldest son of the Tang family? Qingxue nearly fainted upon hearing this. Ironically, his greatest fear now was the Tang family, not for any other reason, but out of a guilty conscience. The mysterious young master was indeed terrifying, and while ignorance breeds fearlessness, Qingxue was intimidated by the enigmatic figure. Yet he remained unaware of the young master's background and true strength. However, the Tang family was a well-established and formidable lineage in the capital. Annihilating his small Beicheng gang would be as effortless as child's play. Observing his son, bloodied and sprawled on the ground after receiving a slight reprimand from the eldest son of the Tang family, Qingxue felt a tumult of anger, urgency, and heartache. Although his northern city gang wielded considerable influence, it paled in comparison to the formidable power of a prestigious family like the Tangs. Akin to the vast disparity between an ant and a tiger, His only son had proven to be utterly disappointing. After previously provoking trouble that resulted in the depletion of his spiritual energy and nearly costing him his life, he still failed to learn his lesson. It seemed this time he might not survive at all. Qingxue was not alone in his trepidation. The four constables were utterly dumbfounded. They had come with the intention of assisting young Master Qin and anticipated reaping some financial reward, only to find themselves entangled with the eldest son of the Tang family, a situation that transcended monetary concerns and threatened their very lives. As for these corrupt public officials, they were to remain here temporarily, awaiting their superior's arrival to retrieve them. Qingxue intended to question their superiors about the conduct of the criminal department's officials, who were supposed to uphold justice but instead allied with criminal organizations to oppress innocent citizens and commit heinous acts. Tang Yuan glared at the constables, delivering his words with an air of righteous indignation that seemed almost absurd when it emanated from him, rather than being spoken by another. It was no wonder that Junxie found it impossible to stifle his laughter upon hearing the corpulent Tang refer to himself as an innocent citizen. He truly had the audacity to say so. The constables, pale-faced and exchanging worried glances, appeared on the verge of collapse. It was evident that a single louder outburst from Tang Yuan could send them into a panic. Tang Yuan's father-in-law, Sun Qinghe, served as the deputy minister of the criminal department, overseeing this very jurisdiction. If he were to arrive and discover that these four had conspired with the Northern City gang against his own son-in-law, their fate would surely be dire. Indeed, these four were ill-fated. While they had heard tales of the illustrious Tang Yuan, their own standing was far too insignificant to warrant any real acquaintance. Today, they had collided headfirst with a formidable figure. Realizing it was indeed the esteemed Tang Yuan, Qingxue swiftly donned a facade of humility, approaching with a beaming smile and performing a deep bow. My son has been blind and has offended young Master Tang. I am deeply grateful for your willingness to teach him a lesson. I humbly beseech you to show mercy and be lenient in your judgment. Tang Yuan had initially expressed his displeasure merely as a burst of pent-up frustration, tossing around accusations without much thought. However, he had not anticipated that his careless words would inadvertently strike true, landing squarely on the intended target. Chapter 49, Extortion with a Sly Smile. Junxie watched coldly as he observed the sudden pallor on Qingxue's face and the furtive glances in his eyes, leading him to wonder greatly. The remark made by the corpulent Tang was merely an attempt to gain a bit more face and benefit. Was it truly necessary for Qingxue to be so flustered? After all, he was the leader of a gang. Although the North City gang ranked the lowest among the 6 major factions, one would expect its leader, Qingxue, to possess more fortitude. In truth, for Qingxue, establishing ties with the Tang family through this matter would be a significant stroke of luck. Yet, his demeanor suggested a certain guilt, akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Why? Hold on. Guilt akin to that of a thief. With this thought, Junxie's gaze toward Qingxue grew profound, and his mind began to calculate. Tang Yuan snorted and remarked, I shall see how your North City gang compensates. His words indicated a cessation of pursuit. The corpulent Tang had already secured both face and substance. Now it was merely a matter of benefits. As an experienced player in the game, Qingxue recognized the implication and joyfully expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young master, for your mercy and magnanimity. In the near future, I shall certainly pay a visit to personally convey my profound gratitude for your great kindness. Tang Yuan nodded, then turned to Junxie. As for me, I have no further grievances. However, your son just now did not spare insults towards Jun Sanshao. Provided that Sanshao bears no grudge, you may take your leave. Jun Sanshao. At that moment, Qingxue recalled the name of Jun Moxie, the only person in the capital notorious enough to elicit such deference from Tang Yuan. It dawned on him that his son had not only offended the esteemed young Master Tang, but had also insulted the even more formidable Jun Sanshao. In that instant, Qingxue felt an overwhelming urge to strangle his son, were it not for the fact that he was his only bloodline. Junxie observed Qingxue, a flicker of light flashing in his eyes before fading away. A determination had taken root in his heart. With Qingxue's brutishness and his son Qin Shao Bao's arrogance and favoritism, Junxie could only imagine the magnitude of misdeeds this father-son duo had committed. Not to mention today, had they encountered anyone else aside from him and Tang Yuan, they would likely have lost their lives. Qingxue and Qin Xiaobao, scoundrels of this ilk, deserved swift execution. The North City gang must be eradicated. A murderous intent began to stir within Junxie. Yet, he held some reservations, primarily due to a sensitive awareness that someone in this establishment seemed to be observing him, scrutinizing his every move. leaning lazily against the back of his chair. He instinctively crossed his legs and began to tap his finger rhythmically on Qinghue's forehead. Qinghu, under normal circumstances, your previous remarks would have warranted a lesson from me. However, seeing your respectful demeanor, let us consider this matter settled. By the way, I have heard that your North City gang has opened numerous gambling establishments in the northern part of the city. It is said that your gang is rolling in wealth daily. Truly a prosperous venture. With a piercing glare and a mocking laugh, he proclaimed, Qinghu, I eagerly await your response. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I assure you that not a single soul within the Northern City gang, be they young or old, will witness the dawn of the day after tomorrow. At this juncture, he suddenly straightened his posture and leaned closer to Qinghu, whispering with a sinister chuckle, however, should you manage to please me, there will be advantages for you. Why not simply bring forth an abundance of silver? Is this elaborate charade truly necessary? Qinghu seethed inwardly, yet found himself powerless against the circumstances. As the leader of a gang, he was being berated by a mere child of no more than a decade and some years, the spittle from the boy's tirade splattering his face, a most humiliating predicament. Yet, he dared not express a hint of dissatisfaction, for this boy, who threatened the annihilation of the Northern City gang, appeared quite capable of carrying out such a threat with ease. With a forced smile, Qinghu swore to satisfy the young master, uttering all manner of flattery until, with a mere wave of the hand from Junxie, he retreated in disgrace, cradling his son. Bah, what a dampener! Tang Yuan spat towards Qinghue's retreating figure. Third young master, will you attend the Golden Autumn Talents Banquet at the center island of Falling Moon Lake tomorrow evening? I hear there will be many intriguing attractions. With only 10 available spots, the competition among the thousands of scholars from Wenqing Academy was bound to be fierce. Such an event would undoubtedly draw attention, with various esteemed families sending representatives to see if they could sway these talents into their own ranks. Furthermore, many of these talented individuals were eligible bachelors with promising futures, prompting noble young ladies to seek suitable suitors among them, thereby attracting a throng of eager spectators. With so many distinguished maidens gathered in one place, the likes of Tang Yuan and Jun Moxie, the notorious scions, could hardly resist the opportunity for flirtation. In a bid to vie for the attentions of these beauties, they would undoubtedly engage in competitions, though they invariably emerged humiliated. Yet, year after year, they persisted in this folly. At this moment, Tang Yuan inquired, his excitement causing his ample figure to quiver, clearly determined to attend, though whether he could secure his desires remained uncertain. A talents banquet? Young Master Tang, do we truly resemble talents? Junxie rolled his eyes. Cabbage seeds, perhaps, but not quite. Jun, the young master, held back a thought he felt too embarrassed to voice. I, with my handsome features, undoubtedly resemble a scholar. Yet you, dear brother, could only be likened to a plump seed. Nonsense. What talents? They are merely a gaggle of self-serving sycophants, like that Xiao Qingxue from last year's banquet, who shamed me in front of Miss Li. He strutted about as if he owned the place. I promptly arranged for him to join the Tang family, promising him high office and wealth, and he came running like a dog. Do you know what position he holds now? Tang Yuan boasted with pride. Chapter 50. I am the villain, what official? Junxie found this amusing incident genuinely intriguing. He searched through his memories and recalled that Xiao Qingxue came from a modest background. Though he was undeniably talented, he was exceedingly sycophantic, presenting a facade of nobility while being utterly servile at heart. Last time, he clashed with Tang Yuan, hoping to win the favor of a young lady from the Li family. In the end, however, not a single noblewoman cast an eye upon him, while Tang Yuan, surprisingly magnanimous, took him under his wing. This was truly uncharacteristic of Tang Yuan. I arranged for him to be placed in the Ministry of Revenue, then had my uncle find a fault with him to facilitate his transfer, which happened several times. His sole responsibility now is to attend to me while I bathe, scrubbing my back daily, washing my undergarments and socks, and even tending to the garments of my concubines. He has no other duties whatsoever. Tang Yuan laughed maliciously. If he insists on being obstinate and maintaining his pretensions of nobility, there is little I can do, nor do I wish to torment him further. Yet the spineless fellow still feigns superiority, claiming some lofty scholarly demeanor. What nonsense! Does he not covet the connections of the Li family? I shall make him wash those skirts daily. Tang Yuan's uncle is an undersecretary in the Ministry of Revenue, making it quite easy and enjoyable to set a newcomer up for failure. Uft. Junxie sprayed his tea across Tang Yuan's face, coughing. Your uncle truly listens to your whims. Young Master Tang, this is rather degrading. Isn't it? Regardless of his flaws, he is still a scholar, a graduate of the Wenxing Academy, and possesses some capabilities. Such treatment is rather disrespectful to scholarship. Disrespectful to scholarship? Third young master. I cannot acquiesce to that notion. What are those people worth? Merely a bunch of bookworms. Even if they have learned the art of governance from their tomes. What does it matter? They can only discuss theories without practical application, allowing their knowledge to fester within. A vast knowledge does not equate to great ability, nor does it guarantee good character. Merely relying on eloquence is no true talent. In the esteemed Wenxing Academy, how many influential figures have emerged from there throughout history? Bah! Tang Yuan laughed heartily, slapping Junxie on the shoulder. Third young master, neither of us can claim to be virtuous. Stop. What do you mean by neither of us can claim to be virtuous? Junxie initially nodded in agreement, secretly applauding. He resonated deeply with this perspective. Much like the so-called top students molded by rote educational systems, they pale in comparison to the tempered elites of society when practical skills are put to the test. Akin to a weaned infant, it appears that, regardless of the realm, this truth is universal. However, it was unexpected that Tang Yuan possessed such insights. It was quite astonishing. Just as he was relishing the conversation, Tang Yuan's words took an abrupt turn, veering dramatically from the day to the night, from south to north. An astonishing leap indeed. Haha. What I meant was, neither of us can claim to be good people. Tang Yuan chuckled and remarked, however, my dear San Xiao, no matter how wicked we may be, in this vast capital, even if we wreak havoc daily, how many can we truly harm? 1,000, perhaps? But consider someone like Xiao Qingxue, a spineless individual brimming with cunning and malice. If he were to be released to govern, he could inflict suffering upon countless innocent souls. Moreover, after causing destruction here, he would simply move on to another place, continuing his malevolent ways until the court finally executes him. By the time that day arrives, he would have long since lost count of the lives he has ruined. In comparison to him, who is truly the greater villain? As Tang Yuan spoke, a surge of indignation welled up within him. Thus, I shall humiliate these shameless wretches. What so-called talents? To hell with them. Anyone who dares to call themselves a talent in my presence, I shall take down one by one. Those hypocritical scholars who fall into my grasp shall never see the light of day again. Junxie laughed heartily. Indeed, Tang Fatty. It is the first time I have heard you speak with such righteous fervor. Well said. For that, I raise a toast to you. This toast was genuine and heartfelt. As Tang Yuan's words resonated deeply with Junxie, throughout 2 lifetimes, Junxie had only met a handful of individuals worthy of his sincere respect. And for a man like Tang Yuan to earn such a toast was a rare fortune indeed. In this world, Tang Yuan was the first to receive such an honor from Junxie. By toasting to Tang Yuan, Junxie acknowledged him as a person of merit. Although this lad was a rogue, he possessed a genuine spirit and true character. Junxie had always acted according to his whims, those he found agreeable. Even if they were scorned by the masses, he would gladly share a drink with. Conversely, those he found disagreeable, regardless of their saintly reputations, he would dismiss with disdain. At this moment, Tang Fatty was blissfully unaware of the significance of this toast, nor could he fathom that it would lead to his salvation from numerous predicaments. Time and again, he would find himself in life-threatening situations, only to be rescued by Junxie. But that is a matter for another time. Tang Yuan raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, his small eyes gleaming with excitement. I am well aware of my own affairs. I am not particularly handsome. I enjoy gambling, and I relish in brawling, occasionally bullying others for amusement. When I see a pretty girl, I cannot help but utter a few playful remarks to lighten the mood. I possess both lustful intentions and the courage to act upon them. I am indeed a rogue. But my wickedness is transparent. As the saying goes, beauty is a desire shared by all. Who wouldn't want to gaze upon a lovely woman? Why the hell should I be forbidden from admiring someone so beautiful? If a virtuous maiden were to notice me staring, she would surely scurry away. But if she stands there, waiting for me to flirt, what could she possibly be worth? Yet, somehow, I have become labeled as a villain. Meanwhile, those hypocritical scholars, upon seeing a beautiful girl, immediately lower their heads, feigning virtue and refinement, only to drool over her as soon as her back is turned, secretly scheming. Bah! This is what they call talent? A talent of the lowest order. I would gladly see every last one of them eradicated. After a lengthy discussion, Tang Yuan found himself in a state of deep despondency. He raised his cup repeatedly, his words flowing incessantly, and his hands busily engaged in pouring drink after drink. Although the wine was mild, it unfortunately seeped into his troubled heart, and the accumulation of spirits led to a transformation. he became intoxicated. His eyes glazed over, and his large head swayed back and forth until he could no longer maintain his balance, crashing into the bowl of fish soup before him with a resounding thud. The scalding liquid prompted a yelp, yet this sudden jolt of pain brought him back to his senses. Observing the disheveled Tang Yuan, his face smeared with fish soup, Junyi experienced a sudden spark of inspiration. Since it was imperative to eliminate the unscrupulous Qin Hu and his son, why not entrust this task to the Tang family? Given the recent loss of a treasured artifact by the elderly Tang, he would likely prefer to err on the side of overzealousness rather than allow any wrongdoing to slip by unnoticed. Moreover, Junyi, feeling his current strength inadequate and unable to deploy his trained personnel, realized that if his grandfather were to intervene, it would draw too much attention. Indeed, this plan could work. With such an approach, the matter would be resolved. Alas, the destruction of a group of scoundrels hardly qualifies as a grand achievement. Junyi refrained from involving his own family due to another concern, the Xiandan, which had become a significant vortex of turmoil. Although Qin Hu's expression could not definitively indicate panic due to the Xiandan, should it indeed be related, then the Jun family's assault on the Beijing gang would be akin to revealing their hidden intentions, plunging them into a quagmire and making them the target of widespread criticism. In contrast, the Tang family faced no such trepidations. Brother Tang, having feasted and imbibed sufficiently, let us relocate to a quieter venue for a heartfelt conversation. I believe the Yihong Tower would provide a serene atmosphere. What do you say? Junyi feigned a demeanor of virtue while harboring ulterior motives. The Yihong Tower? Truly a splendidly tranquil place. Tang Yuan's eyes lit up, the effects of his inebriation dissipating significantly, replaced by a palpable eagerness. Ha ha ha, third young master. You are indeed my confidant. Let us hurry. I've been feeling quite irritable these past few days and require a peaceful retreat, he exclaimed, rising hastily, his ample belly flopping against his thighs with an audible thud. Junyi regarded Tang Yuan with a serious expression, perplexed by the thought of how this man would manage at the Yihong Tower. Would he truly need to lift his own belly with both hands? Otherwise, it seemed quite a challenge to navigate the situation. What a conundrum. Chapter 51. Do you want to? The two descended the stairs. Not because Junxie was reluctant to explain himself, but rather due to an unsettling sensation that someone was surreptitiously observing him from within the tavern. This oppressive aura made him exceedingly uncomfortable, prompting his suggestion to visit the serene Yi Honglu. After Junxie and Tang Yuan departed, a voice arose from a private booth in the tavern. Brotherly, they have left. What do you think? A gentle voice replied with a measured tone. Though Tang Yuan possesses a modicum of insight, he is otherwise rather frivolous and reckless. Such a character, even if harboring ill intentions, would only confront us openly. Thus, he can be disregarded. However, Jun Moc's recent conduct seems rather inconsistent with the prevailing rumors. The tone was imbued with palpable skepticism. Oh, does brotherly imply that there is something amiss with that Jun fellow? The earlier speaker inquired, perplexed. Yet this man remains as audacious and avaricious as ever. Did he not just attempt to extort Qin Hu? His appetite is insatiable, demanding that Qin Hu cede the gambling house of the North City gang to him. Truly the ravings of a madman. He ought to be wary of his own demise. There are matters of which you are unaware. Jun Moc's peculiarities in recent days extend beyond what you perceive. This situation is indeed rather strange. Advise Li Yin to inform Qin Hu to pay a visit to Jun Moc tomorrow afternoon. He must remember every word uttered by Jun Moc, and then compile a report for me, ensuring that not a single detail is overlooked. I need to contemplate this thoroughly. Meet Jun Moc? The man's tone instantly shifted to one of reluctance, as if the prospect of meeting such a debauchee were an affront to his dignity. Yes, I shall be present to eavesdrop and ascertain what mischief Jun Moc is up to, Li Yuran responded calmly. By the way, brotherly, I have received word that the second one may be planning some movements in the coming days. He appears to be growing impatient. Yet, it remains uncertain whether his target is the third or Ling Ming. The information from that side is rather discreet, yielding no further intelligence. Oh. Brotherly Yuran let out a thoughtful hum, his voice gradually deepening. The second truly exhibits a lack of foresight. At this juncture, those who act first shall find themselves in dire straits. Indeed, we may as well observe the unfolding events and refrain from interference. A strategy of passive observation is most prudent. However, Ling Ming is someone you hold in high regard. The earlier speaker seemed hesitant to continue. Fear not. She is merely a woman. Should her involvement incite a fraternal conflict among the first, second, and third, it would be a welcome outcome for me. Li Yuran's gentle voice remained calm and composed, yet exuded a chilling indifference. Great ambitions endure through the ages. As for women, ha ha ha. They are hardly worth consideration. The private booth fell into silence. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Jun Xie sat across from Tang Yuan, straining to suppress his discomfort as he endured the unpleasant odor emanating from the corpulent figure before him. Even with the resilience cultivated from years as a master assassin, he found this trial increasingly arduous. As he opened the car window and took a breath, Jun Xie remarked, "Tang Fatty, judging by your words, it seems you are enduring quite a hardship at home." Originally brimming with enthusiasm, Tang Yuan suddenly deflated, waving his hand and responding weakly, "Third young master, as a brother, let us not speak of this matter. Just mentioning it makes me want to hang myself. Why am I so unfortunate? Others never encounter such calamities, yet I am plagued by them one after another. Third young master, I truly curse my fate. Do you wish to escape this predicament?" Jun Xie chuckled with a sly grin, enticingly inquiring. "Of course I want to. Who wouldn't he want to? Whoever doesn't is a fool. But this issue is not something that can be easily resolved." Tang Yuan scratched his head, displaying a look of despondency reminiscent of a bygone era. "What is easy? What is difficult? My question is whether you want to be liberated from this sea of suffering." Jun Xie, with a sideways glance, adopted a fishing pose, amusingly fixating on Tang Fatty. "I do. I truly do," Tang Yuan exclaimed with excitement. "Third young master, do you have a solution?" "Solutions, while not abundant, do exist. 2 or 3 clever plans, in fact. Just one of my ingenious strategies could set you free. Do you wish to know?" Jun Xie chuckled, swinging his legs nonchalantly. "I want to know. Third young master, my dear brother, Jun Ge, Uncle Jun, ancestral figure. Please tell me, I can no longer endure this." Tang Yuan grasped the lifeline with fervor, breathless and nearly brought to tears. "Have you witnessed the arrogance of the Beijing gang today? I presume they have thoroughly displeased you?" Jun Xie casually hinted. "Indeed, those two are utterly worthless, a nuisance. If it weren't for the incessant troubles at home these days, I would have obliterated them by now. Even if they came to deliver money tomorrow, I would have no desire to see them." Tang Yuan shook his head. "Third young master, hurry and share your plan. Why mention those 2 scoundrels? Isn't this a plan? Tang Yuan, not many are aware of your family's theft, right?" Jun Xie smiled. "Yet I suspect Qin who might know about it." Jun Xie shifted his leg. "Did you notice how flustered Qin who appeared when you mentioned the theft of the Tang family? He seemed to break into a cold sweat." In truth, Qin who had merely shifted his gaze, showing no overt reaction, and the notion of cold sweat was a mere fabrication. However, Tang Fatty was not one to pay attention to details, nor could he retain such observations. "Are you suggesting that Qin Hu is involved in this matter?" Tang Yuan straightened up, his small eyes widening in disbelief. What Jun Deshao said was indeed of great significance, planting seeds of doubt. Normally, he would trust whatever Jun Deshao asserted. However, if his grandfather had conducted an investigation, and it turned out that Qin Hu is innocent, would that not complicate matters further? Tang Yuan hesitated. Chapter 52. Confidential intelligence of Tang Yuan. Even so, have you not invested your efforts in this matter? Given your ability to acknowledge your mistakes and assist in the investigation, I believe the old man will not be overly harsh with you. Furthermore, as long as you firmly assert that Qin Hu may have significant suspicions against him, the old man, in his current state of urgency, will undoubtedly take action to clarify the situation. Once he does, it will not matter whether Qin Hu is truly guilty. Moreover, the Tang family would earn a reputation for eliminating threats to the public. What is not to gain? Indeed, time is of the essence. You proceed with your affairs. I have my own matters to attend to. I hardly have the disposition to indulge in frivolities." Jun Xie smiled. "Fatty Tang, congratulations. You are about to regain your freedom." Tang Yuan beamed with a grin reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha. "Mutual congratulations. It is all thanks to your guidance, brother. If the Tang family were to take action, what should be my next step? The mysterious pill rests in my possession, yet I remain oblivious to its utilization. How shall I resolve this conundrum?" Given Jun Xie's extraordinary prowess in the creation of heaven and earth, and the fact that his cultivation method diverges completely from this world's practices, he did not believe that this coveted elixir would hold any significance for him, and indeed, that was the case. Nonetheless, although the elixir may be of no use in his cultivation, there are other resources within this world that could assist him, though this novice remains unaware of them. And what of tomorrow's autumn talents banquet? Should I attend or abstain? Therefore, before my strength truly burgeons, I ought to forge a few defensive weapons. At the very least, the concealed projectiles I can currently wield should be capable of penetrating the protective aura of a Jade Xian level expert. This is the minimum standard I hold in my heart. However, to achieve such a standard, ordinary iron will not suffice. With his head bowed, Jun Xie made his way to the Divine Armament Catalog storefront. In his quest for superior materials to craft throwing knives, he surmised that only this establishment in Tianxiang City might suffice. In Jun Xie's mind, the ideal materials would be either Xian iron or cold iron. If those were unattainable, he would have to settle for refined steel. During these days, old Master Tang had been exceedingly agitated. His precious top-tier elixir had been stolen. And with no leads, his already fiery temper had escalated further. He was contemplating Tang Yuan, thinking that if it weren't for that scoundrel's wayward behavior and gambling escapades, none of this chaos would have arisen. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, compelling him to summon Tang Yuan immediately, intending to discipline him first. Upon entering, Tang Yuan was met with the sight of the colossal abacus looming before him, instantly transforming his expression into one of dismay. Tang Yuan's face fell, and with a reluctant demeanor, he knelt before it, his abdomen thudding against the ground with a resounding thwack. What is it? Old Master Tang glared at his grandson, whose belly was pressed against the floor, and his anger surged. Can't you shed a few pounds? Do you truly see yourself as a pig? Speak of your matters quickly. Old Master Tang, both furious and amused, dismissed the trivialities, questioning whether he had once again landed himself in trouble. Grandfather, Tang Yuan exclaimed, filled with excitement as he contemplated the prospect of liberating himself from this wretched existence, rising abruptly to his feet, disregarding the impending wrath on the elder's face. Grandfather, I believe I have discovered a clue regarding the missing from our family. Oh, the elder, who was on the verge of reprimanding the boy and commanding him to kneel once more, was suddenly invigorated by the news, his eyes gleaming with interest. Quickly, tell me. What is this clue? Since the had been stolen, his grandson had been consumed with worry and guilt, tirelessly pondering and reflecting over the past few days, exhausting himself in the process. Tang Yuan wore a sincere expression, embodying the remorse of a reformed individual. Stop right there. The elder interjected, feeling overwhelmed. Do you intend to kneel and speak properly? Be concise. Point to the iron scale. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback before continuing. Today, while searching for clues, I encountered Qin Xiaobao, the son of Qin Hu, the leader of the North City gang, at the drunken Immortal Tower. He was brazenly abusing his power and oppressing innocent citizens. My righteous indignation surged within me, and following your esteemed teachings, I could not stand idly by as such vile acts unfolded. Thus, I, with lofty aspirations and a heart full of justice, intervened to aid the weak. I drew my sword in defense of what was right, acting as a hero for the nation and its people. However, shortly thereafter, Qin Hu dared to confront me, oblivious to the peril he faced. When he realized who I was, he appeared utterly flustered. Tang Yuan's self-aggrandizing narrative flowed effortlessly, filled with bravado. Nonsense. What is Qin Hu to be feared? How could he not be alarmed after provoking our Tang family? Is this the so-called clue you speak of? The elder scoffed, dismissing the boy's claims, feeling exasperated by the series of self-praises. Grandfather, while it is indeed reasonable for Qin Hu to feel nervous, he initially displayed no signs of panic. However, upon mentioning the theft from our home, his countenance changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Tang Yuan, adopting a sagacious demeanor, analyzed the situation. The public only knows that our family has been robbed of gold and jewels, and they are pursuing the thieves for the sake of reputation. Logically speaking, this incident should have no connection to Qin Hu. Why then did he react with such shock? I suspect there is a deeper mystery at play. Perhaps he is indeed the culprit behind this. Chapter 53. Encountering Xiaoyi again. The venerable Tang patriarch squinted his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. Proceed, he commanded. That's all, Tang Yuan replied anxiously. That's all? You fool, how dare you leave out the crucial details? The patriarch's fury erupted as he delivered a sharp kick to Tang Yuan's ample backside. How can you presume that the Beijing gang has any involvement in the theft? Based on such scant information, elaborate on the sequence of events, and do so meticulously. Should there be the slightest ambiguity, I shall have your hide. Tang Yuan, feeling utterly helpless, realized he could not evade the patriarch's scrutiny and reluctantly recounted the entire affair. The old man listened intently, and when he heard that Jun Xie had stated the Beijing gang was under significant suspicion, he interjected. Is that rascal Jun Xie not at odds with the Beijing gang? No, not at all. If he truly held a grudge against them, with his temperament, The Beijing gang would have been annihilated long ago. How could they still exist? Tang Yuan hastily denied. Given this, it stands to reason that Jun Mo Xie does not intend to frame anyone. Moreover, with the power of the Jun family, there is no necessity to involve me. However, I must admit, I harbor some distrust towards that lad. He does not seem capable of devising such sophisticated schemes, the patriarch mused while stroking his beard. But, grandfather, the Shandan is of utmost importance to our Tang family. We are at a pivotal moment where it is better to err on the side of caution. Tang Yuan interjected, sensing the plan was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, it is indeed better to trust in its existence than to doubt it. Besides, it's merely an underground gang. There is little consequence in taking action against them. Consider it a service to the people. The patriarch suddenly rose to his feet. Issue my orders. All 9th grade Xian practitioners in the residence are to assemble immediately. Tonight, we shall launch a surprise attack. Remember, until we ascertain the outcome, there is to be no indiscriminate killing. All must be taken alive. We will interrogate them before any further actions. Yes, Tang Yuan exclaimed with joy. Jun Senshao's strategy indeed proved effective, and now grandfather seemed to have a favorable shift in perspective. Jun Xie orchestrated this affair primarily out of disdain for the Beijing gang. What he found intolerable could not be allowed to go unpunished. However, due to certain reservations, he had shifted the burden onto the Tang family. Tang Yuan accepted this task merely to ensure his own comfort and to avoid being treated like a rat scurrying for cover in his own home. The patriarch's acceptance of this plan was rooted in a glimmer of hope. Having hope is certainly better than despair. Additionally, they could rally under the banner of serving the public, regardless of the outcome. As long as they could meticulously document and publicly disclose the crimes committed by the Beijing gang, the Tang family's reputation would inevitably ascend to new heights, garnering considerable support from the populace. Furthermore, considering the Beijing gang is the weakest among the 6 major factions, lacking substantial upper-tier support, there would be little to fear in taking action. Naturally, if any fruitful information were to emerge, that would be an unexpected delight. However, neither Junyi nor Tang Yuan, nor even the esteemed old Master Tang, were aware that this operation was, in fact, an unintentional stroke of fortune. Moreover, it was an unequivocal surprise attack, catching them completely off guard. The ramifications of this endeavor would unfold later tonight. The plan devised by Li Yuran, which involved sending Qinghu to present a gift as a means to test Junyi, had only just reached Qinghu's ears. Yet, following old Master Tang's thunderous action, it was likely to suffer yet another inexplicable and premature demise, struck down by an unforeseen blow. All due to the selfish motives of 2 affluent young scions, one intent on causing mischief, the other eager to escape his own embarrassing predicament. The 2, driven by their own interests, serendipitously thwarted yet another meticulously crafted scheme of Li Yuran. Was this fate's design? As Junyi ambled along the path, he found himself before the storefront of the Divine Weapon Catalog. Outside, a lavish carriage adorned with tassels and intricate patterns had come to a halt, displaying the emblem of 2 cross swords, the exclusive crest of the Dugu family. Taken aback for a moment, Junyi dismissed the thought and continued to stroll inside. While the dandy Mo Xie might have harbored some trepidation towards the Dugu clan, Junyi held no such concerns. Esteemed young master, what manner of weapon do you seek? Upon entering the shop, a middle-aged man greeted him. Young masters like Junyi were numerous in the capital, and many favored ostentatious swords and blades, merely for decorative purposes. Their practicality for combat severely diminished. I am not in search of a ready-made weapon. I merely wish to inquire if you possess any cold iron. Price is of no concern. Junyi smiled, exuding an air of affluence. The man's eyes brightened at this, thinking to himself that this young man, with his dandy demeanor, might indeed be a connoisseur. Not wanting to underestimate him, he scrutinized Junyi for a moment before replying. Ah, so you are indeed an aficionado. Unfortunately, our stock of cold iron is presently depleted, as it is exceedingly rare. Might I interest you in some 100 refined steel instead? Junyi chuckled softly. If it is truly 100 refined steel, then I may consider it. However, is what you refer to as 100 refined steel genuinely of that quality? The middle-aged man appeared somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, esteemed young master, you are quite discerning. I would not dare to deceive you. While our 100 refined steel often only reaches several dozen refinements, its quality is commendable and among the finest in the realm. Only several dozen refinements. I see. Then, do you have any dark iron? Junyi sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Was this place truly lagging a millennium behind Earth? Hoping for a glimmer of hope in their forging techniques seemed futile. Perhaps there existed some unique metals. Dark iron would be the prime candidate. Regrettably, we do not. The middle-aged man wiped his brow, perplexed by the young man's inquiries regarding such elusive materials. Suddenly recalling something, he said, however, we recently received a piece of meteorite iron. I wonder if it might pique your interest? Meteorite iron. Jun Ye's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lead me to it. Initially, the inquiry into the mysterious black iron was merely a tentative endeavor, a faint hope without expectation. Yet, unexpectedly, news of the fallen iron has surfaced. While black iron is indeed rare, fallen iron is even more elusive, indicating that fortune still favors me. Following the middle-aged man, Jun Xie traversed the shop, making his way toward the rear warehouse. Before he could reach the warehouse, a clear voice resonated from within. Excellent. I shall take this piece of fallen iron. The voice belonged to none other than one of the few individuals Jun Xie most ardently wished to avoid, the esteemed Dugu family, Dugu Xiaoi. How is it that I keep encountering her? This is truly bizarre. In a moment of urgency, Jun Xie stepped through the door, preempting any dialogue. Ah, Miss Dugu. What a delightful coincidence to meet you here. You? Jun Xie? Dugu Xiaoi turned, her enchanting eyes sparkling, her demeanor bold. Jun Xie, you are quite the enigma. How is it that a wastrel like you seems to appear everywhere, akin to a troublesome specter? This is truly peculiar. Suddenly, she leapt forward. Her lovely face mere inches away, and fiercely inquired, Jun Xie, are you following me on purpose? Chapter 54. You desire grandeur while I prefer the subtle ah. Miss Dugu, your self-assurance is rather astounding, isn't it? Jun Xie could not restrain himself from jabbing at her, continuing with a retort, if I wish to indulge. I shall venture to the Rouge Pavilion, where an abundance of exquisite maidens await, all exceptionally gentle. Hiss. Dugu Xiaoi's delicate countenance turned pale with indignation as she twisted his arm with her slender fingers, her enchanting eyes widening in fury as she seethed. What, pray tell? Do you mean? A gentleman employs words rather than fists. Jun Xie proclaimed with righteous indignation, only to then grimace. Sister, do be gentle, your dainty hand shouldn't tire. Humph. Speak. What nefarious intentions do you harbor by following me? Speak swiftly, or I cannot guarantee the preservation of your ears. Dugu Xiaoi maintained her grip, relentless in her inquiry. Jun Xie was well aware that this girl was one who could back her words with actions. She was never one to shy away from confrontation. With a quick flick of his eyes, he chuckled. Miss Dugu, did you not wish to procure some iron? Why not allow me, your humble servant, to settle the bill for you? You? Dugu Xiaoi suddenly recalled that this scoundrel had previously won an abundance of fine treasures yet refused to share even a single item with her. Her irritation flared as her brows furrowed. Indignantly she replied, It should indeed be your responsibility to pay. You still owe me for the winnings we amassed together. Had it not been for my luck, you would not have secured such splendid treasures. Consider this your payment, she said, suddenly emitting a few chuckles. Revealing her charming little canines, I desire to craft a short dagger, the kind that is slender enough to conceal within my sleeve. Wouldn't that be delightful? Jun Xie felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. This girl was exceedingly audacious. She had merely borne witness while he had won 20,000 taels of silver and had snatched away over 100,000 taels worth of banknotes. Now, she had audaciously transformed into a partner, relying on her luck, merely to claim a diminutive lightweight dagger while attempting to seize such a substantial portion of the meteorite. This was a prime example of squandering resources. The meteorite was approximately the size of 2 basketballs, exuding a peculiar luster akin to the unique hue of aluminum alloy from Jun Xie's past life, yet appearing even more refined, adorned with irregular patterns of impact marks. Jun Xie instantly recognized that the quality of this meteorite was undoubtedly superior to that of black iron. At that moment, he resolved, regardless of the means, he would acquire this meteorite. Such a remarkable treasure could only fulfill its potential in the hands of this young master. Boss, how many taels of silver for this piece of scrap? Jun Xie casually nudged the basketball-sized meteorite with the tip of his foot, asking with a lopsided grin. This left the middle-aged man who had escorted him in utterly astonished. Just moments ago, this young master had presented himself as a knowledgeable expert, exhibiting a demeanor both composed and appropriate. How, upon encountering this enchanting lady, had he instantly devolved into such a pitiful state? What game was he playing? Could it be that he had been blinded by lust? The allure of beauty truly wreaks havoc. Ah, young master, this piece is extraordinary. The proprietor, an elderly man with a slight hunch, was about to elaborate when Jun Xie, growing impatient, interjected, spare me the pleasantries, simply state the price in silver. For I am not lacking in funds. Anything I deem worthy, even if it be mere scrap, is a treasure. Just name your price for this hunk of metal. Yes, yes, the old man replied, aware that operating a shop in the capital required considerable acumen. He recognized that the young master before him was likely one of the infamous scions of the city escalate, and thus he dared not treat him with anything less than utmost respect. He hurriedly stated, "This iron possesses a remarkable provenance. I estimate its value at 80,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, should you and the lady wish to have it crafted into a specific item, an additional 5,000 taels will be required." "Oh, 80,000? How delightfully affordable. I shall purchase it," Junxie exclaimed, exuding an air of confidence as if the silver notes were merely pocket change. He kicked at another piece of metal, asking, "And what of this scrap?" His demeanor was brash and commanding, yet the item he pointed to was indeed of considerable merit, a substantial piece of refined steel, far larger than the previous meteorite, with a subtle crimson sheen. This, too, is a piece of fine steel, albeit not as illustrious as the meteorite. It is worth 2,000 taels of silver. The old man responded swiftly, recognizing the young master's impatience. It was evident that for someone of Junxie's stature, such a price was but a trifling sum. While the previous 80,000 was astronomical for the average person, yet merely a drop in the ocean for a prodigal like him. Not expensive at all, quite a bargain, Junxie declared, waving his hand dismissively. "I shall take it all." With remarkable ease, he produced a stack of silver notes, his spoils from a recent venture, and, after a dramatic flourish, counted out 90,000 taels, slapping them down with a flourish. "Here are 90,000. No need for change." Standing nearby, Dugu Xiao observed with a mixture of amusement that gradually morphed into disappointment, followed by a cold disdain. A wave of disillusionment washed over her. She had hoped he had changed, but it seemed he remained the same reckless young man. Alas! With a swift exchange of silver for goods, Junxie completed the transaction, now the proud owner of 2 valuable pieces of metal. Dugu Xiao, her expression frosty, remarked, "Young Master Jun, you have paid. The iron should now be mine, no?" Regret gnawed at her. Had she known he would revert to his old ways, she would not have let him foot the bill. Why should she endure such discomfort? If she sought someone to settle accounts, she could have lined up princes and the sons of noble families for miles. When would it be Jun Mosie's turn? What a fall from grace. Yet, considering the rarity of the meteorite, she decided to indulge him a bit longer. "Very well, that seems fitting," Junxie smiled. "Miss Dugu, how about this? You take the larger piece, while I keep the smaller one. It is indeed a privilege for me, Jun Mosie, to settle the bill for Miss Dugu, haha." "What did you say?" Just as Dugu Xiao was about to take the fallen iron and depart, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her enchanting eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly suggesting what she thought? "You want the larger one? And I the smaller?" Had he lost his senses? The smaller piece was the celestial fallen iron, while the larger one was merely refined steel. Although of decent quality, it paled in comparison to the fallen iron. What use would I have for such mundane refined steel? "Indeed," Jun Mosie replied nonchalantly. "Look, I have purchased both of these worthless scraps. As for my needs, I require only the smaller piece. The larger one would be an extravagant waste, don't you think? As the saying goes, a precious gift for a fair lady. Naturally, the large iron piece is intended for you, Miss Dugu." "Oh, of course. Should Miss Dugu find it insufficient, I could procure another piece. After all, they are only a few thousand taels each, quite affordable. I happen to have brought ample silver today. Perhaps I should buy dozens of them and hire a carriage to deliver them to your residence?" At that moment, Dugu Xiao was so enraged that her entire body trembled. She finally understood. It turned out that Jun Mosie's true aim was indeed that piece of fallen iron. He had merely feigned the offer to pay in order to secure it for himself. Now that the monetary exchange was complete, he actually intended to present her with that ordinary refined steel? Chapter 55, A Display of Petulance at Long Last. Dugu Xiao comprehended that Jun Moxie's true objective was that piece of meteorite. Yet, fearing that she might seize it first, he had offered to settle the payment on her behalf. Now that the monetary transaction was complete, he had the audacity to present her with a mere chunk of refined steel. Scrap iron. How dare he present such worthless metal to her? That insufferable Jun Moxie. Under the pretense of paying for her, he attempted to claim the celestial meteorite for himself. In a moment of folly, she had failed to articulate her thoughts clearly. "Jun Moxie," Dugu Xiao exclaimed, her enchanting eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you seeking death?" Innocent and unrepentant, Jun Moxie shrugged and raised his hands in feigned surrender. Miss Dugu, what are you saying? There were only 2 pieces in total, and I have given you the larger one. What more could you desire? I have already settled the payment for your goods, and yet you accuse me of seeking my own demise. How unfair. You very well. Jun Moxie, you have some nerve. Do not let me get my hands on you, for I shall not rest until I have my revenge. Dugu Xiaoye's chest heaved with indignation, nearly brought to tears. Her lips quivering, her entire being trembling. Tears welled in her eyes and cascaded down her cheeks. Who wants your knife? Unbeknownst to her, Jun Moxie's words were tantamount to a promise, yet she believed he was mocking her, which only served to fuel her anger. She stomped her foot, finally succumbing to sobs, feeling utterly wronged. That piece of iron was undeniably hers. In truth, Dugu Xiaoye was not weeping over the meteorite itself, despite its value. With the Dugu family's resources, acquiring it would not prove overly challenging. What truly pained her was Jun Moxie, that detestable scoundrel, who, with his ostentatious demeanor, had hastily purchased both pieces without allowing her to finish her words. He had deliberately muddled the entire situation, and now that the items were in his possession, he shamelessly presented her with the inferior one. He spoke with such sanctimoniousness. You wanted the larger one. I'll take the smaller. Can one truly judge the worth of something by its size? Most infuriating of all was that she had once again misjudged him, falling prey to the facade he so skillfully crafted. Tears streamed down her face like pearls falling from a broken string, and Dugu Xiaoye felt a profound sorrow. Observing him standing there like a statue, offering no comfort, intensified her frustration, prompting her to pout and cry even more. Ah, stop crying. Your face is becoming a mess. It's quite unsightly. Jun Moxie frowned, casting a sidelong glance in her direction, attempting to console her. I want to cry. What business is it of yours? You sob. Who are you calling unsightly? The term unsightly was a girl's greatest affront, and indeed, it was intolerable. She could bear it no longer. Suddenly, Dugu Xiaoye ceased her tears and glared fiercely at Jun Xie. In an instant, fury surged within her, and she acted upon her impulse, grabbing Jun Xie's arm and biting down hard with her cherry-like lips. After delivering the bite, she flung herself away and began to cry even louder, howling in pain. Jun Xie's facial muscles twitched as he gritted his teeth and hissed, Damn it. Dugu Xiaoye, with tear-filled eyes, glared at him and sobbed. What did you say? She failed to catch his words. Jun Xie shrugged his shoulders, revealing his pain with a grimace. Dugu Xiaoye resumed her weeping. Jun Xie scratched his head, shrugged again, and raised his hands in exasperation. In his past life, he had been an assassin, rarely engaging in romantic pursuits. Any desires he harbored were purely transactional. Well, a brief encounter without any entanglements. He had no understanding of a girl's feelings, nor did he possess the ability to console her. Hence, even as he witnessed Dugu Xiaoye's sorrow, he was utterly at a loss. He decided to abandon any attempt at comforting her, thinking, cry as you wish. He squatted down, meticulously examining the fallen meteorite, growing increasingly satisfied. It was only slightly larger than a basketball, yet weighed over 200 pounds. He clicked his tongue in approval. Just as he reveled in the moment, a sharp pain struck his backside, nearly causing him to collide with the meteorite. He heard Dugu Xiaoye, still sobbing, hastily retreating, leaving behind a trail of tears. It turned out that Dugu Xiaoye felt deeply wronged when Jun Xie disregarded her in favor of the meteorite. In her frustration, she delivered a swift kick to his rear before running off in tears. Rubbing his backside in annoyance, Jun Xie found that Dugu Xiaoye had already disappeared. He let out a sigh and muttered a few curses under his breath. That little brat. If you fell into my hands, well, you know. In truth, although Jun Xie's skills were not as profound as Dugu Xiaoye's, in a life-or-death struggle, the inexperienced Dugu Xiaoye would undoubtedly be no match for him. However, therein lay the dilemma. The techniques he had honed in his past life were swift and lethal, designed for a single fatal blow. Now, as he familiarized himself with new skills, none of them were exceptions to this rule. In regular sparring, he found it challenging to truly unleash his full potential, which was hardly optimistic. As he had stated to his brothers in arms in his previous life, do not seek my guidance for sparring. I only know how to kill, not to fight. And how could he ever truly engage Dugu Xiaoye in a life-or-death confrontation? Neither his social standing nor his temperament would permit him to harm her seriously. Furthermore, Dugu Xiaoye was known as the nemesis of the prodigal, a girl who was remarkably kind-hearted and abhorrent of evil. Ultimately, it was all due to the previous Jun Moxie being utterly reckless. Rising to his feet, he turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, Sir, if this meteorite were to be forged into weapons here, what would be the maximum refinement achievable? The elder pondered briefly before responding. This meteorite has already undergone one refinement to remove impurities. If we continue to refine it, we could achieve a maximum of 3 refinements, reaching a state where it shimmers with cloud-like patterns and a chilling brilliance. If forged into a weapon, it would undoubtedly be exceedingly sharp. Can one truly cut through iron as if it were mud? Junxie pondered. And yet you call it the divine weapon catalog? If it cannot slice through iron, what sort of divine weapon is it? His eyes widened in disbelief, feeling somewhat deceived. The old man quickly protested. Young sir, you must be mistaken. The ability to slice through iron is merely a legendary attribute of divine weapons. Moreover, even the finest of weapons require the right wielder to exhibit such prowess. A weapon that an ordinary person can wield with such capability, even in this establishment, is exceedingly rare across the realm. Oh, you have a point. Junxie suddenly recalled a saying, where true energy flows, even grass and would become sharp swords. He shook his head, thinking it absurd that one would still require a sword at such a level of skill. The need for a sword implies a deficiency in martial prowess. Very well, I shall devise my own means, he sighed. Please have your assistant deliver it to the Jun residence. So, it is the Jun family's possession. No wonder it is so wasteful. The old man quickly agreed, wiping his brow, relieved that this extravagant young master, despite his frivolity, did not cause a scene today. It was indeed for the best that he wished to find his own solution, though it was a pity about that substantial piece of meteorite iron. Yet, the legendary divine weapons had yet to be seen in the world. To forge one for you would indeed be a Herculean task. Watching Junxie depart, the old man inwardly scoffed. With a wastrel like you wish to forge a blade? If you truly succeed, I shall never have to walk again. Chapter 56. Who is following me? Junxie had a steadfast habit. He believed that his destiny was always in his own hands. He had long since dismissed the personal guards that his esteemed grandfather had assigned to him, citing various reasons. For Junxie understood that the guards trailing him were merely decorative, serving no real purpose, no matter where he roamed. He was acutely aware that someone else was shadowing him clandestinely. That individual was a true master in the art of stealth. Though Junxie had never laid eyes on this enigmatic figure and, with his current cultivation level, could not detect their presence. He had been keenly aware of their watchful gaze ever since his grandfather arranged for this person to accompany him. This instinct emanated from the innate perception of a top-tier assassin. Despite lacking any concrete evidence, Junxie was resolute in his conviction that his intuition was infallible. While he appeared to meander aimlessly, his mental acuity meticulously monitored everything in his vicinity, perceptive as mercury flowing through the cracks. Though his movements were not swift. Only a skilled tracker could discern the abruptness of his every directional shift, the unexpectedness of his advances and retreats. Were he an ordinary person, he would have long ago shed any trace of himself. Yet the shadow behind him remained unfazed, never once losing his trail. This individual was nearly unparalleled in the world of tracking. Over the course of 2 days, he had mistakenly pursued the wrong direction multiple times. Had it not been for Junxie's comparatively low cultivation, he might have been entirely outpaced by the end of the first day. Frustration mounted with each misstep, driving him nearly to madness, even causing him to tug at his own beard in exasperation. He contemplated confronting Junxie directly, seizing him by the collar, and demanding, "What on earth are you doing wandering aimlessly from the east gate to the west, speaking in riddles?" Could it be that this scion had discovered his presence? Yet as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Given the boy's erratic demeanor, how could he possibly uncover the truth? It was solely the inconsistency of Junxie's actions that led to such confusion. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed Junxie quickening his pace, eagerly entering a cosmetic shop. Unable to suppress a scoff, he thought to himself, what a typical wastrel, barging into a place like this. To his surprise, however, Junxie did not reemerge. Unable to contain his impatience, he darted forward, peering inside only to find no sign of Junxie. A wave of frustration washed over him. The boy had evidently slipped out through a back entrance. How foolish of him not to consider such a possibility. He surged towards the back door, racing like the wind. Inside the shop, several young female attendants exchanged wide-eyed glances, whispering, "This handsome young man seems quite healthy. How could he suddenly be struck with such an ailment upon entering our store? And to occupy the restroom for so long?" We were nearly at our wits' end. As dusk descended, the sun sank slowly, casting a melancholic hue over the evening. The night loomed ahead, ready to engulf the world as soon as the last vestiges of daylight vanished beyond the horizon. For decades, I have traversed the world, my tracking skills never faltering. Yet today, I stumbled in the presence of a mere youth, a frivolous and inept scion of wealth. Such an absurdity is beyond belief. Deep within, I sensed the undeniable truth. I had genuinely lost my quarry. How embarrassing. To falter so egregiously. What sort of progeny have you raised, Jun Zhantian? Why is this so preposterous? Jun Yi chuckled softly, relishing the moment. Despite knowing that the individual posed no threat, he found the presence of another, a ghostly companion, unsettling. An irksome annoyance that he could not quite articulate. Now that he had finally shaken off this unwelcome shadow, he felt an immediate sense of relief. Suddenly, as Jun Yi moved, his muscles tensed, then relaxed. A subtle shiver coursed through his shoulders, and without a whisper, a throwing knife nestled into his palm. A chilling aura approached from various directions, cold and indifferent, converging upon the very street where he stood. It was a familiar scent, reminiscent of his own kind. Assassins. Could it truly be a coincidence? Just as I rid myself of my protector, I find myself facing an assassination attempt? Should I meet my demise here? It would surely become a jest. Digging my own grave? A wry smile crossed Jun Ye's face, yet he could not deny the thrill that surged within him, tinged with the scent of blood. Finally, he would have the opportunity to encounter the peers of this world. Let us hope they do not disappoint. Ahead, the rhythmic sound of footsteps grew distinct as a procession approached. At its center was a palanquin, adorned in vibrant yellow, flanked by strings of pearls that gracefully swayed, accompanied by tiny golden bells that chimed melodiously. This was the royal litter of Princess Lingming. Could it be that they were not here for me, but rather for Princess Lingming? A quick calculation in my mind suggested this was highly plausible. My presence here had been rather spontaneous. If the intent was to assassinate me, there had been far more suitable locations I had traversed earlier. It was illogical for an assassin to follow me all the way to this point to strike. However, under the broad daylight, on a public road leading close to the imperial city, who would dare to attempt the assassination of Princess Lingming? Chapter 57. The assassin Princess Lingming is the most cherished jewel of the current emperor, accustomed to having the stars and not merely the moon. Treasured as one would a beloved child. If the princess were to be attacked, who could fathom the depth of the emperor's wrath and sorrow? How could these individuals withstand the emperor's fury? Junxie, lost in thought, barely registered as Princess Lingming's carriage approached. The two palace maids in front, upon noticing Jun Moxie standing motionless in their path, expressed their utmost disdain and whispered a few words towards the carriage. Suddenly, the carriage halted. The curtain was drawn back, revealing a stunning young woman clad in a delicate yellow palace gown. She bore a hint of impatience but restrained herself to inquire, Jun Moxie, why do you obstruct my path today? Obstruct your path? Junxie was taken aback. Glancing around, he realized he was indeed standing directly in the middle of the way. The grand procession could hardly divert for just him. Moreover, this was the princess's carriage, and it dawned on him that he had indeed blocked her way. Until this moment, Junxie had only known of Princess Lingming's existence through Jun Moxie's memories. But seeing her in person for the first time, he could not help but marvel. No wonder Jun Moxie was so infatuated. Princess Lingming was truly a vision of ethereal beauty, a peerless enchantress. Her complexion was fair and supple, her brows elegantly arched, and her eyes, like two clear pools of autumn water, sparkled with clarity. She possessed a delicate oval face framed by cascading black hair, exuding an aura of noble purity. As if she were untouched by the mundane world, fresh and transcendent like a lotus blossom, immaculate and untainted. Where might your highness be heading? Junxie finally noticed the towering, majestic buildings ahead. They were the imperial city. Princess Lingming had just emerged from the palace, only to be followed by a cadre of assassins. What could this signify? It seemed exceedingly peculiar. Realizing this, Junxie felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Given the current predicament of the Jun family, it was decidedly unwise to entangle himself in royal matters. However, observing the lack of strength in Princess Lingming's entourage, he surmised that the chances of preserving her life were nearly non-existent. Such beauty, in mere moments, might fall victim to the assassins. While he felt a twinge of regret, he did not find himself overly reluctant. After all, ensuring his own safety and that of his family was paramount. Oh, I am on my way to the Duga residence to find Xiao Yi. Young Master Jun, kindly allow me to pass, Princess Lingming spoke calmly. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yi had been deceived by Junxie in departing with a piece of celestial iron, leading her to feel increasingly aggrieved as she hurried to seek solace from her closest companion, Princess Lingming. At that moment, however, the princess was in the queen's chamber and had not yet met with her. Junxie found the situation peculiar. He sensed no air of arrogance or superiority typical of royalty from the princess. Instead, she radiated a remarkable tranquility. Such a serene demeanor in a member of the royal family was indeed extraordinary. Indeed, thus Xie would no longer intrude. Your Highness, please proceed. Junxie, having resolved to avoid unnecessary complications, prepared to depart, yet inadvertently offered a solemn reminder, his gaze intense. Take care on your journey. It struck Junxie as peculiar. One would expect a princess of such stature, particularly one as favored as Princess Ling Ming, to be accompanied by a substantial retinue of guards. Moreover, there seemed to be a conspicuous absence of skilled protectors among them. Coincidentally, at this moment of utmost vulnerability, assassins had arrived? Could the world truly be so fortuitous? The deeper he pondered, the more Junxie sensed a vast conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. A gentleman would never place himself beneath a precarious wall, and an adept assassin would certainly steer clear of tumultuous zones. Junxie was not one to indulge in the fragility of beauty, especially at the cost of his own life. He would resolutely decline, particularly when the woman in question harbored contempt for him. No matter how exquisite her beauty, even if she were akin to a celestial being, it mattered not. In the shadows, voices whispered urgently, "Boss, that debauched scion of the Jun family, Xie, has unexpectedly appeared here. What shall we do? Should we wait for him to pass before we strike, or—" A masked figure crouched upon the rooftop, its eyes gleaming with a golden light. This is fortuitous. We must seize the opportunity and eliminate him along with the others. Let Jun Zhantian go into a frenzy as well. Junxie swiftly retreated to his side, murmuring to himself, even the most fragrant and stunning beauty will emit a foul stench upon death, ultimately reduced to mere bones and dust. He admonished himself not to show mercy. Taking the lead would only bring calamity upon himself. He shook his head, preparing to leave this perilous locale. Unexpectedly, at that moment, several chilling presences simultaneously locked onto him. Damn it! Now I cannot leave, Junxie thought, feeling the intensity of the murderous intent directed at him escalate. How could he not realize that he was now on their assassination list? What have I done to deserve this? This is truly an unwarranted disaster. I am merely a passerby. As a command was issued to lift the sedan chair, the procession continued to advance at a leisurely pace. The guards at the front displayed proper etiquette, bowing to Junxie before clearing the path. Meanwhile, within the sedan, Princess Lingming reflected on Jun Xie's parting words. Take care on your journey. Such a remark seemed rather out of place. Suddenly, a chill coursed through her. Could it be that Jun Xie knew something? Was he subtly warning her? With this thought, Princess Lingming felt an urgency to halt the sedan and inquire further. Just then, the sky darkened ominously, as if the vast night had descended upon the earth. With the arrival of the night, several cloaked figures, akin to enormous crows, swooped down. Before they even touched the ground, dozens of black arrows whistled into the sedan, while blades glittered with a dual hue of gold and silver descending upon them. A cacophony of screams erupted, as within the blink of an eye, 10 or so guards fell at the appearance of the dark-clad assailants. A few, quick to react, shouted in unison, "Protect the princess." Amidst the chaos, figures brandishing swords encircled the palanquin, the clashing of blades resonating incessantly. A cacophony of screams erupted from the bystanders, who scattered in a frenzied attempt to escape. From the rooftops, 2 cloaked figures descended, making a beeline towards Junxie. The radiant aura of their profound energy revealed them to be 2 silver-tier practitioners. Such formidable adversaries were beyond Junxie's current capabilities to contend with, and moreover, they were assassins. Chapter 58. Assassination. 2 silver-tier practitioners have been dispatched to deal with me? How flattering. Junxie couldn't help but smile bitterly within. To send such formidable experts to eliminate a mere debauchee, the mastermind behind this assassination truly possesses grand ambitions. With 2 gold-tier and 7 silver-tier experts, a total of 9 high-ranking practitioners have joined forces against an unprepared convoy, devoid of any skilled companions. It is akin to striking an egg with a stone. 2 long swords gleamed with silver light, descending fiercely. Behind their masks, the eyes of the 2 assassins glinted with a cruel thirst for blood, aiming for a lethal strike. Faced with the incoming swords, Junxie's mind raced through a myriad of countermeasures, but upon reflection, he realized that any of these methods would inevitably reveal his identity. Currently, the Jun family is under the Emperor's absolute confidence. Although the Jun family has fallen from grace, with Junwu rendered paralyzed and Jun Xie being an irresponsible wastrel, they are effectively without heirs. This absence of a successor implies that the aging Ling Tian harbors no ambitions. Hence, the emperor entrusted the entire military of the nation to his command. However, should it be discovered that Ling Tian is a dragon among men, the current trust would swiftly morph into profound suspicion. After all, Ling Tian's standing within the military is tremendously intimidating. Thus, if Ling Tian were to reveal his strength before the princess's guards, it would, in a sense, compel the emperor to take action against the Ling family. Therefore, he could not allow this to happen. In that fleeting moment, Ling Tian made his decision. Panic-stricken, Ling Tian retreated hastily, only to stumble upon something beneath his feet. He fell backward, seemingly by chance, allowing one of the swords to graze perilously close to his scalp. Concurrently, he activated the opening heaven and creation technique to protect his internal organs, twisting forcefully as the other sword pierced diagonally into his chest. Though it appeared severe, it did not even graze a bone. As the opening heaven and creation technique surged into action, a dense white mist enveloped Ling Tian's limbs and vital organs, rapidly mending his body. At that moment, the other assassin launched a dual kick to his chest, resulting in a muffled grunt from Ling Tian as he spewed forth blood and fell backward, rolling to the ground, his white robe stained with crimson. He flipped over, head down, and fell silent. The two assassins exchanged a glance, their expressions unwavering, and without a word, they charged towards the sedan chair, where Princess Ling Ming was being besieged. In their minds, the most notorious debauched in the capital, Ling Tian, had taken a sword to the chest and subsequently endured a near full-force kick from a silver-tier practitioner. He must surely be left without hope of survival. Consequently, they had little interest even to exchange another glance, turning away without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, at the moment their feet impacted Ling Tian's body, his garments inexplicably billowed outwards, only to settle back down. As their feet struck his chest, his clothing astonishingly swelled multiple times, dissipating most of the force. Princess Ling Ming's current entourage of guards consists merely of the most ordinary sentinels from the palace, with only 2 leaders possessing considerable strength, yet they are merely silver-tier practitioners. Caught off guard, they found it nearly impossible to contend with the assault of 2 gold-tier experts and 7 silver-tier specialists, leading to a state of utter chaos. Although the number of guards was substantial, they proved to be of little use. Strangely, ever since the black arrow pierced the palanquin, there had been an eerie silence within. It remained unknown whether Princess Ling Ming was alive or dead. One by one, the guards at the front fell, and the 2 masked figures in black exchanged glances before rising simultaneously, soaring into the air, their bodies radiating golden light, akin to eagles swooping down on their prey. As they lunged toward the palanquin, the guards, filled with alarm, cried out in desperation while recklessly charging forward, attempting to thwart the assailants at the cost of their own lives. Yet, with their meager levels of energy, how could they hope to impede 2 gold-tier warriors? The disparity in strength was insurmountable, akin to waves crashing against rocks. The 2 black-clad figures swiftly reached the top of the palanquin, with 4 hands moving in unison. Sword lights flashed and golden brilliance erupted, reducing the lavish palanquin to splinters as vibrant fabric billowed through the night sky, creating a scene of tragic beauty amidst the shimmering gold and silver lights. Suddenly, the dark arrow that had initially entered the palanquin shot back out like a venomous dragon, targeting the bodies of the 2 black-clad figures still midair. As sword lights danced, several crisp sounds echoed as the arrows were severed. At that moment, amidst the swirling fabric, a slender figure enveloped in resplendent silver light soared gracefully upward. Princess Ling Ming, her eyes aflame with fury and defiance, wielded a pair of glimmering short swords, piercing fiercely toward the 2 black-clad figures. This seemingly delicate princess was, in fact, a silver-tier practitioner. It was unexpected that such a young princess would be a martial arts prodigy, likely surpassing even another renowned martial talent, Xiao, in terms of personal cultivation. Both black-clad figures let out muffled grunts, clashing swords in a flurry, and with a series of sounds, they each retreated in different directions. As Princess Ling Ming landed, her figure swayed, a captivating flush appeared on her delicate face, only to be swiftly replaced by pallor, indicating she had sustained internal injuries. Despite her extraordinary talent, she remained merely a novice silver-tier practitioner, and facing 2 gold-tier experts, even though her assailants were at the end of their strength and she had executed a surprise attack. The recoil from their clash still inflicted significant harm upon her. The distinction between silver and gold tiers was fundamentally significant, rendering any comparison futile. The 2 black-clad figures retreated and then advanced again, their toes pushing off the ground, creating 2 small craters beneath them. In an instant, they dashed through the 3-meter space, their long swords gleaming with golden radiance, showing no mercy as they aimed their strikes directly at the delicate form of Princess Ling Ming. Princess Ling Ming had just endured a fierce battle, sustaining significant internal injuries. Before she could even begin to recuperate, she found herself compelled to muster all her strength to evade. Yet she remained ensnared by the lethal strike of her two assailants. The forced exertion exacerbated the turmoil within her vital energies, rendering her body uncontrollable and engulfed in excruciating pain, leaving her utterly powerless. In that moment of despair, a haunting thought crossed her mind. Was this truly the end of her life? A trace of sorrowful resignation appeared upon her delicate visage as she stood still, watching the two swords approach, no longer attempting to evade their deadly trajectory. She had exhausted all her strength to escape, faced with two formidable gold-tier practitioners. Even the most skilled evasion techniques would prove futile. The long swords were mere inches away, and Princess Ling Ming could discern the cruel delight flickering in the eyes of her masked attackers, who derived a perverse pleasure from the thought of extinguishing the life of such an exquisite beauty. "Your Highness!" Several guards cried out in anguished unison, rushing forward recklessly. But it was already too late. Had everything truly come to naught, the mission of her assailants would be complete with the death of this enchanting woman, freeing them from any further obligations and granting them unending riches and glory. With a mere thrust of their swords, it would all be over, regardless of her noble lineage or martial prowess. Once her breath ceased, all would be lost. Though the two black-clad figures were elite assassins trained to kill without remorse, a flicker of exhilaration betrayed them as they prepared to end the life of a princess. At that moment, the attention of all present was fixated on Princess Ling Ming, and no one noticed that the seemingly lifeless body of Qingxue, thought to be dead, stirred slightly. A glimmering light shot forth from his fingertips, spiraling upward before making a swift turn, transforming into a dazzling blue beam that hurtled toward the space between the assassins and Princess Ling Ming. Chapter 59. The Celestial Mystery. The young man, sensing the swift approach of the assassins, had already devised an escape strategy. As he fell backward, seemingly in a state of disarray, he concentrated his entire energy into his chest. With a surge of internal force, both his outer robe and inner garments billowed outward, creating two delicate layers of protection. The most remarkable aspect, however, lay in the fact that although the assassin's heavy foot struck his chest with considerable force, upon contact with the outer robe, a wave of energy dissipated much of the impact, only for the inner garment to swell again and absorb yet another layer of force. Thus, the actual impact that Qingxue experienced was reduced to less than a third of the initial strength, rendering the assault merely a remnant of its former intensity. Nevertheless, even such diminished blows, a sword and two kicks, were far from trivial for Qingxue, leaving him in considerable discomfort. Yet, as the internal shock reverberated within him, he activated his transformative mystical arts, expelling the injury in a spray of blood. Though it appeared alarming, he was not gravely harmed. The sword strike, enveloped in his mystical technique, amounted to nothing more than a superficial wound. It was the kicks that truly troubled him. Had the assassins chosen to disregard Qingxue and instead focus on Princess Ling Ming, he would have nonchalantly departed. After all, Princess Ling Ming was merely the romantic dream of Xie, not of Qingxue himself. Thus, he felt no concern. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress necessitates strength, a quality that the young master currently lacked. However, the assassins had deemed him a target, igniting a furious wrath within the wicked Jun regardless of whether similar situations would arise in the future. This time, Qingxue would not let them escape unscathed. Anyone who dared to harm him, or even contemplated such an act, would invariably find themselves at the mercy of his preemptive strike. Since they sought to kill him, so be it. While he might not possess the power to vanquish them now, he could nonetheless disrupt their plans, even if it meant engaging in a self-defeating endeavor. He was determined to make a statement. At the moment when the two leaders of the assassins prepared to strike down Princess Ling Ming, they suddenly sensed something amiss. A brilliant flash of blue light dazzled before their eyes, rendering them nearly blind, yet it was breathtakingly stunning. A small flying dagger appeared as if conjured from the void, positioned between the assassin's swords and the delicate form of Princess Ling Ming. This tiny blade seemed to encapsulate the entire azure sky, its vibrant hue stirring a profound resonance within the souls of all who beheld it. In the midst of the darkened night, this striking blue was resplendently captivating. This was a master of the celestial mystery. The two masked figures emitted cries of shock, their eyes wide with terror. No longer concerned with harming Princess Ling Ming, they hastily withdrew their swords and retreated in utter disarray, gazing at the flying dagger as one would regard a venomous serpent, an embodiment of power they could not withstand. Indeed, while they could easily dominate Princess Ling Ming, whose strength was that of silver mystique, against a peak existence like the master of celestial mystery, even a golden mystique would be little more than an infant. Throughout the entirety of the Tianxiang kingdom, the presence of a few proficient Tianxian masters had never been acknowledged. Yet, at this critical juncture, one has unexpectedly emerged. The flying dagger, imbued with a mesmerizing azure hue, appeared to lack any force. Gently descending and embedding itself directly between two black-clad assassins and Princess Ling Ming. Its slender blade, as delicate as a willow leaf, swayed lightly. The azure radiance lingered, refusing to dissipate, and only after a moment did it gradually revert to the dagger's original clarity. The onlookers were struck as if by lightning, halting their movements in unison. Their gazes fixated on the diminutive dagger, their eyes brimming with astonishment. This tiny dagger had transformed into an insurmountable chasm. The deep blue supernatural hue it bore was astonishing. And even after its flight, the azure brilliance remained undiminished. This clearly indicated that the Tianxian master who had dispatched it had reached the pinnacle of their realm, with the ultimate realm of supreme divine Xian merely half a step beyond. Moreover, the dagger had traversed the air soundlessly, appearing devoid of power. Yet the force it wielded was impeccably controlled, suggesting that the intent behind the Master's action was solely to instill fear, devoid of any desire to inflict harm. Such composure only served to underscore their indifference towards the 9 assassins before them. The Master possessed absolute confidence, knowing that should these assassins attempt to strike at Princess Ling Ming once more, they could eliminate them all in an instant. For a Tianxian master, describing the act of slaying these 9 as effortless would be no exaggeration. All present were seasoned experts in the world of the profound. How could they not discern the hidden strength as intent? At the moment the 2 black-clad assassins drew their weapons towards Princess Ling Ming, a figure clad in blue, concealed beneath a shadowy eave across the street, suddenly widened their eyes, a radiant blue aura flickering around them as they prepared to reveal themselves. Yet upon witnessing the appearance of the flying dagger, their body quivered, and they halted mid-motion, shock evident in their gaze. The blue-clad individual's eyes bore a faint azure hue, a hallmark of the initial stage of Tianxian. While they too were formidable, standing atop the hierarchy of beings, they paled in comparison to the Tianxian master who had launched the dagger. The 9 assassins, their expressions concealed beneath masks, were filled with trepidation, caught in a dilemma of retreat and advance. Though they were killers, they cherished their own lives. If an opportunity to fight arose, they would seize it. Yet faced with certain death, anyone would choose to withdraw. In contrast, Princess Ling Ming's guards were visibly elated, a wave of relief washing over them. With such a near-legendary figure safeguarding Princess Ling Ming, her safety was assured, and danger was averted, had an assassination truly occurred. Even if they managed to survive the encounter with the assassins, they would inevitably face the wrath of the royal family, endangering the lives of their wives and children in the process. As Princess Ling Ming opened her eyes, she beheld this scene. Gazing at the small dagger before her, a look of gratitude surfaced in her eyes. Were it not for this miraculous dagger's sudden appearance, she would likely have already met her demise. If it is truly determined that the enigmatic celestial realm powerhouse is intent on safeguarding Princess Ling Ming, it seems that all of us here would inevitably meet our demise, leaving no hope of accomplishing our mission. In such a case, retreat would be the only option. However, even though Ling Ying is a princess of a nation and the most cherished daughter of the Tianxiang monarch, she seemingly does not merit the protection of a peak celestial realm guardian. Such a protector would suffice even if it were the monarch of Tianxiang himself. The long street lay silent, devoid of any sound. The mysterious celestial realm expert naturally dismissed the presence of this minor golden tier practitioner. Chapter 60. The astonishing celestial master in the distance, the sound of hooves thundered ominously, drawing ever closer. It appeared that the assassination attempt had attracted attention. After a moment, the leader of the masked figures in black displayed a cold glint in his eyes, with a flick of his hand. He charged towards Princess Ling Ming once more with his sword drawn. If you remain silent, I shall test my hand again. Should you strike, we shall retreat at once. If you do not act, Princess Ling Ming shall surely perish. Our mission can still be accomplished. Yet, even as he advanced, he carefully skirted around the flying dagger at his feet, wary of provoking any strange temperament from this formidable opponent. Who could fathom the eccentricities of such a powerful being? A mere brush against that dagger could invite a calamity upon himself. Suddenly, a flash of azure pierced the air as another dagger, glimmering with a cerulean hue, struck the ground before the cloaked assassin. This time, the momentum was markedly swifter. It was evident that the enigmatic master was growing increasingly irate at the lack of decorum displayed by this golden-hued killer. The two daggers, now embedded side by side in the earth, trembled delicately, akin to exquisite artifacts that would shatter at the slightest touch, as if a mere breath of wind could whisk them away. Yet, to the 9 assassins, these daggers loomed like an insurmountable mountain, an obstacle that stood resolutely between them and Princess Ling Ming. To attempt to breach this barrier would surely lead to their own demise. Should they persist in their quest to eliminate Ling Ming, they must first dispatch the one who wielded the daggers. However, that individual was none other than a peak celestial master. To think of overcoming him was folly. Even if all 9 assassins united in their assault, they would likely find themselves annihilated with a mere flick of the master's wrist. At this moment, the celestial master concealed atop the rooftop had unleashed his entire spiritual awareness, fervently closing his eyes, determined not to overlook any powerful presence in the vicinity. Under such scrutiny, even an expert at the pinnacle of celestial mastery, or a beginner in the supreme mystic level, would be sensed without fail. However, after an exhaustive search of his spiritual awareness, the celestial master's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, as the astonishment in his gaze reached terrifying heights. Who, after all, was aiding Princess Ling Ming? This master pondered, yet dared not probe further into the aura of the unfathomable being. For despite his painstaking efforts, he had gleaned nothing. There was not a single fluctuation of mystical energy in the air, nor the faintest hint of spiritual disturbance. The individual who had acted had completely concealed their presence. What did this signify? What level of cultivation was required to achieve such mastery? In the eyes of this celestial master, it was beyond his own capabilities. Even those at the peak of celestial mastery, or the intermediate level of supreme mystic, could scarcely hope to accomplish such a feat. Could it be that this mysterious master possessed such extraordinary prowess? Was he, indeed, an unparalleled figure, a legend woven into the fabric of myth? My heavens! The realization that he, a mere novice at the initial stage of celestial mastery, had dared to probe the existence of such a formidable entity left the celestial master drenched in cold sweat. Although one may be unaware of the other, such a divine presence undoubtedly perceives its existence. If the other party had just unleashed their consciousness, striking directly at one's probing awareness, then obliterating all of one's thoughts would pose no challenge whatsoever. In such a scenario, without a doubt, one would find oneself rendered utterly foolish. Fear and trepidation, how long has it been since I felt such emotions? Yet at this moment, the formidable celestial being could not help but feel a genuine shudder of anxiety within, his eyes radiating gratitude as he silently bowed to the void, his demeanor respectful, akin to a descendant standing before their revered ancestors. He was acutely aware that the other party could surely sense him and perceive his presence. Little did he know that in his heart, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of supreme divinity, yet now lay prostrate on the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly motionless. The inability to sense a powerful consciousness was entirely expected. This once mighty being, now reduced to a state of helplessness, possessed a spiritual energy so diminutive that it barely compared to that of a silver-tier practitioner. Although the celestial being had detected his presence, he deemed it too insignificant to warrant attention. Indeed, it was pathetically weak. Of course, it is entirely reasonable for this supreme being to employ celestial prowess to intimidate these assassins. After reaching the pinnacle of supreme divinity, spiritual energy returns to its essence, becoming completely concealed and devoid of color. Should he choose to reveal his true capabilities, these assassins might remain oblivious, which would be rather undesirable. At that point, it would necessitate him taking matters into his own hands, squashing those pesky ants, far too demeaning for one of his stature. Conversely, the azure hue of the celestial pinnacle represents the highest manifestation of spiritual brilliance, easily recognizable even by those unversed in spiritual cultivation. Thus, it is evident that this elder is exceptionally astute and compassionate, his intentions remarkably benevolent. The celestial being marveled, genuinely impressed. No wonder he has ascended to such extraordinary heights. Just observing his refinement and character reveals a superiority beyond measure. Oh, esteemed elder, should the prostrate supreme being, Jun Xie, overhear these thoughts, he would undoubtedly spew forth blood in disbelief, feeling far too overestimated. The 9 cloaked figures simultaneously retreated, a flash of golden and silver light igniting as they prepared to flee. Suddenly, one of them coldly remarked, having taken so many lives, "Do you think you can simply depart with a word? With this proclamation, a figure clad in blue abruptly appeared at the street corner, blocking the path of the 9 black-clad individuals. This person radiated a shimmering blue light, their eyes resembling pale blue pearls. Tall and slender, they stood in the night, evoking an involuntary sense of loneliness and desolation within all who beheld them. Melancholy, sorrow, solitude, desolation. All these poignant, sorrow-laden emotions were embodied in this individual. Even the slender sword he held in his grasp seemed to embody an extraordinary sense of solitude. Princess Ling Ming's face instantly brightened as she exclaimed, "Uncle Yi, it's truly you." Ming'er is so delighted. The 2 leading assassins, clad in black, immediately underwent a dramatic change in expression, their pupils constricted simultaneously as they coldly remarked, "The solitary star of the horizon, Yi Gahan? So it is you. Were you not a swordsman? When did you begin to wield flying daggers for theatrics? Regardless of the weapon I choose, it is more than sufficient to eliminate you worthless scoundrels." Yi Gahan coldly surveyed the 9 assassins before him, then turned his gaze toward Princess Ling Ming, a rare warmth and affection flickering in the depths of his eyes. "Little Ming'er, you have been disobedient again. Sneaking out of the palace. Have you encountered something serious? Were you frightened? With Uncle Yi around, Ming'o is the safest." Princess Ling Ming smiled adorably. In the presence of the famously reclusive solitary star of the horizon, Yi Gahan, she appeared less like a royal princess and more like a little girl who had spotted her uncle, clinging to the hem of his garment with utmost reliance and admiration. Chapter 61. Night's Solitude. Night's Solitude, a solitary and formidable master of the celestial realm, is a figure shrouded in notoriety, renowned for his reclusive nature and ruthless demeanor. He is infamous for leaving no survivors in his wake once he unsheathes his sword. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this solitary swordsman was once a strikingly handsome and charming youth, full of passion and life. Even fewer are aware that Night's Solitude was once a childhood sweetheart of the current empress, Moon Saintess. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. His family fell from grace overnight, erased from the annals of the capital, and Night's Solitude was relegated to the status of a mere commoner. The once powerful Moon clan would never consent to their daughter marrying a man who, at that time, was nothing more than a penniless silver-tier practitioner. The relentless opposition from the Moon family ultimately severed the bond between the 2 star-crossed lovers. Upon entering the palace, one finds oneself in an abyss. Henceforth, Night's Solitude became a mere passerby in the realm of the living. The whims of destiny are unpredictable, and circumstances change with the passing of time, leaving one to grapple with the vicissitudes of life. Heartbroken and disillusioned, Night's Solitude's hair turned gray overnight, and his demeanor transformed into one of cold detachment. Nevertheless, he harbored a deep affection for Princess Ling Ming, the daughter of his former beloved, treating her as if she were his own kin. Although he vowed never to see Moon Saintess again, he frequently indulged in playful interactions with the young princess, finding solace only in her presence, which thawed the icy fortress around his heart. In truth, Night's Solitude had become the guardian spirit of Princess Ling Ming. No matter who it was, even the reigning emperor would think twice before daring to reprimand the princess, for Night's Solitude would unsheath his sword without hesitation to protect her. The princess represented the last vestige of hope in his life, the sole anchor for this cold and solitary swordsman. This matter remained a closely guarded secret within the royal family, known to but a few. Thus, the masterminds behind the assassins were oblivious to the true stakes. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched merely 2 golden-tier assassins for the task, nor would they have attempted such a brazen act. Even if an assassination were to be executed, it would require the prowess of at least 2 celestial masters. Now, Night's Solitude was certain that the enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows would not intervene. Yet he would not allow these assassins to escape. Thus, he revealed himself. Anyone who dared to threaten Princess Ling Ming would meet with a swift and merciless end in Night's Solitude's eyes. Slowly turning, he drew his sword, its slender blade undulating like a serpent, shimmering with a blue radiance. The tip of the sword rose slowly, pointing directly at the 9 assassins as Night's Solitude's expression hardened. "Prepare to meet your end." The 9 assassins were momentarily speechless. They had been probing for further instructions from their elder, only to be met with silence until they attempted to depart, at which point he chose to confront them. This, they thought, was nothing short of a cruel jest. They remained unaware that the entire situation had been skewed by the presence of 2 distinct targets. Night's Solitude understood that to take a life, one must wield a sword, not mere words. The 2 black-clad leaders of the assassins, growing increasingly incensed, realized that despite their inferiority in skill, they would not be toyed with. Their desperation transformed into boldness, and they dared to mock him. The night was shrouded in a chilling solitude as Yi Gahan remained unmoved, his demeanor as frigid as ice, his gaze pierced like arrows, and his stature stood tall and resolute like a pine tree. With a heart as ruthless as his sword was cold, he suddenly struck, unleashing a pale blue light from his blade that erupted like a fireworks display, enveloping the surroundings and fulfilling the assassin leader's demand for bloodshed without further ado. There was no sense in wasting words with a dying man. Such an act would be undeniably foolish. The brilliance of the sword was resplendent, imbued with an ethereal blue radiance. As he swung his blade, it exuded an enchanting beauty, yet intertwined within this wondrous glow was a profound sorrow, a heart-wrenching essence that mirrored the desolation etched upon Yi Gahan's countenance. He advanced, closing the distance, and struck. The nearest silver assassin bore a ghastly mark upon his throat, and blood gushed forth in a mist, merging into the pale blue sword light, creating a scene of tragic beauty. As the blade severed life, one might ponder where to find a kindred spirit amidst such solitude. The fallen assassin's body slumped to the ground, while Yi Gahan, with his white hair billowing like a specter, traversed effortlessly between the remaining two assassins. These once mighty figures now resembled mere clay chickens before him, utterly defenseless. Just as a silver-tier master perceives those beneath the ninth tier as mere ants, so too did a heavenly-tier master regard silver and gold-tier experts as trifles. Once more, two streams of blood surged forth, yet Yi Gahan's expression remained icy and unyielding, weaving through the crimson haze with a dreamlike pale blue light, as elusive as a ghost, as fleeting as fog. The confrontation between silver and gold-tier assassins against a heavenly-tier expert was akin to striking a stone with an egg, an endeavor devoid of hope, especially when faced with the merciless and notorious Yi Gahan. Flee! The assassin leader's sharp cry shattered the air, and the last remnants of hope evaporated. He was the first to bolt, shooting away like an arrow. The remaining 5 assassins scattered in all directions, each one fleeing for their life. The outcome was devoid of suspense. The only contemplation remained whether any of the 9 assassins could escape unscathed. A long, mournful howl escaped Yi Gahan, filled with a deep sense of sorrow and a chilling aura of death that reverberated through the air. The pale blue sword light surged forth, akin to a massive sapphire soaring through the sky. With each rise and fall of the blade, one assassin fell with a scream. In mere moments, all 4 silver assassins who had attempted to flee met their demise, their bodies barely touching the ground before Yi Gahan had already positioned his sword against one of the gold-tier assassin leaders. These 2 leaders were the most formidable of the group, one fleeing south, the other north. Even with Yi Gahan's prowess, having slain the 4 silver assassins, he could only impede one. As for the other, he was powerless to pursue. Giant Xiao lay on the ground, peering through a narrow slit in his eyes to witness the spectacle unfold. Observing Yi Gahan's formidable prowess, he could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of admiration. In a direct confrontation, even his former self would not stand a chance against such might. This inevitably led Qingxue to hold a higher appreciation for the mysterious energy of this world. The pale blue hue likely represented merely the nascent stage of celestial mystique. Yet it exuded such formidable power, one could only wonder how awe-inspiring the pinnacle of celestial mystique must be. What of the supreme divine mystique? A fervent sense of exhilaration surged within Qingxue. It is only through combat with the formidable that one can hasten their own ascension. Regrettably, the current Qingxue lacked the strength to challenge the mighty. Were it not for this, he might have leapt forth, challenging Yi Gahan to a duel. Strength. Qingxue's heart boiled with an insatiable desire, akin to oil bubbling in a cauldron. At that moment, he noticed that the fleeing leader of the assassins fortuitously darted clumsily in his direction. Instantly, a murderous intent surged within Qingxue. How dare you? After bringing me to this state, think to escape unscathed? Such a fortune cannot be so easily attained. With a flick of his wrist, the flying dagger was in hand. As Qingxue's face remained concealed beneath, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Prepare to perish, you wretch. Chapter 62, Professionalism and Unprofessionalism. The leader of the assassins, witnessing that Yi Gahan had temporarily exhausted his ability to pursue him, felt an immense sense of relief. As he swiftly fled, he cast a glance around, and to his astonishment, he saw Jun Moxie lying on the ground, sprawled backwards with his eyes slightly open. He was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this brat was still alive? Looking back, he saw that Yi Gahan had cornered his companions, intent on capturing one alive. Momentarily disregarding his own safety, a sinister thought crossed his mind. While he could not eliminate Princess Ling Ming if Jun Moxie were to die, chaos would surely ensue in the capital. His form hesitated in midair, and he prepared to swoop down and deliver another strike to this wastrel. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed the young scoundrel below blinking up at him, sticking out his tongue and making a face, muttering under his breath. "Damn you!" The voice was faint. Amidst the cacophony surrounding them, including the distant thundering of hooves, no one was close enough to hear. And no one paid particular attention to this commotion, all eyes fixated on Yi Guhan's actions. Only the assassin leader, fleeing with all his might and positioned relatively close, heard it distinctly, causing his eyes to blaze with fury. "How could I not contend with a celestial expert, yet fail to dispose of a mere wastrel like you? How dare you insult me?" With a thunderous crash, he descended, his sword thrusting forward with force, seething with rage. "I will slay you." At that moment, a flash of azure caught his eye, as if the vast blue sky and ocean had converged before him. A stunningly beautiful and mysterious azure flying dagger appeared, aimed directly at his throat. The assassin leader was taken aback, his limbs turning cold with shock. In his fright, combined with his downward momentum, he exhaled sharply, plummeting further. Before he could touch the ground, the exquisite blue dagger had already quivered and embedded itself 3 inches deep into his throat. With a soft thud, the assassin leader remained perplexed until his last breath, utterly bewildered as to how Yi Guhan, who was clearly over 30 paces away, had conjured this flying dagger. What was the logic behind this? This question left the beleaguered golden tier assassin wide-eyed in confusion, a look of yearning for knowledge etched on his face even in death. Jun Moxie, having sustained significant injury, was already somewhat hindered in his movements, though his sword wound was bandaged. He still faced a dual assault from the silver tier assassin's kicks. He helplessly watched as the bewildered golden tier assassin descended towards him, and to make matters worse, the sword remained gripped tightly in the assassin's hand, even in death. "Damn it, how stubborn can you be?" Jun Moxie cursed inwardly, summoning every ounce of strength to shift his body slightly forward, narrowly evading a fatal blow. With a resounding thud, the body of the assassin leader crashed onto Jun Moxie's small frame, and with a sharp sound, the sword still clutched in the assassin's hand plunged into the fleshiest part of Jun Moxie's thigh. If that sword had shifted slightly upwards to the left, the esteemed assassin would have honorably transformed into a mere practitioner within the palace. Alas, the moment Junyi was struck, he gasped for breath, only to feel the sharp blade pierce his leg, eliciting a pained hiss. Ultimately, the last utterance that escaped Jun Xiao's lips was a profoundly vexed curse. Who would have thought that a corpse could wield a sword to inflict harm? This world is indeed astonishingly bizarre. The long sword had firmly embedded itself into Junyi's flesh, piercing deep and plunging into the earth, creating a gaping wound that threatened to sever tendons with any movement. Naturally, in such a predicament, Junyi was rendered immobile, while the assassin leader, now lifeless, was equally still. They were inextricably intertwined, akin to a peculiar stacking of bodies, with the assassin gripping the hilt of the sword that was lodged within Junyi. The scene was undeniably strange. "Cursed fate," Junyi lamented, tears unshed. "Here I am in this world, once again pinned beneath a man. The first time. That loathsome fat man, though repulsive, was at least alive. And now, I find myself beneath a corpse, utterly unable to move. A living being and a dead one, 2 faces pressed together, their 4 eyes oddly meeting." It was then that Junyi realized this fellow had died with his eyes wide open. Curious, he scrutinized the lifeless visage, growing increasingly aware of its peculiarity. This creature's eyes were not filled with fury or malice, but rather an expression of confusion and bewilderment. "Curse be it. Can't you find your way to the underworld? Do not gaze upon me so. I am equally ignorant." Junyi cursed in frustration. The average person, trapped beneath a corpse and subjected to such a stare, would surely be paralyzed with fear, trembling and terror. Yet, this peculiar individual, Junyi, found himself engaging in a conversation with the deceased, one must admit, quite formidable. With a resounding clap, Yi Guhan struck the long sword from the grasp of another assassin leader, the pale blue light of the blade flashing as it rested against his neck. "Who sent you? Speak." Yi Guhan was incensed. If the mastermind behind this attack remained unidentified, who could predict if such calamities would recur? He could protect Ling Ming once, twice. But could he guarantee her safety for eternity? What if a formidable expert from Tianxian emerged in the next assassination attempt? The assassin leader coldly regarded Yi Guhan, despair flickering in his eyes, and suddenly erupted into laughter. "Yi Guhan, do you think I would divulge anything? Huh, how laughable. I never imagined the renowned Tian Yagu Xing, a formidable Tianxian expert, to be so naive." As he spoke, dark blood began to trickle from his lips, his breath halting, yet his eyes retained a mocking glint directed at Yi Guhan. At the moment of his capture, he had bitten through the poison pouch within his mouth, with blood sealing his throat. What a vile toxin! Yi Guhan sighed deeply, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes as he muttered, "I shall not trouble your corpse then." At this point, all the assailants had met their end, and silence enveloped the scene. The Yi Guhan's words were softly spoken. They distinctly reached Jun Yi's ears. In that instant, Jun Yi felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. What utter nonsense! How can such behavior be considered the mark of a true man? Indeed, the worth of true heroes in this world seems to be lamentably diminished. If he were not to take his own life, would you truly let him go unscathed? Even if you spared him due to his valor, could the clandestine organization behind him afford him mercy? Could the mastermind behind it all grant him reprieve? I have encountered foolishness before, but this level of naivete is unprecedented, especially from one who claims to be a master of the celestial arts. A fool among celestial masters. In his heart, Jun Xie could not suppress a profound disdain for one such as he, if the intention was to capture him alive. The very first course of action should have been to incapacitate him while he still possessed the ability to act. This is the bare minimum of prudence. As for restraining his vital points or severing his internal energy, must I really be the one to elucidate such fundamentals? A novice indeed. This is shockingly unprofessional. The esteemed assassin Jun sighed in exasperation. Upon the mention of the flying dagger, Yi Guhan suddenly came to a realization. He clasped his fists together and bowed towards the heavens, exclaiming, "I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention today, esteemed senior. Should there be any offense caused by my ignorance, I beseech your magnanimity to overlook my transgressions. If there are any tasks you wish me to undertake, I shall face any peril without hesitation to repay your immense kindness." In his heart, Princess Ling Ming was akin to his own flesh and blood, having become the sole anchor of his existence. The enigmatic, powerful figure who saved Ling Ming had, in essence, saved him. Thus, in expressing his gratitude, he refrained from specifying whom he was indebted to. Regardless of the individual, the sentiment remains universally relatable. Chapter 63, The Pain of Affection. Moreover, Ling Ming's abilities were too limited to discern the profound depths beyond the celestial mystic realm. Her previous words had inadvertently offended that enigmatic figure. Although this mysterious being possessed a broad-minded disposition and was unlikely to hold grudges, it was nonetheless unwise to provoke such a powerful entity. Once angered, the repercussions would be dire. Yi Guhan understood the gravity of the situation and was determined to remedy Ling Ming's offense. The air was enveloped in an eerie silence, suggesting that the supreme mystic, a being of unparalleled strength, had departed. Yi Guhan sighed heavily, for he had anticipated this outcome. Such otherworldly figures would never lower themselves to accept gratitude from a mere young princess. "Uncle Yi, what are you talking about?" Ling Ming inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Dreamer, your careless words have greatly offended the one who saved you. The one who wielded the blade on your behalf is an entirely different individual, and their cultivation far surpasses mine. Indeed, it is beyond comparison." Yi Guhan's expression grew grave. That strike was already at the pinnacle of earthly prowess. How could it possibly have been my doing? Ah? Ling Ming gasped in astonishment, her delicate hand covering her mouth. "Is that true? If you are already a celestial mystic, then that senior must be an even more exalted being." "Absolutely." Yi Guhan nodded solemnly. Regaining her composure, Ling Ming steadied her expression and bowed deeply towards the heavens. Ling Ming extends her heartfelt gratitude to the senior for saving her. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier thoughtless remarks that may have offended you. If it pleases the esteemed one, may I request your presence so that I may personally express my gratitude and remorse?" The sky remained utterly silent, devoid of any response. If indeed this entity were a celestial mystic or a being of an even higher caliber, they would surely not be swayed by the gratitude of a mere princess. Even if the supreme mystic were present, it was unlikely they would deign to reveal themselves, regardless of the circumstances. Ling Ming was not oblivious to this truth, however. Driven by her gratitude, she felt compelled to offer her thanks, whether or not the individual was still in attendance. Given Uncle Ye's assertions, she believed this matter to be indisputable. In the distance, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves grew ever closer. Ling Ming gazed longingly at Yi Guhan and implored, "Uncle Yi, when will you come to visit Dreamer again?" Ling Ming softly acknowledged, her expression tinged with reluctance. The sound of hooves had reached the street corner. Yi Guhan sprang into action. Soaring into the air, suddenly, he altered his course, gliding towards Junxi. A sharp glance revealed a small throwing knife embedded in the throat of the assassin sprawled upon Junxi's form. And a wave of gratitude washed over him. This senior had already dealt with the lingering threat, leaving him profoundly humbled. With a swift motion, he ascended to the rooftop. A flash of blue light, and he vanished from sight. At the street corner, a sturdy steed charged in, and a young officer clad in blue rushed forward. His face etched with urgency. Upon seeing that Princess Ling Ming was unharmed, he exhaled in relief and quickly bowed. "Your Highness, are you unscathed?" The concern in his voice was unmistakable. Princess Ling Ming gazed at him with a hint of confusion, slightly bending down to gather the two flying daggers from the ground. She examined them closely. The daggers were as delicate as cicada wings, exquisitely crafted with subtle curves and graceful lines. Instantly, she felt a surge of admiration for them. Her jade-like face revealed a trace of excitement. This was indeed the divine weapon wielded by the master whom even Uncle Yu could not surpass. What charming daggers! These daggers? The young man stammered. Such lethal instruments required the utmost caution from the princess. Had it not been for the predecessor who wielded these flying daggers, she would have perished at the hands of an assassin long ago. How could she have awaited your timely rescue? The existence of Yi Guhuan must remain a secret, not to be disclosed to the unworthy. Princess Ling Ning cast a fleeting glance at him, her delicate features betraying a hint of weariness and a subtle sadness. In the past, whenever she ventured beyond the palace, at least one Jade-tier expert would accompany her, personally arranged by her father. Why had she been sent out this time without such protection? Furthermore, several elite Golden-tier guards had been reassigned for various reasons. During such a vulnerable moment, she encountered assassins. What did all this signify? It was evident. Princess Ling Ming, possessing exceptional intelligence, already understood the implications, yet she endeavored to suppress her thoughts, unwilling to contemplate the painful truth, for the outcome was truly heart-wrenching. The pain pierced her very soul. You may contend for the throne, but why must I be regarded as a mere tool in your struggle? Is a mere throne truly so coveted? In your eyes, am I nothing more than an instrument for framing others to serve your selfish interests? Though we may not share the same mother, we are still of the same father, blood ties that run deep. Why? Why? Is it truly the case that there are no familial bonds within the royal lineage? Feeling the icy touch of the daggers against her skin, Princess Ling Ning paradoxically found immense warmth and security in their presence. This enigmatic master of the Tianxin realm had saved her life, and yet she had nearly disregarded their aid. As a supreme expert, he bore no resentment. It was this magnanimous spirit that captivated Princess Ling Ming profoundly. Although Yi Guhuan understood that the mysterious figure's power likely far exceeded mere Tianxin mastery, Ling Ming remained unaware, her gaze transfixed by the elegant radiance akin to the azure sea. In the ethereal void, lives were saved, appearing and vanishing without a trace, indifferent to the gratitude of those rescued, showing no concern for the ignorance of the saved. What a remarkable disposition! This is the true essence of a refined and noble spirit. Heartbroken, Princess Ling Ning developed a deep sense of reliance on this elusive Tianxin master at her most despondent moment. In her heart, she suddenly felt that this mysterious individual was as trustworthy as Uncle Yi. With the daggers close to her, Princess Ling Ming felt an unexpected surge of courage. Indeed, regardless of who it was, having such a pinnacle expert of the Tianxin realm, alongside the solitary star Yi Guhuan, offered her a profound sense of security. Upon regaining her composure, Princess Ling Ning realized that the youth was still gazing at her with a dazed expression. A flicker of indignation crossed her face as she shot him an exasperated glance, her heart heavy with annoyance. This young man was Murong Qianjun, the eldest son of the esteemed Murong family within the city. He was also a prominent figure in the maternal lineage of her mother, the Murong clan. If one were to consider their familial ties, they could be regarded as cousins. Renowned as a talented youth in the capital, ever since he laid eyes on Princess Ling Ming, he had been utterly captivated, his thoughts consumed by her image. He implored his family to secure him a position as a commander in the Imperial Guard, hoping to draw nearer to her and fervently pursued her affections. With Jun Moxie having withdrawn from the scene over the past 2 months, Murong Qianjun had emerged as one of the foremost suitors for Princess Ling Ming, alongside another contender, Li Yuran, the eldest grandson of the Grand Tutor's household. Chapter 64. The gray-clad elder to any observer, the esteemed young Master Murong appeared to possess extraordinary talent, both in literary and martial pursuits. His striking appearance and graceful demeanor rendered him an exquisite match for any lady. However, Princess Ling Ying perceived a profound insincerity in him. It seemed he donned a facade of deep affection whenever he was in her presence. Having spent an extended period in the imperial palace, she found herself unable to discern the authenticity of his affections, how much was genuine, and how much was mere pretense. What was the true nature of this man? Princess Ling Ming felt utterly uncertain in her judgments. As for another suitor, Li Yuran, the first heir of the Li family and the foremost scholar of the Tianxiang Empire, he too left Princess Ling Ming in a state of confusion. Li Yuran was distinguished by his refined character and effortless charm, captivating countless young ladies in the capital. Yet, he navigated through the throngs of admirers unscathed, earning the reputation of the most genteel gentleman in Tianxiang City, always composed. He exuded an air of confidence that suggested he had mastery over all matters of the world, moving through life with grace and poise. Yet, Princess Ling Ming could not fathom how such a flawless individual could exist. If all his outward qualities were mere illusions, the implications were even more daunting. For no one could hope to discern his true thoughts. In Li Yuran's company, Princess Ling Ming often found herself gripped by an inexplicable fear, sensing that this seemingly gentle youth harbored great danger. In contrast, the former rogue, Jun Moxie, though brazen and unabashed in his intentions, was refreshingly transparent in his mischief. His character, while undeniably flawed, was at least overt, sparing her the anxiety of hidden malice. Reflecting on Jun Moxie, she recalled how he had recently been present, seemingly offering her a warning, whether intentional or not. Yet, it appeared he had fallen victim to the assassins. With a sudden urgency, she exclaimed, quickly, "Search for young Master Jun and ascertain his condition." A wave of anxiety washed over her as she realized that while she had narrowly escaped death, Jun Moxie might have met a grim fate. If the elder Jun were to become enraged, the ensuing turmoil could rival the calamity of her own assassination. It seemed the capital was poised for a season of unrest. She fervently hoped her 3 elder brothers would not seize upon this incident to provoke chaos. Though she had not witnessed it directly, Princess Ling Ming harbored a growing belief that Jun Moxie's prospects were bleak. After all, 2 of the assassins had originated from his vicinity, and he had already collapsed by that time. Had he survived, the assassins would surely not have spared him. Several guards scoured the area, but Jun Moxie's body lay concealed beneath the corpse of an assassin, perfectly hidden from view. A burly guard hurried over, stammering, "Princess, we have not found the body of Lord Jun San. I wonder if it has risen and fled." Princess Ling Ming felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly spitting blood in disbelief. What kind of nonsense was this? The absence of a body could not imply that it had somehow gotten up and run away. Morong Qianjuan's expression darkened. What kind of talk is that? The guard, flustered, stuttered. I meant, we truly have not found Lord Jun's body. Perhaps it left on its own." No, I mean, enough. Morong Qianjun interrupted, his face taut with annoyance. The absence of a body does not equate to death. Furthermore, it is inappropriate to refer to it as a corpse. We should say that Lord Jun's body is missing. Do you understand? The guards nodded in agreement, though inwardly they scoffed. Isn't that still implying that the girl is already dead? How dare he lecture us? What a fool. After another thorough search yielded no results, Princess Ling Ming dispatched a guard to urgently inform the Jun family. Just as the guard mounted his horse and rode off, a gray figure darted toward them, swiftly approaching. It was a frail, emaciated old man. Morong Qianjun drew his sword with a swift motion, demanding, "Who goes there?" His voice was sharp and commanding. Enraged, he bellowed, "Seize him. The princess has just been attacked, and now this strange person appears. It is highly suspicious." The surrounding soldiers responded in unison, preparing to advance, when the old man exclaimed excitedly, "Found it. Ha! I told you to run, you little rascal. Has someone pierced you with a sword? Let us see if you can escape next time." His tone was one of glee, as he leaned over the corpse of a black-clad assassin, preparing to draw his sword. Realizing he was part of the assassin's group, Morong Qianjun shouted, "Arrest him." Elated, he thought to himself that there truly existed such foolish individuals who, despite the surrounding army, would seek out the bodies of their fallen comrades. The old man, with a swift motion, flung a long sword away, carelessly tossed aside the assassin's corpse as if it were a mere sack, and bent down to lift a bloodied figure. Princess Ling Ning quickly called for Morong Qianjun to halt. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the individual as Jun Moxie. He was drenched in blood, appearing as though he might succumb at any moment. A surge of relief washed over her as she noted the flickering movement of his eyes. It seemed he was not yet dead. "May I inquire who you are, old sir?" Princess Ling Ming asked. "I have no time to converse with a little girl." The old man retorted brusquely, "I must tend to his injuries immediately, or this lad may truly lose his life." The old man hoisted Jun Moxie's body and, with a swift movement, appeared before Morong Qianjun, glaring at him. With a huff, he scolded, "You little brat, be more mindful of your words in the future." Then, without warning, he vanished like smoke. Morong Qianjun was about to erupt with anger but the old man had already disappeared from sight, leaving him seething with frustration. Yet in the presence of Princess Ling Tian, he had to maintain his composure, grinding his teeth in silence while inwardly cursing the old man's ancestors in irritation. What a disaster! Princess Ling Tian's expression shifted dramatically. I have just dispatched someone to inform Lord Jun, and already, Jun Moxie has been taken away. If Lord Jun were to erupt in fury, it would be utterly disastrous. With a sigh of relief, Princess Ling Tian remarked, "This is for the best." As her gaze shifted, she noticed the dagger embedded in the throat of the assassin leader, and could not help but exclaim softly, realizing that this esteemed figure had already eliminated this threat. While she had remained blissfully unaware. Approaching, she bent down to retrieve the dagger, discovering it to be identical in style to the other two. A sense of wonder filled her heart. Such a remarkable individual. When would she have the opportunity to meet him in person and express her gratitude? With a heart full of compassion, Princess Ling Tian closed her eyes, allowing 2 tears to cascade down her cheeks, mourning the loss of those who had perished for her sake. Chapter 65. A twist of fate. The carriage lay in ruins, beyond any hope of salvage. Princess Ling Tian mounted a horse that a guard had brought forth. Her return home marked by an unusual heaviness of heart. With a soft hum escaping her lips, she rode onward. Her graceful form captivating the attention of all who beheld her, leaving them in a state of rapture and distraction, even causing the young lord, Jun Yi, to forget entirely his intention to send word to the Jun family. "Old man, you've been trailing me like a ghost for 3 days now. Surely it isn't because of my striking good looks that you've taken an interest in me?" Jun Yi remarked, feeling rather uncomfortable, cradled like an infant in the arms of the old man, whose emaciated frame resembled that of a desiccated bird. The sensation was akin to lying upon sharp pebbles. Yet, he understood that the old man posed no threat, and thus felt emboldened to mock him openly. "Bah! Do you think I would willingly follow such a wastrel as you? Your erratic antics and nonsensical behavior, do you even comprehend the trouble you've stirred? And look at you now, facing the consequences. If it weren't for your grandfather's lavish expenditures. Wait, how do you know I followed you for 3 days? The old man's expression shifted to one of indignation, feeling diminished by his association with this young scoundrel. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of complaints, a sudden realization struck him, a revelation of grave significance. How could this worthless brat possibly know of his covert pursuits? Had his once masterful tracking skills deteriorated to such an extent? In his bewilderment, he halted abruptly, momentarily disregarding the young lord's disrespectful address of old man. "You are the fool, with your limited intellect. It is no wonder you failed to discern my presence." Who informed you of this? Did someone assist you in evading my gaze?" The old man was taken aback, incredulous that someone had managed to counter his tracking prowess without his awareness. Moreover, the notion that an individual could facilitate the escape of someone as inept as Jun Yi from his surveillance filled him with dread. What level of power must one possess to achieve such a feat? If this person were an adversary, I have no idea who that person is. Jun Yi continued to feign ignorance. "I've never encountered him." "Oh, naturally, such a remarkable individual would be beyond the reach of someone of your caliber. So, you mean to say that your evasion was orchestrated by that person? A clever ruse?" The old man, firmly entrenched in his assumptions, believed that this young dandy could not possibly have discovered his abilities. Nevertheless, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind, as he had unwavering confidence in his own tracking and counter-tracking skills. A growing sense of unease took root within him. Could it be that the Supreme Xian had taken an interest in him? No, could it be? As these thoughts swirled, anxiety began to take hold of him. As they spoke, they arrived at a modest dwelling. The old man bent down, hurriedly carrying Jun Yi inside and setting him down upon the floor. He began to meticulously examine the injuries that marred Jun Yi's body, his astonishment growing as he scrutinized each wound from head to toe. On Qingxue's chest, a sword had nearly pierced through, accompanied by 2 distinct purple-black bruises, evidently caused by 2 feet striking him simultaneously. Given the prowess of those silver-tier assassins, even just 2 of them could have dealt a fatal blow. The fact that this lad, having been pierced and kicked, remained alive and could still speak was astonishing in itself. What was truly remarkable, however, was that not a single rib had been broken. The old man meticulously infused his inner energy into Qingxue's meridians to investigate further. Remarkably, his internal organs showed no signs of damage, nor were there any internal injuries, which caused the old man to widen his eyes in disbelief. Was this sword thrust too fortuitous? It had landed perfectly in a gap. The young rascal's luck was simply extraordinary. Tell me, did those assassins come at your behest? Why would they treat you with such care? Given your injuries, I suspect there was collusion at play. Are you attempting some heroics to win over that lovely girl? The old man stroked his beard, casting a lewd glance that was as unsavory as it was amusing. Qingxue, nearly choking on the absurdity of the old man's sudden conjecture, could only chuckle in disbelief. Old man, you truly have a wild imagination. I was this close to losing my life. Is there truly such a thing as heroically saving a damsel? Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and attend to my thigh. Can't you see it's still bleeding? Qingxue expressed his exasperation at the old man's apparent lack of competence for someone of his age. Why would his grandfather send such a person to accompany him? Pa, you insolent brat. Do you think I need your guidance to handle matters? The old man huffed. Your luck is such that you won't die. Nor will you be crippled. He then, almost in a retaliatory manner, patted Qingxue's thigh and declared, You're fine now. Though Qingxue's thigh had been pierced, thankfully missing the bone, the muscle had been penetrated, resulting in a literal 2 wounds from 1 strike. Now, with the old man's slap, an overwhelming wave of pain surged through him, causing him to grit his teeth and draw in sharp breaths, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Old man, do you have a granddaughter? The old man immediately grew wary, his eyes narrowing. What are you up to? He had forgotten that this lad was requesting treatment for his thigh, despite the lethal wound to his chest being of far greater concern. If you happen to have a granddaughter, I shall first commit treachery and then murder. Your heartless old bones will ache. Qingxue cursed inwardly. Did he not see the grievous injury I sustained? And yet, he continues to slap at my wound. Oh, what I meant was, such tasks are better suited for a woman's delicate touch. One must bow their head when under a roof. That won't do. The old man vehemently shook his head. You scoundrel. Everyone in Tianxiang City knows of your reputation. Qingxue was utterly speechless. Who labeled him a lecher? The true lecher was Jun Moxie, not him. By the time the old man had tended to Qingxue's injuries, night had fallen. Both were restless. One eager to use the Hongjun Tower for healing and swift recovery, but finding no opportunity, while the other pondered who could possibly possess the capability to discover and trace him with such prowess. These 2 carefree beings astonishingly never considered the importance of notifying their families first. Meanwhile, Moron Qianjun, who had fervently pledged to Princess Ling Ming to deliver the news to the Jun family, summarily cast this minor matter aside. Little did they anticipate that, before the old man's arrival, Princess Ling Ming had already dispatched a messenger to the Jun family, bearing the grim news of Jun Moxie's disappearance, or rather, his demise. They were oblivious to the fact that this delay incited the wrath of the venerable Jun Zhantian, who nearly unleashed a bloodbath upon the capital. As nightfall descended and assassins ambushed Princess Ling Ming's convoy, the Tang family estate was also rife with tension, as if the air were charged with the impending clash of swords. Chapter 66. The Siege of the North City Gang with a somber expression. Elder Tang stood on the doorstep, his gaze flickering with a hint of anticipation. After a painstaking search, he had finally unearthed a clue, albeit uncertain. The day's commotion had been too conspicuous, yet the elder could no longer afford to wait. As twilight descended, all the formidable members of the Tang family had assembled, 246 in total. Among them were 2 mid-level Earth Realm experts, 4 Jade Realm practitioners, 12 Gold Realm warriors, and 36 Silver Realm cultivators, with the remainder being peak 9th Realm masters. For this operation, Elder Tang had summoned every capable fighter from the Tang family, both within and beyond the capital. In less than an afternoon, he had gathered the strongest force at his disposal, the very foundation of the Tang family. This mission was of paramount importance. Tonight, their target was the North City Gang. Elder Tang surveyed the assembled group with a grave demeanor. Listen closely. Anyone associated with the North City Gang must not escape, especially those of high rank, such as the leaders. They are not to be killed or let go. They must be captured alive. Is that understood? He would personally command this operation. Should anyone allow a member of the North City Gang to slip away, they would have to present their heads to him, with the most stringent orders given. He scanned the crowd, noticing their expressions shift from indifference to heightened vigilance. With a decisive gesture, he commanded, "Let us depart." Dressed in black, the 246 members moved silently out into the night. Elder Tang's dark cloak billowed in the evening breeze as he strode down the steps with vigor. Despite his advanced age, each step resonating with his unwavering resolve for the night's endeavor. Wait, I am coming too. At that moment, a large figure enveloped in black cloth burst forth from the inner courtyard. Tang Yuan, whose physique was ill-suited for stealth, had no proper night attire and, wishing to join the fray, had simply wrapped himself in black fabric. In the thick darkness, a grand mansion stood, This was the stronghold of the North City Gang. Elder Tang, with his flowing white beard, calmly organized his forces, surrounding the estate with over 100 elite practitioners. Each held their breath, refraining from uttering a sound as they awaited Elder Tang's command. The remaining group of over 100 had been divided into 4 teams, each set to strike at different branches of the North City Gang, including their gambling dens and the residences of key figures. Elder Tang's strategy was clear: to initiate their assault from the outside in, leaving no one behind and capturing everything in one decisive sweep, with the stronghold to be dealt with last. With over 100 elite practitioners encircling the mansion, those within were akin to fish in a barrel, with no hope of escape. Every enemy that emerged would be captured. Moreover, one might consider employing such a blunt instrument for murder to gauge the disposition of the North City Gang. Should the North City Gang remain passive and allow themselves to be dealt with, it would indicate their disconnection from the theft involving the Tang estate. Even if there were a connection, it would likely be trivial at best. However, if they resist fiercely, resulting in a clash with dire consequences, then the venerable Elder Tang would perceive himself as having captured a significant prize. Alas, it is indeed my folly, perhaps a desperate attempt born from my illness. Let this be viewed as a means of ridding society of its scourge. Yet, should it come to light that this incident was merely a scheme orchestrated by these 2 rascals in collusion for personal vendetta, I, regardless of any protection offered by Jun Zhantian, shall ensure that Jun Mo Xie and Tang Yuan are apprehended and thoroughly chastised, transforming Jun Mo Xie into a rotund figure and Tang Yuan into a lean one. Let them undergo a complete transformation of physiques. Humph. Old Master Tang's countenance fluctuated between shadows and light, his teeth clenched in secret fury. After all, what is the North City Gang in the grand scheme of things? How dare they meddle with the whiskers of the Tang family tiger? In the distance, silhouettes began to manifest as the adept warriors of the Tang family returned, each bearing several captives, securely bound. The sweep of the North City Gang's periphery had concluded. Disappointment brewed within Old Master Tang, his aging visage twitching, cursing inwardly. Tang Yuan, Jun Mo Xie, I shall not spare you 2 knaves to conspire against me as a mere tool. I must. Before Old Master Tang could complete his thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted. Countless dark figures emerged from the walls of the North City Gang's estate, each drawing bows and unleashing a rain of arrows upon the Tang family's hidden experts. Simultaneously, shots rang out as individuals surged forth from the front, back, side doors, and walls, scattering like a bomb detonating. How audacious to declare war without warning, showing no inclination for negotiation with Old Master Tang. Each fled for their lives, lamenting that their parents had not endowed them with 2 extra legs. What could this possibly signify? My goodness, the response is astonishingly fierce. This is akin to rebellion. Old Master Tang's eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets. The abrupt turn of events left him momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, he smote his thigh with a resounding clap, wincing from the pain, yet a wave of exhilaration surged through him. This is promising. A few muffled grunts echoed as the Tang family's ambushed experts, each varying in skill, quickly found themselves in dire straits, with several struck by arrows and grievously injured. The remaining members charged towards the emerging North City Gang personnel, the clash of blades resonating in a cacophony of sound, becoming an intense melee in an instant. Purple, black, silver, and golden glimmers simultaneously illuminated the area, rendering it a dazzling spectacle. From the moment the North City Gang loosed their arrows to the ensuing tumult, the interval was remarkably brief, nearly occurring in unison. Old Master Tang's eyes widened in delight. His previously sullen demeanor transformed into inexplicable excitement, his hands trembling with fervor. In the gleaming depths of his eyes, the seasoned Lord Tang, who had remained composed for half a lifetime, finally erupted with expletives, his white beard trembling. What the hell? There truly is a connection. It could very well be the main culprit. Given the reaction from the Northern City Gang, it is inevitably linked to the theft from the Tang family. Otherwise, how could this mere gang dare to confront a noble of the empire, a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, from such a prestigious family in the entire Tianxiang kingdom? It is tantamount to courting death. A reckless act akin to a cat licking a tiger's nose. As one after another of the Northern City Gang members were toppled to the ground and bound tightly before being tossed aside, the elder Tang coughed a few times. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, his countenance calm yet formidable, his beard flowing, exuding an aura of righteousness. Bang! A member of the Northern City Gang was sent soaring, and before he could touch the ground, a rope was already fastened around his waist, swiftly encircling him several times. When he finally landed, he resembled a giant rice dumpling, only to receive a punch that shattered his teeth, leaving him unable to scream as a foul cloth was stuffed into his mouth, followed by being hurled into the air, soaring several yards as if riding the clouds. The entire process was executed with seamless precision. Upon landing, he realized he was surrounded by familiar faces. Bang! Another one! Bang! Over 200 elite members of the Tang family methodically advanced from the outside in, leaving no stone unturned. The surroundings gradually cleared, and one by one, the Tang family's experts converged towards this location, while others swiftly darted into the grand estate, conducting a thorough search with meticulous detail, akin to dismantling a house, ensuring no corner was overlooked. They even delved deep into areas where secret passages might exist, scrutinizing the soil with utmost diligence. Before long, jubilant shouts erupted from within. "We found them!" A glimmer of joy crossed the elder Tang's face as he stepped forward, witnessing several Tang family experts emerging, each escorting a person, none other than Qinghue's son, Qin Xiaobao, along with a few flamboyantly dressed women. Qinghu had concealed them in the gang's most secretive chamber, hoping that if he and his associates could not escape alive, they might at least safeguard his son. Yet, he had not anticipated the Tang family's adeptness at raiding. The hidden chamber was nearly 10 feet beneath the surface, with its exit exceedingly clandestine, and yet it had still been discovered. A resounding victory. The elder Tang approached Qinghu, lowering his gaze to meet the latter's despondent countenance, and waved his hand, prompting those around to discreetly step aside, creating a significant open space. "Where is it?" The elder Tang's voice was low and commanding, his eyes piercing into Qinghue's, delivering a direct inquiry that left no room for denial. This question would easily instill in Qinghu a deceptive sense of security. "I already know that the Xiandan is the item you stole. I possess irrefutable evidence. Now, it is up to you whether to cooperate or not." The sheer gravity of such an accusation, especially while he was in a position of captivity, would likely lead to Qinghue's collapse, with a probability exceeding 90%. Indeed, Qinghu stood speechless, his eyes betraying utter despair. Tang Leoi, who was closely observing every nuance of his reaction, felt a surge of elation, his long-held anxieties dissipating in an instant. Truly, this was the main event. Tang Yuan. Oh, Tang Yuan. This grandson has finally accomplished something of significance, and indeed a monumental one at that. Wait. It seems that this affair was initially brought to light by the debauched Jun Mosie from the Jun family. Tang Leoi couldn't help but reflect. It appears that the gathering of the wayward may not always be detrimental. At least, there are moments when it proves beneficial. Just like in my youth, was I not also deemed to ne'er-do-well? Yet here I stand. Qinghu, I have heard that this is your only son. Regardless of the machinations of the Northern City gang, should you divulge what you know, I assure you that your son shall remain unharmed. I shall also safeguard the last remnants of the Qin family's legacy from any harm. Tang Wanli, the elder, smiled amiably, his demeanor warm and inviting. Naturally, if you find yourself unable to recall, I believe you will soon witness the fate that awaits your son. However, understand that such circumstances may not yield a pleasant outcome for anyone involved, if you catch my drift. Qinghu sighed despondently, lowering his head and murmuring, "You win." Tang Leoi beamed with satisfaction, replying, "Qinghu, you truly embody the essence of a leader, adept at assessing the situation. Well done." The sharpness of the sarcasm pierced Qinghue's ears, causing his face to flush with humiliation, rendering him nearly unrecognizable in his distress. After a few stammered attempts, he finally managed to articulate, "I trust that the esteemed old Marquis understands that I, Qin, was largely acting under orders in this matter. Otherwise, how could I dare to infiltrate the Tang estate? That would be tantamount to courting death. Even if I had the inclination, I lack the means. However, as the saying goes, with a steel knife at one's throat, we truly find ourselves with no alternative." "Continue," Tang Leoi urged, his gaze flickering with intensity. Chapter 68. The Midnight Drums of Thunder. Old Master Tang, seasoned by the trials of life, recognized that the North City gang under Qin who would never dare to act recklessly in a place of great power. In this critical moment, it was inconceivable for him to utter a lie that could not be trusted. If his words held any truth, there would undoubtedly be further developments. Seeing that the old master appeared to believe him, Qinghu felt a flicker of hope. Even if he could not escape his fate, at least his son might still have a chance to survive. He hurriedly continued, "The person who instigated me, I know not his origins, only that he possesses formidable connections. He orchestrated the layout of the old Marquis's residence, the locations of hidden treasures, and even the timing of the strikes. I suspect he must be among the elite in the capital. At this juncture, Qinghue's eyes suddenly bulged with fear, and he cried out in panic. "Old Marquis, save me." Just then, a sharp cry pierced the air, and a blinding golden light surged forth. An overwhelming pressure descended from all directions, as if several miniature suns had abruptly appeared in the sky, casting a heavy, yellow glow that filled the atmosphere. Earthly realm experts. 3 agile figures descended like lightning, forming a triangle as they rushed towards old Master Tang, clad in black, their faces obscured, revealing only their glowing yellow eyes. The experts of the Tang family gasped in surprise, rushing forward recklessly, but their own limited strength rendered them incapable of halting the advance of the earthly realm masters. With a cold laugh, old Master Tang bellowed, "You dare, vermin." As his white beard fluttered, a more profound yellow light emanated from him. Boldly stepping forward to shield Qinghu behind him, his eyes burned with fury. Boom, boom, boom. Tang wanly roared forth, single-handedly confronting the 3 equally matched experts. His movements fierce and unrestrained, like a raging tiger, while eliminating a mere Qin who posed little challenge. Slaying old Master Tang here would mean opposing the entire Tianxiang Empire, a consequence that no one could bear. Thus, old Master Tang stood resolute, momentarily holding off 3 earthly realm experts by sheer force of will. The 4 figures became a whirlwind of combat, swirling amidst a cloud of dust and shadows. The other 2 earthly realm experts from the Tang family, fearing for their master, quickly joined the fray, resulting in a fierce clash that left those beneath the earthly realm unable to intervene. "First, take Qinghu away," old Master Tang shouted with all his might. Just then, a gentle blue light elegantly flickered, revealing a masked figure in white who glided forth with the grace of flowing water. Against the backdrop of the night, the white attire stood out starkly. His demeanor was poised, as if taking a leisurely stroll, yet his speed was astonishingly swift, with a series of flashes of blue light. For simultaneous screams erupted as the 4 leaders of the North City gang had their brains splattered, their lifeless bodies collapsing slowly to the ground. He was an initial stage heavenly realm expert. 200 elite warriors from the Tang family surged forward, creating an impenetrable defense. Yet, the individual in question appeared to disregard them entirely, as if traversing an unoccupied realm. With a graceful leap, he soared 3 zhang into the air. A brilliant blue light flashed, and the fallen Qin Xiaobao could only muster a muffled groan before a punch, delivered from afar, shattered his chest. Behind him stood Qinghu, whose eyes gleamed with fury as he spat a mouthful of blood, roaring, "What a vicious attack! Old Lord Tang, he is the one." At this moment, a horrified scream escaped his lips as he crumpled to the ground, his body devoid of any intact bones. The figure clad in white chuckled softly, commanding, "Leave." Under the shimmering blue light, he was the first to charge forth. The sounds of impact echoed as the Tang family members staggered backward, retreating toward the wall. In a flash of yellow and blue, 4 individuals leaped over the high wall, while 3 Earthgrade mystics vanished from sight. Yet, the white-clad figure remained atop the wall, his attire billowing elegantly in the wind. With a graceful salute, he spoke in a refined tone, "Old Lord Tang, I regret the offense today, but it was unavoidable. The mountains are high and the waters long. Let us hope for another meeting." With a resounding laugh, he ascended into the air, and as the blue light flickered, darkness enveloped the sky once more. Old Lord Tang clutched his chest, coughing hoarsely, acutely aware of the formidable strength of the white-clad man, who had indeed shown restraint. Had it not been for this mercy, a mere strike could have inflicted severe internal injuries upon him. Yet, even so, old Lord Tang trembled with rage. Gazing upon the gruesome corpses of Qinghu and his son, as well as the horrific state of the 4 hall masters, his limbs turned cold. Such a celestial powerhouse ought to have emerged from his own family. The sense of injustice was overwhelming. After painstakingly uncovering a significant lead, he had watched in despair as it was extinguished before his eyes, while over 200 of the Tang family's strongest warriors stood by, powerless to intervene, and enduring the humiliation of receiving mercy from their adversary. What a bitter pill to swallow. Observing old Lord Tang gasping for breath, the onlookers lowered their heads in shame. At that moment, a heavy, resonant voice echoed from afar, reverberating through the skies. It was akin to the crashing waves from the horizon, rolling forth, and reminiscent of distant thunder, a slow yet unrelenting series of strikes, carrying an unmatched momentum that threatened to obliterate the world. With the emergence of this voice, the atmosphere turned grim, as if the very essence of life had shifted into a realm of endless slaughter. Even the pitch-black night grew oppressively heavy. The thunderous voice did not diminish with the passage of time. Rather, it intensified, until it resonated throughout the entire city of Tianxiang. Following the initial deep cadence, it gradually aligned, merging into a colossal torrent that thundered across the heavens and earth. This was the battle drum of the thunder god. It heralded the prelude to carnage. This earth-shattering beat was the spark that ignited the flames of war. Gather the drums. After a decade of silence, the highest military summons of the Tianxiang kingdom resonated once again on this tranquil night, without any forewarning. The beating of the assembly drum heralds only one thing: a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It signifies the fierce clashes of countless armies and the extinguishing of innumerable lives. It also foretells that a group of valiant warriors will forever close their eyes, while a fortunate few among them will tread upon the mountains of the dead and wade through the seas of blood to ascend to greatness. From all directions, countless soldiers were jolted from their slumber, springing into action, each donning their attire with fervor. Within every gaze, there flickered a frenzied, bloodthirsty light. It was the assembly drum of the Grand Marshal. A martial artist from the Tang family, well-versed in the earthly realm, exclaimed in shock, while the crowd exchanged horrified glances. Chapter 69. Desperate Fury. Today marks the final week for this book to ascend the new book rankings. There is no need for further words. I implore my brothers and sisters to lend their support. Tang Wanli's eyes widened in shock, and his mouth fell agape. The sudden sound of war drums caused him to momentarily forget his previous feelings of profound shame and displeasure. With his mind consumed by a singular thought, Jun Zhantian has gone mad. Why would this old fellow choose to lose his sanity at such a weak moment for the Jun family? In an instant, dozens of individuals bowed and rushed away, their speed surpassing their own limits. The beating of the assembly drum indicated that the situation had escalated to a perilous level. No one doubted that if any officer dared to arrive even a moment late tonight, it would surely result in dire consequences. Jun Zhantian's discipline in military affairs is unrivaled throughout the Tianxiang kingdom. Those who defy the orders shall face execution, regardless of whether they are nobles, esteemed families, or scions of the elite. The urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed from all directions, surging like a tidal wave toward the central parade ground. Each soldier donned their gleaming armor, faces etched with urgency, as they relentlessly lashed their beloved steeds, racing forth as if propelled by the winds of 800 li. "My lord, how shall we deal with the remaining rabble?" inquired a skilled member of the Tang household, gesturing towards the remnants of the North City gang. As battalions surged past, the resounding call of bugles filled the air, rallying all troops to assemble urgently, maintaining the highest state of readiness. Poised for the commander's return from the platform before swiftly departing. Old Master Jun must be losing his mind. This statement holds no falsehood. Witnessing such a significant turn of fortune for the Jun family amidst their desolation, how could the old master not feel a surge of relief and joy? Just as he found himself in the most uplifting of spirits, the housekeeper, old Pang, gently knocked and entered with a grave demeanor. "The Princess Ling Ming has sent someone to report matters to you, my lord." Jun Zhantian immediately summoned the messenger, but upon seeing the blood-soaked attendant, his heart sank. The attendant's stammering, evasive speech only deepened the old master's unease, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Old Pang, standing behind him with a worried expression, further heightened Jun Zhantian's apprehension. After a series of pressing inquiries, the attendant finally revealed the shocking news. The body of Third Master Jun was missing. That single sentence struck Jun Zhantian like a cacophony of thunderclaps resounding in his mind. His robust frame swayed unsteadily, and suddenly his face drained of color, collapsing silently backward. Devoid of breath, old Pang, alarmed, had anticipated such a reaction. With urgency, he pressed on Jun Zhantian's acupoint and thumped his chest, managing to revive the old master. The attendant trembled, kneeling on the ground, paralyzed with fear, acutely aware of the precarious position of Jun Moxie, the wayward young master, in the old man's heart. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. The attendant, already pale with fright, began to recount the events in a disjointed manner. During his discourse, Lord Jun maintained a stoic countenance, uttering not a single word. At last, when he concluded, Jun Zhantian wearily waved his hand and said, "You may leave." The guard, as if granted a reprieve, trembled as he exited, only to realize that his entire being was drenched in perspiration. In the study, Jun Zhantian closed his eyes, tilted his head towards the heavens, and his throat convulsed slightly. while a solitary tear emerged from the creases of his aged eyes. Had Jun Xie continued to be the debauched and reckless Jun Moxie of yore, causing such turmoil, Lord Jun would not have felt this profound anguish. For he had long since lost hope, and the transformation into despair would bear little significance. The decline of the Jun family had become inevitable, and the arrival of this day was merely an advance of fate. Yet, the predicament lay in the fact that Jun Zhantian had just witnessed a remarkable transformation in his grandson, a glimmer of dawn and hope illuminating his heart. It was a moment brimming with exhilaration and comfort, filled with boundless dreams for the future of the Jun family. However, this sudden news plunged the venerable elder into an abyss of despair from which there was no return. Such a stark contrast displayed remarkable self-restraint on Lord Jun's part. As he refrained from succumbing to madness, Moxie perished to deliver a message to Princess Ling Ming. This was the elder's first deduction. The assassin's target was none other than Princess Ling Ming, and the only ones audacious enough to undertake such a task, apart from the three princes, would be rival factions from other nations. With the crown prince position still uncertain and the three princes vying for supremacy, other nations would prefer to see them embroiled in conflict rather than committing such extreme acts at this juncture. Thus, the three princes emerged as the prime suspects. This constituted the second deduction. Thirdly, while the princess was indeed the primary target of assassination, Moxie had perished while the princess remained unharmed, which presented a puzzling scenario. Could it be that Moxie's enemies, namely his greatest rivals, the Li and Ming families, had orchestrated this? Was the assassination of the princess merely a ruse? This formed the third deduction. Moxie's demise, coupled with the princess's survival, suggested that while he had conveyed the message to her, she had evidently failed to dispatch guards for his protection, concentrating all resources on safeguarding herself, leaving Moxie vulnerable to such a swift demise. This constituted the fourth deduction. The more Jun Zhantian pondered, the darker his expression grew, his gaze sharpening to a menacing glare, ultimately transforming into a snarl. Why must my grandson, who acted with good intentions, meet such a fate, while that woman, deserving of death, remains unscathed? I, Jun Zhantian, commenced my journey in the military, fighting countless battles throughout my life. I emerged as a Grand Duke from amidst a million corpses, achieving great feats for the Empire, unmatched throughout the nation. I have 3 sons and 3 grandsons. 2 sons sacrificed themselves for the country, the youngest rendered a lifelong cripple, and my 2 grandsons perished in battle under ambiguous circumstances. Now, the sole remnant of my lineage has also perished in the service of the royal princess. The once loyal Jun family now faces extinction. If this is the case, what is there left for me to cherish? Since all is destined to conclude, why not take down all who oppose the Jun family alongside me? Jun Zhantian laughed mournfully, the sound growing increasingly loud, until, in a fit of laughter, his face was awash with tears. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his gaze fierce and electric, laced with crimson veins. He cast a cold glance at the night beyond the window before turning slowly to stand before the portrait of his late wife. He stood erect, lost in a prolonged contemplation, his lips parted as if to utter words, yet silence enveloped him. He extended his palm into the void, seemingly attempting to grasp something intangible, or perhaps bidding a final farewell. In that fleeting moment of turning away, 2 tears cascaded down his weathered cheeks, shattering upon the ground like fragile glass. Within the portrait on the wall, a benevolent elderly woman continued to smile eternally, her eyes seemingly piercing through the frame, reaching far beyond. The night breeze wafted through the window, causing the portrait to flutter as if in a futile plea to hold on. Chapter 70. The thunderous desire to erupt. The steward, old Pang, extended his hand and tugged at a silken thread behind the master chair of Jun Zhantian, causing a shrill bell to resonate throughout the Jun family estate. Subsequently, he fell silent, trailing closely behind him, his expression a mask of indifference and determination. He had already surmised what Jun Zhantian was about to undertake, yet he would not intervene. Not only would he not hinder him, but he would also follow resolutely, without complaint or regret. Downstairs, a wheelchair sat quietly, where Jun Wui sat upright, his sharp brows knitted together, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Upon seeing his father descend, Jun Wui's countenance remained impassive. Their gazes met briefly before they each turned away, choosing silence over words. At this moment, there was no need for further discussion. Dozens of shadowy figures emerged from all directions, forming 3 silent rows in the courtyard. With calm eyes, they regarded Jun Zhantian. Whatever he intended to do, these individuals were prepared to accompany him to the very end, to the netherworld. Amidst the shrouded shadows, countless others lingered like specters, awaiting their orders. The latent power of the Jun family was unleashed without reservation at this critical juncture. Old Master Jun stepped forward, speaking in a hushed tone, and the figures in the shadows suddenly dissipated like a receding tide, vanishing as if swept away by a tempest of blood and chaos. The howling wind in the air thickened, intensifying the atmosphere. After standing silently for a moment, facing the refreshing night breeze, Jun Zhantian took a deep breath, only to find himself engulfed by a suffocating scent of blood that invaded his lungs. Mounting his steed, his face hardened like cold iron. The crimson cloak billowed in the night wind, merging with the color of blood. The remaining individuals fell silent, mounting their horses in unison, trailing behind him. Jun Wui clapped the armrests of his wheelchair, leaping gracefully into the air and landing securely on a horse's back. With a shake of the reins, he followed suit, their hoofbeats gradually fading into the distance until they were no longer heard. Moments later, the military headquarters blazed with light, clad in battle attire. Jun Zhantian took his seat in the grand hall. Outside, 40 large drums resonated with a deep and thunderous sound simultaneously. As the drumming continued, more and more soldiers, fully armored and equipped, rode in like the wind. Upon arriving at the command platform, they dismounted and stood at attention, straight as javelins. The numbers swelled, each soldier voicing not a word, their eyes fervently fixed on Jun Zhantian, who sat high upon his command seat. Old Marshal, it has been too long since the war drums were sounded. Those tumultuous years of relentless battles, how we yearn for them. The drumming ceased. At the command platform, numerous generals stood solemnly. On either side, dozens of large banners fluttered in the night wind, their rustling resembling the mournful cries of 1,000 souls. Jun Zhantian rose from his seat, advancing to the command platform, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly. He inquired, "Is everyone present?" "We are all here, awaiting the orders of the esteemed Old Marshal." Hundreds of voices echoed in unison. "Very well. Allow me to undertake a momentous deed this night." A fierce glint of murderous intent shone in Jun Zhantian's sharp eyes. "All generals, heed my command." "Present." "Shenzhounan." "Present." "I order you to lead your troops and secure the west gate. Without my command, no one is permitted to leave the city. If unrest is detected, immediately dispatch troops to suppress it." Jun Zhantian emphasized each word with great weight. "Yes." "Jun Yinfeng." "Present." "You are responsible for the east gate." "Yes." "Zhang Jitian." "Present." "You will oversee the north city gate." "Yes." "Chan Linyu." "At the south gate." "The remaining personnel will follow me." A series of orders were issued, and every individual stepped forward to receive their tokens before turning to depart, without a single person questioning the rationale behind these commands. These were all former subordinates of Jun Zhantian, the backbone of the Jun family's military faction, who had always executed his orders without question, even at the cost of their lives. Especially the four Shenzhounan, Zhang Jitian, Chan Linyu, and Jun Yinfeng, who were the most capable generals in the eyes of the elder Jun. Fierce and unyielding warriors who followed Jun Zhantian's commands to the letter, regardless of right or wrong. They were indeed the stalwart forces of the Jun military faction. As each general took their leave after receiving their orders, the icy chill in Jun Zhantian's gaze deepened. "Moyan, I shall avenge you. Anyone who has opposed you, anyone suspected, will meet their end tonight." As the war drums began to sound, deep in the night, within the imperial palace, His Majesty Emperor Yang Huayu was roused from his slumber, exclaiming, "What is that noise?" This once battle-hardened emperor, now in the prime of his life, sensed an inexplicable and grave crisis looming. It was as if something earth-shattering was unfolding. Outside the sleeping quarters, a soft voice responded, "Your Majesty, it appears to be the sound of war drums." The sound of war drums? The emperor furrowed his brow, suddenly alarmed. War drums? The call to arms? His expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly threw off the covers, hastily donned a cloak over his night attire, and stepped out with urgency, straining to listen for a moment as his countenance grew increasingly grave. Jun Zhantian. The emperor recognized the sound. It was the war drums of Jun Zhantian. No other sound in the capital could match the grandeur and intensity of Jun Zhantian's call to arms. Only his drums could evoke such formidable power, capable of shaking the very foundations of Tianxiang City. What on earth has transpired today? What is it that I do not know? The emperor asked with a composed demeanor, aware that he could not afford to act hastily. Only by understanding what had occurred could he discern why Jun Zhantian would sound the call to arms at such a critical moment and formulate a corresponding strategy to address it. "Investigate." A cautious middle-aged eunuch stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I recall that an hour ago, Princess Ling Ming sought an audience with you, though I am unsure of the matter." Ling Ming? What could she want? The emperor mused, knowing that Ling Ming was typically well-behaved and would not disturb him without good cause. Why was I not informed of this? Who dares to be so bold as to interfere in this matter? The emperor suddenly perceived the underlying anomalies. The eunuch hesitated, his gaze drifting nervously toward the sleeping quarters. Quickly summoned Princess Ling Ming. Yes, concubine Ming, come forth. With a fierce command from the emperor, a graceful figure draped in delicate gauze emerged, gracefully kneeling before him. I inquire of you, why does Ling Ming seek my presence? Why do you obstruct my path? The emperor's gaze was as frigid as ice, devoid of any warmth. He leaned gently towards her ear, murmuring, surely you lack the audacity for such boldness. However, the promises made by the elder are now unattainable. I shall not allow him to fulfill them. At this, concubine Ming's eyes widened in terror, her form collapsing to the ground. Remove concubine Ming and cast her into the cold palace, awaiting further disposition. No one is to approach her. The emperor's calm demeanor belied the fate he had just sealed for the once revered concubine Ming. Father, Princess Ling Ming hurriedly entered, her hair disheveled. Do not fret. What transpired today? Come, speak to your father, and recount it in detail. The emperor regarded his daughter with a benevolent smile, as if the earlier events had never occurred, skillfully concealing the deep chill in his eyes. Chapter 71. The heart of the emperor. As Princess Ling Ming recounted her tale, the emperor's countenance grew increasingly grave, his eyes shimmering with a frosty glint. He bowed his head in silence, absorbing her words without uttering a sound. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him, not only concerning the life and death of his own daughter, but also involving another pivotal figure, one whose personal stakes might seem trivial. Yet the ramifications of his actions were monumental, daunting even for the emperor to bear, and certainly something he wished to avoid. A sovereign, whose daughter has been attacked, finds himself preoccupied with the affairs of a notorious wastrel. Is there no loyalty within the imperial family? It is indeed a lamentable state of affairs. At last, according to Ming'er, prior to the assassination attempt, Jun Mosia had taken the initiative to send a warning. The emperor reflected on this. Indeed, while his daughter's certainty was in question, Jun Mosia's intentions appeared unambiguous. Perhaps he had discerned some subtle clues. Princess Ling Ming spoke in a hushed tone. Yet her conviction was unmistakable. Precisely so, father. She was acutely aware of her father's reservations, hence she refrained from mentioning Yi Gahan by name. Despite the emperor's own awareness of the situation, in light of this, what drove Jun Zhantian to madness? Why did he recklessly sound the war drums? The emperor pondered deeply. His grandson was alive. The Jun family had not reached the brink of extinction. Therefore, this action was perplexing, and such behavior was indeed. Suddenly, Princess Ling Ming recalled a crucial detail, her complexion paling instantaneously. If this were true, though merely a misunderstanding, the consequences could be dire and irreparable. Given that Jun Mosia was not in mortal peril, why did he not promptly inform the Jun family? Ming'er, your handling of this matter has been exceedingly careless. Ming'er, what have you remembered? The emperor, observing the drastic change in his daughter's demeanor, managed to smile, striving to suppress his rising ire. Yet, the tension around his eyes betrayed his mounting concern. His daughter, usually composed, had faltered today. Could it be the shock of the assassination attempt that had disrupted her typical poise? Father, when I discovered that Jun Mosia's body, no, his absence, I once dispatched someone to inform Lord Jun. Just as the messenger departed, that elder came to carry the injured Jun Mosia away. The princess's words tumbled forth, her composure slipping. And then, the emperor gazed at his daughter with disappointment, yet his heart stirred with intrigue. An elder? Was there another safeguarding Ling Ming besides that scoundrel Yi Gahan? If that were the case, the emperor contemplated, his expression inscrutable. Such significant news warranted immediate rectification. At that time, my guards were gravely injured, which is why I had Murong Qianjun send someone to inform Lord Jun that Jun Mosia was not deceased. If Lord Jun ultimately did not receive the message regarding Jun Mosia's survival, what could be the sole possibility? It is no longer a matter of possibility. It is abundantly clear that Murong Qianjun did not deliver the message. Or perhaps the news he conveyed was merely one of death. Otherwise, it would not have transpired this way. The emperor sighed, and his otherwise serene and emaciated visage became momentarily marred by a few fierce lines before fading away. In a gentle tone, he spoke, "It is no concern of yours. You may retire." As he tenderly stroked Ling Ming's hair, his vacant gaze fell upon the hazy, golden palace shrouded in darkness. The emperor suddenly found the regal hue of yellow to be exceedingly glaring and most distressing. This assassination incident is rather peculiar, indeed. Who would have thought? The emperor mused, a flicker of sharpness glinting in his eyes. Perhaps it is time to cleanse the palace. One wonders if a wash with human blood would render it more vibrant. In the distance, the thunderous war drums had fallen silent. Yet the atmosphere remained thick with the portent of an impending storm, oppressive in its weight. I hope, Jun Tian, that you do not make things overly difficult for me. A complex emotion briefly flickered in the emperor's eyes before vanishing, as he observed the retreating figure of his daughter. The emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating for a moment before suddenly proclaiming, "Shadow, go outside and take a look. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage. Inform Jun Tian that his grandson is not dead. A little commotion is acceptable, but do not go too far. Also, bring me something back. Just a little something. This old man has been pent up for years." After speaking, the emperor took up his brush and inscribed a few characters, rolled the note, and handed it back. Go. A gust of wind arose, and a shadowy figure, seemingly formless, swiftly departed. In the next moment, the note had vanished from the emperor's hand, and a faint shadow darted out of the palace. "Though I permit you to act with abandon this once, I too shall borrow a blade," the emperor murmured to himself, a profound smile flitting across his face. The emperor had always been meticulous in his strategies, yet this time, he had gravely underestimated the extent of Jun Tian's fury. Moreover, sending someone now was already too late. Summon General Dugawudi forth, the emperor exhaled, calling out with authority. "Yes, let us further disrupt the situation. I hope that one by one, those who are wise will temper their actions, those who do not understand need not remain, or perhaps do not deserve to. It is not that I forbid you to fight, only that what emerges through conflict is the strong. But combat must also be measured. Exceeding that measure leads to irreparable consequences. Why is this so? Does my father truly believe that this assassination, fraught with suspicion and involving a princess, and potentially implicating other royal figures, is of lesser importance than the Jun family? Or perhaps, the thought of her father's profound gaze caused Princess Ling Ming to shudder. Thankfully, I have Uncle Yi to protect me, along with that mysterious powerful figure. In her reverie, Princess Ling Ming reached into her bosom and produced 3 exquisitely crafted throwing knives, twirling them delicately in her hand. Each knife, no larger than half a palm, boasted a gracefully curved silhouette, as delicate as gossamer. 3 flying daggers stacked together, yet they formed merely a thin layer. Princess Ling Ming found herself utterly intrigued. How could such diminutive daggers wield such terrifying and formidable power, compelling a group of remorseless assassins to flee without a fight? The daggers remained silent, their blades shimmering with a crystalline brilliance, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors under the light, dazzling to the extreme. Had one merely glimpsed these daggers, they would undoubtedly be dismissed as toys for the children of affluent families. Who could fathom that they were, in fact, the lethal weapons of an unparalleled master? However, should this unique dagger ever reappear before me, I would instantly recognize it. Princess Ling Ming mused joyfully, her heart filled with boundless admiration. I wonder what manner of person this extraordinary master, whom Uncle Yi holds in such high esteem, truly is? Chapter 72. The Dugu clan. He had even issued orders for his soldiers to prepare for battle. In the event that Jun Tian were to rebel, only the Dugu family's army would be able to protect the throne and contend with Jun Tian's military faction. However, the emperor's unusually ambiguous attitude left Dugawudi utterly perplexed. Dugawudi felt dizzy. "Are you a fool? You drag me out of bed for such trivial matters? You unfilial son, such a rebellious wretch. How could I have raised such a worthless child? From now on, do not dare to claim you are my son when you step outside. I cannot bear such disgrace." The General Dugawudi rubbed his sore backside, his face filled with indignation. He thought bitterly, this old fool deserves it. Serves him right. In his frustration, Dugawudi was seething with rage. What? In Tinxiang City, someone dared to bully my precious daughter? Just watch as I lead my army to annihilate him. Fuming, he stormed into his daughter's chamber without hesitation. After some coaxing, he finally managed to soothe her tears, and once she had consumed a bowl of bird's nest porridge, he felt a sense of relief. Who has dared to bully my treasure? Speak up, and I shall deal with them. Dugawudi's expression turned somewhat sinister. Seeing his daughter's swollen eyes from crying filled him with pain. A voice in his heart shouted in agitation, "I am ready to explode." "Father, Dugu Xiao has been waiting for you," she pouted, seeking her father's support. "You must stand up for me." Dugawudi suddenly sensed a foreboding feeling. Could it be that my daughter has been wronged? He anxiously inquired, "Who is it?" "It's that Jun family. That brat Jun Mosia. He has infuriated me today. Father, you must help me." Dugu Xiao said, pouting and feeling wronged. After hearing the whole story, Dugawudi let out a sigh of relief. It was not as he had feared. However, a frown soon creased his brow, and he felt a headache coming on. Ah, my dear daughter, if it were anyone else, I would not fear them. Even if that prince were to act foolishly, I would certainly grab him and give him a good beating for your sake. But Jun Mosia, this is quite a different matter. Indeed, it was no simple matter. Even Jun Zhantian did not know where his grandson was. How could he possibly find him? Even if he did find him, he might not dare to act. That old man has completely lost his mind. Is father afraid of the Jun elder? My fate is truly unfortunate. It drives me mad. Dugu Xiaoi began to cry again, turning away in distress. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of Jun Mosia's face ignited her anger. She longed to wipe that detestable smile off his face. What? Is he courting death? What has happened? Dugu Xiaoi, feeling a sudden pang of anxiety, turned around. Her tear-stained eyes wide with fear. Deep within, she questioned herself. What am I truly afraid of? Word had it that this afternoon, Princess Lingming had been attacked, and that reckless young man had foolishly rushed to deliver news, ultimately becoming a scapegoat while the princess remained unharmed. Dugu Wudi, with a hint of malicious glee, failed to notice the pallor that spread across his daughter's face as he spoke. Her small hands clenched tightly, yet he continued his relentless chatter. A sword pierced his chest, and then a silver-clad assassin stomped on him several times before he was taken away, leaving us in ignorance of his fate. In my opinion, that young lad's life hangs by a thread. Dugu Xiaoi let out a soft groan, frozen in shock. Suddenly, a hollow sensation filled her heart. She grasped nothing. And to her astonishment, she realized she had not absorbed a single word of her father's subsequent remarks. His voice faded into a distant blur. Fear not. If that boy still breathes, I shall certainly bring him back, so my precious can personally administer his punishment. I shall beat him senseless, ha ha ha. Dugu Wudi chuckled heartily, only to discover an unusual expression etched on his daughter's face. He waved his large hand before her. Xiaoi? Xiaoi? Huh. Oh. Dugu Xiaoi, as if awakening from a dream, was startled. Her demeanor shifted suddenly to one of tranquility. She slowly lay down on the bed and murmured, Father, I'm tired. I wish to sleep now. Very well. Rest well. When you awaken, all will be well. I shall indulge in a little wine to ease my spirits. Today has truly been vexing. Dugu Wudi shook his head as he exited, oblivious to the turmoil within his daughter. Dugu Xiaoi pulled the quilt over her, enveloping herself completely, remaining utterly still. She heard her mother speaking gently, along with several aunts expressing their concerns, yet she could not comprehend their words. Her mind a chaotic whirlwind. She did not understand why, but inexplicably, tears threatened to spill. A stinging sensation filled her nose, and her heart ached with a deep, unrelenting pain. Silent tears flowed forth, soaking the silk coverlet, and she remained unaware of when her mother and aunts had departed. Could it be that had he truly perished? But I have not. Chapter 73, A Night of Carnage. Jun Zhantian. His visage darkened with fury, and an aura of impending violence strode forth from the command platform with purposeful strides. He mounted his steed, eager to gallop towards certain locations he longed to witness reduced to ashes, a fitting tribute to the spirit of his grandson in the afterlife. Suddenly, from the depths of the darkness, a figure emerged, darker than night itself, appearing like a specter. Although it was mere steps away, the onlookers seemed unable to discern its true form. Shadow, what brings you here? Has His Majesty sent you? Jun Zhantian inquired, lifting his gaze. This is a decree from His Majesty, the shadow replied, extending a hand as a delicate sheet of white paper floated into Jun Zhantian's grasp. The obscured face seemed to smile momentarily, yet it only enhanced its eerie presence. The voice, transforming into an intangible thread, slipped into Jun Zhantian's ear, delivering the words, His Majesty states that your grandson is not yet deceased, and he has tasked me to convey 2 words, balance. Emphasizing the term balance, the shadow's voice was dry and reluctant, betraying an unfamiliarity with such lengthy discourse. Mosia is not dead. A surge of inexplicable joy coursed through Jun Zhantian as he recalled the enigmatic figure he had entrusted with his grandson's fate. Could it be that this individual had rescued him? Stepping forward, he asked urgently, Shadow, is my grandson's condition grave? Without a moment's hesitation, the shadow turned to depart, seemingly disinterested and lingering even before the foremost military figure. However, upon hearing Jun Zhantian's inquiry, it reluctantly offered a few more words, not dead, severely injured. With that, it glanced at Jun Wui beside Jun Zhantian, huffed disdainfully, and vanished into thin air. The hope that had ignited within Jun Zhantian was extinguished in an instant, leaving him with a chilling sense of despair. The Shadow's final glance at Jun Wei served as a grim reminder that while Jun Moxie might survive, he would likely not emerge unscathed, perhaps even diminished. Just as Jun Zhantian's heart had begun to warm, it was once again doused in icy dread. Could it be that the last scion of the Jun family would be rendered a cripple? The mere thought ignited a blazing fury within the elderly patriarch. Before this moment, his greatest adversaries had been the Meng and Li families. Curse them, he seethed. Regardless of their involvement in today's calamity, they shall bear the brunt of my wrath. Misfortune befalls them. With that, Jun Zhantian mounted his horse, gritting his teeth, and declared, "The army shall follow me. We shall exact vengeance." This night was destined to be one of bloodshed. As Jun Zhantian's rage soared, a shroud of carnage enveloped the entire imperial capital. Before the shadows were set into motion, countless figures clad in black seemed to materialize from the darkness like phantoms, leaping into the residences of various officials. In some households, there was no time to resist. The swift descent of blades sent blood splattering in all directions. Among the victims were Ming Zhiyu, Deputy Minister of Justice, and Li Qiao. Both aligned with the factions of the Li and Ming families, staunch supporters of the royalist cause, particularly of the Crown Prince. Their families had long been at odds with the Jun clan, and on this fateful night, they found themselves the primary targets of the onslaught. While the drums of war beat relentlessly, several masked assailants infiltrated the estates of the two families, beginning their slaughter with the guards at the gate, leaving a trail of corpses as they stormed into the main hall and the bedrooms. The unfortunate officials had barely a moment to utter a word before their heads were severed, and soon their entire families met the same grim fate, culminating in flames that soared into the night sky. In the midst of this chaos, the current censor, Tai Yin, upon hearing the war drums, was filled with righteous indignation. This venerable official, who had long been at odds with Jun Zhantian due to his son's execution for defying military law, seized what he believed to be an opportunity to undermine Jun. He hastily donned his robes and began drafting an impeachment memorial against Jun, but halfway through, the windows shattered with a thunderous crash as several shadowy figures burst forth. They seized the unfinished memorial, sneered derisively, and barbarically stuffed it into the old man's throat, swiftly followed by a fatal slash that severed both his neck and the document. Meanwhile, two officials from the Ministry of Rights, Qian Wangguan and Wu Yun, who had defected from the Jun faction to support the second prince, sensed impending doom as they heard the war drums. Acquainted with the Jun patriarch's ruthless nature, they wisely decided to flee the city under the cover of night. However, upon reaching the city gates, they found themselves encircled by an army of iron-clad cavalry. The commanding officer shouted to capture the assassins while arrows rained down mercilessly, leaving no chance for explanation as he ordered immediate execution. Over 100 members of the Qian family were transformed into a spiny mass at the southern city gate, their faces rendered unrecognizable. Simultaneously, nearly 60 members of the Wu family met a similar fate at the western city gate, their bodies mutilated and doused in oil, igniting into a fierce blaze that filled the air with the stench of burning flesh, permeating the heavens above. Beside the remains of these two families stood two towering wooden placards, proclaiming the fate of assassins. Another solitary censor, Xinjiangyun, awoke in the middle of the night for a brief respite, only to be discovered in the morning, having succumbed to an untimely demise. These once powerful officials now resembled a flock of lambs ensnared in a wolf's den. In an instant, the entire capital resembled an apocalypse. The wrath of the Jun patriarch ignited a conflagration throughout the imperial city. The events of that night far exceeded the emperor's expectations, leading him to shatter everything within reach in a fit of rage upon learning of the chaos. The full display of the Jun family's clandestine power, a frenzied bloodbath reminiscent of demons, reverberated through the night, shocking the upper echelons of the capital and inflicting deep wounds upon many, leaving countless souls in a state of trepidation. Each individual is contemplating, pondering the course of action they should take in the face of such an irresistible force. Should they reconsider their allegiances? This is particularly pressing for the three princes, each of whom has summoned all their advisors for an urgent night meeting. The formidable influence of the Jun family at this moment has incited intense envy among the princes, if such power were to be wielded by their own hands. However, there are exceptions among the noble families of the capital, such as the Li, Meng, and Song clans. With their profound heritage, they swiftly responded to the unexpected assault by the cloaked assailants, sending forth their skilled warriors to confront the attackers. Yet, amidst the chaos, thick smoke and surging flames erupted into the night. Within the Li family's secret chamber, several individuals, upon hearing the sounds of battle outside, found themselves unable to restrain the urge to rush out. Among them was a figure clad in white, in his 30s, with a stern visage and an air of haughty pride. His demeanor and stature revealed him to be the renowned master who had executed Qingxue under the orders of the venerable Tang Wanli. The door swung open, and Li Yuran, the eldest son of the Li family, stepped inside. Yuran, let me out. The highest among these black-clad intruders scarcely possessed the cultivation of Yushuan. What is there to fear? Any one of us could easily quell their advance. I fail to comprehend why, with our home under siege, you remain so lethargic. If they seek death, we must oblige these ignorant fools. The white-clad man furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with indignation. He, who had always held himself in high esteem, found it intolerable to remain hidden in a secret chamber, too timid to show his face. Chapter 74. This is the explanation how perplexing. Yesterday, in a fit of urgency, I hastily updated, fearing a disconnection, yet today, it seems there has been none. No, this simply cannot be. In this critical moment, Li Yuran remains composed, a serene smile gracing her lips. Better for the entire Li family estate to be reduced to ashes than to act rashly. Her smile, oddly gentle yet coldly ruthless, conveys a singular truth. As long as life endures, the Li family shall persist. However, should any of you venture outside, regardless of the intentions of the cloaked figures beyond, one certainty remains. Countless gazes will converge upon this place. The instant your identities are revealed, or even merely revealed by your presence, the Li family shall inevitably find itself in a perilous plight. Furthermore, the rumors surrounding the Xiandan will spread like wildfire, and at that juncture calamity will ensue. Eldest brother, you must remain within the secret chamber. Do not emerge. Once the storm in the capital subsides, I shall arrange for your swift exit from the city. Should any matters arise in the future, I will seek guidance from both master and you, my elder brother. With a tranquil and carefree smile, Li Yuran asserts, this time, not only will I refrain from hindering their actions, but I shall also send a few more individuals their way to be slain. I am keen to observe how Lord Jun will conclude this affair. This is indeed a grievous transgression, one that even the court may tolerate. But can the imperial family? A rare cold smile graces Li Yuran's face. Fear not, eldest brother, I shall ensure it. With a composed smile, she steps outside. At that moment, a firework rocket suddenly detonates in midair, bursting forth into a dazzling array of colors, a spectacle of brilliance. As the fireworks bloom, all the cloaked figures retreat in unison, swiftly withdrawing from the battlefield like a receding tide, leaping over walls and dashing through the gates, vanishing into the vastness of the night. In quick succession, the thunderous sound of hooves resonates as thousands of iron-clad cavalry surge forth, their military formation impeccably disciplined, a scene of chilling urgency. In an instant, they gather at the entrance of the Li Taishi's residence, a series of commands echoing as the cavalry splits into two orderly lines, swiftly encircling the Li family estate, sealing it off completely. With a resounding crash, the main gate is breached, and Lord Junjian Tian strides in, exuding an aura of fierce authority. His azure aura radiates, clearly harnessing his innate Tianxin energy. Although the Li family dares not provoke him due to his rank, one must always prepare for the unforeseen. Prudence is the mother of safety. On either side, two elite battalions file in, their blades glinting menacingly. All members of the Li family, come forth. Assassins have appeared in the capital. The entire city is to be searched. Lord Jun's commanding voice reverberates for miles. Ah, how delightful. It appears that my esteemed brother Jun has graced us with his presence. This truly elevates the occasion. The esteemed Taisher Li Shang greets him with a warm smile, hastening from the hall as if two long-lost twin brothers reunited amidst the chaos of war. Jun Zhantian, with a stern expression, addressed Li Taisher, saying, Please manage your subordinates and relatives properly. Princess Lingning was attacked today, and it is my duty to apprehend the rebellious assassin. Should there be any accidental injuries, I shall bear no responsibility. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Search. Stop. Li Shangbai, with his white beard fluttering, stepped forward. His demeanor shifted from warm and amiable to one of intense authority as he exclaimed, Lord Jun, while you are indeed the commander of the army and a duke of the empire, I too am a first-rank official and a duke. Unless there is a direct edict from the emperor, who dares to act so recklessly in my Li family. Jun Zhantian snickered, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes as he slowly replied, Are you implying that a first-rank official has the right to harbor assassins? Search, I command. Anyone who obstructs this search shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Immediately, the hundreds of soldiers behind him surged forward, ready to invade the Li family residences. Li Shang, trembling with rage, shouted, Jun Zhantian, your arrogance and overreach are truly outrageous. Do you wish to rebel? Jun Zhantian laughed heartily, finding Li Taishi's words utterly bizarre. I am merely here to search for the assassin who attempted to murder the princess. Where is the overreach in that? How can this be considered arrogance? Yet you persistently obstruct my search. Could it be that you have some connection to the assassin? Ignoring him, he waved his hand, urging the soldiers to search more quickly. At that moment, a young man in white stepped forward with a smile. It was the eldest son, Li Yuran. With utmost respect, he bowed to Jun Zhantian and said, If Lord Jun is here on imperial orders to search, then the Li family would never dare to defy. However, if there is no imperial decree, your intrusion into the household of a first-rank official for a large-scale search is rather inappropriate. Even if you are above reproach, the Li family deserves some dignity. Once this word spreads, it may not reflect well on anyone involved. Jun Zhantian coldly regarded this courteous young man, yet he could not help but recall his own grandson. Mosia, who could have surpassed Li Yuran but fell victim to foul play. Anger surged within him, and he asked icily, What do you intend to do? The young man replied, I merely wish to pose a simple question to Lord Jun. You claim to search for the assassin. Regardless of the source of your information regarding our family's supposed harboring of the assassin, if none is found within our household, what then? Li Yuran maintained his gentle smile, advancing a step closer. Will Lord Jun provide the Li family with an explanation? Jun Zhantian let out a loud laugh, suddenly stepping forward and delivering a sharp slap to Li Yuran's face. The sound echoed sharply, followed by a kick to Li Yuran's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Enraged, he bellowed, I am searching for the assassin. Even your grandfather Li Shang would not dare to utter a word against me. What are you, a mere child? Think you are to speak against me? An explanation? This is your explanation. With a contemptuous spit, he continued, If no assassin is found, it only proves your family's innocence. Thus, the search must continue. What else can be done? I must inquire of the Li family, from the eldest to the youngest. Why do you so fervently obstruct my efforts to apprehend the assassin? Such delays serve no apparent purpose. Are you, the Li family, conspiring to rebel, perhaps even orchestrating the assassination of the princess? If, during your procrastination, the would-be assassin manages to escape, how many heads within your family would bear the weight of this guilt? These words were directed at Li Shang, for it was evident that in the eyes of the elder, Li Yuran did not even merit the dignity of an equal dialogue, even in the face of opposing armies. A hierarchy must be acknowledged. Those lacking the qualifications to ascend shall only meet their demise. Li Yuran was not oblivious to this reality. However, witnessing her grandfather's humiliation, particularly with several clandestine figures present in the hidden chamber, she could only imagine the dire consequences should they be discovered, a calamity akin to stepping into a pile of excrement. With a heavy heart, she stepped forward, hoping that Jun Zhantian might exhibit a modicum of the grace befitting a figure of military prominence and allow the matter to pass. Little did she know that today, Jun Zhantian would cast aside not only his grace, but seemingly his very dignity as well, delivering swift and brutal blows. Although Li Yuran was a prodigy of martial arts, she was still merely at the initial stage of the golden profound realm due to her youth, a far cry from the heavenly profound level of the elder Jun. Caught off guard and receiving a resounding slap followed by a kick, she felt a deafening roar in her mind and saw stars before her eyes. While the elder Jun refrained from employing true profound energy, the sound of that crisp slap resonated in front of nearly 1,000 onlookers, striking Li Yuran deeply in her heart. Chapter 75. A thorough search. Li Yuran silently rose from the ground, a fleeting glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Yet he maintained a demeanor of refined elegance, offering a humble smile as he addressed, Lord Jun, your reprimand is indeed warranted. I have been most presumptuous. I sincerely hope you will not take offense. With that sincere smile directed at Jun Zhantian, one could observe a profound sense of shame, as if he were genuinely remorseful for his earlier transgressions. Jun Zhantian's eyes widened, an inexplicable pressure weighing upon him. This young man, with such composure, was undoubtedly no ordinary figure. He must possess a ruthless nature capable of deadly cunning. A deep sigh escaped his heart, had Mosia been in fine form. This young man would surely have been the greatest rival among the younger generation. With a cold turn, he scoffed, the descendants of the Li family are indeed treacherous. Master Li Shang's beard trembled with indignation at the implications of Jun Zhantian's words, which were tantamount to denouncing the Li family's ancestral line. Everyone, step aside. Let him conduct his search. Should he fail to uncover the assassin, I shall present my grievances before the emperor tomorrow, he declared, his tone laced with defiance. Eager to witness whether this old man would maintain his bravado, Li Shang, with a dismissive wave of his hand, turned away, sitting beneath a flowering tree, closing his eyes. Resolutely immovable, Jun Zhantian commanded, search meticulously. Leave no stone unturned. Spare not a single clue. Nearly 1,000 soldiers responded in unison, charging forth with fierce determination. Instantaneously, the Li family estate was engulfed in unprecedented chaos. A seemingly ordinary sedan chair stood at a distance, with 4 individuals positioned at its corners, their expressions impassive. As the curtain of the sedan chair was gently lifted, a pair of discerning eyes surveyed the commotion, straining to listen intently. The individual escort visage bore a slightly square shape, yet his arched brows soared like 2 azure dragons soaring amidst the clouds, exuding an air of unyielding authority even in silence. After a moment of observation, he slightly closed his eyes, murmuring, Jun Zhantian's confrontation with the Li family is somewhat excessive. The Li family possesses numerous secrets vital to their safety that must remain concealed, should they be unveiled. Their existence could be jeopardized. Though Jun Zhantian is evidently unwilling to relent, the empire equally cannot afford to lose the Li family. A slight frown creased his brow, and he softly stated, Shadow, should any anomalies arise, it shall be your duty to resolve this farce. Silence enveloped the exterior. Yet he was assured that his orders had been clearly understood. Once more, he closed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping on a jade tea table beside him. His brows, like 2 dragons, gradually knitted together as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Li Shang's grandson, Li Yuran, might indeed be a remarkable talent, albeit a perilous one. Meanwhile, Jun Zhantian's soldiers rummaged through every corner, creating a cacophony of noise, as if their intent was not merely to seek an assassin, but to wreak havoc. Bang! A large vase was hurled to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The esteemed official, Li Shang, twitched his face in distress. After all, it was one of a kind in the world. Bang! Bang! Lord Jun, with a stern expression, held his riding whip and exhaled heavily, commanding, search thoroughly. Even in such a serious moment, those behind him could not help but turn their heads to stifle laughter. Could thoroughly truly be used to describe a search? The wording of the Duke Jun was evidently quite unprofessional. Smash it would have been more fitting. This old fellow was indeed amusing. As if he feared others would not realize he was deliberately causing a commotion, he lingered for a moment longer. The occupants of the sedan chair could not suppress a smile. With the utterance of thoroughly, the soldiers intensified their search. Nearly 2,000 soldiers surged into the Li household, as if breaching an enemy fortress during wartime, smashing and breaking everything in their path, akin to a locust plague. The Li family gathered in the courtyard, their hearts bleeding. For all of this was wealth. Lord Jun Zhantian had evidently grasped the essence of the situation. He only damaged what was visible, while avoiding any sensitive areas of the Li family. It seemed that no significant repercussions would arise from this. I'm curious to see which noble family in the capital would dare to take sides so casually after this uproar. The occupants of the sedan chair smiled. Disputes must remain contained, for if they jeopardize the state, today would serve as a warning. Report to the marshal. No trace of the assassin has been found. Soldier after soldier came to report, all stating the same. Jun Zhantian, in a fit of rage, shouted, could the assassin have flown into the heavens? Not here in the Li household? Let us search elsewhere. With that, he turned and mounted his horse, thundering towards the Ming family's direction. The Li family regarded their courtyard, resembling a beggar's den, each one on the verge of tears. Li Shang, clutching his waist, struggled to rise from the ground, while Li Yuran hurried to assist him. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the flames of anger and a glimmer of fortune in each other's eyes. Grandfather. Those men in black earlier were clearly under Jun Zhantian's command. Jun Zhantian is accusing others of treachery, imposing unfounded charges. This is tantamount to rebellion. Since no assassin was found, you could certainly bring this up during tomorrow's court session along with the officials, Li Yuran pondered. Jun Zhantian is showing signs of madness, privately mobilizing troops and intruding into the homes of high-ranking officials, conducting extensive searches. If the Li family's modest wealth could lead to the downfall of the Jun family, then, grandfather, this trade is worth making. Conversely, if you remain silent, it may lead others to suspect you are guilty of a guilty conscience. Li Shang furrowed his brow, sighed deeply, and said gravely, your intelligence and strategic prowess are commendable. You are indeed a leader among the younger generation, and I take great pride in you. However, there are still some shortcomings, notably in politics. You are still quite young, and your perspective could use refinement. Politics? Li Yuran was somewhat perplexed. Could it be that such a grave transgression as that of Jun Zhantian was insufficient to compel the emperor to take action against the Jun family? Considering the trivial matter that had just transpired, do you truly believe you could bring down Jun Zhantian? Li Shang chuckled lightly. Do you genuinely think Jun Zhantian is so foolish as to offend our Li family to such an extent? Moreover, do you believe that the actions of the old Jun just now have truly left us without any room for reconciliation? Li Yuran, indeed insightful, instantly grasped much of the situation. Her expression shifted as she spoke. Could it be that? Chapter 76. Transformation. Li Shang chuckled darkly, exclaiming, Had it not been for His Majesty's personal directive today, the Li family would be strewn with corpses. Not a single soul would have survived. As for Jun Zhantian, his initial intention must have aligned with this outcome. Otherwise, he would not have mobilized the army so ostentatiously. Yet, there must be a reason that compelled him to alter his original plan. The only individual capable of dissuading Jun Zhantian within the entire Tianxiang kingdom is none other than the emperor himself. Perhaps there is another, that prodigal son, Jun Moxi. You just informed me that this wastrel is presumed dead, but I fear that is not necessarily the case. If Jun Moxi were indeed deceased, even with the emperor's obstruction, Jun Lao would not likely acquiesce so easily. Therefore, it stands to reason that Jun Moxi is not in mortal peril. And this news must be recent intelligence acquired by Jun Lao. Thus, today, old Jun Zhantian finds himself quite helpless. While we may appear as innocents caught in misfortune, I believe there are those far more unfortunate than ourselves. Li Shang smiled. The assassination of the princess has undoubtedly struck a chord with His Majesty. Consequently, Jun Zhantian's madness provides the emperor with an opportune moment to reshuffle the hierarchy among the three princes. Any family or official that has previously aligned with any of the three princes will undoubtedly face warnings, exile, or punishment tonight. Those within the palace have likely already been dealt with. It is a pity about the preparations we had made. Although Jun Zhantian's frenzy was unexpected, it was, in fact, inevitable. Had our previous strategies ensnared Jun Moxi, that old fool would have likely already succumbed to madness. The emperor has cleverly seized upon this opportunity to weaken the Jun family's military might, subsequently suppressing our prominent clans, thereby bringing the situation under control. Jun Lao is backed by the emperor. The truly astute one, indeed, is the emperor. Do you believe it is possible to topple Jun Lao? Li Yuran was genuinely astonished. He had never anticipated that these political veterans would contemplate matters so profoundly, even deciphering each other's thoughts with such clarity, especially the one positioned at the pinnacle of the Tianxiang Empire. The emperor, a figure of great talent and vision, naturally desires a capable successor. Thus, he wishes for the three princes to vie for supremacy, yet he is averse to letting matters spiral out of control. Consequently, should things escalate excessively, he would eliminate all, starting anew. Therefore, despite the constant overt and covert struggles among the three princes, the true prominent families in the capital would never recklessly involve themselves. This is the primary reason. Remember, let bygones be bygones before today. Until the situation becomes unequivocally clear, one must never hastily declare allegiance. Observe tonight. Li Shang pointed to the billowing black smoke in the sky. Those who chose sides prematurely have met their fate. Given this, are we to simply let today's events be forgotten? Li Yuran inquired. How could we possibly let it go? Even if the Li family were willing, His Majesty would not. Li Shang, with a cunning smile, remarked, Therefore, it is certain that tomorrow we shall lodge a complaint to His Majesty. This will provide the emperor with a justification to decisively suppress the prominent families, achieving his ultimate objective. If we do not cooperate, our future will be fraught with difficulties. Li Yuran fell into deep contemplation. Having been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, he possessed the remarkable ability to draw inferences from a single instance, excelling in both martial and civil disciplines. Yet, upon hearing these words, he realized his youth rendered him lacking in political awareness and cunning insight. Gently stroking the bruised area on his face inflicted by Jun Zhantian, Li Yuran's gaze instantaneously turned cold and venomous like that of a serpent. Jun Zhantian, I shall never forget the sting of your slap for the rest of my life. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Ming family as well. The Ming household, having been thoroughly ravaged even more than the Li family, seemed as though it had been dismantled by Jun Zhantian. Yet, despite the turmoil, Jun Zhantian remained vexed. For this was neither his initial plan nor the outcome he desired. He pondered anxiously about Mo Xie, wondering how he fared and if there was any hope for recovery. His heart was heavy with concern. With a deep sigh, he mounted his horse and glanced back at the distraught members of the Meng family, his expression not much better than theirs. At that moment, an urgent voice broke through the chaos. Jun Zhantian, you old scoundrel. Have you not had enough? Jun Zhantian's body stiffened in disbelief, slowly turning to see the source of the voice. His eyes widened, and an expression of unrestrained joy spread across his face. A frail, elderly man appeared before him, cradling someone in his arms, breathless and drenched in sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Zhantian dismounted and rushed forward, taking the figure into his arms, his voice trembling. Xie? Jun Xie gazed at the elderly man, who was overwhelmed with joy, as if he were holding the most precious treasure in the world. The deep wrinkles on his face were etched with profound concern, and the ecstatic delight of having regained something lost made his fingers tremble. His aged eyes glistened with tears of excitement. In that moment, Jun Xie felt a powerful tremor within his heart, a bittersweet warmth enveloping him, accompanied by the sensation of tears welling in his eyes. Is this the familial affection he had long yearned for? In both past and present, who had ever cared for him so deeply? Who, in both lifetimes, would mobilize an entire nation's army on his behalf? Who had so recklessly risked everything for him? Who had ever felt such desperation for his sake? Who had experienced such unbridled joy in his name? Who had forsaken reputation, life, and family for him? Gazing at the elder before him, Jun Xie had no doubt that this man would go to great lengths for him, for he was the elder's sole hope and cherished desire. Grandfather. The words Jun Xie escaped my lips, uttered from the depths of my heart for the very first time since entering this realm. In 2 lifetimes as immortal. This is indeed a moment of profound significance. Yes, this is my grandfather. Not just Jun Mo's grandfather, but my grandfather, the grandfather of Jun Xie. This is my kin. Should I still resist this bond? No. In that instant, Jun Xie wholly embraced this body, this family, and this world, both in thought and spirit. For the sake of this venerable elder, for this home. From this moment forth, I am known as Jun Mo. I am a member of the Jun family. Tianxiang Nation, Tianxiang City, the Jun family. This is my lineage. The old gentleman was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. His grandson, though appearing to be on the brink of death, was, after all, alive. Moreover, the injuries did not seem as grievous as the legend suggested. Thank the heavens. As long as he is alive, that is what matters. The joy of regained life brought tears to the old man's eyes, his body trembling, teetering on the brink, reflecting the torment of that long night. Chapter 77. Turmoil in the imperial court on the following day. The court was engulfed in a fierce dispute among various factions, more intense than that of a bustling marketplace. After the customary audience with His Majesty, a momentary silence enveloped the hall, reminiscent of the stillness that precedes a tempest. This was hardly surprising. Before the onset of a storm, there is often a suffocating tranquility. Even the emperor, gazing at the suddenly vacant seats and the towering pile of impeachment documents against Lord Jun Zhantian, could not help but feel a pang of bewilderment. Although the drastic turn of events was anticipated, its magnitude was indeed shocking. Was this not excessive? Despite having received news the previous night and expressing his anger, it had merely been a matter of a few names on a sheet of paper. Yet now, witnessing the almost half-empty court was a striking reality. To illustrate, consider a classroom of 100 students. If one hears that 30 have withdrawn or transferred, it may not seem significant. However, the stark emptiness of the classroom the next day paints a different picture, much like the current atmosphere in the court of the Tianxiang kingdom. Last night marked the beginning of chaos, triggered by the assassination of a princess and the subsequent uprising against Lord Jun. Within Tianxiang City, turmoil abounded, and death lurked at every corner. More than 10 high-ranking officials had met their demise, many of whom had previously sworn undying enmity against the Jun family. Among those who perished, 12 were qualified to stand in the court, evenly split among the factions of the 3 princes, with each faction losing 4 members. This included 1 deputy minister of justice, 2 deputy ministers of personnel, 1 officer, 3 from the Ministry of Rights, 1 from the Ministry of Revenue, 3 censors, and 2 grand scholars. This was merely a glimpse of the losses. How many more remained unaccounted for? Moreover, some astute and well-informed ministers noted the presence of unfamiliar faces within the palace. The once familiar countenances had largely vanished, including that of the renowned chief bodyguard, Murong Qianjun, whose rapid ascension in rank was unprecedented. Yet now, the whereabouts of this rising star of the Murong family were unknown. Clearly, the bloodshed within the palace rivaled that outside its walls, leaving many in a state of unease. What transpired last night? Why are so many absent today? Who can enlighten me? His Majesty, a master of political maneuvering, closed his eyes momentarily and cast a fierce glance at the seemingly meditative Lord Jun Jiantian. The exhaustion on Lord Jun's face was evident. Otherwise, he would not appear so unperturbed in the court, nearly dozing off. The Emperor's feigned ignorance served as a catalyst for the onslaught of accusations within the court. In an instant, a multitude of officials knelt in unison. Your Majesty, you must take a stand for us. They implored, tears brimming in their eyes, their expressions a blend of sorrow and desperation, bowing their heads as if pounding garlic. Ministers, if you have grievances, speak freely. Rise and present your concerns, the Emperor replied, furrowing his brow in confusion. Upon hearing this, dozens of ministers turned their ire toward Lord Jun Jiantian. Accusations abound against him, asserting that he, in his arrogance, disregards the imperial military law, selfishly commandeering troops for personal gain, that he shamelessly flouts the laws of the empire and the dignity of the royal family, acting with utter impunity, that he brazenly intrudes upon the residences of ministers, allowing his subordinates to wreak havoc, committing heinous acts without remorse, and even suggestions that the old man, in his accumulation of military power, harbors intentions of rebellion. In sum, a litany of charges, numbering 3 or 4 dozen, presented with such apparent evidence that it seemed irrefutable. Subsequently, there were fervent calls for the dismissal and severe punishment of Jun Jiantian, including suggestions of execution by slow slicing, confiscation of his family's assets, and the extermination of his lineage. The atmosphere in the grand hall became intensely charged. Faces flushed with indignation, everyone was incensed, escalating to the historical heights of asserting that failing to execute Jun Jiantian would not suffice to quell the unrest among the people, nor to cleanse the court of his presence. Jun Jiantian, how dare you act with such audacity? Do you have anything to say for yourself? The Emperor's voice was stern, seemingly on the verge of fury. Your Majesty, I must report that I learned yesterday of an assassination attempt on the princess outside the palace, although she emerged unscathed due to her great fortune. The audacity of these rogues, who dared to disrespect the royal dignity, has ignited my righteous fury. I have also received intelligence suggesting that the assassins may have further plans targeting members of the royal family and high-ranking officials, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. In my haste to prevent any delay, I took the liberty of mobilizing the army to apprehend the assailants. In this regard, I admit to my rash error and beseech your Majesty to investigate and punish me accordingly. The Emperor's lips twitched, struggling to contain his emotions. You have stated your case so clearly. What further investigation is necessary? You present yourself as a paragon of virtue. If I were to punish you, would I not be perceived as a foolish ruler? How am I to respond to this? The Emperor furrowed his brow, appearing displeased, and without this cue, he truly found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, I was deeply troubled by this matter. In my haste, I arose in the dead of night, without time to change my attire, and rode swiftly to the military encampment. Although I mobilized the troops with great speed, the assassins were well prepared, and chaos ensued throughout the city. I charged into the fray, leading the charge, fighting valiantly and shedding blood, ultimately containing the disaster and eliminating the assailants. This group of assassins was numerous, totaling in the hundreds, and their bodies now hang at the city gate as a warning. However, I do not dare claim credit for this achievement, for I am haunted by the regret that several officials perished before I could reach them. This tragedy stemmed solely from my delayed response, and I willingly accept the blame for my oversight. Old Jun sighed deeply, his voice filled with sorrow. Those were pillars of our Tianxiang nation. Rubbing his eyes, he seemed to be overwhelmed with emotion, yet appeared somewhat fatigued. Upon hearing old Jun's lament, the assembled ministers exchanged glances of disbelief. What? Accepting blame for oversight? You should be hailed as a savior, acting decisively to avert disaster. You have been the steadfast pillar supporting our nation, a loyal guardian of the royal dignity. It appears that unless you are generously rewarded, you might feel it is a grave injustice to accept blame. Furthermore, who among us is unaware that the individuals clad in black yesterday were all associated with your esteemed clan? Assassins? How utterly absurd. What does it mean to invert right and wrong? What constitutes the obfuscation of truth? This is precisely it. I have witnessed shamelessness before, yet never have I encountered such unmitigated audacity. To equate murder with the act of apprehending a thief and to transform looting into an achievement is indeed a manifestation of an extraordinary and transcendental realm. It is a sight to behold. As for the unfortunate souls displayed at the city gates, if the head of the prison were to identify them, he would undoubtedly find them all too familiar, They are merely a collection of death row inmates, hastily executed by your illustrious marshal. This morning, an unfortunate incident occurred while I was out for a meal. A young girl, captivated by my presence as I strolled down the street, suddenly fell from her bicycle. This left me feeling rather remorseful, alas. I must have been too striking for her to resist. Henceforth, I resolved to avoid the streets as much as possible. Let this be my testament. Chapter 78. Dugu Zongheng. As the ministers exchanged disdainful glances, they were preparing to launch another offensive. Truly, the old lord's attempts at self-justification were utterly indefensible. Being a seasoned general, his intellectual grasp was regrettably limited. It was already remarkable for him to concoct any semblance of rationale, let alone one that was comprehensive and flawless, which was nothing short of fanciful dreaming. At that moment, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow stepped forward with great weight. This man, robust in stature, stood beside Ling Tian like two majestic mountains. His bushy beard jutted out like that of a wild beast, his face was lined with ruggedness, and he exuded an aura of raw wildness. This was none other than Dugu Zongheng, the second in command of the military, and the foremost power in the capital, known as the most formidable figure in the Tianxiang kingdom, the epitome of audacity and cunning, and the head of the first family. He was a master of boldness, wielding ignorance as if it were wisdom, and brandishing a broadsword to argue his points. His presence instilled fear among both civil and military officials, including the current emperor, who found himself powerless against him. As Dugu Zongheng stepped forth, the assembly could not help but murmur with curiosity. Hadn't he been absent from court for several years? What brought him here today, especially during such a sensitive time? His unexpected appearance raised eyebrows. With round eyes glaring like a bear in the forest, he clasped his fists and boomed, "Your Majesty." The assassination attempt on the princess and the attack on the officials indeed threatened the stability of our nation. Thanks to Ling Tian's swift action, this catastrophe was averted. I believe there is no fault in Ling Tian's actions. Rather, they deserve immense credit. A gaunt elder with a goat-like beard scoffed in response. To consider such treasonous scoundrels, who bring calamity upon the nation and disturb the court, as deserving of praise is to chill the hearts of the populace. This emaciated figure was Meng Yufang, the third-ranking member of the Meng family, whose residence had suffered the most devastation the previous night, leaving him bereft of even a whole tile. A high-ranking official, he had endured a night of hardship with his family in the opulent capital, almost choking on his own resentment. Unable to bear the blatant distortion of facts by these military titans, he leaped forth in protest. Dugu Zongheng, enraged, turned sharply to glare at Meng Yufang, baring his yellowed teeth and shaking the very rafters with his voice. "How dare you? You insolent cur! Are you implying that my words are erroneous?" His fury caused his hair and beard to bristle defiantly, as if he might consume the frail Meng in a single bite, appearing most fearsome. Nearby, the indomitable General Dugu Wudi immediately jumped in to rally support. Meng Yufang, "What do you mean by that? My father is speaking to His Majesty. Who are you to interrupt?" He extended his large hand, ready to seize him by the throat. "Enough!" The emperor's voice thundered as he stood in fury. A bunch of civil and military officials brawling and hurling insults in the Golden Hall. What kind of decorum is this? Are we to witness a street brawl? Upon the emperor's furious outburst, a profound silence enveloped the court, with all but the venerable heads of illustrious families such as the Jun, Dugu, Li, Ming, Song, Tang, and Morong clans bowing in submission. The rest, regardless of their rank, immediately knelt and chorused, "We are guilty and humbly accept your Majesty's punishment." The proposed penalties included a year's salary forfeiture and a fortnight of solitary reflection, followed by a reward of 1,000 taels of gold and an ancient ginseng root. For the elder Jun, this hardly constituted a punishment. It seemed more akin to a public reward coupled with a vacation. Only the phrase "the military will be temporarily overseen by Dugu Zongheng" hinted at deeper implications, though it remained tenuous. The ministers exchanged furtive glances at the Dugu father-son duo, their hearts whispering that if such were the case, it would be far better to allow Ling Tian to continue his governance, for the Dugu pair was far more tyrannical. A wave of indignation surged through the assembly, directed at Meng Yufang, who had foolishly interjected amidst the emperor's displeasure. They silently cursed his recklessness. For the emperor had already aligned with Dugu Zongheng, and Ming's audacity to intervene was seen as an act of ungratefulness, drawing collective shame upon them all. "You are all the pillars of the nation, yet you display such folly in the Golden Hall. I am exceedingly disappointed." The emperor's fury was palpable, escalating with each pronouncement of punishment. "This matter is settled. No further discussion is needed. Dismissed." Suddenly, the Minister of Rites, Sun Qinghe, cried out, "Your Majesty, might you pause?" He was, after all, the father-in-law of the corpulent Tang. What now? The emperor's wrath was evident. Initially feigned, but now verging on genuine as he prepared to depart. This minister appeared utterly oblivious, a true simpleton in the critical moment. The ministers collectively sighed in exasperation. The court was in turmoil, with families mourning, yet he dared to mention the autumn scholars' banquet. It was as if he were the very embodiment of foolishness. And they mused that he must heed caution, lest he fall prey to his own folly. Indeed, the emperor's rage intensified as he thundered, "The autumn scholars' banquet? We are amidst a season of turmoil. Why speak of such frivolities? If I recall correctly, the two ministers I appointed to organize the banquet have recently found themselves on the assassins' list." With this, he emphatically pointed to the names on the table, his fury palpable as he swept from the room. No one noticed the slight smirk that crossed the emperor's lips as he turned away, seemingly relieved. While hidden from public view, the elder statesmen exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing a shared understanding of their sovereign's cunning. As the emperor departed, those who had knelt rose, each patting their knees in relief. The prominent figures exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mutual acknowledgement of the situation. Li Shang let out a derisive snort, casting a sidelong glance at Jun Zhantian, and with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Old Jun, congratulations. Is your grandson all right?" Li Shangban intentionally aimed to evoke the sorrowful memories of Jun Zhantian. Even if he could not bring him down this time, he sought to provoke the old man, at the very least to unsettle him. However, upon hearing these words, Jun Zhantian was immediately reminded, disregarding Li Shangban's presence, and hastily pursued the direction in which His Majesty had departed. Your Majesty, I urgently require the services of the esteemed imperial physician, the immortal one." The distinguished figures present were all taken aback. Chapter 79. Fortune for misfortune. Dugu Zongheng cast a disdainful glance, utterly unimpressed. Look at this old fool. His grandson suffers a mere injury, and he becomes so anxious, utterly lacking the demeanor of a great general. It is truly contemptible that I am positioned beneath such a commoner. The heavens weep for us. Dugu Wudi grinned widely, nodding in agreement like a chick pecking at grain. Indeed, it is an extreme disgrace. The heavens mourn. The courtiers simultaneously shook their heads, filled with disdain. You Dugu family. Even if you lose a scrap of oilskin, you would raise a clamor. How dare you look down upon Jun Zhantian? Truly shameless. Yet, Dugu's lofty words, albeit pretentious, seemed carefully crafted, likely by some sycophantic advisor. Wait, have they deliberated for long? This is indeed astonishing news. Could there be discord within the military? With this thought, the old foxes exchanged furtive glances, their minds racing. Seeing his son so compliant, Dugu Zongheng felt a surge of joy and comfort, stroking his beard. Our family is truly exceptional. A single offspring yields a dozen, each vigorous and robust, unlike the Jun family, which produced but a single strand of hair. Dugu Wudi nodded fervently, like a chick once more. The onlookers shivered at his words. What nonsense. You claim to have a dozen grandchildren. Yet you have nearly 20 wives among your 3 sons. How can you boast so shamelessly? Let us regard the events of the past few days as a rather amusing farce. Had I known it would unfold this way, alas, before long. The palace guards observed Jun Laozu, beaming with pride, escorting an elderly man, hair and beard white as snow, carrying a medicine box. Jun Zhantian rode his horse, and astonishingly, there was also a sedan chair. It appeared that the old man had even arranged for a royal physician's sedan before entering the palace. Truly meticulous, a master strategist indeed. What defines a true expert? This is what it means to be exceptional. Jun Moxie lay in bed, striving to appear gravely ill, while inwardly reveling in delight. The little girl, Kur, cautiously attended to him, spooning sugary bird's nest porridge, ginseng lotus seed soup, and ate treasure lotus soup into his mouth. In essence, he was indulging in a feast of nourishing delicacies. The only aspect that displeased him was the copious amounts of 6th-level mystical beast blood that his grandfather insisted upon. Reputed to be a rare tonic. Each time, Jun Moxie pinched his nose to gulp it down or, when desperate, resorted to the bucket beside his bed. It was utterly repulsive. I am not a savage. Why must I drink raw blood? How unhygienic. Is there no fear of an upset stomach? However, what delighted him was not merely this. Crucially, after this injury, Jun Moxie discovered that the Hongjun Tower in his mind was spinning at an incredible speed, with the spiritual mist emanating from it growing increasingly dense. It repeatedly washed through his meridians, particularly focusing on the injured area, and within less than a day, the wounds from the sword had healed remarkably. As a few coughs expelled several dark clots of blood, the heaviness in Jun Mo's chest significantly alleviated. The sword wound on his thigh appeared alarmingly severe, nearly translucent. Yet, under the continuous nurturing of spiritual energy, the pain had become imperceptible. Only a persistent tingling sensation throughout his body caused some discomfort, albeit accompanied by a peculiar sense of pleasure, aptly described as pain mingled with joy. Moreover, due to the nature of his injuries, the spiritual energy emanating from the Hongjun Tower seemed relentless. As if it would not cease until the wounds on Jun Mo's body had completely scabbed over. Naturally, he was unwilling to squander such a splendid opportunity for cultivation. He promptly activated his heavenly creation technique, guiding the tangible spiritual energy through his meridians. Upon doing so, he immediately discerned a remarkable difference. The spiritual energy collided within his meridians as if it had taken on a substantial form. After a few vigorous impacts against the blockages caused by his sword wounds, clarity ensued, and he could visibly perceive the flow of energy within his meridians expanding incrementally. Ordinarily, under such circumstances, the output from the Hongjun Tower would have ceased. But this time it showed no signs of abating. Jun Mo reveled in this turn of events. Willingly forsaking the healing of his sword wound to fully concentrate on guiding the spiritual energy, amplifying the flow, and quietly reaping the rewards of his efforts. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of guilt, akin to deception. Here was a benevolent force aiding in his recovery, and yet he was seizing the opportunity for personal gain. Much like unscrupulous merchants exploiting the goodwill of others for profit. However, he mused, if this is deception, I would gladly indulge in it again. I have become addicted to this thrill. Why not take advantage of it? With that thought, he intensified his efforts. Alas, the spiritual energy's output would inevitably tend to the healing of his various injuries, albeit gradually. When the itchiness of the sword wound on his thigh began to surface, the flow of energy from the Hongjun Tower finally slowed, maintaining its pace for a brief moment before gradually coming to a halt, plunging his consciousness back into a serene stillness. Jun Mo awoke with a start, lamenting internally that he had not yet fully savored the exhilarating pace of his cultivation, which was undeniably captivating. Upon introspection, he noticed a transparent stream of energy flowing gently through his meridians, which had astonishingly doubled in just one night compared to before his injuries. By the standards of this world's profound energy, he had achieved at least an 8th level mastery, and it was remarkably pure. In a realm where anyone below the 9th rank was considered mere ants, even an exceptionally pure 8th level profound energy was hardly noteworthy. Yet, one must not underestimate the significance of Jun Mo's rapid progress in a mere month and a half since his arrival in this world. He had ascended from a 3rd level mastery to an 8th level one. Such a pace of cultivation would astonish even the venerable beings of supreme, divine profundity. At that moment, a guard entered to report, young Master Tang has come to visit you." Jun Mo let out a soft exclamation, and then suddenly recalled something. Nonchalantly, he tucked a cloth bag from beside his pillow into the covers, and with a voice lacking vigor, he said, "Please invite young Master Tang in." As the sound of heavy footsteps approached, Tang Yuan, panting and struggling, entered Jun Mo's room. The spacious bedroom seemed to shrink in that moment. "Third young master, you truly frightened me," Tang Yuan exclaimed, his face a picture of shock. "I heard you went to see the late emperor and wept throughout the night. An entire night. If our brotherhood were to be irrevocably severed, how could I possibly endure life without you?" Jun Mo cast a weary glance at the rotund figure before him, a strong urge to kick him out rising within. However, as he needed to feign his injuries, he begrudgingly decided to spare him for the time being. Yet, his gaze was unmistakably menacing. "I've changed my ways. I shall no longer boast of my handsomeness, though it is indeed true. Nonetheless, having been bombarded by 300 or 400 videos over the span of a day and night is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 80. The gift from the portly man. Jun Mo cast a feeble glance at the rotund figure before him, feeling an overwhelming urge to rise and deliver a swift kick. Yet, as he was compelled to feign severe injury, he reluctantly allowed the man a temporary reprieve. Nevertheless, his gaze was a blatant expression of murderous intent. With keen interest, Jun Mo observed the doorway, utterly perplexed by the fact that this gentleman had brought gifts that required lifting. What could possibly lie within? 2 men struggled through the entrance, each bearing a large chest, huffing and puffing as they made their way inside. In an instant, Jun Mo's bedroom was entirely consumed by Tang Yuan and the 2 colossal boxes, leaving scarcely any room for Kur, who had to curl up on a chair. Tang Yuan waved his hand, motioning for them to leave, and with a mischievous grin, He began to unveil the contents of the wooden chests. He stole a furtive glance at Jun Mo before stepping aside, allowing him to peer inside, which nearly caused Jun Mo to faint from astonishment. To his utter disbelief, the chests were filled with an array of exquisite healing medicines, boxes, bottles, and packets, all beautifully packaged and exuding a potent aroma that hinted at their considerable worth. Jun Mo found himself questioning whether this corpulent individual had emptied every apothecary in the city. These remedies would undoubtedly be invaluable to an ordinary person suffering from injuries. Remarkably practical, and some even scarce enough that mere wealth could not procure them. However, the crux of the matter was that Jun Mo was not like others. He had no need for such items. To him, they were akin to a heap of worthless refuse, at best, a superfluous burden. With a weary sigh, he remarked, "My dear rotund friend, you have truly outdone yourself. The quantity of medicine you have brought would suffice for a lifetime of injuries. Even if I were to endure 7 or 8 wounds daily until the age of 100. You have not come to visit me, rather. It seems you are here to curse me into suffering more injuries." "What?" Jun Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is this peculiar assortment of oddities?" Stop right there," Jun Mo exclaimed, his head spinning. "What on earth is this strange nonsense? And what is this 100-pound item? Please, spare me the horror. Just take it away." Jun Mo groaned, his head throbbing. "If my grandfather sees this, you shall not be the cause of my downfall. What do you fear? Every man enjoys such things. I dare say even your esteemed grandfather possesses them. He may be advanced in years, but without these aids, even his vigor may not last." Tang Yuan laughed in ignorance, only to be met with an abrupt realization. "Why is my luck so dreadful?" Tang Yuan's face went pale, beads of sweat forming and rolling down as panic set in. His plump form soon left a puddle beneath him, fearing the repercussions of his earlier words should the elder hear them. "What is all this nonsense?" The elder Jun's voice erupted with irritation. "What a chaotic mess. Hurry up and remove it all." Tang Yuan sprang to his feet, nodding vigorously. Yes, I shall clear it away at once. It's merely some common herbs. Nothing of significance." At his utterance, the elder Jun suddenly connected the dots. "You insolent fool. What was it you just claimed I also possess?" His face contorted momentarily, shifting from pallor to crimson, then to a shade of ashen blue, as his plump cheeks trembled uncontrollably and his thighs exhibited signs of spasms. The rotund fellow had remarked that the elder still possessed his vigor, claiming that his majesty's spirit and bravado were indeed commendable, yet, feeling a pang of trepidation, he refrained from further comment. In an effort to smooth over the situation, Jun Mo hastily interjected, observing the pitiable state of his companion. Surmising that should the elder utter another word, the poor man might collapse in fear. What could possibly warrant such apprehension? Is it truly deserving of such fright? I am indeed still vigorous and spirited. This is merely a fact. The elder Jun cast a disdainful glance at Tang Yuan, admonishing him, henceforth, refrain from dragging my Mo into those dubious establishments. It was you who led him astray. Tang Yuan was taken aback. How could the elder so readily invert the truth? "It was undoubtedly my grandson who led me astray," the elder Jun huffed, in his heart. His grandson was beyond reproach, a model of virtue, and the only reason for his prior lack of ambition was due to his association with a band of rascals. With a wave, he summoned several guards, who proceeded to remove 2 chests from the room. Tang Yuan, in a sudden panic, exclaimed, "But what of the second chest?" Jun Mo was equally distressed. He feared that the contents of the second chest might be even more dreadful than the first, which could lead to dire consequences. The elder Jun waved his hand, directing that everything be stored in Jun Mo's small warehouse, with Kura accompanying them. The 2 men exhaled in unison, relieved. An elderly man, with white hair, beard, and robes, entered, his countenance benevolent and serene. He carried a small medicine chest, causing Tang Yuan to stand in sudden surprise. Respectfully addressing him, "Mr. Fong." At that moment, an unexpected thought surged within Jun Mo's mind. His inner energies stirred tumultuously. The meridians pulsed irregularly, manifesting an unusual state. Such an enigmatic force, clearly not of this world, remained invisible to all. Chapter 81. Justified injury. Seeing the grave expression on Jun Zhantian's face, a sense of unease gripped his heart as he inquired, "Old Fong, how is it?" "Very dire." Jun Leo was taken aback. "How dire?" "The meridians are congested, showing signs of imminent depletion. The organs are damaged," he sighed, looking up to say, "Has the 3rd young master undergone intense physical training? Moreover, has it exceeded the limits of his body?" Jun Zhantian increasingly felt a sense of foreboding and replied, "Yes, there was a period of 7 days, just before yesterday." He shook his head. After this, if the third young master can preserve his life and live as an ordinary person, that would be an immense blessing. Furthermore, should he engage in any strenuous activities in the future, he will experience dizziness and internal agony, potentially jeopardizing his life. Jun Laoi was left in a state of shock. Even Tang Yuan, who stood nearby, was rendered speechless. Yet, who would dare to doubt the words of this medical luminary? Who had the right to question him? With a forced smile, Jun Zhantian, his face darkened, remarked, "As long as he can preserve his life without disabilities and move about like a normal person, that suffices." As for the mysterious energy, countless individuals in Tianxiang Nation have never encountered it in their lifetime, yet they have still achieved great accomplishments. Though he spoke thus, the disappointment in the old man's tone was palpable, even to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan consoled. "Indeed, just like our current Chancellor Li, he is merely a frail scholar. Yet he navigates the court with ease, standing above all others." This statement, initially meant to placate, inadvertently ignited a flame of anger within Jun Laoi, who believed Tang Yuan was subtly insulting him. It was crucial to note that it was Jun Zhantian who had personally incapacitated Chancellor Li's mysterious energy, leading to an enduring feud between the two families that could never be resolved. "Get out," Jun Laoi bellowed. Tang Yuan, frightened by the old man's outburst, trembled and fled, bewildered by how he had offended him, believing he was merely echoing the old man's sentiments. Jun Laoi shook his head and sighed, feeling as though he had exhausted all his capacity for sighing in a single day. "Please, grandfather, do not worry," Jun Moxie, observing the deep concern etched on Jun Zhantian's brow, felt a warmth in his heart and could no longer keep the truth from him. "The diagnosis from Mr. Fong was somewhat manipulated by me. In reality, my condition is not as grave as he described." With a smile, he activated his inner energy, instantly erasing any trace of illness from his visage, leaving him radiant. Jun Zhantian's expression shifted, a wave of extreme joy washing over his face. But before the exuberance could fully manifest, it was overshadowed by a veil of doubt and understanding. "I wish to hear your reasoning. Any detail, even your thoughts." Jun Zhantian's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing his grandson as if trying to fathom his true intentions. Simultaneously, Jun Zhantian turned and commanded, "From this moment forth, within 30 zhang of this residence, I shall not permit the presence of any creature with ears. Those who defy this order shall face dire consequences." A voice responded from outside, followed by a continuous rustling sound. In but a fleeting moment, the surroundings seemed to descend into a profound silence, an utter stillness enveloping the atmosphere. To deceive the royal physician is tantamount to deceiving the emperor himself. Thus, Jun Zhantian exercised utmost caution. Suddenly, Jun Moxie, reclining in bed, sat upright, clad in his night attire. He tightened the cloth belt around his waist, descended from the bed, and settled himself steadily into the Grand Master chair opposite his grandfather, Jun Zhantian. However, the elder's expression soon turned grave. He sensed that the words to come from Jun Moxie would undoubtedly carry a weight of seriousness, perhaps even truths he would rather not hear, somewhat bordering on the blasphemous. Consequently, the elder had taken measures to sever any information flow from this chamber, unless a legendary Supreme Master lurked clandestinely to eavesdrop. It was certain that no one could elude the elder's vigilance. From Jun Moxie's years of restraint and his current feigned injury, the old gentleman detected an unusual aura. He could even surmise what his grandson was likely to divulge, which heightened his solemn demeanor. The Jun family now stood at a precarious juncture. "I must intervene. It was never my intention to live a life of debauchery." Jun Moxie began to speak, first shedding light on his own predicament. "Alas, I am the sole remaining scion of the Jun family's third generation. Even if I wish to remain uninvolved, circumstances compel me otherwise. Therefore, I must avoid drawing the attention of the vigilant eyes of the capital's powerful families. This much I comprehend and anticipate." The elder Jun stroked his beard, remarking, "On this point alone, your current charade of injury is quite successful. I find solace in that." Furthermore, while grandfather's earlier actions had indeed instilled trepidation among the capital's elite, the Jun family's formidable strength was evident. Its influence in both court and society, as well as its covert power, was excessively vast, a force the imperial family could not abide. Additionally, this incident was a grave transgression. Yet, it fortuitously aligned with His Majesty's intentions, facilitating a recalibration of power within the capital. Further, due to the emperor's regard for past camaraderie and grandfather's numerous contributions. And lastly, owing to grandfather's advanced age and the incapacitation of my third uncle, alongside my own waywardness, the Emperor's suspicions were assuaged. However, such a reprieve is a one-time fortune. This stroke of luck is tenuous at best and may not repeat. Even now, should the Emperor discover the truth behind my pretense of debauchery and feigned injury, his doubts would surely multiply, and the Jun family might soon face calamity. This, indeed, is the paramount reason for my act of feigned injury. Chapter 82. Letting go and acting. Ling Tian remained silent, yet inwardly he nodded in agreement. The events of recent days had left him in despair, initially contemplating a course of mutual destruction. However, His Majesty ultimately intervened, and with the return of his grandson unharmed, his mood had naturally shifted. Had it not been for the Jun family, any other family, regardless of their alignment with the Emperor's desires, would have likely found themselves utterly obliterated at this very moment. Reflecting on this, he felt an intense thrill of fear. Grandfather, your loyalty to the royal family is beyond question. That is solely your own conviction, Jun Moxie stated. Though the Jun family currently appears to wield immense power, the reality is that all our influence hinges on a single imperial decree. The moment such an edict is issued, our authority would dissolve in an instant. I find this notion unsettling, and I believe I am not alone. Even my third uncle may not be accustomed to it. I have never been one to entrust my fate to another's hands. Thus, I would rather lead a life of debauchery, but that chapter has been forcibly closed. Change is imperative, and the foundation of that change is to seize control of the Jun family into our own hands. Jun Moxie looked earnestly at Ling Tian. This is my highest aspiration, my ultimate plan, and the cornerstone of all my intentions. To take one's destiny into one's own hands. Such thoughts suggest that you are harboring rebellious inclinations. The old man trembled, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized him. Grandfather, you misunderstand. To desire the throne or to be a ruler is folly. Especially those who aspire to be virtuous sovereigns are the greatest fools of all. Jun Moxie chuckled softly. Even if one holds dominion over the world, commands the earth, or is surrounded by countless admirers, none of it holds any significance for me. I have no interest whatsoever. Grandfather, let us speak plainly. Today I shall be forthright. His Majesty will never permit the Jun family to possess such power while also nurturing exceptional descendants. That would pose a grave threat to the throne. I will inevitably uncover the truth behind my father's, my second uncle's, and my two brothers' deaths. If there are hidden machinations involved, I shall seek justice. Jun Moxie stated calmly. Very well, since I acknowledge myself as Jun Moxie, I must indeed contribute to this family. This matter is likely the greatest source of distress for the Jun family. With a heavy sigh, the old man pondered deeply before rising and turning away. When the late emperor established the Tianxiang kingdom, he intentionally relocated several prominent families to Tianxiang City, bestowing upon them high positions and wealth. This approach had two significant advantages. First, it allowed for easier control as all families were concentrated in one area. Second, it facilitated mutual restraint among the families, ensuring a balance of power. Only in this manner could the royal family navigate between factions and maintain overall control. Currently, in Tianxiang City, aside from the families that were eradicated long ago, the Jun, Li, Dugu, Morong, and Tang families each hold their own territories, remaining non-intrusive to one another. In recent years, the Ming and Song families have also emerged, but fundamentally, they are mere jesters and cannot be compared to the aforementioned prominent families. The military, led by our Jun family and the Dugu family, stands firm. Although the Morong family harbors ambitions to infiltrate the military, as long as I and Dugu Zongheng are present, they will find it impossible to gain entry. The Li and Ming families appear to be our most formidable adversaries at present, constantly scheming to undermine each other. Notably, within the Li family, there emerges a prodigious talent, Li Yuran, amplifying their threat. The Song family, traditionally discreet, can be temporarily disregarded. Meanwhile, the rivalry between the Jun and Dugu families persists, characterized by minor skirmishes, with Dugu Zongheng often showing disdain for my age. However, this rivalry is inconsequential, for both families remain unwaveringly loyal to the imperial court, ensuring that a true rupture between us is impossible. This principle is paramount for understanding the resilience of the Jun family in the court. Among the prominent families, the Morong family's ambitions warrant vigilance. Yet excessive caution is unnecessary. Within these major clans, each harbors its own schemes, and when the time for a thorough cleansing in the capital arrives, everything will become transparent. Until then, regardless of the magnitude of events, a tacit understanding prevails among the families to maintain peace, a principle recognized by all. Thus, this is a time for your younger generation to stir the pot, and while everyone observes your antics with amusement, they are also attentively assessing which among you poses the greatest threat. It brings me great satisfaction that you can discern this. Old Master Jun, while evading the topic of the deaths of the two generations of the Jun family, delved into an analysis of the current political climate in the capital. 3 years ago, His Majesty contemplated establishing an heir, but after considerable deliberation, he reluctantly abandoned this intention, allowing the three princes to vie for power while he remained in the shadows. Keenly observing their antics, His Majesty perceives all three sons as possessing a predatory nature. Yet, amidst the competition of these three wolves, a king will inevitably emerge, and that victor shall become His Majesty's successor. Jun Moxie let out a cold laugh, but refrained from speaking. Old Master Jun sighed, shaking his head ruefully, stating, "Yet, a wolf is always a wolf, and it will never transform into a tiger, nor will it metamorphose into a dragon. Even the Wolf King adheres to the ways of a wolf. Unfortunately, His Majesty seems to have no better options, compelled to exert pressure, intimidate, and tame them repeatedly. The cunning patriarchs of each family are acutely aware of this. For the sake of their own clans, they are reluctant to interfere in the prince's disputes. Nevertheless, within each family, there are individuals who maintain close ties with certain princes, subtly preserving a balance. Currently, the families that remain entirely uninvolved with the three princes are the Jun family, the Dugu family, and the Li family." The elderly gentleman spoke what seemed to be utterly irrelevant remarks to Jun Moxie, resembling both a monologue and an address to him. Finally, he reached a conclusion. "So, what do you intend to do? As long as you are clear in your heart, do not create too much trouble. I shall merely cooperate and let you act as you wish." Upon finishing, the old man rose wearily and added, "Now, it is impossible for me to deny my age. I can only watch from the sidelines. Your third uncle's condition, well, he is disabled, and the Jun family must rely on your actions. Ultimately, as long as you have a plan in mind, do not let the Jun family descend into irreparable ruin." Jun Moxie's eyes brightened as he keenly grasped the implication of the elder's final words. Just act freely. This statement carried profound significance. No wonder he first analyzed the dynamics of the capital. The essence of the matter was encapsulated in that phrase. It implied that you are free to do as you please, with the Jun family as your support, yet they would not participate. However, should anything go awry, I will still bear the responsibility to extricate you. Yet, why did he pause when mentioning the third uncle's disability? This question was soon resolved. Jun Zhantian looked at his grandson with a gratifying expression and remarked, "As for your third uncle's leg, if you truly have a solution, you should act without delay. Regardless of the final outcome, do not procrastinate. The longer you wait, not only will your uncle grow anxious, but others may become even more so." After speaking, the elder shot him a glare and admonished, "Humph. Do you both think that I am completely senile? You are my grandson, and he is my son. This is the Jun family estate. How dare you conspire to deceive me? Do you think such a ruse could succeed? Truly laughable." Jun Moxie felt somewhat embarrassed, touched his nose, and explained, "I simply did not want you to be disappointed if it does not work out. I never had any hopes for this matter." The elder, fuming, struck a blow to Jun Moxie's confidence with a sharp remark, causing him to lower his head in dismay. "And if, by some stroke of luck, you manage to heal him, do you think I would be foolish enough to proclaim it to the world? To invite everyone to fixate on you too? Plotting scheme after scheme to ensnare you? Should there be any further deception from you, be wary, for I shall ensure you both are left incapacitated, unable to move or step outside for the rest of your days." Jun Moxie could only stammer in shock and disbelief. Chapter 83. All is well. The venerable elder, in a state of serene contentment, initially expressed a fleeting irritation as he stepped outside, only to have his countenance transform into a grim mask of displeasure that silenced all those who dared to observe him. From the elder's expression alone, it was evident that the third young master had utterly lost his chances. Even if he were not entirely inept, he was as good as. Had one not noticed the elder's face, dark as the bottom of a pot? As for the elder Jun's sudden fury, Tang Yuan stammered through his explanation, and indeed, the elder Tang was incensed. "Fool, do you not know better than to speak of things you know nothing about? That old wretch Li Shang was, after all, struck down by Jun Zhantian's fist, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Begone!" Realizing he had misstepped in his flattery, Tang Yuan hastily retreated, covering his head. In just a single day, news of Jun Moxie had spread throughout the capital. The authenticity of this news was beyond doubt, as it stemmed from two credible sources. particularly Tang Yuan, a steadfast friend of Jun Mo, who had witnessed the events firsthand. In truth, no one, not even the venerable elder Jun himself, possessed the prowess to manipulate the esteemed physician. The revelation of Jun Mo's true state was quite unexpected and rather unsettling. Within the Grand Tutor's residence, Li Yuran regarded the three individuals across from her, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Li Feng, can you truly affirm that these words were spoken by the esteemed physician himself? Li Yuran smiled warmly, adding, since grandfather is so assured, it appears that the Jun family poses no threat to us any longer. Li Shang nodded, cautioning thus, we must refrain from provoking Jun Zhantian for the time being. That old man is genuinely capable of taking a life. He cast a warning glance at Li Yuran. Li Yuran narrowed her eyes, responding with a smile, rest assured, grandfather, we shall not engage in any foolishness. However, regarding Jun Mo, a little playful interaction now and then cannot be too harmful, can it? A young man who has just lost his profound energy will surely indulge in the pleasures of life. And I trust that neither you nor the venerable elder Jun will mind the trivial matters of youth. Li Shang smiled, saying, just do not overstep your bounds. The four grandchildren responded in unison. Meanwhile, the emperor, after a lengthy pause, pondered aloud, so, Jun Mo truly cannot. Could it be a blessing for the common folk? He chuckled softly, closing his eyes momentarily. After his departure, a barely perceptible smile graced the emperor's lips. One of genuine comfort and reassurance. For instance, upon stepping outside, the elder Jun, in a sudden fit of rage, bellowed, where do all these trees come from? Chop them down at once. The weather is turning cold, yet I can scarcely see the sun. What nonsense is this? Thus, with a single decree, the area surrounding the Jun family was rendered barren for miles. Nothing but desolate yellow earth remained. Moreover, the elder Jun surveyed the surrounding walls and erupted in fury once more. These walls are far too low. Are they not an invitation for thieves to come and go as they please? Raise them for me. Thus, the once 2 zhang tall wall was hastily augmented overnight to a towering height, and, inspired by an unknown vision, the old master commanded that the top be adorned with an abundance of thorns reaching half a zhang high, densely packed. Now, it was indeed the case that even a bird would hardly dare to alight upon it. The 2 courtyards, undeniably expansive, occupied fully half the size of the Jun residence. In the other half, the old master resided alone, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of objects being hurled and shattered. All the servants of the Jun household remained utterly silent, afraid to speak or even walk with any semblance of noise. Chapter 84. The old man's new endeavors. A few days later, the venerable Lord Jun suddenly found himself inspired, initiating extensive renovations in the central garden of the Jun residence. Countless exquisite flowers were uprooted, making way for the construction of a towering edifice, soaring 7 stories high, crowned with a watchtower to oversee the surroundings. In his leisure, Lord Jun frequently paraded around the vicinity of the residences of several officials, and during the deep of night, the thunderous sound of hooves would erupt, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries. The old man was indulging in his residual vigor, training soldiers. However, this training instilled a growing sense of dread among the nearby officials, prompting them to invest heavily in new homes and vacate the area. Before anyone could settle into the newly purchased residences, Lord Jun issued a command, reducing several estates to mere rubble. With time on his hands, Lord Jun further intensified the training of his guards, treating them as regular soldiers. Reports from the procurement team revealed that during his idle moments, he often sought solace in the bottle, becoming inebriated. This behavior was met with understanding from those around him. After all, anyone who experiences a flicker of hope, only to be plunged back into despair, would struggle to cope. Fortunately, the old man maintained a commendable tolerance for alcohol, avoiding an all-out descent into madness, which was a small mercy amidst a series of unfortunate events. Indeed, it was comprehensible. After experiencing disappointment in his grandson, a glimmer of hope emerged as he witnessed a potential turnaround. Yet, just as quickly, news of his grandson's demise reached him. The fleeting joy of discovering his grandson was alive was swiftly overshadowed by the revelation that he had been rendered incapacitated. Was this not a cruel jest? Such extreme fluctuations of fortune would test the most resilient of souls, and those who managed to maintain their sanity amidst such turmoil were earnestly admired. Empathizing with Lord Jun's plight, many reflected that had they endured similar tribulations, they would likely have crumbled, exhibiting even less composure than the venerable lord. Thus, his peculiar behavior became a subject of collective understanding, evoking little surprise. Poor old man, so cruelly toyed with by fate, had managed to retain his sanity. Let him wreak his havoc, as long as it did not disturb me. This sentiment resonated with nearly everyone. Even the usually sagacious emperor entertained similar thoughts to some extent. Within the confines of the Jun estate, acknowledged as a sacred space by all, Jun Mo Xie laughed heartily, pouring a glass of wine for Jun Wu Yi across from him. The wine was crisp and fragrant, clear as crystal, evoking a sense of intoxication even before consumption. Who would have thought, Mo Xie, that you possess such talent? This wine is truly an unparalleled vintage. The beverages previously sampled pale in comparison. Jun Wu Yi took a gentle sip, his eyes narrowing in delight. In another corner, 4 robust warriors wielded hammers and operated the bellows, diligently engaged in their blacksmithing tasks. The blazing flames had nearly transformed into a silvery hue, rendering a massive block of iron a fiery red. They withdrew it with care, inhaling the intoxicating aroma of wine that permeated the air, and swung their hammers with fervor, drenched in sweat. Yet, the iron block showed little sign of alteration, evidencing its formidable strength beyond imagination. The young master had declared that should they strike the iron to his satisfaction each day, a jug of fine wine would be their reward. Good heavens, such exquisite wine was likely beyond the reach of even the emperor. How could this not inspire the 4 wine-loving warriors to toil with fervor? Brewing wine was but a minor act amidst their myriad of tasks, lest they find themselves deprived of drink. Enduring that wretched swill daily was truly unbearable. Jun Mo Xie elegantly took a sip, squinting with interest as he inquired, "Third uncle, I have heard that grandfather became inebriated the first time he tasted this wine? It is said that he indeed did get drunk," Jun Wu Yi replied, frowning and admonishing, "Do not speak of elders behind their backs." Jun Mo Xie, rubbing his nose, remained undeterred, eagerly asking, "I've heard grandfather not only sang while drunk but also fell asleep with his head buried in a pig's head? You rascal, are you seeking a beating? You've revealed too much. Do you not know the boundaries?" Jun Wu Yi was both exasperated and amused. "It's not my fault you did not clarify how potent this wine is. It's a miracle your grandfather hasn't come to settle accounts with you. He spent the entire morning scrubbing his beard clean." "Ah," Jun Mo Xie replied, a knowing smile creeping across his face. "It seems grandfather's tolerance for alcohol is rather lacking. Let us not dwell on that." Jun Wu Yi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, was disinterested in discussing the elder. "What about you? Shouldn't you prepare yourself?" At once, Jun Mo Xie's expression soured. He raised his cup and, as if to drown his sorrows, drank deeply, letting out a long sigh. Just a few days prior, the elder had whimsically decided that since Jun Mo Xie's cultivation in Xuanqi was still low, he could not find a suitable sparring partner for him. Fearing the risk of leaks, he had suddenly summoned Guan Qinghan to instruct Jun Mo Xie. Thus began Jun Mo Xie's arduous journey. In truth, this was the old man's deliberate ploy to challenge his precious grandson, for he had concealed matters from him for many years, truly deserving of a good beating. Jun Mo Xie felt helpless. He could not strike down his future sister-in-law with a single blow, yet if he did not subdue her swiftly, he would find himself on the receiving end of torment. After all, despite the wonders of his heavenly creation skill, he had only practiced for less than 2 months. How could he possibly contend with Guan Qinghan, who had cultivated Xuanqi since childhood? With a deep-rooted lineage, Guan Qinghan was on the brink of breaking through to the silver-grade Xuanqi. Jun Mo Xie's demeanor no longer bore the previous hints of frivolity, which allowed Guan Qinghan to raise her guard while feeling somewhat less discomfort. Moreover, there exists another reason. The newly brewed wine by Jun Mo Xie possesses a delightful sweetness derived from fruits, making it exceptionally palatable. Apart from its slightly potent aftertaste, it is truly a celestial elixir, one that is unattainable elsewhere. Guan Qinghan took a liking to it instantly upon tasting, which explains the swift transformation from initial reluctance to an unwavering determination to brave the elements for it. The prospect of delivering a sound thrashing to his younger uncle to alleviate his pent-up frustrations, while simultaneously acquiring a couple of exquisite jars of wine as a reward for such a mutually beneficial endeavor, is simply irresistible. Furthermore, indulging in this under the guise of an order from the venerable Lord Jun permits him the freedom to unleash his whims. Making it a routine to engage in this activity 10 or 8 times a day without any qualms, to abstain would be utterly intolerable. Alas, with a deep sigh, Jun Mo Xie suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Third uncle, how is the gathering of the medicinal herbs you requested progressing? Given the passage of time, it should be nearing completion, I presume?" Jun Wu Yi sighed in response. "We have successfully procured the Lichang Hua, Tong Xian Chao, and Duan Su Jian, and in considerable quantities. However, there has been no news regarding the Fun Jing He. As for the Jiu Yi Chao, this herb is rather rare and seldom sought after, making it difficult to locate. Just a few days ago, I heard that the Jinxiang Trading Company discovered 3 specimens and was transporting them to the capital. I hastily dispatched someone to await their arrival to purchase them, only to discover that they had already been bought by another party. Chapter 85. I truly cannot fight. No, I really cannot. Junwei shook his head firmly. Even those seeking the medicine are unaware of the reasons behind their pursuit, let alone its connection to me. I doubt it is aimed at me. However, such coincidences seem too coincidental. Could it be that fate was playing tricks on me, preventing my restoration? Jun Moxie furrowed his brow and took a few slow steps. If the 5-flavor medicine were merely lacking one ingredient, regardless of which, he had ways to compensate through alternative methods, albeit at the cost of some efficacy. But if 2 ingredients were missing, has Uncle issued any orders to investigate who seized the medicine before him? An investigation is underway, but this incident has only just occurred, and no leads have been uncovered yet. Junwei replied with a subtle smile, seemingly unperturbed, and reassured him. Uncle has waited for so many years. He wouldn't mind waiting another month or 2. Patience is key. Nodding gravely, Jun Moxie held his wine cup, lost in contemplation, yet the more he pondered, the more elusive clarity became. Observing his distraction, Junwei refrained from interrupting, instead indulging in his own drink, finding solace in it. Suddenly, the faint yet somewhat familiar sound of footsteps echoed, prompting a smile from Junwei. Guanqi Han, adorned in a gown as white as snow, approached with a frosty expression adorning her delicate features. As she drew near, Jun Moxie felt as though an imposing iceberg loomed over him. For the chill emanating from this seemingly delicate woman was utterly penetrating. It was as if this ethereal beauty, draped in white, had frozen not only her heart, but also her very essence. Jun Moxie had protested numerous times against Guan Qinghan's eagerness to spar with him. He believed that, barring his lack of inner strength, he was unmatched in combat skills. In this world, if one were to rank killing techniques, he would undoubtedly claim the second position, leaving no one daring to contest his prowess. Yet this secret remained unknown to the elder Jun, a fact he must keep hidden. For the elder had resolutely dismissed Jun Moxie's objections, particularly after witnessing Guan Qinghan's near-torturous sparring on the first day. All the elder had left him with was a single command. I am quite satisfied. Continue to let her strike you hard. Today was Junwei's first encounter with this spectacle, and he was naturally keen to observe it intently. Over the past month, as an elder, he had frequently found himself at a disadvantage against his nephew, and he was determined to seize this delightful opportunity for some amusement, as such chances were rare. I truly cannot fight, Jun Moxie lamented inwardly, especially since the opponent before him was his sister-in-law, although she might not hold him in high regard. Surely she would not resort to killing him? Of course, causing her serious injury seemed out of the question, and even the thought of a mere dislocation felt awkward when considering a woman. Moreover, it was inherently difficult for a man to strike a woman, unless they were sworn enemies. Guan Qinghan stood quietly, resembling a solitary snow lotus on an iceberg, ethereal and aloof, yet exuding an air of pride and purity. Can we skip the fight today? Jun Moxie pleaded, his tone pitiful. I can offer you 2 extra jars of wine. How about that? Absolutely not, Guan Qinghan replied. Her expression as cold as ever, her delicate hands clapping together, unleashing a wave of dark energy. 9th grade Xuanqi, are you prepared? Guan Qinghan regarded him with an indifferent gaze, as if observing a mere punching bag. Would you be so eager without the prospect of wine? Is the heavens truly toying with me, granting this woman a legitimate chance to strike? And I cannot even retaliate. Prepared? What's the use of that? Jun Moxie's anger simmered within. His concealment from the old master had indeed yielded a positive outcome, igniting his hopes, yet it also bore negative repercussions. Being deceived by his grandson for so many years surely left the old man displeased. Thus, Guan Qinghan's probing was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the old master to torment him. Or perhaps it could be considered a cunning plan. What should have been a straightforward resolution now forced him to endure humiliation. Was he truly a masochist? There is no greater tragedy in life than this. When would the old master revoke this punishment? If it were required of me to apologize to my grandfather to end this torment, I would sincerely utter 3 words. I am sorry. If only there were a deadline for this punishment, I would wish it to be the very next second. Although the actions of this individual before him seemed to have undergone some transformation lately, Guan Qinghan remained utterly disinterested in spending even a fleeting moment in his company. The cacophony of shouts, cries, and the sounds of fists striking flesh echoed incessantly, each impact resonating like a relentless downpour, crisp and melodious. Junwei, with a wine cup in hand, observed the stark disparity in strength and the exasperatingly tedious brawl, unable to suppress a chuckle. Pondering the brilliance of his grandfather's punishment for this incorrigible nephew. Lost in thought, his expression suddenly sharpened, eyes narrowing with gravity, fixating intently on Jun Mo's movements. Too engrossed to even set down his cup, a seemingly mundane action from Jun Mo had captured his attention. To the seasoned general, a master of the battlefield, this unremarkable gesture was nothing short of astonishing. What made it even more significant was the timing of the action, perfectly aligned with the brief interval between Guan Qinghan's strikes. Her martial prowess was far from ordinary, and the connection between her two moves was notably tight. That fleeting gap was nearly imperceptible, akin to a fleeting shadow. In that moment lay Guan Qinghan's most critical vulnerability. At that instant, she was utterly unprepared to counter this unpredictable strike. Chapter 86. Terrifying instinct. Given the disparity of mystical energy between Jun Mo and Guan Qinghan. Even if Jun Mo struck other parts of Guan Qinghan's body, it would not necessarily inflict damage. However, the throat is one of the most vital and vulnerable areas of the human body, while the elbow stands as one of the strongest. Thus, employing the sharpest attack against the weakest point yields a decisive victory. A single strike capable of reversing the tide of battle. This was why Junwei was so astounded. Could Mo truly possess such extraordinary skill? Or might it merely be a stroke of luck? With doubts gnawing at his mind, Junwei focused intently on the unfolding duel. Yet, despite Jun Mo enduring a barrage of blows, to Junwei's discerning eye, every action of Jun Mo, when infused with strength, held the potential to eliminate Guan Qinghan before she could bring him down. In fact, it seemed possible that he could achieve this multiple times in a single exchange. Junwei fell silent, closely observing each maneuver. Jun Mo's knee position shifted, taking on a sharp form. If he advanced rather than retreated, he was targeting the most critical areas: the heart, the temples, the coccyx, the eyes, throat, and behind the ears. Guan Qinghan fought with exuberance, while Jun Mo struggled to evade, groaning under the pressure. Yet, Junwei watched in terror, drenched in sweat. This perspiration was not his own, but rather for Guan Qinghan's sake. After several exchanges, Junwei felt a fresh wave of dread. With his keen perception, he could only grasp the peril Guan Qinghan faced after each bout, and by then, several exchanges had already transpired. Despite countless brushes with death, Guan Qinghan remained blissfully unaware of the danger. Each time Jun Mo instinctively repressed his lethal intentions, Jun Sanyi could see through it. The situation was utterly alarming. Even with Jun Sanyi's profound mastery, his formidable composure was nearly unraveling. It was truly terrifying. As the saying goes, the spectator sees clearly while the participant is lost. Here, the observer was not just clear-headed, but nearly petrified. He dared not recklessly interrupt this delicate dance of death, fearing that a careless word might startle Jun Mo, and in that moment of distraction, Guan Qinghan could suddenly perish. Jun Mo's decisive and sharp movements were such that even if Junwei were in perfect condition, he would be unable to intervene in time. Junwei gazed in a daze as Guan Qinghan departed, his heart shaken to the core. According to his calculations, during their recent skirmish, had it truly been a life-and-death struggle, Guan Qinghan would have met her demise at least 47 times. Furthermore, each time, Jun Mo managed to withdraw unscathed. Such a terrifying statistic. It is essential to note that Jun Mo was currently exhibiting only 4th grade mystical energy, while Guan Qinghan had already reached the 9th grade and was on the verge of breaking into the realm of silver grade practitioners among the younger generation. Could it be that the legend of low-tier practitioners being unable to triumph over high-tier ones would be shattered by his own nephew? No. This was now an undeniable reality. Junwei was drenched in cold sweat. This indicated that Jun Mo had become exceedingly adept at killing, executing these actions entirely unconsciously. Without a moment's thought or deliberation, when under attack, one instinctively identifies the enemy's vulnerabilities and delivers a lethal blow. The act of killing has become an innate reflex. Such a phenomenon can only arise under specific circumstances. How many lives must one extinguish to hone such instinctive reactions? Even with Junwei's unwavering composure, he scarcely dared to contemplate further, having witnessed countless valiant generals in the brutalities of the battlefield. And having grown accustomed to the carnage of war, having survived numerous assassination attempts and personally trained many assassins, Junwui, who has fought over 100 battles and taken countless lives, had never encountered a being so terrifying. A monster? To refrain from action is one thing, but to kill upon movement is another. Murder has become utterly ingrained in instinct, the foremost reaction of the nervous system. And this horrifying, ruthless, demonic entity is none other than his own nephew, the one deemed a wastrel by the entire imperial city, Jun Moxie. Junwui let out a groan. Covering his eyes, what am I witnessing? Surely, I must be dreaming. If this is a nightmare, I wish to awaken swiftly. A nightmare. If Moxie possesses such formidable strength, could it truly be a nightmare? Or perhaps a beautiful dream? The renowned scion of the capital, incapable of fighting. Upon hearing this, the elder Jun's first instinct was to deliver a sharp kick to Jun Moxie's rear, followed by a furious shout toward the door, "Get out!" Meanwhile, Junwui, who had also overheard, nearly erupted in laughter. For a long time, the mere recollection of those words brought a smile to his face. It was simply too amusing. To say one cannot fight could be interpreted as an inability to engage in combat, but it could also suggest. Now, he comprehensively grasped the true essence of that statement. Jun Moxie indeed does not fight. He only kills. This exquisitely refined technique of murder has permeated his very blood, soul, and every bone, muscle, and nerve in his body. If a soldier on the battlefield were to possess such skills, even amidst millions, as long as he possesses the strength, he would not fall. His enemies would transform into mountains of corpses. Should an assassin within a killer organization wield such prowess, he would undoubtedly prevail in all endeavors. Crafting a myth of assassins in the realm of Xinxian continent, anyone endowed with such skills could become a harbinger of death. At this pinnacle, killing has become a habit, an instinct, or perhaps a supreme art, a transcendent achievement. Like a master artist whose brush strokes yield masterpieces of verdant mountains and flowing waters. Or a musical virtuoso whose melodies resonate with celestial harmony. This represents the zenith of murder that all warriors and killers aspire to, yet none have ever attained. But how could Jun Moxie, his own nephew, achieve such mastery? How could it possibly be Jun Moxie? A profound question emerged in Junwui's mind. Where did he acquire such knowledge? How did he hone these skills? Most importantly, what has he trained with? Junwui could not help but feel that her nephew was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Although he currently displayed only a fourth-tier profound energy cultivation based on his recent performance, Junwui sensed that she might soon need to look up to him. Chapter 87. Digging Deep Apologies. The relentless downpour and fierce winds have caused a blackout lasting until now. As dusk approaches, Feng Ling, drenched, has no choice but to hail a cab to the city. Seeking a cyber CAF to upload this. I never anticipated that the power would be out for such an extended period. My updates are delayed, and I hope my dear readers can forgive me. Jun Moxie, unfazed, brushed off the dust from his attire and settled onto a chair with a casual sway. The minor injuries he incurred were trivial in his eyes. After a week's cultivation of the heavenly creation technique, he found himself unscathed. After all, Guan Xinghan would never truly resort to ruthless measures. Suddenly sensing something amiss across the room, he looked up to find his third uncle, a formidable general renowned on the battlefield, gazing at him with an expression of sheer astonishment, not merely shock, but a blend of trepidation, surprise, and reverence. How on earth did you achieve this? Junwui's voice was steady, his hawk-like gaze fixed upon him. Who taught you? Who possesses such abilities? Is it a legendary supreme expert? Jun Moxie paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, raising his goblet and downing its contents in one gulp. To cultivate the courage of a hero, one must possess the heart to kill. He chuckled. What my esteemed uncle truly wishes to inquire about is the number of lives I have taken to attain my current prowess. From Junwui's expression, Jun Moxie understood that his astute uncle had unraveled certain truths. Although he could mask his instinctive reactions, the signs were still evident. Perhaps Guan Xinghan was too enmeshed in his own dilemmas, coupled with his limited strength, to perceive the reality. But what manner of person was Junwui? As a master of the earth-profound realm and a veteran of countless battles, he possessed the clarity of an observer. It was unfathomable that he could remain oblivious. Junwui snorted, his voice stern. Moxie, taking lives on the battlefield is an unavoidable circumstance, yet you have never been a soldier. Yet you have honed such lethal skills. How have you cultivated this? Such mastery cannot be achieved without significant bloodshed. Are you suggesting that? His voice trembled slightly, laced with anger. You have spent years in the imperial capital. Have you honed your skills using the lives of common folk? Jun Mosia narrowed his eyes, his pearly teeth gleaming. I must admit, I have grown accustomed to this instinct. My strikes invariably land in precisely such lethal spots. Is that truly so astonishing? In this world, no one understands the human body better than healers. Yet have you ever seen a healer become adept at saving lives through the act of killing? Jun Wui was momentarily taken aback, retorting, You are twisting words. With a sigh, Jun Mosia continued, In truth, Uncle is well aware that you have watched me grow from childhood, although we have not met often in recent years. The Jun family's intelligence network meticulously records my whereabouts and activities down to every hour. They even track the duration of my escapades with women, their identities, and delve into their family histories and ancestral lineages with unparalleled detail. Uncle San, do you truly believe that I possess the capability to kill silently and without a trace? Such an assumption is utterly absurd, is it not? Jun Wui found himself at a loss, incredulous. Is there truly a natural-born king of assassins? Jun Wui stared wide-eyed, suddenly beset by a whirlwind of confusion in his mind. This notion completely shattered his understanding, leaving even this battle-hardened warrior bewildered. Jun Moxie discreetly wiped away a cold sweat, quietly exhaling a sigh of relief. Good heavens, this is suffocating. It is indeed quite challenging to deceive this contemporary Uncle San. Yet, how is it that you exhibit such a keen interest in matters of murder? And your achievements are astonishingly high. This seems rather incompatible with your identity. Jun Wui remained undeterred, pressing further. Uncle San, since my arrival in this world, I have never taken the life of another. A flicker of loneliness and longing crossed Jun Moxie's eyes. He spread his hands in a display of sincerity and earnestness. Such an expression was profoundly genuine, unmistakably revealing that he spoke the absolute truth from the depths of his heart. And indeed, it was the truth. However, when Jun Moxie referred to his arrival in this world, he meant that Jun Xie had genuinely embraced this family, adopting the name Jun Moxie as a new beginning. It had barely been a matter of days. As for the assassin killed a few days prior, that was the work of the legendary king of assassins, Jun Xie. Not I, Jun Moxie. These are two entirely different matters, haha. At that moment, Kuo quietly approached, offering a respectful greeting. Third Master, young master. There is someone outside seeking an audience with you, claiming urgent matters to report. As she spoke, her eyes glanced at the soil on Jun Moxie's attire, and the little girl felt a pang of sympathy. Poor young master, subjected to such mistreatment. Recently, he had been much kinder. He truly did not deserve this hardship. Jun Moxie hurriedly exclaimed, Let him in at once. Finally, a lifeline had arrived, and just in time. Before long, a man clad in green entered with a steady gait, exuding strength and sharpness in his gaze, his demeanor composed. Jun Moxie assessed him, thinking that this man certainly had potential, quite impressive indeed. General, we have identified the individual who purchased the 9-leaf grass. Who is it? Both Jun Wui and Jun Moxie inquired in unison. It is the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Yuan. The man glanced at Jun Moxie, hesitating before revealing the information. Tang Yuan. Jun Moxie exclaimed, incredulous. What on earth could this rotund fellow want with 9-leaf grass? Is there someone within the Tang residence in need of this medicinal herb? That the subordinate is currently unaware. Jun Wui and Jun Moxie exchanged glances, remaining silent. The man, sensing the moment, discreetly withdrew, vanishing quietly. Could it be that the news has leaked? Jun Wui pondered. Indeed, in that case, having it in the hands of the Tang Fatso is far better than elsewhere. I shall find a way to extract a couple of plants from him. Leave this matter to me, Jun Moxie asserted with confidence. The jade pendant and sword that Tang Yuan lost in gambling are still in my possession if I approach him to trade for 2 plants of the herb. I guarantee he will flee faster than a rabbit. Let us consider it a fortunate turn of events for this rather corpulent individual. It is, indeed, a good thing. Jun, with an air of nonchalance, smiled faintly as he glanced at his own legs, a glimmer of excitement evident in his gaze. Only one last ingredient remains, the burning lotus. Many friends have pointed out that Jun Moxie has taken lives. This oversight on my part, I must admit, has now been rectified. Perhaps the adjustments may not fully satisfy everyone, but I ask for your understanding. Thank you all, and please do not hesitate to point out any errors in the future. For the sake of our mischievous Lord, let us endure a little hardship together, shall we? Additionally, I wish to formally recommend an excellent book, The 9 Deaths of the Godly Art by my brother Wushan Yunyu, which is nearing completion. I encourage you all to take a look. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. A direct link can be found on the pages. Chapter 88, I Have Grass. You have grass as the objective drew closer. Jun Wui experienced an inexplicable sense of apprehension. Time was of the essence. Jun Moxie promptly set out to seek out Tang Yuan. Should that medicine be squandered by the portly fellow, retrieving it would likely prove to be arduous. And the longer this matter lingered, the more susceptible it became to unforeseen complications. Seated unsteadily in the palanquin, the ailing Jun Sanshao arrived at the Tang residence, appearing quite unwell. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld a rotund figure rolling out, a plump, jovial Tang Yuan clad in a flesh-colored robe, a sight both unique and amusing. If he were to shrink a size or two, one might jest that he would be served as a dish of meatballs at the dining table. Sanshao, what brings you here? Is your health on the mend? You're not here to tease your brother, are you? Tang Yuan exclaimed joyfully, his face radiating sincere delight. I have come to find you, Jun Moxie replied, lifting the curtain of the palanquin. What? Are you about to venture out? Indeed. I was just about to visit Shibao Hall. They say there are some exquisite items today. The old man instructed me to procure something, Tang Yuan said, reaching into his robe to produce a hefty stack of banknotes, which he waved with glee, his visage transforming into that of a jovial Buddha. This time, I'm on official business. Look at this substantial sum. Once I secure that item, I anticipate having quite a bit left over. Sanshao, shall we indulge in some games at Shenjin Hall afterward? Are you not going to stake your wife again? Jun Moxie scoffed. Oh, Sanshao as brothers. Let us not revisit that topic, Tang Yuan replied, a few dark lines appearing on his otherwise cherubic face. That was a case of being wronged. Under normal circumstances, I'd be a gambling deity reborn. That is no mere legend. If I were to trust your words, I might as well believe in ghosts. Jun Moxie scoffed, then. With a serious demeanor, disregarding Tang Yuan's suddenly crestfallen expression, he cut straight to the chase. Do not rush off. I have urgent business to discuss with you. What matter could possibly be so pressing? Is there anything we cannot share? Tang Yuan blinked in confusion. I've heard you procured 3 9-leaf grasses from the Jinxiang apothecary? My injury requires that very item. Quickly, present it to me. Jun Moxie demanded without hesitation. Who told you that? This is an outrageous accusation. I detest those grasses and leaves. Surely you know this. Tang Yuan exclaimed, his ample frame trembling with agitation, his face flushing with indignation. When have I ever encountered such a thing? 9-leaf grass, 7-leaf grass. These terms are entirely foreign to me. I truly know nothing of it. Tang Yuan, in a fit of desperation, leapt up, a feat quite challenging for him, gritting his teeth and swearing fervently, Brother, I would never deceive you. Anyone who knows of such things is a scoundrel. Wait? Jinxiang apothecary? Having just finished his oath, a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, What the hell, Sanshao? Did you just mention Jinxiang apothecary? You're not deaf. Jun Moxie let out a couple of hums, casting a sidelong glance at him, observing the plump man's antics. Although he appeared outwardly unassuming, it was evident he was up to something. That is my family's property, Tang Yuan exclaimed, his cheeks quivering, his small eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, in my entire life, I have only purchased medicine once, and that was for you. Just 5 days ago, I rummaged through my family's apothecary and delivered it to your residence. As he spoke, Tang Yuan smacked his thigh, recalling, coincidentally, a fresh batch of herbs had just arrived that day. I'm not entirely sure what all was included, but the shopkeeper assured me of their superior quality. I simply packed them all together and sent them over. If there were any 9-leaf or 7-leaf herbs, they are undoubtedly at your place. Jun Moxie's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered. Didn't you only send that 100-pound thing? Brother, have you lost your mind? Tang Yuan rolled his eyes, regarding him with disdain. Even good gifts must be discreet, right? I sent 2 large boxes in total. The outer layer is filled with authentic medicinal materials like ginseng, angelica, and poria, all fresh. The truly valuable items are nestled underneath. I meant to mention this the other day, but was scolded out by your father. I've been worried these past few days that those treasures might spoil inside. As I'm not one to part with such good things unless they are from family. After finishing, the rotund Tang summed up. So, I lack the herbs. But you possess them. Jun Moxie nearly tumbled out of the carriage, momentarily taken aback, before finally managing to utter 2 words through gritted teeth. Damn. Tang Yuan quickly seized him. No need to rush, third young master. You've just recovered from a serious illness, and this is a rare opportunity to venture out. Let us attend the auction together. I've heard there are many fine items today. Just imagine the treasures we could uncover. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, moistening his finger to point at it with his radish-like fingers. Look here, there are Mingguang jade ornaments, glazed flowers. and coral from the ocean, all splendid items. To his astonishment, Jun Xiao discovered, towards the end of the auction item list, a certain treasure, the burning scripture lotus. Damn it! This truly is a serendipitous find, effortlessly acquired after an arduous search. Jun Xia silently rejoiced. Shengbao Hall. This was a place that could drive the vast majority of the elite in Tianxiang Nation to madness. It was not merely an auction house, but rather a genuine high-end venue for the aristocracy. Here lay the largest auction house in Tianxiang Nation, which offered not just rare treasures that were hard to come by, but everything one could possibly imagine. If one possessed sufficient wealth, money can command spirits and even reach the divine. This profound adage remains timeless and applicable across both past and present. From food and drink to entertainment, from tools for killing and robbing to the skins of mystical beasts. Advanced elixirs, top-tier divine weapons, exquisite decorations, and even male and female slaves. The array was simply overwhelming. There exists nothing beyond your imagination. Yet there is nothing you cannot discover. Upon entering the grandeur of Shengbao Hall, regardless of how opulent your life may have been or how affluent your circumstances, you will come to realize the multitude of things you have yet to experience. You will find that both your spiritual and material existence are strikingly barren. Consequently, it is rare for an ordinary individual to part with every last coin in their pocket. Chapter 89. The Shibao Hall. Certainly. The Shibao Hall is not a place that just anyone can enter. Even the most distinguished merchants and renowned officials must first consider the depth of their pockets before stepping inside. Otherwise, should one find themselves in an embarrassing situation within these walls, it would undoubtedly lead to a swift and notorious reputation. The Shengbao Hall, a source of countless surprises, possesses a background shrouded in mystery. No one has ever uncovered the identity of its enigmatic benefactor, nor has anyone discerned which family or clandestine force it belongs to. Since the inception of Tianxiang City, the Shengbao Hall has existed. It has withstood the ravages of war and the rise and fall of numerous dynasties. While countless emperors and generals have turned to dust, lost to the annals of history, yet the Shibao Hall stands resilient, indeed flourishing. Those who harbor intentions against the Shengbao Hall, be they powerful officials, affluent merchants, or formidable martial artists from both the underworld and the righteous, have all met their demise. Reduced to mere bones, without exception. Even the young scions of the prominent families in Tianxiang City must act with utmost decorum upon entering the Shengbao Hall. Ironically, this very place was once the last place Xiao wished to visit, yet now it has become the object of his fascination. What if one could ignite a blaze in such a venue? Surely, it would be an exhilarating experience. Xiao reclined against the soft cushion of his palanquin, pondering maliciously. The sons of officials who bully ordinary citizens possess no real skill. Such actions are merely contemptible. To provoke, one must challenge the mighty. For that is where true excitement lies. Engaging in petty squabbles with insignificant foes merely leads to trivial victories, leaving one no stronger than before. If one seeks trouble, it should be with formidable adversaries, for therein lies the thrill, the intrigue, the excitement. The Shengbao Hall, indeed a delightful place. However, such impulses must be curtailed for the time being. I shall return to play when my strength has grown. The great assassin, regardless of his past or present, has always been audacious. There is nothing he would shy away from. The Shengbao Hall, however unique, remains in his eyes merely an auction house, hardly capable of overturning the world. To keep pace with Xia, Tang Yuan deliberately rode a magnificent steed alongside the palanquin, occasionally turning his head to exchange a few words. As they approached the Shengbao Hall, a whimsical thought struck Tang Yuan, who stroked his chin and remarked, "Third young master, don't you think it feels like a groom welcoming his bride, with one of us on horseback and the other in a palanquin? How about you just accept me? Get lost. Go die somewhere else and spare me the disgust." Xia retched slightly, pulling down the curtain of the palanquin, allowing the raucous laughter of this fool to echo outside. Upon dismounting at the entrance of the Shengbao Hall, Tang Yuan's steed was already frothing at the mouth. In truth, Tang Yuan's mount was indeed a top-tier horse, but the hefty weight of Tang Deshao was simply too much. As Xia alighted from the palanquin, he drew in a sharp breath. This Shengbao Hall is undeniably vast. Is this the legendary auction house? How utterly absurd. In any nation, within its capital, apart from military barracks, no one dares to construct edifices larger than the imperial palace. Such an act is a grave transgression, akin to treason, a sin that is unforgivable. Yet, Shengbao Hall dares to do just that. Before me, in Jun Moxie's recollection, Shengbao Hall indeed surpasses the palace in grandeur and splendor. Strangely, the royal family seems unconcerned, even taking pride in it. This alone stirs Jun Moxie's imagination. It appears the Tianxiang royal family is well aware of Shengbao Hall's background. Nevertheless, Shengbao Hall has afforded the royal family a measure of respect, reserving the largest private chamber exclusively for them. Regardless of whether it is occupied, this chamber remains perpetually vacant. Other nations also possess their own chambers here, albeit somewhat smaller in size. The prominent families of Tianxiang City each have their designated chambers as well. Though they are required to pay a considerable fee regularly, never has a family expressed discontent over this peculiar arrangement. On the contrary, the upper-level private rooms surrounding the auction house are mostly fixed, with only a few exceptions, as the remaining seats are primarily in the main hall. Should a scion of a noble family occupy a seat in the hall, it would undoubtedly compromise their status. Thus, the private chambers of Shengbao Hall have transformed into a rare emblem of distinction. It is exceedingly uncommon for new aristocrats to gain entry. Jun Moxie squints, gazing at the grand entrance of Shengbao Hall, wide as a city gate. Although he has never set foot inside, he is aware that Shengbao Hall hosts auctions nearly every day, yet the true treasures are auctioned only once a month. Today, by sheer coincidence, marks that very day. The auction for these exquisite items is always bustling with activity. Another peculiarity of Shengbao Hall lies in the nature of the items being auctioned. Almost no one knows their origins, nor has anyone witnessed Shengbao Hall engaging in any acquisition or pawnbroking activities. It seems as though all auctioned items are produced by Shengbao Hall itself, adding to the enigma. As Jun Moxie strides forward, a sudden furrow forms on his brow. This Shengbao Hall is indeed extraordinary. From the moment he stepped through the entrance, he felt the presence of 5 or 6 probing auras scanning him repeatedly. Nearly every 2 steps he took or every turn he made, he was scrutinized. This heightened Jun Moxie's vigilance. Based on his estimation, each of these hidden observers possesses no less than the cultivation level of Jade grade profound energy. This merely constitutes the internal scrutiny of Shengbao Hall. Behind Jun Moxie, 2 groups approach, each emanating a chilling and murderous aura. This is a sensation he is all too familiar with, and there is no mistaking it. Moreover, these 2 groups are wary of one another, each behaving as though they are entrenched in a battlefield. Thus, Jun Moxie concludes that these 2 factions behind him are certainly not allies. They are fellow practitioners, at least they once were. At this moment, the hall was already teeming with people, yet each individual sat calmly, creating an atmosphere of harmonious tranquility. The waitstaff moved gracefully among the crowd, their movements orderly despite the multitude, maintaining an extraordinary silence. After all, each guest felt they were unqualified to behave unruly within the esteemed establishment of Shengbao Hall. Upon entering the private room, Jun Moxie cast a sidelong glance at the exclusive suite belonging to his family. On the pristine white curtains, a magnificent blood orchid bloomed fiercely, eliciting a wry smile from him. Since the Jun family had secured this room, they had seemingly visited it less than 2 or 3 times. He could not fathom his grandfather's reasoning for continuing to pay the fees regularly, preserving it as a gesture of respect towards Shengbao Hall. Whose are those 2 private rooms? Jun Moxie inquired, inadvertently pointing towards the 2 groups of individuals clad in black who had entered the suites. Today, a friend is getting married, and I went to lend a hand early this morning. It turns out, I should not have gone. The moment I arrived, it became a bustling sea of people, with red banners fluttering, and I inadvertently became the center of attention. The elderly ladies greeted me with affectionate smiles. The young women blushed like peaches, their delicate faces glowing. Wide-eyed in astonishment. As for the young matrons, let us skip that. Indeed, the saying a tall tree attracts the wind proved true. The gentlemen present all seemed inclined to take a swing at me. The moment I stood there, I stood out like a crane among chickens, and not a single soul dared to approach my side. My presence overshadowed the bride and groom, stealing their spotlight entirely. Chapter 90. The quarrel. Whose private rooms are those? Jun Moxie inquired, pointing, either intentionally or unintentionally, towards the 2 groups of cloaked figures entering the compartments. Boss, surely you aren't feverish and confused. Or has your mind truly become muddled? Tang Yuan exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide. Those are the chambers of the 2nd and 3rd princes. The one next to them belongs to the eldest prince. The 3 princes' rooms are interconnected. How could you not know this? I've never been inside. What did you just say? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes, glaring at him. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yuan realized that this individual had never appeared at the Shengbao Hall. and given that he had recently rendered several significant favors to this man. His earlier words seemed utterly nonsensical. With a grin, he slapped his chubby cheeks and admitted, "It seems I've been feverish and confused, indeed." Jun Xie shot him another glare, understanding that this fellow was quite the dullard, so he chose to close his eyes and meditate, his mind racing. The fact that assassins had entered the compartments of the two princes was decidedly peculiar. Could it be related to the assassination attempt from a few days prior? If so, this debt must be settled. After all, I endured 2 swords and 2 kicks without recompense. In my 2 lifetimes, I have never suffered such a grievous loss. But which prince orchestrated that assassination? What if I wrongfully accused an innocent? No matter, they are brothers, after all, and if an innocent suffers, so be it. Third young master, Li Feng and Ming Haizhou have also arrived. They are in the Ming family S compartment right next to us, Tang Yuan whispered, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. These little rascals, I will make them pay dearly. Ever since discovering that these boys had plotted against him, nearly costing him his betrothed before their marriage, Tang Yuan had harbored a deep-seated animosity. However, with the capital embroiled in turmoil, his grandfather had warned the family to avoid trouble, particularly cautioning his most troublesome grandson. Oh, the neighboring compartment? So close. Jun Xie chuckled, his eyes glinting. Fatty, if you agree to one condition today, I shall grant you the opportunity to vent your frustrations. What do you say? Brothers can speak freely. I shall agree to any condition, as long as I can unleash my wrath. Tang Yuan's spirits lifted immediately. What are you saying? I can simply buy you what you desire, and it's not necessary to speak so solemnly. It tarnishes the bond of brotherhood. Tang Yuan retorted, slightly displeased. It's different. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. I never take advantage of others, but I will not allow others to take advantage of me. Jun Xie huffed. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated his existence across both lives. Fine, fine, fine. Whatever you wish, as long as I can deal with those little rascals. Jun Xie smiled faintly, centering his mind and sending out his consciousness like mercury spilling forth. His focus, of course, lay on the neighboring compartment and the two princes' rooms. Under the probing gaze of the mind imbued with the essence of creation, no fluctuation within would escape his notice. Although it could not be seen directly, it proved to be even more effective than mere sight. After a brief moment, the already eerily silent hall seemed to grow even quieter. The curtain on the stage slowly drew back, revealing a resplendent platform adorned with a single block of purple clay stone. Encrusted with countless exquisite gemstones that sparkled brilliantly under the illumination, it evoked a sensation akin to being immersed in a dream. As if the stars had converged in this very place, exuding unparalleled magnificence. An elderly man clad in purple stood before a table on the stage, while a maiden in silver held a tray, standing behind him. The colors of their attire, if worn in everyday life, might have appeared rather ostentatious, likely inviting derision. Yet in this moment, illuminated by the myriad gemstones, they seemed ethereal, transcending the mundane. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the purple-robed elder did not linger in trivialities. Promptly delving into the main topic, a testament to the seasoned nature of an auction veteran, no one cared to hear his expressions of welcome or gratitude. It was well understood that a lifetime of greetings paled in comparison to the decisive drop of the auctioneer's hammer. The first item for auction was, following 6 consecutive sales, each piece deemed a rare treasure, most being mere decorative items, which naturally held no intrigue for Jun Moxie. The adjacent box, occupied by Ming Haizhou and the two princes, remained utterly silent. These items found their way into the hands of affluent merchants within the hall. However, as the prices escalated, Jun Moxie found himself increasingly vexed. Although the burning scripture lotus was rare, it was ultimately just a herb, its effects rather niche, failing to truly secure a place among the esteemed medicinal materials of this world. Yet, if this trend continued, the price for the burning scripture lotus would surely reach astronomical heights. How could this be? Was there some underlying trickery at play? Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from the two princes and the adjacent room, causing Jun Moxie to open his eyes and glance at Tang Yuan. They are about to make their move. It seems the next item is precisely what Ming Haizhou and the others desire, and they hold it in high regard. Jun Moxie, the master assassin, distinctly sensed that the surge originated from the box of Li Zhan, Ming Haizhou, and others, imbued with palpable excitement. Clearly, they had long awaited this forthcoming item. The next offering, as many would know, was the rare seabed jade coral. While purple coral and various other corals were familiar sights, this jade coral was making its debut at the Shengbao Hall. It was likely that very few sages across the continent had laid eyes on such jade coral before today. And certainly, the elder had never encountered it until now. The purple-robed elder smiled as the maiden in white, together with him, gently unveiled an object shrouded in red silk. Placing it down with care. Fatty, this is what they seek. Once the starting bid is announced, immediately raise the price. Do not afford them the opportunity to bid first. Jun Moxie advised with a smile. He focused his consciousness on the adjacent room and distinctly sensed that upon the emergence of the jade coral, the heartbeats of several individuals surged fervently. Coupled with the prior fluctuations, it was evident that this jade coral was the coveted objective of their expedition. Such a fortuitous opportunity was certainly not to be overlooked. Confirmed. Jun Mo Xian nodded assuredly. Rest assured. Tang Yuan, gritting his teeth, responded, very well. Trusting Jun Mo Xian implicitly, Tang Yuan chose to believe without a moment's hesitation. As the crimson silk was unveiled, a magnificent coral, entirely snow-white, came into view, radiating a gentle yet brilliant luminescence. This specimen measured an impressive 3 feet in width and 4 feet in height. Such a substantial piece, even if it were merely ordinary coral, would command a considerable sum. How much more so for the exceedingly rare jade coral? The jade coral measured 2 feet 8 inches in width, 3 feet 9 inches in height, and 1 foot in thickness. It contained the essence of cosmic energy, and having it in one's home would greatly benefit the cultivation of the mysterious. It could stabilize the mind and ward off inner demons. The starting bid was set at 100,000 taels of silver, with each subsequent bid no less than 10,000 taels. No sooner had the purple-robed elder finished speaking than a voice, grating like a broken gong, rang out. This young master offers 1,000,000 taels. It was none other than the esteemed young master, Tang Yuan. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent, with not a whisper to be heard. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison toward him, as Tang Yuan puffed out his belly, filled with pride. What nonsense is this? The starting price was merely 100,000 taels, and he jumped straight to 1,000,000? How is anyone else supposed to bid, even if he sought to possess it? Such extravagance was unfathomable. At a measured pace, the bidding would likely have reached around 500,000 taels. Yet this fellow boldly called out 1,000,000 on the first attempt. This person must be mad. All present cast disdainful glances at the corpulent figure. Chapter 91. The Great Chaos in the adjacent room. Meng Haizhou and Li Zhun were so incensed that their noses were nearly askew, and their once handsome faces turned a shade of green in an instant. While the sum of over 1,000,000 taels of silver was not an insignificant amount for them, it was not overwhelmingly large either. They could still manage it. However, after their previous debacle at Qianjin Hall, where they suffered a humiliating defeat, they were left in a precarious financial situation. Now, their funds were indeed limited. Yet, the jade coral was precisely the item they needed to acquire on this trip. 3 days prior to each auction, Sheng Beitang would customarily send a list of auction items to the prominent families in Tianxiang City. Upon seeing the name of the jade coral, Li Yuran immediately issued a decree. At any cost, they must obtain this jade coral. The Jun family also received this auction list, but they had never participated in such events. Over time, the list would reach the Jun family's gate, but never go beyond it. Thus, Jun Moxie remained unaware of this matter. Furthermore, the undertaking of gathering medicinal herbs by Jun Wui was exceedingly clandestine, known only to a handful of individuals within the Jun family, had it not been for a fortuitous visit to Tang Yuan. They might have even overlooked the precious Huanjinghe. For other practitioners, the jade coral, while valuable, merely served as an auxiliary tool for cultivation. Yet for the incapacitated Grandmaster Li Shang, it was a genuine elixir for longevity. It even held the potential for a renewed hope of cultivation. Li Yuran had received credible information that, if the jade coral was utilized in a particular manner to absorb the natural essence contained within, it could offer a chance for those whose meridians had been severed, such as Grandmaster Li, to reconnect their energy pathways, and the prospects were promising. Only a select few were privy to this capability. Li Yuran had been secretly searching for a long time, but had yet to uncover the whereabouts of the jade coral. If Grandmaster Li could sustain his health for several more years, even decades, the impact on the Li family would be monumental. Thus, while the jade coral might merely be an exotic ornament to other families, for the Li family, it was a matter of their very future. The sudden appearance of this item was akin to a windfall for the Li family. Consequently, they were resolute in their pursuit of the jade coral. And Li Yuran had issued a stern command to Meng Haizhou and Li Zhen. Had it not been for the concern that Li Yuran's personal involvement would draw too much attention, potentially inviting interference, he would likely have already taken a seat here himself. Moreover, an immensely powerful presence, Jun Moxie, had already sensed their intentions. Yet, they remained oblivious to this fact. Even the seasoned auctioneer on stage was taken aback by Tang Yuan's unexpected outburst. After a moment, a voice filled with gritted teeth emerged from the adjacent booth. I bid 120 million taels. Li Jin and his companion found themselves compelled to raise their bid. Though they still had sufficient funds, this 120 million taels remained within their budget. As for increasing their bid by an additional 20 million taels, it was also intended to intimidate the corpulent Tang Yuan. Unexpectedly, before that voice had even faded, Tang Yuan had already bellowed, "You're bluffing. 200 million taels." The rotund fellow's exuberant calls resonated with a spirited fervor. A delightful spectacle of raising prices without the necessity of actual monetary exchange, particularly when it elicited considerable discomfort from those loathsome adversaries. Ah, what a thrill! Next door, Li Jin and Meng Haizhou were nearly on the verge of hemorrhaging. The sum of 2 million taels that Li Yuan had unfurled was initially perceived as an extraordinary bargain. After all, while the jade coral was indeed rare, its base price was merely 100,000 taels, and even at a maximum, it should not exceed 400,000 to 500,000 taels. 2 million taels was decidedly more than ample. The two of them even contemplated how to discreetly pocket some silver to cushion their previous losses, only to be thwarted by Tang the Fat's meddling, which catapulted the price to unprecedented heights with just a single bid. If the calls continued, the remaining silver would have to come from their own coffers. 240,000 taels, boomed Li Jin, his voice betraying a fury that had transformed his visage from green to blue, teetering on the edge of purple. Tang Yuan, do you truly desire this jade coral? It serves no purpose for you. Nonsense. How do you know it holds no value for me? Why would I engage in idle chatter with you if it were of no consequence? Tang Yuan retorted with a scoff, stamping his foot, causing his corpulent frame to tremble violently, even shaking the private room slightly, as he bellowed, 300,000 taels. The labored breathing from next door was audible even within the well-soundproofed chamber. Meng Haizhou stumbled over his words, 350,000 taels. Whether from anger or some other emotion, it was unclear. He rushed out of the room, contorting his face, and confronted Tang the Fat at the entrance, declaring, "You have already extorted 2 million taels from my family, far exceeding your losses. What more do you desire? One must not be excessively ruthless in dealings. It is wise to leave a thread for future encounters. Oh, you two are quite peculiar." Tang Yuan initiated the bidding at 1 million taels without opposition, clearly having secured the deal. It is evident that you are deliberately raising the price against him with malicious intent. How is it that now Tang Yuan is the one at fault? Before Tang could respond, Jun Moxie interjected with astonishment. Have the Li and Meng families lost all sense of reason? As he spoke, a delighted voice from the opposite Tianxiang royal box exclaimed, "It's Jun Moxie." It was Dugu Xiaoi, her voice brimming with joy and relief. "Jun Moxie, this is none of your concern. Mind your own business." Meng Haizhou snapped, his face a stormy hue. This was the very person who had previously thwarted his plans, resulting in severe repercussions from his family. Not only had he been swindled out of 2 million taels by Tang Yuan, but the wounds from that incident were still healing. The sight of these two together rekindled his ire. "My affairs are indeed the affairs of the third young master. Enough of your prattle. If you desire the item, produce the silver. If not, be gone," Tang Yuan proclaimed, thrusting out his belly and bellowing with the force of a mountain. "This young master bids 400,000 taels. Who dares to contest me? Alas, I possess nothing but wealth. Allow me to declare that my abundance of riches has become a burden. What of it? Presently, it is abundantly clear to all. On one side stands the Ming and Li families, and on the other, the Jun and Tang clans. This is evidently a contest of wills among the scions of these four prominent families. Everyone has prudently chosen to remain silent. Following the recent bloodshed instigated by the elder Jun in the capital, and with the streets still stained red, who would dare to emerge and face the consequences?" Seething with rage, Meng Haizhou trembled outside the private room, contemplating leaving in a huff. Yet, he ultimately dared not defy the instructions given by Li Yuan. Resigning himself to swallow his pride and bitterness, exclaiming, "I offer 500,000 taels. 500,000 taels of silver. Tang Yuan, have the audacity to raise your bid." Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes, subtly probing into Meng Haizhou's frenzied emotions. Observing that he was nearing a breaking point, he realized that this was likely the utmost sum that Meng Haizhou and Li Jun could muster. Should Tang Yuan continue to press, he risked inadvertently winning the bid for something that was merely worth 500,000 taels. He discreetly signaled to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, understanding the cue, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Ming family is extravagantly wealthy. 500,000 taels of silver. To pay tenfold for a mere piece of jade coral valued at 50,000 taels. I am truly impressed. However, I find myself lacking in funds this time, so I shall concede to you." He leaned closer to Meng Haizhou and, in a conspiratorial whisper, added, "You see, Meng, I actually did not bring any money today. I was merely jesting." Meng Haizhou's eyes widened in shock. His complexion turned ashen as he pointed a trembling finger at Tang Yuan. After a moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward. Such fragility. Merely a jest. How could one truly come unprepared? Jun Moxie shook his head repeatedly, observing as Meng Haizhou fell heavily to the ground, disdainfully remarking, "To be so affected by mere words is truly contemptible." Notification received. This book will be officially launched on May 1st, which is the day after tomorrow, at midnight on Saturday. Therefore, dear siblings of the evil lord, please prepare your guaranteed monthly votes for the double period. Do not let them go to waste. Feng Ling will reciprocate with an explosive performance to reward you all. A heartfelt thank you in advance. Let us fight side by side. Looking into the mirror, I chuckle silently,